Hee, I'm not making this up. It's what the master said. Xiao Huan dodged Fei Yuer's pinching fingers. You wretched girl, stop it. Fei Yuer's face turned even redder, burning with embarrassment. Matters between men and women had always been too shameful for her to discuss. Xiao Huan teased, Miss, I'm not joking. You and Prince Qi are the same age. You should have been married long ago. It's only because the master pampers you and worries about your health that he hasn't arranged anything. But now that the emperor himself is proposing the match, how can the master refuse? Besides, all of Chang'an is praising Prince Qi's achievements. Dreamy young girls call him a hero, and since he's still unmarried, many ministers' wives are rushing to visit Consort Zhen, hoping to marry their daughters to him. News of Kangzhu's victory had spread widely in Chang'an, and Fei Yuer was well aware of it. Then she remembered the poem Prince Qi had once written. Now, with Kangzhu's triumph and the emperor's marriage proposal, her heart began to pound uncontrollably. Her eyes drifted to the newspaper on the table. Ignoring Xiao Huan, she picked it up and started reading. The entire front page was dedicated to the Battle of Kangzhu, how they defended the city on the first day, how the barbarians attacked on the second, and how the city gates were breached on the final day. Vivid descriptions played out before her eyes like scenes from a play. When she read about Prince Qi personally leading his soldiers in a bloody battle at the broken gates, forcing the barbarians into retreat, her emotions surged along with the words. What young maiden doesn't dream of love? Though Fei Yuer had lived a sheltered life, she had often lost herself in romantic tales, secretly weaving fantasies of her own. Now, faced with this reality, she couldn't help but freeze in thought. Miss. Xiao Huan waved a hand in front of her face, giggling. Are you wondering if Prince Qi is ugly or handsome, tall or short, flat or round? Nonsense. What do you mean, flat or round? Fei Yuer shot her a glare. Who knows, maybe he's flat. How else could he block the barbarians so well? Xiao Huan mused. You silly girl, stop this. Prince Qi is a celebrated hero now. If you mock him, you might get beat. Fei Yuer pinched Xiao Huan's cheek. Xiao Huan's eyes sparkled mischievously. Oh, defending him already, miss. If you really marry him, I won't survive. You little. Fei Yuer raised her hand to swat her. Xiao Huan darted away, laughing. A cough interrupted their play. Xiao Huan turned and immediately bowed. Young master. Fei Yuer looked up to see an elegant young man in white robes watching them, her cousin, Pan Yu. Cousin, what brings you here? Pan Yu's heart ached. He had overheard everything. His gaze lingered on Fei Yuer, full of longing. Since childhood, Fei Yuer had been frail and rarely seen in public. Yet despite her seclusion, her beauty was legendary in Chang'an, making her the dream bride of noble sons. The Fei family's prestige played a part, but more importantly, every noble who had glimpsed her fell instantly under her spell. Once, a smitten admirer even painted her portrait from memory. When it leaked, it drove countless poets and scholars wild with admiration. Skilled in music, poetry, and calligraphy, Fei Yuer's talents only added to her fame, ranking her as Chang'an's second greatest beauty. The first was Princess Pingyang, though everyone knew that was just flattery from her sycophants. To Pan Yu, Fei Yuer's peerless grace could never be matched by a painted doll like Pingyang. His mind spun, fixated on the name Prince Qi. Staring at Fei Yuer's flawless jade-like face, he suddenly spat. Cousin, don't be fooled by this newspaper's lies. You know what Prince Qi was like before, a tyrant who bullied men and harassed women, arrogant and shameless. 3 years ago, he fled back to Chang'an in fear. How could he change into a noble gentleman in less than a year? If you marry him, not only will uncle worry, so will I. Who knows if he's still a beast in disguise? Look, the paper credits Luo Xin with the victory. Clearly, it was Luo Xin's doing, not his. His twisted expression made Fei Yuer step back, her face paling. She had never seen Pan Yu look so vicious. Xiao Huan quickly steadied her. She had never liked this cousin. He visited too often under the pretense of seeing Fei Jai, though his real target was Fei Yuer. Sheltered and naive, Fei Yuer didn't notice, but Xiao Huan saw right through him. Pan Yu was all looks and no substance. Cousin, Fei Yuer said softly, though her voice carried quiet anger. Prince Qi's character is judged by the court and the people. Even a rogue can turn over a new leaf. The entire court acknowledges his role in Kangzhu's victory. How can you slander him so? Even if he was once wicked, saving countless lives surely redeems his past. And if he were truly vile, would the people have welcomed him with cheers? Pan Yu's heart twisted in agony. Cousin, do you want this marriage? Do you think he is worthy of you? Fei Yuer lowered her eyes. Marriage is decided by parents and matchmakers. Whoever father chooses, I will obey. That is a daughter's fate. As for Prince Qi, if father accepts the emperor's proposal, even if he were a monster, he would still be my husband. Pan Yu felt as if a boulder had lodged in his chest. He let out a cold laugh. If only my father were the emperor. But don't worry, Xiao Ming won't always be a prince. Cousin, what do you mean? Fei Yuer gasped. Such words are treasonous if overheard. Pan Yu opened his mouth, then hesitated. Finally, he muttered, Cousin, I only want what's best for you. Prince Qi's path won't be smooth. The The scorching sun blazed overhead, and the relentless chirping of cicadas from the treetops grated on the nerves. Fei Yue frowned slightly. Having studied history since childhood, she was well aware of the humiliations inflicted by foreign invasions. Though a woman, she shared the same fervent hope for her nation's strength as any man. Regardless of whether she would marry into Prince Qi's household, Pan Yu's slanderous words about Prince Qi displeased her deeply. No matter how heartless a person might be, they should never disparage the great victory at Kangju, nor the prince who had personally defended its walls. She spoke softly but firmly, "Cousin, you should leave now. Prince Qi's future is in heaven's hands. I am unwell and must rest. I hope you will devote more time to your studies in the future, rather than idling here." Pan Yu's face paled further. Fei Yue was dismissing him, telling him not to return. "Cousin, believe me, I only want what's best for you." With a sigh, he turned and left. Once he was out of earshot, Xiao Huan muttered, "Even if Prince Qi were flawed, he's still better than you. Everyone knows about your wild escapades outside." Xiao Huan. Fei Yue's voice carried a warning. Though Xiao Huan was her personal maid, she was still a servant. If such words were overheard, she could face punishment. Gently placing the newspaper back where it belonged, Fei Yue shook her head slightly and led Xiao Huan away. The uproar caused by the newspaper in Chang'an had only just begun. Now, copies were so scarce they were practically priceless. Merchants from Kingzhu were swarmed by scholars, officials, and traders alike. "Don't push, don't push." A Kingzhu merchant grinned from ear to ear. Originally a poor scholar, he had turned to business to support his family. When Prince Qi returned victorious, all of Kingzhu had erupted in celebration, decorating their homes as if for New Year's. The next day, when the newspaper detailing the Battle of Kangju was published, it was instantly sold out. Realizing that this battle wasn't just Prince Qi's triumph but a national milestone, especially for Chang'an, he borrowed a large sum of silver to purchase 1,000 copies and bring them to the capital. Standing by the bustling Qujiang pool, he had barely cried out Kingzhu newspapers. Before being mobbed, at first, he nearly fled in fear. But seeing the eager hands clutching silver, he steadied himself. "Even if I'm crushed by coins, it'll be worth it." Despite the demand, he dared not overprice them. In Kingzhu, newspapers sold for just 3 or 4 coins each. Here, he settled for 1 tael of silver per copy. Yet even at that price, his 1,000 copies vanished in moments. Some scholars bought hundreds at once. As the last paper was snatched up, the scholar stared at the pile of gleaming silver before him. This was real wealth, and for the first time, he fretted over money. 1,000 taels wasn't just banknotes, it was 100 pounds of solid silver. How could a frail scholar like him carry it all? A luxurious problem indeed, but more precious than the silver was the sudden respect he felt. Chang'an scholars had always looked down on those from Kingzhu, mocking them as country bumpkins during imperial exams. Now these same scholars gazed at him with envy, pressing for more details about Kangju's victory. Pride swelled in his chest, pride in being Prince Qi's subject. For the first time, he questioned whether he should still sit for the exams. Perhaps staying in Kingzhu wasn't so bad. Even if he never rose high in office, he glanced at the silver. At least he could earn a comfortable living. His thoughts were interrupted by a heated argument among noble youths, nearly coming to blows. Eavesdropping, he nearly laughed aloud. They were debating who had been closest to Prince Qi during his time in Chang'an, each claiming intimate friendship with him. He shook his head. "I wonder how Prince Qi would feel, knowing all of Chang'an is buzzing about him. But knowing Prince Qi's independent nature, he likely wouldn't care at all." And indeed, as the scholar guessed, Xiao Ming had no time to dwell on Chang'an's reactions. After the brief celebrations, Kingzhu was now shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. Unlike Chang'an's scorching sun, a light drizzle fell over the city. In the past, such weather would have kept people indoors, but today the muddy streets were packed with citizens. Kangju's victory had safeguarded the city, the people's grain, the merchants' wealth, and the stability of the 6 provinces. Yet behind the triumph lay countless lost lives, soldiers who would never return, parents who had buried their children. Victory was worth celebrating, but the fallen soldiers also deserved remembrance. After a short rest, Xiao Ming decreed that the martyrs be buried in a dedicated military cemetery, ensuring their sacrifice would never be forgotten. Such a practice was unprecedented in this era, but Xiao Ming deemed it necessary. This was not just mourning, it was about fueling the soldiers' hatred for the barbarians and reminding the people that these deaths were honorable. History must never forget those who shed blood for their nation. They were gone, but their spirit endured. On the streets, Kingzhu soldiers marched in solemn silence, carrying the bodies of their fallen comrades in 2 orderly lines. Families of the deceased wept bitterly, their grief moving every onlooker. Xiao Ming, Niu Ben, Lu Fei, and Luo Xin led the procession, clad in the same armor as their men. On their shoulders, they too bore the bodies of fallen soldiers. Here, rank meant nothing. They were all brothers in arms. The soldiers clenched their jaws, watching their commanders with burning pride. When had common soldiers ever received such honor, they thought, even if we die on the battlefield, we will have no regrets. And among the young men yet to enlist, fury toward the barbarians simmered. Many clenched their fists. When the army next recruited, they would join to avenge these fallen heroes. The fine drizzle continued to fall. At this moment, Kingzhu City felt like a silent film, stifling, as if choking on unspoken rage. It was a fury long suppressed in the hearts of the people. In their eyes, Xiao Ming saw that anger, once buried deep, now rising to the surface. 3 years ago, they had endured the barbarian invasion. They suffered under the cruel exploitation of noble families who colluded with the enemy. The people had borne these pains silently. Now, that anger had erupted into hatred for the barbarians, for the corrupt nobles. And it was precisely because of this that the people, freed from their shackles, had firmly supported Xiao Ming in crushing the noble families and resisting the barbarians. He also understood clearly, if he wanted to survive safely in this world, he could only rely on the people of his fiefdom. To him, only a kingship built on the people's trust was truly stable. Otherwise, he would remain a puppet in the hands of the noble families. After all, the noble clans of the Great Yu Empire had centuries of influence. Compared to them, Xiao Ming was a novice in political maneuvering. He stood no chance in their games. But Xiao Ming wasn't a fool. Trying to compete in their arena would be idiocy. His advantage lay in his knowledge, technology far ahead of this era, and that was the edge he planned to expand. In the face of absolute all schemes were paper tigers. The barrel of a gun would teach his enemies one truth: bullets are harder than words. The military funeral for the fallen soldiers had been Xiao Ming's idea. So was the act of him, Niu Ben, and the others carrying the coffins. To him, this funeral was not just respect for the dead, it was essential to forging the army's soul. Dying wrapped in a horse's hide was tragic, but too desolate. This was what would bring peace to their hearts. By noon, thousands of soldiers had been laid to rest. The Battle of Kangju had taken a heavy toll on the Kingzhu army. Had the barbarians not retreated, Xiao Ming couldn't say for certain whether Kangju would have held. This defense had been a gamble for him and for the people of his fiefdom. But luckily they had won. The victory bought them breathing room. From now on, any enemy attacking Kangju would pay an even bloodier price. Return to camp. As the funeral ended, Niu Ben's voice rang out. The Kingzhu army turned in unison and slowly marched away from the graves. Lu Fei's eyes were red. He hadn't cried on Kangju's walls. He hadn't wept upon returning to Kingzhu. But today, at this funeral, tears had fallen. He looked at Xiao Ming and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. With such honor, our brothers on the road to the afterlife can rest in peace. They deserved this. Every soldier who dies for this country should be remembered." This funeral had surprised Pang Yukun and even Niu Ben and the others. In all of history, no ordinary soldier had ever received such rights. And for a prince to carry their coffins, if word spread, it would surely stir controversy. But to the people, to the soldiers, their hearts were warmed. And for Xiao Ming, that was enough. Luo Xin's gaze was solemn. Over these months, Xiao Ming had given him too many surprises, and this was the most shocking of all. He had to admit, in the eyes of nobles, commoners were expendable. So were soldiers. In war, generals scrambled for credit. Who cared about the lives of foot soldiers beyond the Great Wall? Countless nameless bones still lay unburied. Yet Xiao Ming had not only brought every fallen soldier's body back, he had given them a collective burial. To every soldier, this was glory. Glancing back at the memorial standing tall among the graves, the 4 men left the cemetery. Niu Ben spoke up. "Your Highness, news of Kangju's victory must have spread like wildfire in Chang'an by now. Soon, His Majesty will surely summon you to the capital for rewards. I think it's best if you don't go." Lu Fei shook his head. "With such achievements, the other princes will be green with envy. If they plot against you, we won't be able to protect you from so far away." Luo Xin disagreed. "But if the imperial decree arrives, can you refuse? Not only would His Majesty be furious, but the other princes and ministers would seize the chance to accuse you, even claim you harbor treasonous thoughts. Those courtiers have twisted minds." Niu Ben nodded. Luo Xin understood court politics far better than Lu Fei. "Luo Xin is right. You have to go. I'll guard Kingzhu in your absence. You two," he pointed at Lu Fei and Luo Xin, "will escort His Highness to the capital. Why, yes, you were the one who led the defense." Lu Fei protested. A bitter smile crossed Niu Ben's face. Xiao Ming noticed and said, "General, this trip is unavoidable. My mother also wrote, asking me to return. When I see His Majesty, I will plead for your exoneration." "No need," Niu Ben refused. "This arrangement suits me fine. Life in Kingzhu is relaxed and free. If I'm cleared, those ministers will pressure His Majesty to recall me to the Imperial Guard. That would be troublesome." Xiao Ming thought it over. Niu Ben knew the Empire's political landscape far better than he did. He nodded in agreement. Niu Ben added, "For your safety, take all 1,000 Kingzhu cavalry with you to Chang'an." Better prepared than sorry. Truthfully, Xiao Ming had no desire to return to Chang'an. To him, it was a cesspool of intrigue, its struggles far too convoluted, and there were few people there he missed. But in her letter, Consort Zhen had mentioned something else. Before the Battle of Kangju, Emperor Wengshuan had promised that if Xiao Ming held the city, he would propose marriage to the Fei family, securing Fei Yuer, the youngest daughter of Fei Jai, as his bride. In his past life, Xiao Ming had remained single. No one had ever arranged a marriage for him. Now his mother had found him a wife. The thought left him uneasy. After all, he'd never even seen this Fei Yuer. In the Great Yu Empire, brides and grooms typically met for the first time on their wedding night. What if she turns out to be a shrew? My life would be over. As for the Fei family's status, Xiao Ming had no strong feelings. He understood his mother's intentions, to ally him with the Erful clan. Xiao Ming had always believed in self-reliance. Depending on others would only lead to downfall, so he didn't care about the Fei family's influence. With a sigh, he resigned himself. He lived in this era now. Some things could be changed, but others required conformity. Arranged marriages, dictated by parents and matchmakers, were hard to overturn. Even in his past world, many were forced into blind dates by their families. Your Highness, many villagers are now purging corrupt local officials. Should we intervene after the military funeral? The Battle of Kangju was finally concluded. With the momentum of the great victory, the remnants of the noble families in the 6th prefecture were in despair. Encouraged by their success, the civilian militias, high in morale, launched a sweeping campaign to eradicate the remaining noble factions. Many who had hidden in remote mountains and forests were hunted down and eliminated by the militias and local garrisons. At the same time, the militias arrested village chiefs who had once served the noble families, parading them through the streets in a clear effort to completely dismantle the nobles' influence. Currently, Xiao Ming was in the governor's residence, where all 6 prefectural governors, their deputies, Pang Yukun, Zhan Xingcheng, Niu Ben, and other Kingzhu army officers had gathered. With the war over, Xiao Ming believed it was necessary to hold a debriefing, to summarize the lessons of the battle and turn them into case studies and training materials. Only through practical experience could they continue to improve. The question had been raised by Pang Yukun, based on reports from local officials in recent days. Crushing the remnants of the noble families isn't a polite dinner party. It doesn't require gentleness. On the contrary, this is another kind of war. The people have been oppressed by these nobles for years. Now that they've finally risen up, they need to vent their grievances, to completely shatter the mental shackles the nobles imposed and ensure they can never regain a foothold. After a pause, he added, so not only should we not stop this, we should encourage the people to dig up old grievances, drag the imprisoned nobles out and let the masses denounce them. The government must support this movement. Only then can we ensure the noble families never return. Pang Yukun nodded, jotting down Xiao Ming's words. On this matter, he agreed with Xiao Ming. They couldn't allow the noble families to revive. The 6th prefecture must become infertile soil for them, turning the nobles into outlaws, despised by all. After addressing Pang Yukun's question, Xiao Ming turned to Chen Wenlong. The machinery department's timely delivery of ammunition during the crisis was also a great achievement, worthy of reward. You and your son will each receive 1,000 taels of silver. Chen Wenlong and Chen Qi bowed in delight. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Ming nodded. Chen Qi, you've made significant contributions, yet I didn't promote you. You must be confused, right? Chen Qi, always unkempt and more devoted to machinery than social niceties, answered bluntly. Yes, Your Highness. I wanted to ask, but my father wouldn't let me. Chen Wenlong nearly facepalmed. This blockhead has no sense of humility. The others chuckled. Chen Qi's straightforwardness was refreshing. Xiao Ming, however, appreciated his personality. As a former researcher himself, he understood that such minds were pure, obsessed only with their work. That was also why he kept Chen Wenlong as Chen Qi's superior. The older man was far more experienced. You won't get a promotion this time, but something bigger is coming for the machinery department. Chen Qi and Chen Wenlong perked up with interest. Xiao Ming continued, I plan to establish a dedicated military arsenal, responsible for the production and development of weapons. Chen Qi, I want you to oversee it. What do you think, Your Highness, really? Chen Qi's eyes lit up. Ever since the cannons were developed, he had been fascinated by their production. Now that was a real technical challenge. Would I lie to you, but taking charge means heavier responsibilities. You'll be solely in charge of weapons production and R&D for the military. No problem, Your Highness, but I'll need to take skilled craftsmen from the machinery department with me. Given the unstable environment, Xiao Ming couldn't afford to prioritize the economy over the military. He had decided to develop both simultaneously. Take whoever you need, craftsmen, slaves, your choice. Chen Qi grinned excitedly. Chen Wenlong, however, looked worried. Your Highness, if Chen Qi leaves, what happens to the machinery department? Don't worry. The military arsenal will remain under the machinery department's oversight. It's just a new branch. At the same time, the department's functions will expand. Alongside the arsenal, we'll establish a research institute, selecting top students from the Bowen Academy to specialize in chemistry, physics, machinery, and other technical fields. Chen Wenlong sighed in relief. This was effectively a promotion for both of them. Though terms like chemistry and physics made his head spin, these were Bowen Academy subjects. The research institute will be located within the Bowen Academy. Chen Qi, you'll also be part of it, Xiao Ming added before Chen Qi could ask. Chen Qi relaxed. The military arsenal and the research institute wouldn't conflict. For example, Lu Tong's work on gunpowder complemented cannon development. Xiao Ming was restructuring based on lessons from Kangzhu's ammunition shortages. Previously, the machinery department had been a jumble of responsibilities. Now, Xiao Ming was refining industrial specialization, particularly in military production, while the research institute would pool talent for broader technological advancements. The military officers, including Niu Ben, approved. This showed Xiao Ming's commitment to the army. Further reforms were likely coming. Sure enough, after addressing the machinery department, Xiao Ming turned to Niu Ben. You've all witnessed the cannons, in battle. Niu Ben and the others nodded. Therefore, the Kingzhu army will establish a new branch, the Artillery Corps, and to prepare for future firearms deployment, I've decided to reform the military structure. Units will now be organized into squads, platoons, companies, battalions, regiments, brigades, divisions, and corps. Blank stares met his words. These terms were unheard of. Xiao Ming's reforms aim to adapt the army for firearms in advance. The current Great Yu military hierarchy, with its commanders, colonels, captains, centurions, and decurions, was ill-suited for firearms. The Kingzhu army was still divided into cavalry, crossbowmen, swordsmen, and spearmen. In the future, it would be entirely firearms-based. Squads, platoons, and companies were far better suited for modern warfare. In the governor's residence, the military officers listened quietly as Xiao Ming explained the new army structure. Compared to the Great Yu Empire's current military hierarchy, this new system was simpler and easier to understand. With the help of the knowledge crystal's memory enhancement, Niu Ben and the others quickly grasped the new structure, though the terminology still felt strange to them. But Kingzhu was full of new things these days. To progress, the old had to be discarded. The military structure must change. We also need to establish a dedicated logistics department, Xiao Ming continued. Combat soldiers will focus solely on training, while logistics will handle rations, food storage, equipment procurement, battlefield medics, and other support tasks. Niu Ben nodded, noting this down. He agreed that specialization was necessary. Beyond this, Xiao Ming also addressed military uniforms. Armor was for battle, but to distinguish soldiers from civilians, he planned to design dedicated military uniforms, a key step in formalizing the army. Additionally, he intended to strengthen discipline training, starting with military salutes. Subordinates must salute superiors when reporting. In camp, soldiers would be trained to fold their bedding neatly, march in orderly lines 2 in a row, 3 in a file, and maintain proper posture. Before, Xiao Ming had found such drills ridiculous. But after consulting the knowledge crystal, he realized these seemingly trivial habits were crucial for instilling discipline, exactly what firearms-equipped troops would need most. In an era where firearm accuracy was poor, formations had to be tight and orderly, the infamous line-up and shoot tactic of later centuries. Even the drummers in marching columns served a purpose, maintaining rhythm like chanting left, right, left. A scattered formation could collapse under enemy volleys, leaving no chance for counterattacks. At first, Niu Ben and the others were stunned, but they gradually understood Xiao Ming's reasoning. Military discipline was serious business. They wouldn't dare take it lightly. Soon, no one objected. With military industry and army reforms addressed, the meeting shifted to battle summaries. Niu Ben stood first and immediately tore into Lu Fei. To use His Highness's words, you Lu Fei are undisciplined and reckless. On the battlefield, you do as you please. This must be punished severely, lest other officers follow your example. Lu Fei hung his head. He'd lost his temper during the fight. Luo Xin added also, Lu Fei wasted cannonballs by firing randomly. That deserves punishment too. Lu Fei bristled. That little rat, I told him to shut up. Just wait till I get back. Niu Ben sighed. Your Highness, see, Lu Fei never learns. I've whipped him before, useless. We need a way to deal with troublemakers like him. Many copied his impulsiveness in battle, causing unnecessary deaths. Easy, Xiao Ming said. We'll establish a military court to enforce discipline among officers and soldiers. As for what that is and its laws, I'll explain later. For punishing officers like Lu Fei, I have a method. No beatings, no scolding, just a few days in the black room. Black room, the officers looked puzzled. Lu Fei's gut twisted. Xiao Ming always had ideas. Your Highness, spare me, I swear I'll behave. Xiao Ming liked Lu Fei, but his recklessness in battle couldn't be ignored. This is serious. You need to remember this lesson for your own good. Next time you might not live to regret it. He then explained the black room, solitary confinement. Nothing tormented the mind like isolation. A week alone with no one to talk to could drive a man mad. Hearing this, Lu Fei turned pale. As a chatterbox, being locked in darkness with only himself sounded worse than death. Niu Ben was impressed. Even punishment was refined under Xiao Ming. Next, officers summarized battle experiences, especially regarding firebomb throws and cannon use. Many now spoke of the barbarians with confidence, not fear. Finally, Xiao Ming concluded, the barbarians are paper tigers. The officers burst into laughter. Your Highness is right. They look scary, but poke them and they collapse. Watching them, Xiao Ming smiled. The battle's purpose was achieved. Fear of the enemy weakened morale before fighting even began. As discussions continued, a servant entered and whispered to Xiao Ming, Your Highness, the Imperial decree has arrived. Feng Desyue surveyed the Prince Qi's residence with a critical eye. 7 days ago, he had set out from Chang'an, enduring the fatigue of travel by boat and horseback before finally arriving in Kingzhu that morning. News of Kangju's great victory had shaken the court and the public alike, and with the arrival of the newspapers in Chang'an, the details of the battle had spread far and wide. Emperor Wengshuan, overjoyed, had hosted a grand banquet for his ministers. The very next day, Feng Desyue had been dispatched to Kingzhu to deliver the imperial edict. As a eunuch serving directly under Emperor Wengshuan, Feng Desyue's personal journey to Kingzhu spoke volumes about the emperor's regard for Xiao Ming. Upon arriving at the city gates, he had presented his token and was promptly escorted to the Prince Qi's residence by soldiers. His Highness, Prince Qi, arrives. Just as he was taking in the modest simplicity of the residence, a voice announced Xiao Ming's arrival. Moments later, a young man bearing a faint resemblance to Emperor Wengshuan entered the hall, none other than Xiao Ming himself, the current Prince Qi. This humble servant, Feng Desyue, pays his respects to your Highness. Wearing a practiced smile, Feng Desyue bowed deeply as Xiao Ming stepped into the main hall. There's no need for such formalities, Attendant Feng. Xiao Ming replied with a faint smile. In the Great Yu Empire, eunuchs were collectively referred to as minor Yellow Gates, but Feng Desyue held the rank of Attendant of the Yellow Gate, a position of considerable influence in the palace. Feng Desyue's smile widened. He dared not put on airs before this prince. Everyone knew that in the days to come, Xiao Ming would undoubtedly enjoy the emperor's favor. 3 years have passed, yet your Highness has grown even more handsome, dashing, and noble. This old servant almost failed to recognize you. Feng Desyue's words carried a hint of flattery. Few in the world disliked praise, and though these were mere pleasantries, Xiao Ming chuckled. It seems Attendant Feng has become even more eloquent over the years. Feng Desyue's eyes crinkled into slits as he retrieved the imperial edict from his sleeve. I shall not waste words. Your Highness surely knows why I have come naturally. His Majesty summons me to Chang'an. Xiao Ming replied calmly. Feng Desyue nodded and unrolled the edict. According to Great Yu protocol, Xiao Ming was required to kneel when receiving an imperial decree. Despite his recent victory, Xiao Ming remained acutely aware of his still fragile foundations. The defense of Kangju had not only weakened the Kingzhu army, but had also drained his coffers. The cost of ammunition, cannons, and gunpowder alone had amounted to hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Thus, he was hardly in a position to flaunt arrogance or defy imperial authority. As he straightened his posture to receive the edict, Feng Desyue stopped him with a gesture. Your Highness, with only the two of us present, there's no need for such rigid formalities. Once you've read the edict, it would be best to depart for Chang'an at once. A shrewd glint flickered in Feng Desyue's eyes. Xiao Ming understood. The eunuch was extending an olive branch. Rules were rigid, but people were flexible, and those who delivered edicts knew how to exploit that flexibility. Then I thank Attendant Feng for his consideration. Since Feng Desyue had shown courtesy, Xiao Ming knew how to reciprocate. He accepted the edict and called out, attendants, bring the gifts. 3 servants soon entered, each carrying a tray veiled with cloth. Attendant Feng, a small token of appreciation. I hope you'll accept it. Feng Desyue's smile deepened. This prince was clearly a man who understood the ways of the world. In that case, this old servant humbly thanks your Highness. At Xiao Ming's signal, the servants unveiled the trays. The first held gold. The second displayed delicate glass bottles of perfume. The third featured an exquisite glass sculpture. Feng Desyue's eyes lit up. While gold was commonplace for someone of his station, the perfume and glass were rare luxuries, items money could scarcely buy as they were produced exclusively in Kingzhu. Your Highness is too generous. How could this humble servant dare accept such gifts? Feng Desyue approached the glass sculpture, examining it closely. The piece was shaped like an ox, a design yet unseen in the imperial palace. Xiao Ming smiled. For an esteemed guest who has traveled so far, these trifles are hardly worth mentioning. Feng Deshui was one of Emperor Wengshuan's inner circle. Cultivating his goodwill might prove useful in the future. As a prince, Xiao Ming knew better than to appear stingy. A little gold was a small price for potential allies in the capital. As Feng Deshui sniffed the perfume, he added, "Since your highness has treated this old servant so generously, I cannot accept these gifts without offering something in return. There are matters you should be mindful of before departing for Chang'an. Please enlighten me." Xiao Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Feng Deshui lowered his voice. "While your highness's victory at Kangju is a monumental achievement, certain ministers may seek to undermine it. I've heard that Kui Hao of the Peace faction intends to raise concerns about the cannons. The cannons. Xiao Ming had anticipated this. After Kangju, it was impossible to keep the cannons a secret. Beyond that, your highness once promised soldiers lands once held by the late Prince Yang. And of the 100,000 barbarians slain, many were once subjects of the Great Yu. Some Confucian scholars may accuse your highness of indiscriminate slaughter. Before setting out for Chang'an, you would do well to prepare counterarguments." Xiao Ming nodded slowly. The eunuch's information confirmed that his gifts had been well spent. The capital's rumor mill was as efficient as ever. As expected, there were those eager to tarnish his triumph. His achievements were too great. If they could offset them with alleged misdeeds, his detractors would rest easier. After a moment's thought, Xiao Ming said, "Attendant Feng, please stay in Kingzhu for 2 more days. Allow me some time to prepare." Of course, of course. Feng Deshui was already engrossed in admiring his new treasures. With a nod, Xiao Ming instructed Ziyuan to prepare guest quarters for the eunuch. Then he summoned Pang Yukun and Zhan Xingqing to the main hall to discuss Feng Deshui's warnings. "Your Highness, my suspicions were correct," Pang Yukun said with a wry smile. "These courtiers may be inept at governance, but their tongues are sharp, especially Kui Hao. Do not underestimate him." Xiao Ming's understanding of Chang'an's political intricacies was limited, enough circling the issue. "For this trip to Chang'an, I seek no rewards, only a safe return. Of course, if we can win over some factions, all the better." Zhan Xingqing and Pang Yukun exchanged glances, a flicker of excitement in their eyes. Unlike other princes, Xiao Ming stood alone. If he failed to cultivate allies in the court, any upheaval in the empire would leave him vulnerable. After all, facing the combined might of the Great Yu and the barbarians with only 6 prefectures would be madness. "Your Highness, Kui Hao holds the position of Guanglu Dafu in the court. He is responsible for advising and responding to imperial commands, but does not have a fixed official duty," said Pang Yukun. Having worked in the official circles of Chang'an, he knew Kui Hao very well. Also, this Kui Hao comes from the Kui family and has always been close with Prince Yan. He is also a renowned Confucian scholar, highly respected in the court, and has founded the Zhengdong Academy in Chang'an, where he gives lectures. Many officials in the Great Yu court have attended his lectures. Zhan Xingqing nodded. The reason Kui Hao became the leader of the Peace faction is because of the support from many officials who studied at Zhengdong Academy. These officials follow him closely and have considerable influence in the court. "So you're saying Kui Hao is forming a faction for his own benefit?" Xiao Ming asked. "Exactly. These officials, along with Kui Hao, are privately referred to as the Zhengdong faction," said Pang Yukun. "Then why does Father Emperor?" Xiao Ming originally wanted to ask why Emperor Xiao Wengshuan didn't crack down on Kui Hao and his Zhengdong faction, but after a bit of thought, he understood. This was the typical strategy of emperors throughout history. When the emperor wants to go to war with the barbarians, he needs the Power faction to suppress the Peace faction. When he wants peace, he uses the Peace faction to suppress the Power faction. This way, the emperor can manage them with ease and won't be controlled by any one side. Pang Yukun continued, "Your Highness, you don't need to worry too much about this. Even before you arrived in Chang'an, these rumors started spreading, yet His Majesty has done nothing. Don't you find that odd?" Afraid of my achievements overshadowing his, Xiao Ming gave a bitter smile. It was all part of political games. In his past life at the Research Institute, every time he achieved something, the leader would praise him first, then pick on some small faults and finally say, "You still need to work harder." Exactly. Even if Kui Hao tries to accuse you, your Highness will be fine. But now that you're heading to Chang'an, it's a good opportunity to connect with some Power generals. These people have a very good impression of you now, said Pang Yukun. Zhan Xingqing then handed over a piece of paper, saying, "Your Highness, Pang Yukun and I have listed the officials you may want to approach, both civil and military." Xiao Ming glanced at the list. Luo Quan was at the top, followed by Fei Jai, along with several commanders of the Imperial Guards and high-ranking officials. "All right then. Since that's the case, I'll go meet these court officials," Xiao Ming said. Being in Kingzhu, while Chang'an's political scene was ever-changing, he understood this was not the time to act on impulse. He needed basic diplomatic skills. Otherwise, if something happened in Chang'an, he might not even be able to safely rescue Consort Zhen. Moreover, he also needed Li San to set up an intelligence network in Chang'an so he could get timely information and respond accordingly. At the same time, he wanted to send a message to the court officials. He, Xiao Ming, is a major supporter of the royal family. Anyone wanting to stir chaos in Great Yu must consider his presence. This was part of Xiao Ming's strategic plan. It was obvious now that the barbarians were the true threat to Great Yu. The next war would only be more brutal. At this moment, he couldn't afford internal strife in Great Yu. He needed a stable environment to develop, otherwise it would severely impact Kingzhu's economic growth. After all, he couldn't expect to produce and sell all his industrial goods just within 6 prefecture. As for foreign markets, there would be strong competitors, and he had no real advantage there. Only by first monopolizing Great Yu's market could Kingzhu accumulate enough capital. So for this purpose, Xiao Ming decided he must try to help stabilize the Imperial during this trip to Chang'an. After discussing the matter, he sent Pang Yukun and Zhan Xingqing away. Then he asked Ziyuan to prepare everything he would need for the journey, and told Niu Ben to select an elite guard team. After 2 days of preparation, on the 3rd day, Xiao Ming set out for Chang'an with Feng Deshui. This time, Lu Fei and Luo Xin accompanied him. Ziyuan and Lulu also came along to take care of his daily needs. After traveling for 7 or 8 days, the group finally arrived in Chang'an. "Your Highness, that gate ahead is Zhengde Gate." "We've arrived," Feng Deshui said with a smile. Looking at the tall gate in the distance, with the characters Zhengde Gate written above, Xiao Ming felt overwhelmed with emotions. This was his first long journey since coming to this world. Along the way, he had passed through many cities and seen many different sceneries. Natural beauty lifted his spirits, and Chang'an, the most prosperous city in Great Yu, held all the childhood memories of his former self. "They say Chang'an is rich beyond measure. Now I can see it's true. Even the common people here dress better than those in Kingzhu," Lu Fei muttered. Luo Xin said proudly, "Of course. Otherwise, how could it be called Chang'an?" Ignoring their banter, Xiao Ming and Feng Deshui continued riding forward. Behind them, 1,000 elite cavalry rode in neat columns of 4. The lead rider carried a flag with the character Qi on it, Xiao Ming's royal banner. Seeing the banner, the people along the road began whispering, likely guessing Xiao Ming's identity. At the city gate, the soldiers immediately lined up and crossed their spears. A man who looked like an officer stepped forward and asked, "Who goes there? Are you blind? Don't you recognize Prince Qi?" Feng Deshui shouted angrily. Upon hearing the title Prince Qi, the officer's face changed and he hurriedly said, "So it's Prince Qi. I deserve to die. Quickly make way for His Highness." Feng Deshui nodded in satisfaction and said to Xiao Ming, "Your Highness, please. His Majesty is waiting for you at the palace." Xiao Ming nodded and rode into Chang'an City. Ahead of him was the wide, straight Zhuke Avenue, 50 meters wide and leading directly to the Imperial Palace. As he rode, Xiao Ming observed Chang'an. The city was still as prosperous as ever. The wars in the northern frontier mostly involved Prince Xiao, Prince Liang, and others, so most of Great Yu had remained peaceful. Because of this, royal territories in southern regions ruled by princes had time to develop and were far more prosperous than Kingzhu. From the moment they entered Chang'an, Lu Fei hadn't been able to close his mouth. The city was packed with people, commoners, merchants, scholars, and nobles. The streets were bustling with traffic. Luxurious carriages came one after another, each followed by servants and maids. Autumn had arrived. The elm trees on both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue shed their leaves as the breeze gently passed. Triggered by the splendor of Chang'an, Lu Fei said with envy, "When will Kingzhu ever be as prosperous as this place? That's tough." Chang'an has been the capital of 7 dynasties. Its prosperity is inherited, Luo Xin replied proudly. "Nonsense. Prosperity isn't like having children. It can't just be passed down. HMPH, as long as His Highness is in Kingzhu, it won't take many years before we surpass Chang'an," Lu Fei retorted. Luo Xin curled his lip, clearly unconvinced. Xiao Ming smiled. Actually, Luo Xin had a point. The prosperity of Chang'an came from the concentration of all the nobility and erful people of Great Yu. In modern economic terms, it was high consumption driving Chang'an's economy and prosperity. Right now, his strategy in Kingzhu, to attract merchants, served the same purpose. While the group was traveling halfway along the route, the sudden sound of galloping hooves came from ahead. Before long, 3 cavalrymen in Imperial Guard armor arrived before Xiao Ming. "Big brother," Luo Xin exclaimed happily when he saw the man. It was his older brother, Luo Hong. Luo Hong glanced at Luo Xin and smiled faintly. He dismounted and respectfully bowed to Xiao Ming. "Commander of the Capital Guards, Luo Hong greets your highness." Upon learning that he was Luo Xin's brother, Xiao Ming relaxed. According to the rules, the 1,000 cavalrymen who came with him were not allowed into the palace. The city's imperial guards would house them in military camps. If it had been someone else, Xiao Ming might have been wary. But with Luo Hong, he was at ease. No need for formalities, Xiao Ming said. Commander Luo, are you here to arrange accommodations for my troops? Yes, by His Majesty's order, Luo Hong replied seriously. Compared to Luo Xin, Luo Hong was much more rigid, something Xiao Ming had heard about during his earlier time in Chang'an. Xiao Ming then said, Lu Fei, go with Commander Luo and make sure the soldiers are settled properly. Lu Fei nodded and cupped his fists. Yes, Your Highness. Luo Hong took another look at Xiao Ming, said nothing, and led Lu Fei and the cavalry eastward. Taking the chance, Feng Desuyi said, His Majesty still cares deeply for Your Highness. Afraid other princes might cause trouble for your men, he sent Luo Hong, who is honest and reliable, to handle the reception. So there's no need to worry. Father's kindness moves me, Xiao Ming replied politely. Feng Desuyi had been speaking well of Emperor Xiao Wengshuan throughout the journey. Xiao Ming understood that it was likely the emperor's way of softening the tension between father and son, perhaps out of guilt for past treatment. Chang'an stretched long from south to north, with the imperial palace sitting at the northernmost end. It took the group an hour to reach the palace, stopping at its main entrance, Xuan Gate. Your Highness, this is it, Feng Desuyi said with a cheerful face, having finally completed his mission. Looking at the grand palaces behind the gates, the white jade-paved paths and stairs, Xiao Ming felt like he had entered the Forbidden City from his past life. The only difference was the architectural style. Following Feng Desuyi, they passed the Hall of Chengqing and crossed a corridor. They stopped at a hall in front of a lotus pond. Feng Desuyi asked a young palace attendant, Is His Majesty in the Imperial study reporting to Minister Feng? His Majesty is inside waiting for His Highness, the attendant replied. Feng Desuyi pointed to the room across the white jade bridge over the lotus pond and said, Your Highness, I won't go any further. His Majesty is waiting for you. Thank you, Minister Feng, for your company on the road, Xiao Ming said, cupping his hands. In the future, I won't forget your kindness. Feng Desuyi beamed. Hearing that warms my old heart. Please go ahead, Your Highness. Nodding, Xiao Ming walked toward the Imperial study. He knew the place well. After all, he had grown up in the palace, familiar with every corner. The study in front of him was a place where the previous Xiao Ming often played as a child, but he was no longer that Xiao Ming. Now he was about to meet his father, Xiao Wengshuan, the Emperor of Great Yu, the man who once whipped and banished him to Kingzhu 3 years ago. Crossing the white jade bridge, he reached the Imperial study. The 3 golden characters above the door shimmered in the light. Entering the room, he saw a man in a dragon robe, standing with his back to him. Xiao Ming bowed deeply and said, Your son greets Father Emperor. Xiao Wengshuan slowly turned around, his gaze falling on Xiao Ming. Feng Desuyi had informed him earlier that Xiao Ming was nearing the capital. He had been waiting in the Imperial study since. After 3 years, he was finally seeing the son he had once cast out and punished. How would Xiao Ming view him now you've grown up, he said after silently studying Xiao Ming for a while. The words he had planned all vanished, replaced with a simple sigh. Xiao Ming was momentarily stunned. He looked up at Xiao Wengshuan. Now over 50, Xiao Wengshuan's hair showed streaks of white, and his body was slightly stooped. He looked like an aging man. But the aura of imperial authority still clung tightly to him. Father Emperor still looks as majestic as ever, Xiao Ming said evenly. Xiao Wengshuan chuckled. Since when did you learn to flatter? Seems like you've picked up a lot in Kingzhu these past 3 years. That's all thanks to Pang Yukun's teaching. I've only learned the surface, Xiao Ming replied, shifting the blame. Xiao Wengshuan gave him another look. He didn't believe that for a second. He knew Pang Yukun well. Flattery wasn't in the man's vocabulary. He understood Xiao Ming was just being modest. Still, he didn't press the issue. Xiao Ming had come to Chang'an because of the Kangju situation. It's getting late. Go see your mother. She's been missing you. As for the Kangju matter, we'll talk tomorrow. Yes, Father Emperor, Xiao Ming answered properly. The moment Xiao Wengshuan's eyes shifted, Xiao Ming realized he had said something inappropriate. He reminded himself to be more cautious in front of this emperor. Xiao Wengshuan waved him off. He had a lot to say, but as both father and emperor, pride kept him from speaking freely. Rather than make things awkward, he chose to wait. Xiao Ming bowed and left the imperial study, feeling a slight relief. He had no idea how to talk to Xiao Wengshuan, and the whole encounter was deeply awkward. Following the path east, a palace attendant led him through an arched gate. Behind it was the area where the emperor's consorts lived. Now Xiao Ming was even more nervous. He was about to meet Consort Zhen, his supposed mother. In the Jade Water Pavilion, Liu Li had been waiting at the door. Since the morning, Consort Zhen had asked several times, afraid of missing Prince Qi, but it was understandable. Prince Qi had been gone for 3 years. For a mother, nothing was more painful than that. After all, Prince Qi was now Consort Zhen's only hope. Leaning by the door, Liu Li was bored and counting flower petals. When she heard footsteps, she instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. She saw a young eunuch leading a handsome young man toward the Jade Water Pavilion. In the inner palace where the concubines lived, the only man who could freely come and go was the former emperor. Other than that, only the princes could enter. Looking at this young man, Liu Li was immediately surprised and happy. Although Xiao Ming's appearance had changed a lot in the past 3 years, his general look was still the same. She immediately ran back excitedly, shouting, my lady, His Highness is back, His Highness is back." Consort Zhen, who was anxiously waiting in the pavilion, froze when she heard this. Then 2 lines of tears rolled down her face. She put down her embroidery and quickly walked out with the help of a palace maid. Xiao Ming also arrived at the door. He still remembered this palace maid from before she was Liu Lei, the one who served Consort Zhen. Before he could enter, a beautiful woman in a purple palace gown walked out from the hall. Seeing Xiao Ming, the woman's eyes filled with tears as she came forward. She was none other than Consort Zhen, the mother of the former Xiao Ming, Minger. When she got close, Consort Zhen hugged Xiao Ming and cried bitterly. The other palace maids were also wiping their eyes, seemingly moved by the scene. Xiao Ming felt even more awkward than when he saw Emperor Xiao Wengshuan. After all, the woman in front of him was his supposed mother. Xiao Ming was truly grateful to Consort Zhen. In any era, mothers were great. Like all mothers, Consort Zhen had shielded him from the wind and rain in the dangerous city of Chang'an. If not for her help, his wine and perfume would not have sold so well in Chang'an. The fashion trends that spread from the palace played a big role. Normally, the former Xiao Ming would surely be crying at such a reunion, but Xiao Ming couldn't cry. After all, he wasn't really that Xiao Ming. Being hugged by Consort Zhen, Xiao Ming didn't know where to put his hands for a moment. After hesitating, he gently patted Consort Zhen's thin shoulder and said, "Mother, your son is back." Consort Zhen nodded in his arms, then raised her head after a while, not stopping her gaze from scanning Xiao Ming as if she couldn't look at him enough. Wiping her tears, Consort Zhen held Xiao Ming's hand, smiled through her tears, and said to Liu Li, "After 3 years, my Minger has grown taller and more handsome. Come, let's go inside and sit." Consort Zhen's gentle and tender manner warmed Xiao Ming's heart. This feeling of being cared for always touched people. Xiao Ming thought that since he was already Xiao Ming now, he should stop thinking about his past life. After all, this was his new life. Thinking this, Xiao Ming suddenly felt more at ease. He followed Consort Zhen into the Jade Water Pavilion, smiling along the way. "Mother, this Jade Water Pavilion looks exactly the same as 3 years ago. It hasn't changed at all." When they got inside, Consort Zhen had Xiao Ming sit close to her and asked Liu Li to make tea for him. From the moment Xiao Ming entered the pavilion, Consort Zhen's eyes never left him. She said, "Many things in here were arranged by me for you. Every time I see them, I think of you. That's why I never let the servants touch them." Xiao Ming nodded. He could tell that Consort Zhen truly cared for him. He said, "Mother, have you been well in the palace these past 3 years? Did any concubines bully you? If so, tell me, I'll deal with them." Xiao Ming's words warmed Consort Zhen's heart, and tears came again. In the Imperial Palace, there were very few people one could trust. Everyone guarded against and attacked each other. Life was like walking on thin ice. Like every concubine, their only hope was their children. "No one dares bully me. After your great victory in Kangju, the concubines in the palace all respect me more," Consort Zhen said with red eyes. Xiao Ming took out a handkerchief from his robe and wiped her tears, saying, "Mother, it's a pity I can't bring you to Kingzhu. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to be separated." Consort Zhen sighed. "A man's ambition should be far-reaching. Besides, you are a royal prince. As long as you're doing well, I will be at ease. If you can live peacefully and safely, everything I do is worth it." Xiao Ming was even more touched in his heart. To have such a mother was a kind of blessing. Liu Li, with red eyes, advised, "My lady, please don't cry anymore. His Highness coming back is something to be happy about. Crying too much will harm your body." Yes, I won't cry." Consort Zhen wiped her tears and suddenly smiled. "Minger, there's a great joy this time. Your father is discussing with Fei Jai to marry their daughter Fei Yuer to you." Liu Li laughed and said, "Your Highness, Fei Yuer is a famous beauty in Chang'an. She's good at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Most importantly, she's from the Fei family. Even the most erful nobles can't win her over." Xiao Ming had already been told about this by Consort Zhen. He said, "But not many people in Chang'an have seen Fei Yuer. How can they be sure she's beautiful?" Consort Zhen glared at Xiao Ming. "Your temper hasn't changed a bit. Lust is a dangerous path. How can marriage be based on looks as long as she's a daughter of the Fei family? Even if she's ugly, others would still fight to marry her, and you're still being picky. For this matter, your father has talked to Fei Jai many times. Even now, Fei Jai is still unclear. This time, after receiving your rewards, go visit Fei Jai. He cares a lot about face. Just your visit should be enough to settle it. Mother, Fei Jai is being too arrogant. He doesn't even listen to the emperor. Is he trying to rebel? Xiao Ming slapped the table. Consort Zhen gently tapped Xiao Ming. Everyone says you've changed your temper, but I still see the same old you. If your father issued an order, Fei Jai wouldn't dare refuse, but between ruler and subject, there should be proper manners. If not, how could the Fei family stay loyal to your father? You can't force a cow to drink water. While in Chang'an, you must not act recklessly like before. If you do, I'd rather die. Saying this, Consort Zhen started crying again. Xiao Ming was helpless and said, Mother, I'll listen to you. After tomorrow, I'll visit the Fei family. I just hope Fei Jai doesn't make things difficult on purpose. Consort Zhen immediately smiled. That's better. Don't worry. Visiting the Fei family is just a formality. Fei Jai definitely won't make it hard for you. A round red sun had just risen over the horizon when the sound of bells suddenly rang out in Chang'an City. After 3 rounds of bell chimes, the gatekeepers in the city gradually opened the gates of each residential ward. People began appearing on the morning streets, and thin wisps of cooking smoke slowly floated into the sky. Yesterday afternoon, Xiao Ming had stayed at the Jade Water Pavilion until the palace gates were about to close, and only then did Consort Zhen reluctantly let him leave. In Chang'an City, Feng Desui had already prepared a temporary, elegant courtyard for Xiao Ming to stay in. After 7 days of tiring travel, he was already very exhausted. After returning last night, he slept straight through until now. Your Highness, it's time for breakfast. In a little while, you'll probably be summoned to court. After washing up, Lu Luo brought in breakfast. It was made by the cooks who had come with him from the prince's residence. Because of his current status and the political situation in Great Yu, he had to be cautious while traveling. So for this stay in Chang'an, he brought nearly half the staff from his prince's residence to take care of his daily needs. With outsiders around, he always felt uneasy. After eating breakfast, not long passed before a palace eunuch arrived. Xiao Ming changed into a purple round-colored Qilin robe for a vassal prince, wore a golden fish-shaped ornament at his waist, and put on a tupril headband. Then he followed the eunuch to the palace. Outside the gate, Lu Fei and Luo Xin were already waiting for him. When they saw Xiao Ming, the two bowed to him. How does it feel to stay in the Jinwu Guard camp of the Imperial Guards? Xiao Ming asked Lu Fei with a smile. This was Lu Fei's first time in Chang'an, and also his first long trip away from home. Before Lu Fei could reply, Luo Xin laughed and said, Your Highness doesn't know, last night, Lu Fei kept his knife under his pillow the whole time. When I went to wake him this morning, I almost got Ed. Lu Fei snorted and said, When you're away from home, it's always safer to be careful. I did that so I could jump up and protect your Highness at any time, and yet you still slept like a rock. The two started bickering again. Xiao Ming gently shook his head, ignored them, and instead looked at the officials on Zhuke Avenue. In Great Yu, most officials walked to court, so early in the morning you would see them walking in groups, wearing their court robes and heading toward the palace. As the three were walking, someone suddenly called out, Luo Xin. Xiao Ming turned around and saw a man in a purple official robe walking toward them. When Luo Xin saw him, he excitedly called out, Father. This man was Luo Quan. Xiao Ming knew Luo Quan as well and said with a smile, General Luo, it's been a while. Greetings, Your Highness. Luo Quan first greeted Xiao Ming. He had seen the three as soon as they came out, so he quickly walked over to say hello. When Lu Fei found out this was the famous Luo Quan, he looked excited. After Luo Quan greeted Xiao Ming, Lu Fei said, I am Lu Fei. Greetings, great general. After exchanging greetings, Luo Quan smiled and said, I've long heard about Captain Lu Fei of Kingzhu, brave and unmatched. Seeing you today, I can tell from your presence alone. General flatters me. Lu Fei scratched his head with joy. Luo Xin complained, Dad, why do you never say that about me? HMPH, what's there to say compared to Lu Fei? You're still far behind. In Kingzhu, you should learn more from Lu Fei. Luo Quan scolded seriously. Hearing this, Lu Fei looked even prouder and gave Luo Xin a teasing glance. After chatting briefly with Lu Fei, Luo Quan walked alongside Xiao Ming as they headed to the palace. Your Highness, the great victory in Kangju was truly inspiring. When His Majesty gives out rewards, Your Highness will surely be greatly honored, Luo Quan said as they walked. Luo Quan was also someone Xiao Ming planned to win over during this trip. Xiao Ming said directly, I don't really care about rewards, it's just some gold and silver. I only hope that this trip to Chang'an will be smooth and that I won't be given a hard time. Luo Quan smiled bitterly. Your Highness is thinking too simply. With such a big achievement, how could no one make trouble if you outshine the other princes? A lot of people won't be happy. So the general already has some ideas about what will happen in court today, Xiao Ming said with meaning. Your Highness left Chang'an at 13, so you're not very familiar with the political scene here. But after staying a while, you'll understand. Still, Your Highness doesn't need to worry. This time His Majesty supports you. Just respond as needed in court and don't bother giving face to those civil officials. Xiao Ming nodded. Thank you for the advice, General. After this, Luo Quan looked around carefully, then whispered to Xiao Ming, "Your Highness, today's court meeting won't be about rewards, but about the weapon you used in Kangju, the cannon." Xiao Ming's expression shifted slightly. Ever since the battle in Kangju started, he had known the cannon couldn't be kept secret. Although he hadn't mentioned it in the news, judging by Luo Quan's words, the officials in Chang'an already clearly knew how powerful the cannon was in this war. News really does travel fast in Chang'an. I didn't expect them to find out about the cannon so quickly, Xiao Ming said calmly. Luo Quan smiled and said, "Your Highness, Kingzhu kept the cannon news tightly sealed, but Beishan wouldn't keep it secret for you. Now in Chengdu, Beishan is looking for excuses for the loss in Kangju. The cannon is one of them. He says the cannon is unmatched in spits flames, sounds like thunder, and under its shells, cavalry and horses are ed. It kills one person every 10 steps, and no one survives for 1,000 miles. Ha ha ha." Luo Quan's serious tone suddenly made Xiao Ming burst into laughter. Looking confused, Luo Quan asked, "Why is your Highness laughing?" Luo Xin jumped in. "Father, think about it. Is that even possible, killing one person every 10 steps, no one left alive for 1,000 miles? Beishan is clearly exaggerating to shift blame. The cannon is actually similar to a fire tube, just with longer range." Really, Luo Quan was surprised. Right now in Chang'an's political circles, the cannon was being described like some kind of divine weapon. Many generals were eagerly looking forward to it. A lot of people thought the victory in Kangju was entirely because of the cannon, and that if they had it too, they could defeat the barbarians just as easily. "It is just as Luo Xin said," Xiao Ming added. "Since the general said this, I'm guessing that in today's court session, the officials will definitely ask me to hand over the cannon's technology." Luo Quan nodded. This wasn't just the peace faction. Many of the war faction thought the same. The Great Yu Kingdom had been weak for decades. If the cannon could change their disadvantage against the barbarians, of course they wanted the technology. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Ming asked, "Is that what the general wants too?" Luo Quan replied, "No. I only hope the Imperial guards can get the cannon. As for the other vassal princes, giving them the cannon would be like handing them a sword to threaten the royal family." Golden sunlight blanketed the palace buildings, and the early morning palace seemed to radiate a strong aura of auspiciousness. Luo Quan's words made Xiao Ming nod slightly. He wasn't agreeing to give the cannons to the Imperial guards, but he did agree with Luo Quan's distrust of the vassal lords. This was exactly what a loyal general should say, and a reason that made Luo Quan worth winning over. "This cannon production technology, I will give it to no one," Xiao Ming answered Luo Quan with a firm tone. "Your Highness, this." Luo Quan looked confused, even slightly angry. It was understandable if Xiao Ming didn't want to give it to other vassal lords, but to refuse even the Imperial guards who were directly under the emperor, this he couldn't understand. Lu Fei, standing behind, let out a big sigh of relief. He had truly been worried Xiao Ming might agree too easily. Luo Xin seemed deep in thought. Luo Quan's reaction was just as Xiao Ming had expected. Once he said this in court, the minister's reactions would be even stronger. But before that, he needed to win over Luo Quan's support in court. He explained, "General, the Imperial court is no longer truly the royal court." "How can the Imperial guards still be called royal? Be honest with yourself. Are the guards now all truly loyal to the royal family?" Luo Quan was instantly speechless. He admitted that's not true. Many officers in the Imperial Guard come from noble families of other vassal states. If that's the case, giving cannon technology to the guards is no different than giving it to the vassal lords, Xiao Ming said calmly. Luo Xin agreed, "Exactly, father. His Highness is right. If the cannon technology falls into the hands of the vassal lords, it's only a matter of time before the barbarians get it too. When that happens, combining cannons with their cavalry, Great Yu will face even greater hardship. But does that mean your Highness plans to hoard the cannon technology?" Luo Quan still felt uneasy. The Warhawks had just seen hope in shifting the balance against the barbarians with cannons. Now Xiao Ming's refusal seemed to crush that hope. Xiao Ming chuckled lightly and said, "General, don't worry, I haven't finished. Whether it's the Imperial guards or the northern vassals fighting the barbarians, what they need is cannons, not the technology. To prevent the technology from being stolen by the barbarians, I believe it's safest to keep it in Kingzhu. As for the cannons, I can sell them to the court and the 3 northern lords. Isn't that me already being very generous after all? These cannons are a matter of life and death for Kingzhu." Luo Quan immediately relaxed. At least Xiao Ming hadn't gone too far. What he said did make some sense. If cannon technology spread, it would be more harmful than beneficial, especially with how complicated the current situation in Chang'an was. "Your Highness is righteous. I misjudged you," Luo Quan said. "It's nothing. The reason I'm telling you this, General, is because I hope you can speak on my behalf in court later. After all, I stand alone. If I say it myself, it might attract criticism. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll argue on your behalf in court," Luo Quan replied. In his eyes, Xiao Ming clearly intended to firmly hold on to the canon technology in court, and by speaking up for him, he could gain some favor. Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction. Now that the canons had been exposed, there was no way Xiao Ming could keep them to himself, that was clear. Even Xiao Wengxuan wouldn't stay calm. He would definitely want to equip a cannon unit to maintain deterrence against the Golden Horde and to have bargaining at the negotiating table. Moreover, cannons involved national interest. Even if Xiao Ming made great contributions, if he made a wrong move here, he would still be cursed by the public, which would be terrible for developing his territory. So after discussing with Zhan Xingcheng, Pang Yukun, Niu Ben, and others, Xiao Ming decided to sell the cannons but not share the technology. This would be morally justifiable and silence public opinion. And historically, what makes the most money selling weapons? Once sold, cannonballs and gunpowder are consumables, and maintenance is also costly. Once his military factories became profitable, he would have funds to continue upgrading industrial technology, buy materials, and develop more weapons. Also, once the Northern Lords bought Xiao Ming's cannons, they would be wary of him. After all, if he refused to sell more, wouldn't they go crazy, especially since the Imperial Guard would surely get cannons first, breaking the military balance. In short, Xiao Ming would be holding their lifeline. But Xiao Ming wasn't foolish. He wouldn't sell the most powerful cannons. Like modern arms sales, he would create an export version to ensure his military edge. For example, if his cannon had a range of 3 miles, he would only sell ones that reached 1 or 2 miles. Then, when his cannon's range and improved, he'd sell the 3-mile version. Constant upgrades would naturally trigger new rounds of purchases, giving him a steady stream of income. While discussing the cannon issue, the 4 of them arrived at the Chang'an Hall. Court hadn't started yet, and ministers stood in small groups chatting. Xiao Ming's arrival immediately drew attention. Many generals swarmed over to greet him. Xiao Ming didn't know many of them, but still returned each greeting. Dear nephew, dear nephew. As Xiao Ming was exchanging pleasantries, a familiar voice rang out. A chubby man squeezed through the crowd. It was the Prince of Wei. Dear nephew, I've been waiting for you in Chang'an for days. The Prince of Wei came up and gave Xiao Ming a heavy pat on the shoulder, looking affectionate. Xiao Ming winced from the slap. His victory in Kangju had brought him great merit, and the Prince of Wei had benefited too. He'd already heard from Feng Deshui that the prince had written to the emperor listing all the coal, iron, and saltpeter he had supplied, clearly asking for credit. So now the prince was desperate to see Xiao Ming, afraid he wouldn't get his support in court. He wanted to visit yesterday, but Xiao Ming was in the palace all day, and by the time he returned, the city was under curfew, making it inconvenient for the prince to go out. Third uncle, if I hadn't been delayed yesterday, I would have gone to visit you. This Kangju victory was thanks to your support with provisions, Xiao Ming said, fully aware of the prince's intentions. Now that Kangju was secure, Xiao Ming was ready to grow the economy. Building ties with the Prince of Wei was necessary. Though they may hate each other, they still had to put on a show of harmony. After all, who wants to argue with money? Loud laughter echoed in the Chang'an Hall. The King of Wei was all smiles. Today, Xiao Ming unexpectedly gave him some face. He pulled Xiao Ming aside and said, Dear nephew, this great victory in Kangju, you are the main hero. But your royal uncle provided a lot of money, food, and supplies, so I deserve some credit too. On the court later, you should go easy on me. Third royal uncle, this time our father ordered us both to defend Kingzhu, so this credit should belong to both of us. I won't fight over the merit, but later you must fully support me in return. Oh, go ahead, tell me what you want. The King of Wei was delighted. If Xiao Ming needed his help, things would be much easier. Xiao Ming smiled mysteriously. With your wisdom, uncle, you'll understand soon enough. As they were speaking, Feng Deshui suddenly walked into the hall and loudly announced, His Majesty has arrived. All the ministers quickly returned to their places and stood straight. Xiao Ming and the King of Wei stood with the other princes. When Xiao Ming had been chatting with the officials, the princes stood by coldly. After he approached, they gave him only a polite nod. He didn't care much for their attitude. Even the crown prince acted this way. Xiao Ming couldn't help but sneer inside. No wonder people said this crown prince was useless. He didn't even understand basic manners. Long live the emperor. Xiao Wengxuan sat on the dragon throne and the crowd shouted in unison. After the chant, Xiao Wengxuan fixed his gaze on Xiao Ming. My dear officials, I believe you've already seen the King of Qi and the King of Wei this morning. The great victory in Kangju has brought glory to our country and made the barbarians retreat in defeat. For decades, our great Yu Empire hasn't had such a win. I summoned the King of Qi and the King of Wei here to reward their merits. Xiao Wengxuan was full of pride. He looked at Xiao Ming and the King of Wei with a happy smile. The King of Wei looked pleased and said loudly, Your Majesty, as a border prince, defending the country is our duty. Without your strong support, neither I nor the King of Qi could have won this battle. Xiao Ming glanced at the King of Wei. He thought to himself, this old fox sure knows how to flatter while staying humble. He followed up, third royal uncle is right. Without father's full support, Kangju might have already fallen into barbarian hands. There wouldn't have been a battle, let alone a victory. So rather than say this is my merit, it's truly father's achievement. Though you were in Chang'an, father, you commanded as if 1,000 miles away. My admiration for you flows like the endless Yangtze River, continuous and mighty. The officials were all stunned. The entire hall was filled with Xiao Ming's flattery that gave people goosebumps. On the throne, Xiao Wengshuan's smile grew wider. Even he felt embarrassed by the praise, but he had to admit, Xiao Ming's compliments were creative and poetic. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Wengshuan finally burst out laughing. At that moment, Xiao Ming stopped. When it came to flattery, could the King of Wei possibly beat all the jokes stored in Xiao Ming's brain? Officials led by Qi Hao felt uneasy. They thought they were shameless, but this guy was on another level. The crown prince and the other princes were visibly uncomfortable. Xiao Ming used to be useless and couldn't even flatter well. When did he become so skilled? The King of Wei was stunned, but secretly gave Xiao Ming a thumbs up. No emperor dislikes being flattered, especially when Xiao Ming gave him most of the credit for the victory. He said, King of Qi, don't be too modest. Though I planned the war, you fought it. You deserve the greatest merit. Tell me, what reward do you want before coming here? Xiao Ming had already discussed this with Pang Yukun and others. For officials, such a victory would mean promotion and reward, but for a prince there's no promotion. Gold and silver wouldn't be much, and it wasn't worth asking for. What mattered now was planning for future strategy. So he said, Father, I don't want any reward. Although the barbarians lost this time, it was only a small defeat. Their strength is mostly intact. Kangju is still in danger. If I want to keep my land safe, I must retake Shanhai Pass. So I am planning to drive the barbarians out of Yuzhou and take back the pass. But I need your approval on one matter. As soon as Xiao Ming mentioned retaking Shanhai Pass, the ministers started whispering. Many showed mocking expressions. Everyone knew barbarians were bad at sieging cities. This victory relied heavily on defending and using cannons, but fighting barbarians on the open plains was a totally different matter. What is it? Just say it. If I can agree, I will, said Xiao Wengshuan. He was delighted by Xiao Ming's ambition. I want to form a cavalry unit called the Guaning Iron Cavalry. These soldiers will be recruited from the former residents of Yuzhou. To boost their spirit to reclaim their homeland, I promise them that whoever helps take back Shanhai Pass will be rewarded with land in Yuzhou, Xiao Ming said seriously. Right after Xiao Ming finished speaking, a court official stepped out and shouted, Your Majesty, you must not allow this. King of Qi has sinister motives. If you agree, it's the same as giving Yuzhou to him. His territory will become the largest in Great Yu. Heh, what a joke, Minister Qi. Another official stepped forward and mocked Qi Hao. Yuzhou is under barbarian control. Letting King of Qi drive them out is better than feeding enemy troops. He is royal blood. Don't you know which side is heavier? Minister Fang is right, said General Luo Quan. Some ministers clearly have evil thoughts. Sometimes I wonder, do they serve Great Yu or the barbarians? Qi Hao was shaking with anger. He turned to the emperor and said, Your Majesty, according to our sources, King of Qi has made a weapon called a cannon. It's extremely powerful. That's why he won the war. If we let him control Yuzhou too, he'll become too powerful to control. As soon as the word cannon was spoken, every official turned to look at Qi Hao. Xiao Ming sneered. So this was Qi Hao's real plan, to bring up the cannon in court. The court was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The ministers looked at Xiao Ming, each with their own thoughts. After a while, Emperor Xiao Wengshuan looked at Xiao Ming and asked, Prince Qi, is this cannon matter true? Xiao Ming replied, Father Emperor, the cannon is real. However, I simply changed the name of the fire tube. The cannon looks similar to the fire tube, but its range has been increased. I see. Xiao Wengshuan nodded. Xiao Ming did not hide the matter of the cannon, which made him feel reassured. At this point, Qi Hao said, Since that's the case, Your Highness should hand over the cannon technology. Whether it's a fire tube or a cannon, as long as it can defeat the barbarians, Your Highness should contribute it for the sake of the Great Yu Empire. With just a few words, the topic in court shifted from rewarding achievements to demanding the cannon technology. This shift in focus was exactly what Qi Hao and his faction intended. They were unhappy that the Prince of Qi and Prince Wei would receive rewards. For Qi Hao, extracting the cannon technology was his true goal. Hand over the cannon technology, Qi Dafu. You're so concerned about this tech, it makes me uneasy. Everyone knows you're always soft on the barbarians, practically licking their toes. If I hand over the cannon tech, are you planning to gift it to the barbarians? Xiao Ming said coldly. Your Highness, how could you insult this old official like that I have always acted for the peace of Great Yu, and yet you doubt my loyalty? Your Majesty, you must stand up for me. With that, Qi Hao fell to his knees and cried out, Xiao Wengshuan frowned. Although Xiao Ming's words were harsh, they served as a reminder. He said, Prince Qi, your temperament hasn't changed at all. Apologize to Minister Qi. Father Emperor, your son is not wrong, so why should I apologize? This is a matter of national importance. We can't share it lightly. The country is plagued by internal and external troubles. I happen to find a way to increase the range of the fire tube. Now Qi Dafu demands that I hand over the technology. I ask you, Father, if this tech is handed over, can the Weaponry Bureau in Chang'an ensure it won't be leaked? There are many in Great Yu secretly colluding with the barbarians, and I believe you know that. If the barbarians get this tech, never mind reclaiming Shanghai Pass, even Kangju may be reduced to rubble. By then, who will turn the tide? Xiao Ming said anxiously. Seventh brother, if you hand over the cannon tech, naturally others will turn the tide. Or do you think you're the only one in Great Yu who can fight a war? A mocking voice came. It was the fourth prince. You speak so lightly, fourth brother. It's true you're no good at fighting, but you're quite good at scheming. That assassin from last year, I think I'm starting to figure things out, Xiao Ming said with a sinister smile. The fourth prince's face turned pale. If Xiao Ming pursued this matter now with his current merit, the emperor would surely be furious. He quickly defended himself. I had nothing to do with it. Oh, I haven't even asked yet. Why are you in such a hurry to explain? Fourth brother Xiao Ming smiled. The fourth prince was both angry and anxious, realizing he had walked into Xiao Ming's trap. Xiao Wengshuan frowned deeply. He sternly asked Xiao Ming, have you gotten to the bottom of the assassin matter? Before Xiao Ming could respond, the fourth prince suddenly said, Father Emperor, I think Prince Qi has a point. The cannon tech must not be given out lightly. If it falls into the wrong hands, it would be a disaster for Great Yu. His sudden shift in attitude clearly indicated he wanted to make a deal with Xiao Ming. The fourth prince even signaled him with his eyes, confirming Xiao Ming's suspicion. Xiao Ming sneered internally and said, Father Emperor, I have not yet found conclusive evidence. Xiao Wengshuan's eyes swept between Xiao Ming and the fourth prince. He snorted, understanding what was going on, but chose not to pursue it. He then turned to the other ministers and said, What do the rest of you think, Your Majesty? I believe Prince Qi is right. The cannon technology should not be casually handed to the Weaponry Bureau. For safety, why not let the Imperial Army buy the cannons from Prince Qi instead? This way, the army gets the weapon, and the technology remains safe. Luo Quan chimed in to support. Xiao Wengshuan already had a plan in mind. This was a perfect opportunity to strengthen Imperial He clearly understood the risk of handing the cannon tech to the Weaponry Bureau. From the beginning, he had no intention of doing so. In recent years, he'd felt his body weakening. He also realized that the struggles between princes were influenced by non-royal vassals behind the scenes. He suddenly recalled a teaching from Emperor Geazu Xiao Yuanji. The struggle between royal princes is a matter of the royal family, but external vassals are a national issue. It's better to let the princes fight among themselves and let the strongest rule Great Yu than to allow a non-royal prince to usurp the throne. With this in mind, he decided not to demand the cannon tech. If princes backed by external vassals obtained the tech, they would immediately pass it to those vassals. The same was true for disloyal ministers. Instead of taking that risk, he would allow access to the weapon but not the knowledge. And for his own safety, Xiao Ming would surely guard the cannon's secret closely. Your Majesty, I also believe Prince Qi is right. This cannon must not be handed out freely. If the barbarians get it, it'll be dangerous. Prince Wei finally spoke in support of Xiao Ming. After all, Xiao Ming was family, and he had no fondness for those external vassals. Prince Wei's words helped Xiao Wengshuan make up his mind. He said, this cannon matter is of great importance. For safety, the technology will remain in Kingzhu. However, if the Imperial Army wants to buy cannons, you must not refuse. Xiao Ming was delighted. This cannon issue was now resolved. Xiao Wengshuan proved himself shrewd. The cannon could deter not only the barbarians, but also non-royal vassals. The louder Qi Dafu yelled, the more anxious those vassals must be. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Qi Hao looked as if all hope was lost. Wise decision, Father Emperor. Xiao Ming complimented him again. Xiao Wengshuan nodded. He had known beforehand that Qi Hao would bring up the cannon issue and had purposely allowed Feng Deshui to leak the idea of demanding the technology. As expected, Qi Hao raised the issue in court, but Qi Hao was still too naive for him. He had merely used Qi Hao's mouth to raise the cannon topic and used that to naturally get Xiao Ming to supply weapons. There's no need to discuss the cannon anymore. I will work it out with Prince Qi. Today's court meeting is about rewards, not to make things difficult for him. Otherwise, wouldn't that chill the hearts of our soldiers who fought in the Kangju battle? Xiao Wengshuan said with a note of anger. Qi Hao was furious inside. He had always prided himself on reading Xiao Wengshuan well, but had failed miserably this time. Still, he was unwilling to give up and said, Your Majesty, even if the canon tech is not handed over, we mustn't let Prince Qi take control of Yuzhu so easily. In that case, Minister Qi, go reclaim Yuzhu for me. In fact, all of you, whoever can win back Yuzhu, it will belong to him. Xiao Wengshuan roared and stood up. Your Majesty, please forgive us. All the ministers had never seen Emperor Xiao Wengshuan this angry before. Qi Hao was so frightened that he trembled and immediately begged for forgiveness. HMPH, all of you stand on the shore acting all righteous. Do you really think I'm a fool if we can't take back Yuzhu? Then it belongs to the barbarians. Xiao Wengshuan continued speaking. Then he looked around the entire Chang'an hall and said, since you all disagree with Prince Qi's plan, fine, I'll give you the chance. Whoever takes back the land of Yuzhu, I will reward them with that land. Do you dare? Qi Hao and the other civil officials immediately shrank back, not daring to speak. They were good at arguing, but when it came to real battle, they were too scared to fight. After waiting a while with no one speaking, Xiao Wengshuan sneered, it seems no one else is willing to go to the grasslands and fight for me. In that case, I grant Prince Qi's request as a reward. Thank you, Father, Xiao Ming bowed. It had to be said, just now Xiao Wengshuan finally acted like a true emperor, full of authority. Xiao Wengshuan sat back on the dragon throne and looked at Prince Wei. Prince Wei, what reward do you want, Your Majesty? Your brother only wants to ask if Prince Qi could sell me some cannons, Prince Wei said hesitantly. The third prince immediately said with suspicion, third uncle, it's understandable that the northern lords like Prince Xiao and Prince Liang need cannons to defend against the barbarians. But what do you need them for, Prince Wei? The third prince has a point. Why do you need cannons? Xiao Wengshuan also frowned. Prince Wei sighed and said, Your Majesty doesn't know, but your brother needs the cannons to defend against pirates from the sea. In recent years, my trading ships have often been attacked by pirates. These pirates also raid the coastal areas. They come ashore in thousands or tens of thousands and retreat back to the sea after robbing. It's a real headache. When he mentioned these pirates, the third prince went quiet. That's because Prince Chu's territory had also suffered pirate raids. That made this a good reason. He said, Father, there are also pirates in Prince Chu's land, so I think third uncle's words make sense. Prince Wei glanced at the third prince and thought to himself that he was indeed smart. By supporting him now, it meant Prince Chu could also buy cannons easily. Xiao Ming just watched from the side. The more people wanted cannons, the more money he would make. But what Prince Wei said about pirates made Xiao Ming frown. These pirates were clearly from an island nation. In real history, pirates often attacked the coast. It seemed they existed in this world too, though Xiao Ming didn't remember much about them. And let me think about it, Xiao Wengshuan didn't agree right away. He was a bit annoyed. Xiao Ming and Prince Wei didn't ask for normal rewards but instead gave him new problems. Looking a bit tired, Xiao Wengshuan said something to Feng Deshui. Feng Deshui then announced, if there's anything to report, speak up. If not, court is dismissed. This morning meeting ended with Qi Hao losing badly. Not only did he fail to get the cannon technology, but he was also scolded harshly by the emperor. It was clear to everyone that Xiao Wengshuan's attitude towards the barbarians had changed. It was obvious that the Prower faction would now have the strongest voice in court for some time. After court ended, the ministers left one by one. Xiao Ming had got what he wanted, so he was very satisfied. Prince Wei, however, looked worried and gloomy. After a quick greeting with Xiao Ming and promising to treat him to wine another day, he left in a hurry. Xiao Ming laughed to himself. Prince Wei's reason about pirates was fake. He really wanted to use the cannons to threaten Prince Chu and Prince Yan. Just as he was leaving the Chang'an hall, Feng Deshui suddenly came over and said, Your Highness, the emperor wants to see you behind the hall. Xiao Ming followed Feng Deshui through a turn and reached a pavilion behind Chang'an hall. Xiao Wengshuan was standing there. Father, Xiao Ming bowed. Xiao Wengshuan turned to look at him and asked slowly, Here, it's just the two of us. Be honest with me, how powerful are the cannons really, Father? I don't dare to lie. These cannons are developed from fire lances. Their and range are dozens of times stronger. As long as the city is well defended and the soldiers are brave, it's not hard to hold a city, Xiao Ming answered truthfully. Xiao Wengshuan nodded. You know the situation of our great Yu Empire. I didn't send troops to help you because I was afraid that Prince Xiao and others would seize the chance to rebel, not because I didn't care. Today, although Qi Hao spoke so confidently, I knew exactly who was behind him. So Father already knew. I was worried you might really make me give up the cannon technology, Xiao Ming said. If it were 20 years ago, I definitely would have made you hand it over, Xiao Wengshuan sighed. But now I'm old. I must think of the future of the Xiao family's empire. With the cannons in your hands, I feel reassured because you're part of the royal family. After a pause, Xiao Wengshuan continued, though I'm not forcing you to give up the technology. The first batch of cannons must go to the Imperial guards. Understand? Yes, Father, Xiao Ming replied. Xiao Wengshuan asked again, so when can the first batch of cannons arrive in Chang'an? He was very interested in the cannons. Half a year, Xiao Ming said. Half a year, Xiao Wengxuan was angry. Why does it take so long, father? Cannons are very difficult to make, and we don't even have enough for Kangju yet. We have to make those first. Also, cannons need a lot of coal and iron. Even a clever woman can't cook without rice, Xiao Ming complained. In truth, Xiao Ming was just making a big promise to impress everyone. He agreed to sell cannons, but when to deliver them was entirely up to him. No, that's too slow. I want to see the first batch in 3 months. If you lack coal and iron, I'll give it to you. If you lack money, I'll transfer funds to you. These cannons must be equipped to the Imperial guards and placed on Chang'an's city walls, Xiao Wengxuan said firmly. He was clearly still angry about being humiliated by the barbarians and the Erfel nobles last time. In that case, I'll try my best. But in 3 months, I can only provide 24 cannons. Each cannon costs 10,000 taels of silver. I hope father can pay first, Xiao Ming said. HMPH, I knew you'd ask for a high price. 8,000 taels per cannon, no more. You cover the rest yourself, Xiao Wengxuan said harshly. Xiao Ming acted like he was reluctant. If that's the case, I'll just take the loss, he said. But in his heart, he thought if he had known, he would have asked for an even higher price. The maple trees behind Chengqing Hall rustled in the autumn wind, red leaves fluttering down. After discussing the matter of the cannons, the two fell into silence. After a while, Emperor Xiao Wengxuan seemed to make up his mind and finally said, Minger, are you still angry with me? In Xiao Ming's memory, Xiao Wengxuan hadn't called him by name like this since he was 10. Startled for a moment, Xiao Ming replied, this son wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare, heh? But you didn't say you aren't. Looks like you still hold resentment against me. Xiao Wengxuan gave a bitter laugh. As he aged, he had become more sentimental. In the past, he wouldn't have cared what his sons thought of him. Xiao Ming cursed inwardly. Truthfully, he didn't really hate Xiao Wengxuan. After all, he was just an imposter. And in recent days, after reading through the historical records, he knew that in the Great Yu Empire, many princes were either exiled or killed. Xiao Ming surviving until now was already a miracle. This son truly doesn't resent father. If not for you, I would still be lost in the pleasures of Chang'an, and how could I now contribute even a little to the Great Yu Empire? Xiao Ming said sincerely. Xiao Wengxuan turned and stared into Xiao Ming's eyes, as if trying to see through him. Xiao Ming was unafraid, his expression remained genuine. In a country like the Great Yu, where rank and hierarchy were so strict, most princes would feel nervous being stared at like this. But Xiao Ming came from a world where everyone was equal, so he didn't understand this kind of hierarchy. Facing the emperor, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he was curious about what being a ruler truly meant. In history books, emperors were usually labeled simply wise or foolish, but few cared about what kind of people they really were. If that's true, then I'm relieved. My efforts weren't in vain, Xiao Wengxuan said slowly. Father Xiao Ming looked confused. At this point, he already had a good idea what Xiao Wengxuan was going to say. As expected, Xiao Wengxuan said, among all the concubines, only your mother had no background. Likewise, among all the princes, only you lacked support from noble clans. If I had kept you in Chang'an back then with your unruly personality, you might have been dead by now. But I must admit, I truly disliked you at the time because of your rebellious nature, so I gave you Kingzhu as your domain. That way, even if you caused trouble, it wouldn't be too serious, and being far from Chang'an, the other princes would forget you. Even if the crown prince ascended the throne, he wouldn't see you as a threat. You could live out your life in peace. This was also my way of keeping a promise to your mother. Xiao Wengxuan's tone was cold, as if he were simply telling a story. Xiao Ming was a little surprised that Xiao Wengxuan was really opening up to him, so he said, in the past, it was my fault for wasting father's good intentions. But I've changed now and will never let you down again. The great victory in Kangju has proven that. I didn't expect it, but I'm very pleased. Living a quiet life can preserve your safety, but as a prince, being able to serve your country is a blessing for the royal family. From now on, never forget your original intention. Assist the new emperor as your third uncle has assisted me. This son understands, Xiao Ming replied with a bow. He knew well that he wasn't in line for the throne. After all, traditional law dictated that the eldest is favored over the youngest. Moreover, while Xiao Wengxuan had protected him, he had never shown particular favor, just as Pang Yukan had analyzed. Xiao Wengxuan's true favorite was the crown prince. As for him, Xiao Wengxuan was simply fulfilling a father's duty, and it was also to ease consort Zhen's worries. But to Xiao Ming, that didn't matter. What did matter was that Xiao Wengxuan's attitude toward him had clearly changed. That change was more like how he treated the king of Wei, a sign of trust and value, and that was far more valuable than simple affection. Affection might be an emotional bias, but trust and recognition affected both feelings and logic. Xiao Wengxuan now valued him both emotionally and practically. That alone made Xiao Ming very satisfied. This trip to Chang'an had two goals: to find some allies and to help maintain internal stability in the Great Yu Empire. So far, the cannons were enough to intimidate the barbarians and the vassals for a while. During this period of peace, Xiao Ming needed the right time, place, and people to develop Kingzhu. Now he had the time and place, he just needed the people. Cozying up to the King of Wei was the start of building his network. But in his eyes, the most valuable connection to invest in was still Xiao Wengshuan. So even without the father-son relationship, Xiao Ming would still try to win Xiao Wengshuan over during this trip to Chang'an. That's why he acted just the way Xiao Wengshuan liked. Good, remember that. Your fief borders the King of Wei's. Learn from him. In the future, don't have any wild ambitions, or I won't be able to tolerate you, Xiao Wengshuan said sternly, clearly a warning against rebellion. This son wouldn't dare. Xiao Ming remained submissive but thought to himself, once you're gone, it won't be up to you. If the new emperor is wise, fine. If not, don't blame me. I've said what I needed to. Now that you've proven loyal in protecting the royal family, I will naturally reward you more, Xiao Wengshuan said, now smiling. Xiao Ming chuckled inwardly. Xiao Wengshuan really knew how to play both the stick and the carrot. The serious talk over, Xiao Wengshuan asked Xiao Ming about trivial things, like whether he had gotten used to life in Kingzhu, whether the food suited him, and so on. Though small, these questions showed genuine care from a father. Compared to earlier conversations, this part made Xiao Ming feel more like a real son. Back in Kingzhu, he had only guessed at Xiao Wengshuan's character based on memory. But now, he could see that Xiao Wengshuan wasn't exactly a wise ruler, but neither was he a fool. At least in critical moments, he could still be counted on. After weighing it all, Xiao Ming thought maintaining a good relationship with Xiao Wengshuan was definitely a smart move. So he said, Father, I brought a very fine gift for you on this trip. I'm sure you'll like it. What gift? Emperor Wengshuan's interest was piqued. Recently, Xiao Ming had sent all sorts of strange and fascinating items to Chang'an, so he was curious about this one. Reporting to Father Emperor, this gift is quite heavy. It wasn't brought with me but is being transported separately by merchant ships via canal. It should arrive in a couple of days, at which point I will personally deliver it to you, Xiao Ming replied. Emperor Wengshuan felt a warmth in his heart. You've put thought into this. HMPH, unlike your brothers, who do nothing but scheme all day and never spare a thought for anything else. He waved his hand dismissively. In that case, go attend to your own matters. Your mother must have mentioned the Fei family to you. I spent quite some time persuading Fei Jai. You should pay them a visit while you're here. Since returning to Chang'an isn't easy for you, stay a while longer. There's also a military competition coming up. If you're interested, you might learn something from it. Understood, Father Emperor. This son takes his leave. Xiao Ming bowed and turned to depart. Watching Xiao Ming's retreating figure, Feng Deshui smiled and said, Your Majesty, Prince Qi has matured quite a bit. He could prove very useful now. Feng Deshui had served Emperor Wengshuan since childhood and was one of his most trusted confidants. Emperor Wengshuan sighed. I never expected Xiao Ming to change so much in just a few years. It seems I underestimated him before. This son of mine stays silent only to astonish when he speaks, remains still only to soar when he moves. Indeed. Now with Prince Qi in Kingzhu and Prince Wei in Jinling, the north can keep Princes Zhao and Liang in check, while the south restrains Princes Yan and Chu. The Great Yu will be more stable this way. Emperor Wengshuan nodded thoughtfully. If that's the case, perhaps we should have Xiao Ming sell cannons to Prince Wei as well. Feng Deshui was skilled at whispering suggestions, but never dared to overstep on matters of state. Your Majesty, this old servant knows nothing of such things. HMPH. You don't know, or you pretend not to. If we give cannons to Prince Wei, we'll have to give them to Prince Chu as well. Otherwise, the ministers will accuse me of favoritism. The thought gave Emperor Wengshuan a headache. Feng Deshui's eyes flickered. Why trouble yourself over this? Your Majesty, Chang'an doesn't produce cannons. Even if you wished to distribute them, you couldn't. Ha, well said. Emperor Wengshuan suddenly laughed. In that case, I'll leave this problem to Xiao Ming. What's a nuisance to me is a chance for him to make silver. 8,000 taels per cannon, he's got nerve. I'd wager the actual cost is only 10 times that of a fire lance, no more than 2,000 or 3,000 taels at most. Let him handle a few troubles for me, it's only fair. Had Xiao Ming heard this, he would have been stunned. Emperor Wengshuan was sharper than he appeared. Historical records showed that even the famed red cannons of the late Ming Dynasty cost only around 2,500 taels each. And the cannons produced by Kingzhu's machinery department were priced similarly. By the time Xiao Ming exited the palace, Lu Fei was already waiting for him. Where's Luo Xin? Why isn't he with you? Xiao Ming asked. Lu Fei grinned. General Luo took him away. Back in Chang'an, he's like a fish returned to water. Why bother about him? Your Highness. Xiao Ming glanced at the sun and then at his shadow. It was still early, likely around 9 in the morning. The day had only just begun. Thinking of Consort Zhen and Emperor Wengshuan's words, he wondered if he should visit the Fei family. but since most of the gifts he had brought from Kingzhu hadn't arrived yet, he dismissed the idea. Showing up empty-handed would be impolite. Just then, he noticed Lu Fei fidgeting, as if hesitating over something. "What is it? Spit it out," Xiao Ming said bluntly. Lu Fei chuckled sheepishly. "Your Highness, they say Chang'an is a city of flowers and pleasures, a paradise of wealth and beauty. Since we've come all this way to receive rewards, shouldn't Your Highness show this humble general a good time, make the journey worthwhile? Just say you want to visit a brothel. Must you phrase it so delicately?" Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. In the Great Yu Empire, polygamy was as normal as monogamy in the modern world, and legally protected. Gender inequality aside, the most pressing issue in ancient times was the demographic imbalance. War, disease, and forced labor disproportionately killed men, especially in Kingzhu, where the barbarian invasion 3 years ago had worsened the gender disparity. For Xiao Ming, encouraging monogamy now would be as impractical as enforcing a one-child policy. What he needed was population growth. Without a strong demographic base, a nation could never achieve a complete industrial system. Why did only a few major Urs in his past life have full industrial systems, while smaller nations remained mere assembly lines? Because population determined potential. More people meant more talent, and only with talent could a nation develop comprehensively. So accepting this reality, Xiao Ming had come to tolerate, if not endorse, polygamy. Policies had to adapt to circumstances, not personal ideals. "No, I can't take you to those places," Xiao Ming said firmly, ignoring Lu Fei's pleading look. Lu Fei grumbled under his breath. "Your Highness forbids the commoners to light lamps while officials set fires. Use your brain." Xiao Ming snapped. "Common brothels are off-limits. Imperial law forbids officials from visiting them. Only the Court Entertainment Bureau is permitted. Just like polygamy, visiting pleasure houses was socially acceptable in the Great Yu. However, officials were strictly prohibited from frequenting common brothels. The only exception was the Court Entertainment Bureau, where official courtesans served. These women were usually from disgraced noble families or trained from a young age to cater to scholars and officials. Unlike ordinary prostitutes, they were skilled in poetry, music, and painting, making them the preferred companions for high-ranking banquets and social gatherings. Lu Fei's eyes gleamed. He knew the Court Entertainment Bureau was far more refined than common brothels. After all, these women entertained the empire's elite. "Your Highness, this general misunderstood you." Lu Fei grinned eagerly. "But I still can't go." Xiao Ming hesitated before delivering the final blow. Lu Fei's face fell. "Your Highness might as well not have mentioned it at all. Now you're just teasing me." On Suzaku Avenue, Xiao Ming and Lu Fei walked slowly, one in front and one behind. Now living in Chang'an, even though Xiao Ming missed the affairs of Kingzhu, since things were not yet settled, he couldn't go back. With nothing to do, he felt very relaxed. But life in Chang'an was indeed boring, or else Lu Fei wouldn't be so idle as to want to visit the brothel to relieve boredom. Facing Lu Fei's slightly resentful expression, Xiao Ming smiled and explained, "Father has granted me a marriage soon. At this time, going to such a place is really inappropriate. You'd better go with Luo Xin instead. To tell the truth, Your Highness, it was that kid who just talked a lot about such things and got me all fired up." Who knew that kid would be dragged back by General Luo? Xiao Ming gritted his teeth with frustration. So this was why Lu Fei suddenly brought it up. It turned out to be the fault of Luo Xin, that spoiled rich kid. As the two were talking, suddenly Luo Xin's voice came from far away. Before long, he arrived in front of them. At this moment, Xiao Ming asked curiously, "Didn't Lu Fei say that General Luo took you back? Why are you back again, Your Highness? I just went to ask about something." "Since Your Highness came to Chang'an, my main job is still to serve you," Luo Xin grinned. Xiao Ming looked at Lu Fei, who was staring at Luo Xin with a murderous look, and said, "You'd better serve Lu Fei, or he might beat you up." "Ha ha ha." Luo Xin laughed at Lu Fei's expression and said, "Your Highness, I know you're going to visit the Fei residence soon, so of course we can't go to the brothel. Otherwise, my father would beat me to death. But Your Highness, did you forget what day it is today?" "What day?" Xiao Ming asked, confused. "It's the Autumn Drying Festival on the 9th of September, Luo Xin suddenly said. Xiao Ming immediately understood. The 9th of September is actually the modern Qingyang festival, but in the Great Yu Kingdom it is called the Autumn Drying Festival. Every year at this time, the scholars and poets of Chang'an gather at Qujiang Lake to drink and enjoy chrysanthemums. Because the Autumn Drying Festival also has another meaning. It's about walking and enjoying the autumn. "I'm not interested," Xiao Ming said lazily. In the past, when he was in Chang'an, his former self used to enjoy going to Qujiang Lake every year around this time, but usually he would end up being humiliated by other princes and then leave in anger. After all, drinking and admiring chrysanthemums naturally includes writing poetry, which in modern terms is basically a day for scholars to show off. Because at the same time, there would be 2 poetry gatherings at Qujiang Lake. The poetry gatherings are divided into two sides, separated by a curtain, one side for men, the other for women. Your Highness, if you don't go this time, you'll definitely regret it. This year's poetry gathering is hosted by Princess Pingyang herself. It's said that many noble ladies from Chang'an will be there, especially talented women from famous families. It's even said that Lady Fei Yuer, your future bride, will be among them. Saying this, Luo Xin calmly smiled. What poetry gathering nonsense. His Highness won't go. I want to go to the brothel. What's so great about poems? Lu Fei shouted loudly, almost ready to roll up his sleeves. Luo Xin said unhappily, which is more important. What's under your pants or His Highness's matters? Looks like you haven't spent enough time in the little black room. At the mention of this, Lu Fei suddenly got angry. Say little black room again, I dare you. Seeing Lu Fei was really angry, Luo Xin immediately softened and said seriously, anyway, going to the brothel now is useless. On this day, all the best courtesans are already at Qujiang Lake. When the time comes, I'll take you to find a decorated boat instead. Hearing this, Lu Fei immediately stopped being angry and smiled. See, you should have said that earlier. Then he looked at Xiao Ming and said, Your Highness, let's go. No one knows if this Fei girl is tall or short, fat or thin, ugly or pretty. If she turns out to look like a monster, even if she's from the Fei family, for your Highness's sake you can't marry her. Just imagine if you lift her veil and get so scared that something happens to you, what would we do? Go, go, go. Luo Xin waved his hand like shooing away a fly. Back then, I actually saw a painting of Fei Yuer. Your Highness, she definitely doesn't look like what Lu Fei said. Lu Fei laughed even louder. A painting, that's nothing. Maybe Minister Fei was worried his daughter wouldn't get married, so he made a fake painting to trick you all into dreaming about her and treating her like a treasure. Xiao Ming didn't doubt it before, but now that Lu Fei said it, he started to feel a bit worried. After all, very few people in Chang'an had actually seen Fei Yuer. If what Lu Fei said turned out to be true, it would be too late to cry later. Concubine Zhen arranged for him to marry a girl from the Fei family for his future safety, but to Xiao Ming, all he needed to do was please Emperor Xiao Wengshuan for a few more years. By then, even without the Fei family, who could stop him besides, this wasn't love marriage. There was no way to understand someone's personality in advance. In modern times, even blind dates look at appearances. Not to mention, before the wedding night, he might not even get to see her face. Thinking of this, he said, Go, of course we go. Luo Xin said with a smile. This was a rare lively event. For noble sons like him, there was no reason not to go. Since you both insist, let's go then, Xiao Ming said. Luo Xin and Lu Fei were delighted and said, Your Highness, after you. After that, Xiao Ming returned to his residence in Chang'an and changed into casual clothes. Lu Fei and Luo Xin also went to change clothes. The three of them agreed to meet at Qujiang Lake. Your Highness is going to Qujiang Lake, right? Ziyuan seemed to already know everything. How did you know? Xiao Ming asked in surprise. Today is the 9th of September. Every year at this time, Your Highness always goes. Now that the court session is over and Your Highness is free, where else would you go if not Qujiang Pool? Ziyuan said softly. Lu Luo's face turned red with excitement. Your Highness, take us with you. That time of year, there are the most people selling malt sugar by Qujiang Lake. Ziyun also said, Your Highness, please take us. It's too boring staying in the yard. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Ming figured since the poetry event is divided in two halves, if he couldn't see Fei Yuer, maybe Ziyun and Lu Luo could go to the women's side and help look for her. So he said, All right, but when we get there, you two mustn't run around. The poetry gathering has all kinds of people. Many sons of nobles aren't good people. Yes, Your Highness, Ziyun and Lu Luo replied joyfully. After changing clothes, the three of them, along with guards also dressed in plain clothes, set off for Qujiang Lake. Generally speaking, the poetry event would last from noon until evening. This was the time when people were heading to Qujiang Lake. On the road, Xiao Ming saw many fancy carriages heading in that direction. Xiao Ming was in no hurry. He enjoyed the scenery of Chang'an while thinking about how to expand business into the Chang'an market. After all, according to the Business Guild statistics, nearly a quarter of Kingzhu's products had been sold in Chang'an in the past year, showing just how terrifying the spending of Chang'an was. Qujiang Lake, hailed as one of the 8 scenic wonders of Chang'an, was the city's inner lake. Every spring and autumn, noble youths and highborn ladies gathered here for leisure. Painted pleasure boats crowded the waters like schools of fish, while scholars and beauties met on the lake, indulging in wine, poetry, music, and revelry. Each year after the Imperial examinations, successful candidates would flock to Qujiang in groups, hosting grand banquets and drinking freely, giving rise to the famed tradition of floating cups on Qujiang. In Xiao Ming's memory, Qujiang Lake was the liveliest place in Chang'an. When the three of them arrived, the scene matched his recollections perfectly. The lake shimmered with rippling blue waves, dotted with countless painted boats from which the melodies of strings and flutes drifted, accompanied by the enchanting songs of women. Along the lakeshore, autumn chrysanthemums bloomed in dazzling hues, competing in splendor. Scholars and ladies strolled arm in arm, while vendors hawked their wares, street performers drummed up crowds, and the aroma of snacks and delicacies filled the air. Your Highness. On the arched bridge spanning Qujiang Lake, Xiao Ming spotted Lu Fei and Luo Xin, both now dressed in plain clothes. As the poetry contest started, yet Xiao Ming cut straight to the point. His purpose here was simple, to catch a glimpse of Fei Yuer's beauty. Everything else was secondary. Not yet. Luo Xin pointed ahead beneath the bridge, but it seems quite a crowd has gathered. Xiao Ming followed his gaze. The area Luo Xin indicated was now cordoned off with silk drapes, guarded by soldiers clad in golden armor. No one but Princess Pingyang could muster such an extravagant display. Outside the drapes, scholars craned their necks, straining for a look inside. Your Highness, with so many people, why bother with this poetry nonsense? Let's just board a pleasure boat and enjoy some tea, Lu Fei grumbled, already itching to leave. Ignoring Lu Fei's impatience, Luo Xin continued, they say the winners of the contest will join the princess for a lakeside excursion. Those scholars are practically salivating at the chance. Xiao Ming scoffed, then this contest is pointless. I've no interest in touring the lake with my aunt. Your Highness, I haven't finished. I checked earlier. The rules state that the winners include both men and women. That means if a lady excels, she'll also accompany the princess. Fei Yuer's literary talent is renowned in Chang'an. Who knows, maybe she'll. Luo Xin trailed off with a suggestive grin. Xiao Ming frowned. Why go through the trouble if I ask my aunt directly? Would she really refuse me? She would. Last year, even the crown prince was turned away. Luo Xin spoke with conviction. Princess Pingyang's temperament was well known. If Luo Xin said so, it was likely true. Fine, you two go do whatever you want. I'll scout the situation. Lu Fei needed no further urging, dragging Luo Xin away immediately. The three descended the stone bridge, arriving at the contest site. A sign read, entry by poetry. Many scholars clutched scrolls of their compositions, waiting to submit them once the event began. Peering past the drapes, Xiao Ming glimpsed a line of women on the other side, presumably also awaiting the contest. Your Highness, what now? It seems we need poems to enter, Ziyuan and Luluo observed. Simple. I'll teach you a few poems now. Memorize them and slipping in will be easy. Remember, your priority is gathering intel on Fei Yuer. Observe her appearance. Xiao Ming was playing it safe. If recognized by a prince or noble, word might reach Princess Pingyang, prompting Fei Yuer to avoid him entirely. So he would send Ziyuan and Luluo in first, joining them later. Understood, Your Highness. The two maids smiled. Though they dabbled in poetry, they doubted their skills could rival true scholars. But with Xiao Ming's guidance, whose verses had already stunned Chang'an, success was assured. After consideration, Xiao Ming selected 2 Tang Dynasty poems by female poets. The first was Lament of the Painted Letter by Shangyuan Wanner. Leaves fall upon Dongting's shores, longing for you across endless miles. Dew thickens, scent chills the quilt, moon fades, embroidered screens stand hollow. I yearn to sing of southern rivers, yet clutch letters from northern frontiers. The pages hold no other meaning, only sorrow for time lost apart. The second was Lament of the Chu Consort by Yao Yuehua. Beneath the parasol leaves, a golden well, the pulley creaks, drawing up silk and rope. The beauty rises before dawn, her hand brushes a silver vase, autumn's chill. After reciting these, Ziyuan and Luluo stared in astonishment. These were unmistakably a woman's verses, melancholic and introspective. Your Highness, this, recovering, the maids eyed him with strange expressions. Were it not for his burning curiosity about his future bride, Xiao Ming would never have shared such poems. Their looks made him feel like a modern man caught wearing stockings. Coughing, he said, I copied these from my mother's collection. Now hurry. Only then did the maid snap to attention, memorizing the lines swiftly. Xiao Ming then taught Zian Li Qingzhou's slow song, Searching, Seeking, a famously poignant lyric. Ziyuan, being sharper than Luluo, would handle the contest while Luluo observed from within. Once the maids had memorized the poems perfectly, the crowd suddenly stirred. Submission time had arrived. Go on, Xiao Ming urged. Nodding, Ziyuan and Luluo linked arms and headed for the women's section beyond the drapes. Xiao Ming lingered beneath a willow tree at the rear, watching the scene unfold. Your Highness, halt. 2 voices rang out abruptly, the first vaguely familiar, the second belonging unmistakably to Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. Turning, Xiao Ming saw a graceful young man in a blue round-collared robe. A mole between his eyebrows triggered a name in Xiao Ming's memory. Qin Rui. The young man laughed brightly. Your Highness, 5 years apart, and I almost didn't recognize you. Xiao Ming quickly recalled Qin Rui's background, and his father, Qin Chengming, a target for alliance on his list. Zhao Long, Zhao Hu, stand down. This is the eldest son of the court of Imperial sacrifices, Director Qin Chengming. Your Highness, it's me, Qin Rui. Qin Rui beamed with delight, sauntering toward Xiao Ming with a paper fan in hand, the picture of an old friend reunited. Back when Xiao Ming had roamed Chang'an streets, he'd had a tight-knit circle of pleasure-seeking young nobles, Qin Rui among them. 5 years apart hadn't changed Qin Rui one bit. He still looked like a man hollowed out by wine and women, though the dark circles under his eyes had deepened. Clearly, some habits died hard. As Qin Rui approached, Xiao Ming gave him a once-over. "What a coincidence running into you here. Coincidence, Your Highness, this is fate," Qin Rui chuckled before sighing theatrically. "Though now, as Prince Qi, your victory at Kangju has made you renowned across the land. Compared to you, I'm but a fading shadow." "Nonsense," Xiao Ming said. "Back then I told you all that no matter where I went, I'd remember our bonds. Why bring up Kangju between us? There's no need for such formality." The words warmed Qin Rui's heart. "With that from you, Your Highness, all those times we braved life and death together, scaling mountains of blades, crossing seas of fire, were worth it. Now that you've returned, we'll still follow your lead." Qin Rui had a silver tongue. Their so-called life-and-death adventures had amounted to little more than carousing and bullying commoners. But Xiao Ming couldn't very well bring up those unsavory memories now. Qin Rui's phrasing deftly honored their friendship without provoking ire. As they chatted, reminiscing, Qin Rui gradually slipped back into the easy camaraderie of their youth. "Your Highness, every year at this time, we'd accompany you to the autumn festival by the lake. Who'd have thought that upon your return to Chang'an, we'd meet here again, as if our hearts beat as one this time. We must revel to our heart's content before leaving." One of Xiao Ming's goals in returning to Chang'an was to reconnect with his old circle. Though these men had been the worst of wastrels, street thugs in silk robes, there was no denying the depth of bonds forged at 13 or 14. As the saying went, there are no closer ties than those between men who have served together or hoard together. They'd done plenty of the latter. More importantly, these ne'er-do-wells all came from influential families. Only those with Erful backing dared run amok in Chang'an. For Xiao Ming, reviving these connections was a safer move than tangling with the old foxes of the court. Besides, many of these nobles now held minor posts. Qin Rui, for instance, worked under his father, Qin Chengming, director of the Court of Imperial Sacrifices, overseeing the empire's handicrafts, small-scale weaving, spinning, papermaking, and more. For Xiao Ming, handicrafts were the next step in Kingzhu's economic revival. Sooner or later, he'd need to deal with the Court of Imperial Sacrifices, and Qin Chengming's archives held records of nearly every workshop in the empire, their types, locations, and output. Such intelligence was invaluable. Understanding Great Yu's current handicraft landscape would let him tailor Kingzhu's development strategically, of course. The poetry contest is the liveliest spot at Qujiang Lake now. "It's about time. Let's head in," Xiao Ming said. Qin Rui grinned. "One moment, Your Highness. I've two others with me, Zhu Yushu and Du Boyuan. You haven't forgotten them, have you? They're here too." Xiao Ming's heart leaped. The four troublemakers of Chang'an were reuniting, naturally. "After you left for Kingzhu, the three of us still." Qin Rui trailed off with a leer. Xiao Ming smirked in understanding. "Perfect. Bring them over." As Qin Rui scurried off, Xiao Ming rifled through his memories of Zhu Yushu and Du Boyuan. Zhu Yushu's father was the censor-in-chief, overseeing officials, managing imperial archives, and drafting edicts. Du Boyuan's father commanded the Imperial Guard, responsible for palace security and deeply trusted by Emperor Wangxuan. One controlled the censors, the empire's watchdogs, akin to modern anti-corruption bureaus. The other held the keys to the palace's safety. Controlling the latter meant holding the lives of everyone in the palace. No wonder the princes had been vying for Du Heng's favor, yet the man remained cautiously neutral. Xiao Ming couldn't help but marvel. This might be the one decent thing his predecessor had done, even if unintentionally. Of course, friendship with the sons didn't guarantee influence over their fathers, but it was a foothold. Qin Rui soon returned with two men, one tall and gaunt, the other short and rotund. The former was Zhu Yushu, the latter Du Boyuan. "Your Highness, we've missed you terribly," they exclaimed in unison. Birds of a feather, their personalities mirrored Qin Rui's, brash and unrestrained. "Pingshan, Hongzhai." Xiao Ming clasped his hands, addressing them by their courtesy names. "Your Highness." They bowed before straightening, and the four burst into laughter as if no time had passed. Zhu Yushu, like Qin Rui, fanned himself with exaggerated refinement. "Hongzhai and I were just saying we ought to visit you. To meet here is fate." With the four terrors of Chang'an reunited, the city had better brace for stormy weather. "Pingshan speaks truth," Du Boyuan chimed in. "Since you left, those pretentious scholars have humiliated us time and again. But now, with your poetry famed across Chang'an, Your Highness must help us settle scores." Xiao Ming clasped his hands behind his back. "Nothing simpler. Tonight we this poetry contest. Your Highness, this humble girl is of limited talent and dare not casually offer any commentary." Fei Yuer spoke softly, her voice clear and melodious. Princess Pingyang smiled. "Among the women of Chang'an, if even you claim to be of limited talent, then others might as well be illiterate. You rarely step out. This time, don't be as modest as Grand Secretary Fei." A white veil covered half of Fei Yuer's face, her exposed eyes curving into crescent moons as she replied, "As you wish, Your Highness." At that moment, the golden-armored guard entered again, holding a piece of paper. "Your Highness, there's only one person left outside." A maidservant stepped forward to retrieve the poem. Princess Pingyang said, "Very well. Those who arrive late shall not be admitted. It's time to begin the poetry gathering." The maidservant handed the poem to Princess Pingyang, who skimmed it and revealed a faint look of surprise. She signaled to the maidservant, who then presented the poem to Fei Yuer. "Yuer, what do you think of this poem?" Princess Pingyang asked. "Wait till the double ninth day comes. My blooms alone will shame all flowers. Their scent will pierce the Chang'an skies, the city drowned in golden armor." Fei Yuer recited slowly, then paused in thought. This poem appears to praise chrysanthemums, yet its words carry an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Princess Pingyang nodded. "Indeed, I thought the same. The author must surely be someone accustomed to the brutality of the battlefield." Princess Xiangcheng suddenly laughed. "This poem reminds me of Seventh Brother's frontier song. Both are steeped in the air of slaughter." "You mean the moon still shines on mountain passes as of yore?" Princess Pingyang asked with a smile. "But our warriors return no more. Were the winged general of Dragon City here, the Tartar steeds would not dare cross the frontier." "Exactly," Princess Xiangcheng said. Princess Pingyang chuckled. "Could it be that the Prince of Qi has come to this poetry gathering when he was in Chang'an before? He never missed a single one. Now that he's finally returned this year, perhaps he couldn't resist joining in the fun." Princess Xiangcheng's eyes sparkled. "If Seventh Brother were here, this gathering would be far more interesting." "More interesting than the gathering, or more interesting than your seventh brother?" Princess Pingyang teased, her lips curling into a smile. Princess Xiangcheng laughed. "Of course, Seventh Brother is more interesting. I've been meaning to ask him for some of those Kingzhu glass bottles of perfume." "That's true. Since the Prince of Qi has come to Chang'an so rarely, he ought to leave something behind before he goes." After a pause, Princess Pingyang continued playfully, "But if the Prince of Qi were here, there's someone here who should be worried." With that, she glanced at Fei Yuer and giggled. Fei Yuer immediately lowered her head, her cheeks flushing like rosy clouds. Softly she said, "Your Highness jests." "Giggle, I won't tease you anymore. Don't worry, even if the Prince of Qi were here, I'd protect you. Besides, he's quite busy these days and may not even come." Then she announced, "Now that everyone is here, let the poetry gathering begin. You talented ladies must help me decide on the theme. Today is the Autumn Outing Festival. Naturally, we should compose poems about chrysanthemums," one woman suggested. "We write about chrysanthemums every year, how dull. Let's choose something else." The women below immediately began debating. Princess Pingyang nodded slightly. "The Autumn Outing Festival need not be limited to chrysanthemums." "Yuer, Xiangcheng, what do you think?" Fei Yuer looked at Princess Xiangcheng. Aside from Princess Pingyang, she held the highest status here. "Princess Xiangcheng is multi-talented. Let her decide." "No, Yuer sister should choose. Who knows, I might soon have to call you sister-in-law." Princess Xiangcheng teased. Fei Yuer blushed even harder, her tone turning slightly indignant. "If your Highness continues jesting like this, I shall take my leave." Princess Pingyang shot Princess Xiangcheng a reproachful look. Princess Xiangcheng was one of Emperor Xiao Wenzuan's 3 daughters and his most beloved. At just 13 years old, she was rather mischievous. "Enough of your nonsense," Princess Pingyang chided. Princess Xiangcheng stuck out her tongue. "Fine, Yuer sister, I apologize. You choose the theme." Fei Yuer, having lived a sheltered life, was naturally shy about matters between men and women. But with 2 princesses present, she couldn't act too willfully and storm off. "Very well. Since the great victory at Kangju has brought glory to our nation, why not compose poems about war poems?" Princess Pingyang looked at Fei Yuer in surprise, thinking to herself, outwardly delicate, yet inwardly strong-willed, any prince who marries her would gain a truly capable partner. In her view, the notion that a woman's lack of talent is a virtue was nonsense. A woman's intellect could equally assist her husband in managing affairs. Moreover, as a daughter of the Fei family, if the Prince of Qi married her, he would only flourish further. "What does your Highness think?" Fei Yuer asked. Snapping out of her thoughts, Princess Pingyang replied, "An excellent idea." "Then let the theme be war poems, to celebrate the victory at Kangju." With that, Princess Pingyang took brush and paper, wrote down the theme, and had a maidservant deliver it to the guards for transmission to the other side of the curtain. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming and Qin Rui were mingling at the gathering. The moment he entered, Xiao Ming was recognized by many, who eagerly sought his company. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. It seemed his cover was blown. There'd be no chance to catch a glimpse of Fei Yuer now. Knowing he was here, Princess Pingyang would never allow him to join her on the lake tour. Otherwise, her year-long effort to recruit talent would be ruined. While socializing with the scholars, the guards brought in the theme. "Her Highness declares that today's theme is war poems. You may begin writing. The time limit is 1 incense stick's worth. The poems will be judged by Her Highness." At once, the scholars ceased their idle chatter. Even the noble youths who had been crowding around Xiao Ming scattered, muttering to themselves as they racked their brains. Qin Rui and the other two looked at Xiao Ming, their eyes conveying a clear message. Xiao Ming had no choice but to give each of them a poem, keeping the best one for himself. The time limit of one incense stick, roughly half an hour, passed quickly. The guards came to collect the compositions. With Xiao Ming's poems in hand, Qin Rui and the others chatted leisurely at the back, confident that his work would secure their selection. Sure enough, soon after, the guards announced the results. The winning poems are Song of Liangzhu, The Year of Jihai, Spring View, and Song of the Frontier. Ha ha ha, we humbly accept. Zhu Yushu burst into laughter. These were their 4 poems. With that, he prepared to follow the guards to the other side of the curtain. Wait, Prince of Qi, how dare you cheat at Her Highness's poetry gathering? Do you even deserve to cross the curtain? A scholar in white robes sneered sarcastically. The poetry gathering fell into dead silence at these words. All eyes turned to Xiao Ming and his 3 companions. Then another voice rang out, Pan Yu, you mustn't make baseless accusations. What evidence do you have that the Prince of Qi cheated? What a surprise. I didn't expect the Prince of Shu to be in Chang'an as well, Xiao Ming said, looking at the speaker. It was none other than the 5th prince, the Prince of Shu. Your Highness, I am not speaking recklessly. Qin Rui, Zhu Yushu, and Du Boyuan. Are they not all talentless fools? How could their poems possibly catch Her Highness's eye? I saw the Prince of Qi whispering to them earlier. He must have fed them the lines, Pan Yu declared. Zhu Yushu frowned. Pan Yu, what grudge do you hold against us? How dare you slander us like this? Explain yourself. What exactly do you want? The Prince of Shu interjected with a smile. Pingshan, there's no need for anger. If Pan Yu doubts your talent, simply compose another poem in front of Her Highness to prove yourself. Xiao Ming's gaze shifted between the Prince of Shu and Pan Yu. It was clear they were putting on an act, one playing the villain, the other the mediator. Xiao Ming had already been furious with the Prince of Shu for obstructing his access to saltpeter. Combined with their past enmity in Chang'an, his anger flared even hotter. Had he not mobilized the entire population of his fiefdom to search for saltpeter, the siege of Kangzhu might have ended very differently. And now this bastard had the audacity to stand before him and cause trouble again. At the Prince of Shu's words, Zhu Yushu grew uneasy. Qin Rui and Du Boyuan were the same. After all, they had cheated. Seeing their silence, Pan Yu grew even bolder. Ha, to think such frauds have infiltrated the autumn outing poetry gathering. What an insult to the eyes of all present. And for the Prince of Qi himself to abet such deceit, how laughable. This brings shame upon the Imperial family. The Prince of Shu added, Pan Yu, you mustn't say that. The Prince of Qi has long been a disgrace to the Imperial family. Malicious laughter rippled through the gathering. Xiao Ming watched coldly. The Prince of Shu had finally shed his mask of false benevolence. He turned to Zhu Yushu and asked, Pingshan, what is the punishment for a nobleman who slanders a feudal prince? Zhu Yushu hesitated, then replied, Your Highness, the law dictates 100 lashes for a noble who defames a prince. Good. Go outside and fetch a whip, Xiao Ming said, narrowing his eyes at Pan Yu. The Prince of Shu was his equal in rank. Their feud was one thing. But who did this Pan Yu think he was, daring to humiliate him? If he didn't teach these people a lesson today, they would never realize that the Prince of Qi was no longer the laughingstock of old. Zhu Yushu gave Xiao Ming a strange look. Go now, Xiao Ming glared. Nodding, Zhu Yushu hurried out. The Prince of Shu and Pan Yu were now thoroughly confused. After a moment of silence, the Prince of Shu sneered, Prince of Qi, surely you don't intend to brawl with me, though I suppose you could always run crying to your mother again, as you used to. Pang Yukan had warned him that his recent achievements would provoke jealousy among the other princes. Now those words had come true. The Prince of Shu was clearly eager to be the first to strike. If Xiao Ming endured this humiliation, he would become a laughingstock. But if he fought the Prince of Shu, the matter would inevitably reach Emperor Xiao Wenzuan, leading to reprimands and further censure from the court officials. Yet Xiao Ming was not one to suffer in silence. While I was shedding blood on the walls of Kangzhu against the barbarians, you were still suckling at some courtesan's breast. You think you're worthy of crossing blades with me? The Prince of Shu's face flushed crimson. Back in Chang'an, he and Xiao Ming had always been at odds, both notorious troublemakers. Their clashes were frequent. Now that Xiao Ming had earned such glory, the Prince of Shu couldn't bear it. Summoned to Chang'an by the Emperor, he had been waiting for an opportunity to humiliate Xiao Ming. After all, in the past, Xiao Ming had always been the one bullied. Younger and with a mother of no significant influence, Xiao Ming could only complain to the Emperor and consort Zhen after a beating. And to Emperor Xiao Wenzuan, such quarrels had only ever warranted a stern scolding. Say that again if you dare. The Prince of Shu roared. You're beneath me, Xiao Ming shot back, unflinching. In his eyes, the Prince of Shu was even more despicable than the barbarians. While the barbarians were sworn enemies, the Prince of Shu was actively sabotaging the great Yu Empire from within. Just as the two were about to roll up their sleeves and fight, a sharp voice cut through the tension. Who dares to cause trouble at my poetry? Gathering the curtain was drawn back, revealing layers of beaded screens shielding Princess Pingyang and the other noblewomen. Greetings to Her Highness, the scholars chorused, bowing. As their elder, Princess Pingyang received the respect of both princes. Prince of Shu, Prince of Qi, so it was you too. Have you brought your brawling to my gathering now? She said sternly. Xiao Ming replied, Aunt, the Prince of Shu has falsely accused me of cheating and repeatedly insulted me. I could not endure such slander, hence our quarrel. Prince of Shu, is this true? Princess Pingyang's voice turned grave. Your childish squabbles were one thing, but now, as feudal lords, how can you still act so recklessly, Aunt? I only spoke out because I could not tolerate his cheating. I did this for your sake. Zhu Yushu, Qin Rui, and Du Boyuan, everyone in Chang'an knows they're talentless fools. How could they possibly have been selected? You mean to say these 4 poems belong to the Prince of Qi and these 3? Princess Pingyang frowned. She too knew of their reputations. Xiao Ming, as the Prince of Qi, how could you act so shamelessly? What do you have to say for yourself? Xiao Ming had cheated, but so had many of these scholars. Plenty had prepared chrysanthemum-themed poems in advance, only to be caught off guard when the theme changed to war poetry. Compared to them, he was no worse. He neither admitted nor denied it. Aunt, how can you be certain they are incapable of composing such poems? If you doubt them, test them publicly. If they succeed, will you name them the winners? Princess Pingyang hesitated. Xiao Ming's confidence gave her pause. Very well, I shall test them myself. Prince of Shu, if you have falsely accused them, I will have words with your father. Understood, Aunt, the Prince of Shu said smugly. And if I am right, I hope you will expose the Prince of Qi's disgraceful conduct. At that moment, Zhu Yushu returned with a horsewhip in hand. Princess Pingyang said, Yuer, you shall set the challenge. Let us see their true skill. Fei Yuer, is it really her? Fei Yuer actually came heavens. Ever since I saw her portrait, I couldn't eat or sleep. I never thought I'd see her today, but curse these bead curtains, I can't see a thing. As soon as Princess Pingyang finished speaking, excited whispers erupted among the scholars and nobles. Everyone craned their necks, trying to catch a glimpse of the figure behind the beaded curtain, but the thick layers of beads only showed blurred shadows, making it impossible to see clearly. The golden-armored guards standing on either side further crushed any hopes of reckless attempts to peek. Pan Yu trembled at the name, his eyes burning with hatred, directed squarely at Xiao Ming. This was why he had dared to insult Xiao Ming so boldly. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow, wishing he had X-ray vision to see Fei Yuer's legendary beauty. But thanks to the Prince of Shu's interference, that hope was now dashed. Since Her Highness has asked me to set the challenge, a clear, melodious voice came from behind the curtain. How about each of you compose a poem on one of the 4 noble plants, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum? Xiao Ming's heart skipped a beat at the sound of her voice, like a nightingale's song, enchanting and pure. Meanwhile, Zhu Yushu and the other 2 looked ready to faint. They knew nothing about poetry. Was Xiao Ming setting them up for humiliation? Your Highness, this, Zhu Yushu swallowed hard. They had hoped to impress Princess Pingyang, but now they were about to embarrass themselves beyond repair. Xiao Ming feigned seriousness. Don't panic, believe in your own talent. Since the theme is set, you go first. Zhu Yushu, take the plum blossom. Zhu Yushu wanted to his head against the wall. His mind was blank. How could he possibly improvise a poem? The Prince of Shu and Pan Yu smirked at his panicked expression. Xiao Ming, however, smirked back. The knowledge crystal in his mind wasn't just for show. Silently, he transmitted a poem to Zhu Yushu. I hear the plum blooms brave the morning wind, snow blankets the mountains, peak to peak. If only I could split into 1,000 selves to stand by each plum tree, a poet unique. The crystal's function was knowledge transfer, and as Zhu Yushu concentrated, the verses gradually surfaced in his mind. His panic turned to delight. After a moment of deep thought, he suddenly brightened and recited the poem loudly. The crowd fell silent. Even the Prince of Shu and Pan Yu were stunned. Another masterpiece, Princess Pingyang mused from behind the curtain, sounding intrigued. Who's next? Ignoring Zhu Yushu's barely contained glee, Xiao Ming said, Qin Rui, you take the bamboo. Qin Rui, still shocked by Zhu Yushu's performance, paled. He glanced desperately at Xiao Ming, who ignored him. Just as Qin Rui started sweating, inspiration struck. He blurted out, bamboo grows wild in empty fields, its tips pierce clouds, towering high. No one admires its noble pride, yet it stands firm, unbowed, untied. Qin Rui beamed and bowed. My humble offering, gentlemen. The scholar's mocking smirks vanished, replaced by envy. Next was Du Boyuan, who recited, Autumn frost paints the chrysanthemum's hue, its grace outshines the sunset's glow. Casual verses, yet heaven-sent, its charm lingers wherever it goes. 3 flawless poems in a row. The trio exchanged triumphant grins. Zhu Yushu gripped the horsewhip and smirked at Xiao Ming. Your Highness, allow me to handle the lashing later. His glare landed on Pan Yu, whose face drained of color. He looked pleadingly at the Prince of Shu. But the Prince of Shu, having only used Pan Yu as a pawn, coldly abandoned him. Pan Yu, how could you spout such nonsense? You almost made me doubt their integrity. Pan Yu turned ghostly pale. Behind the curtain, Princess Pingyang smiled. So many exquisite verses in one gathering, how rare. Prince of Qi, since plum, bamboo, and chrysanthemum are covered, why not complete the set with an orchid poem? Xiao Ming shot a taunting glance at the Prince of Shu and recited, "A lone orchid blooms in hidden glades, lost among weeds unseen, unknown. Though touched by spring's warm golden rays, it dreads the autumn's frosty throne. Early frosts may strip its grace, its verdant pride undone. Without a breeze to bear its scent, for whom will its fragrance be spun?" The Prince of Shu's jaw dropped. Since when could Xiao Ming compose poetry on the spot behind the curtain? Princess Pingyang turned to Fei Yuer, moved. "Without a breeze to bear its scent, for whom will its fragrance be spun?" she repeated softly. "Prince of Qi, I never knew you possessed such depth. This poem speaks of a woman's sorrow. Without the right wind, her fragrance goes unnoticed. How tragic." Fei Yuer's expression shifted. She understood the hidden meaning. Princess Pingyang had not always been so stern. After her husband's death, she had changed. The poem's lament mirrored her own unspoken grief. And now the princess's gaze at Fei Yuer carried a silent warning. A woman's life is defined by her choice of husband. One mistake and all is lost. "Aunt, we've proven our innocence," Xiao Ming said. "The Prince of Shu and Pan Yu falsely accused us. Will you honor your promise?" Princess Pingyang snapped out of her melancholy. "Of course, you and your friends shall join me on the Qujiang Lake cruise. Princess Xiancheng is here too, we can all chat." Xiao Ming's face fell. "Aunt, I just remembered, I have urgent business this afternoon." "Seventh brother," came Princess Xiancheng's icy voice. "If you refuse, perhaps I should visit your residence instead." Xiao Ming winced. Princess Xiancheng was the one person in Chang'an he dreaded most. Back in the day, she had extorted him relentlessly. "Fine, fine, I'll go." He relented, but first he turned to Pan Yu. A mere noble had dared insult a prince. If he didn't reclaim his dignity now, the entire court would laugh at him. The atmosphere at the poetry gathering grew tense. The scholars stood frozen, afraid of being implicated, quickly distancing themselves from Pan Yu. The Prince of Shu's face darkened, but there was nothing he could do. "Pan Yu, any last words?" Zhu Yushu sneered, cracking the whip in his hand. Pan Yu glanced desperately at the Prince of Shu, but the prince remained indifferent. Pan Yu seethed inwardly. It was the Prince of Shu who had goaded him into this. Without his backing, he would never have dared provoke the Prince of Qi. 100 lashes would kill him. It was the Prince of Shu. Pan Yu blurted. "He told me to do it." Gasps filled the room. All eyes turned to the Prince of Shu. Xiao Ming smirked. The scholars of Chang'an had no backbone. He had known Pan Yu would crack under pressure. Pan Yu was just a pawn. The real target was the Prince of Shu. Though he had mobilized the people of Kingzhu to collect saltpeter, it wasn't a long-term solution. His demand for gunpowder would only grow, not just for his own armies, but to sell to other feudal lords. Relying on scattered civilian sources wouldn't suffice. The Prince of Shu's presence in the capital surely meant he was behind the saltpeter obstruction. Now that Xiao Ming had caught him red-handed, he could appeal to Emperor Xiao Wenzuan, forcing the Prince of Shu to lift the restrictions. "Liar," the Prince of Shu roared, kicking Pan Yu to the ground. He rained down blows, venting his fury. "Enough," Princess Pingyang's voice cut through like ice. "Prince of Shu, you dare cause trouble at my gathering, I will report this to your father." The Prince of Shu paled. Even he feared the Emperor. "Aunt, this snake deceived me. I had nothing to do with it." "Silence, I've heard enough. Leave at once. We will settle this later." The Prince of Shu clenched his fists but dared not disobey. As he stormed past Xiao Ming, he hissed, "This isn't over." Xiao Ming didn't even turn his head, just spat on the ground. As for Pan Yu, Princess Pingyang declared, "Stirring strife among imperial princes is an insult to the royal family." Guards, 100 lashes. Pan Yu collapsed like a corpse. With the conflict resolved, Princess Pingyang turned to Xiao Ming. "Prince of Qi, as today's victors, you and your friends shall join me on the lake cruise. I have matters to discuss." The other scholars sighed and dispersed. Zhu Yushu, Du Boyuan, and Qin Rui were overjoyed, gazing at Xiao Ming with gratitude. After 5 years, he was still their protector. Xiao Ming exhaled. His efforts today weren't just for show. First, he had hoped to catch a glimpse of his betrothed. But more importantly, this was about strategy. The battle against the barbarians had been a narrow victory. In truth, the enemy commander, Bei Shan, had used Xiao Ming to weaken a rival tribe. Had Bei Shan committed fully, Kingzhu's limited ammunition would never have held. The glorious victory had drained Xiao Ming's resources. A few more such battles, and his fiefdom would starve. Thus, he had devised a two-pronged plan, first to develop Kingzhu's industry and commerce, and second build a pro-Kingzhu faction in Chang'an. Both served one goal: capital accumulation. He needed allies in the court to shield Kingzhu from political storms. Moreover, Chang'an sat atop vast coal reserves, critical for future steam engines. Local mines alone wouldn't sustain industrialization. Most crucially, without political backing, his trade ventures would face endless sabotage. Economically, blocked exports would strangle Kingzhu's industries. No profits meant no investments, just as Western Urs had once forced open markets with cannons. Even today, trade wars sparked global conflicts. By winning over Zhu Yushu and others, Xiao Ming was carving out his influence in Chang'an, just like other feudal lords. These men were his first pieces on the board. More would follow. His true mission in Chang'an was only beginning. Lost in thought, Xiao Ming barely noticed the bead curtains parting. Princess Pingyang sat at the center. Below her, Princess Xiancheng smirked, and across from them, a veiled woman met his gaze. Seventh brother. A gentle breeze stirred the beaded curtains as Princess Xiancheng's crisp voice called out to him. Xiao Ming finally tore his gaze away from the veiled woman and turned to his sister. You seem in high spirits, little sister. Though I suppose this year's gathering must have disappointed you. No dashing talents to catch your eye. Zhu Yushu and the other two immediately protested. Your Highness, are we not talented young men? Qinrui and Du Boyuan nodded vigorously. Their attention, however, wasn't on Princess Pingyang, but entirely fixed on Princess Xiancheng, their expressions oozing flattery. Princess Xiancheng had heard plenty about the trio's notorious reputations in Chang'an. Despite their victory today, her disdain for them remained unchanged. Ignoring them, she simply held out her hand to Xiao Ming. What Xiao Ming blinked. Princess Pingyang laughed. Don't tell me you forgot her habits. An outstretched hand means only one thing, gifts. You did bring plenty of Kingzhu specialties to Chang'an, didn't you? Your aunt is quite curious herself. Vampires, the lot of them. Xiao Ming sighed inwardly but kept his smile. No need to worry, aunt. I've brought gifts for you as well, and of course, little sister won't be left out. I knew seventh brother wouldn't forget me. Princess Xiancheng beamed. Where are they? You'll have to wait a couple of days. I'll send someone to deliver them. Xiao Ming had no intention of letting her pick through his goods. She'd walk off with the best items. Princess Xiancheng pouted but finally nodded. Fine. Let's go boating then. Zhu Yushu and the others, barely containing their excitement, hurriedly agreed. As the four stepped past the beaded curtains, Princess Pingyang rose. The veiled woman exchanged a few words with her before turning to leave. Xiao Ming had only glimpsed half her face earlier, but even that was breathtakingly beautiful. Scanning the gathering, he noticed neither Lu Luo nor Zai Wan. They must have been eliminated in the second round. Watching the veiled figure depart, Princess Xiancheng giggled. Seventh brother, that was Fei Yuer. That was Fei Yuer. Xiao Ming stared at the retreating silhouette. Princess Xiancheng nodded. You're a lucky man. She's a real beauty. Seventh brother isn't so shallow. Xiao Ming craned his neck for one last look at Fei Yuer's graceful figure. Princess Xiancheng rolled her eyes and boarded the boat without another word. Glancing at the ornate vessel, Xiao Ming suddenly lost interest. His goal was accomplished. Though he'd only seen half her face, his mind was now at ease. But since Princess Pingyang wanted to speak privately, he couldn't refuse. The gathering had selected 4 scholars and 4 noblewomen, plus Princess Xiancheng tagging along, making 10 in total for the lake cruise. The chosen ladies all wore light veils, their refined manners marking them as daughters of elite families. In the Great Yu Empire, commoners rarely received education, let alone women. True talent belonged to the wealthy. Zhu Yushu and the others, barely containing their excitement, scrambled onto the boat. Xiao Ming followed at a leisurely pace. As the boat glided across the lake, the trio swarmed around Princess Xiancheng, competing to pour her tea. Meanwhile, Princess Pingyang summoned Xiao Ming to the bow. Prince of Qi, it's been over half a year since we last met in Kingzhu. I never imagined you'd shake Chang'an so soon. It seems I underestimated you. Dressed in resplendent peony-patterned robes, Princess Pingyang exuded regal elegance. You flatter me, aunt. It was merely luck. Xiao Ming's humility masked his unease. He had manipulated her during the Wang family incident. Princess Pingyang snorted. Luck hardly. Your schemes are meticulous. Even I might have been used. I've pondered the Kingzhu affair often, but with no proof I'll say no more. Xiao Ming's stomach dropped. Her bringing this up now surely preceded a demand, a classic negotiation tactic. Without evidence, this was merely pressure. How could you think such a thing? And I've always respected you deeply. Princess Pingyang turned, her smile knowing. Enough. That act works on others, not me. My nephews have exploited me often enough, but true or not, I'll let it pass. You are family after all. Xiao Ming stiffened. What game was she playing? After a pause, she continued. When you were in distant Kingzhu, I couldn't protect you, not from lack of care, but distance. Don't resent me for that. I wouldn't dare. Xiao Ming remained guarded. He frowned. Princess Pingyang was sharp, close to Emperor Xiao Wenzuan, her actions always aligned with his. She must have learned of Xiao Ming's rising importance. This gathering was likely her olive branch. The Wang Chengchu incident in Kingzhu had terrified her. Had Xiao Ming held a grudge, she'd be in danger. With his newfound status, the shrewd princess was diversifying her bets. She got along well with the other princes. Having once dismissed Xiao Ming, she now adjusted her approach. Reviewing today's events, her favoritism toward him, even inviting Fei Yue, it all fit. Sure enough, Princess Pingyang said, "Your father has proposed to the Fei family on your behalf. Though I can't intervene, I could arrange for you to see Fei Yue. I sent word summoning you, only to learn you'd already come. I worried you might miss the gathering needlessly, it seems." Xiao Ming welcomed her peace offering. Right now, he needed growth, not conflict. "Your thoughtfulness moves me, Aunt. I'm deeply grateful. Think nothing of it. We're of the same blood, no need for such formality." Princess Pingyang's serene smile confirmed her message had been received. Standing at the bow, aunt and nephew chatted a while longer before rejoining the others. The afternoon passed lazily on the boat. For once, Xiao Ming relaxed, soaking in the autumn beauty of Qujiang Lake. By evening, the party dispersed ashore, each going their separate ways. Fei Jai was momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer number of exquisite Kingzhu goods before him. This time, the Prince of Qi had truly given him ample face. After Emperor Xiao Wenzuan repeatedly proposed the marriage alliance on Xiao Ming's behalf, Fei Jai had already made up his mind. And following the great victory at Kangju, he became even more certain of his decision. The Fei family had a long and distinguished heritage. When it came to scholarly households, if the Fei family claimed to be second, no one in the Great Yu Empire dared call themselves first. Because of this, the Fei family had produced generations of talented individuals, with high-ranking officials in every dynasty. Logically, he had not originally wanted Fei Yue to marry far away in Chang'an, but after much contemplation, his intuition told him this might be a wise choice. He also believed this unconventional Prince of Qi would bring something extraordinary to his family in the future. "Thank you, Your Highness. Such generous gifts leave me unworthy of your kindness." Fei Jai clasped his hands in gratitude before instructing his servants to store the presents. After a moment of thought, Fei Jai sighed. "I understand the purpose of Your Highness's visit today. Regarding this marriage, I consent." Xiao Ming smiled. As Consort Zhen had predicted, the matter had resolved itself naturally. "Grand Secretary Fei's favor humbles me. I, Xiao Ming, offer my deepest respects." With that, Xiao Ming stood and bowed to Fei Jai. From now on, this would be his father-in-law. Fei Jai did not rise but accepted the gesture. At this moment, it was not about ruler and subject, but family. "Your Highness, please sit. Beyond this marriage, you must also wish to discuss the current state of the empire with me." Fei Jai's eyes gleamed with insight. Had this been the old Xiao Ming, he would never have spoken so frankly. But from Kingzhu's newspapers, he had glimpsed a different man. "Indeed, I hope Grand Secretary Fei can enlighten me." Xiao Ming did not deny it. Though he possessed vast technological knowledge, Xiao Ming still lacked a deep understanding of the Great Yu Empire, a critical gap for Kingzhu's development. After all, Kingzhu was part of the empire. It could not thrive in isolation, as many resources had to be sourced from elsewhere. Moreover, he needed to identify enemies, allies, and those who could be swayed. As the great leader once said, "Unite all forces that can be united." Going it alone was not an option. Fei Jai smiled faintly, stroking his beard. "The Great Yu Empire now faces internal strife and external threats, this much you surely know. Our most formidable enemy remains the barbarians. Though Beishan retreated this time, he will return to avenge his humiliation at Kangju. According to my sources, Beishan was merely reprimanded upon his return. Worse, he used this opportunity to move the Blood Wolf tribe from Shanhai Pass into Yuzhou. Compared to the Haiyanqiu tribe, the Blood Wolf tribe is in a league of its own. This was news to Xiao Ming. He couldn't help but lament how inferior his intelligence network was compared to the court's. Fei Jai continued, "The Haiyanqiu were just a minor tribe. They only occupied Yuzhou by currying favor with Wuzhigu. But the Blood Wolf tribe is one of Bei Shan's strongest forces. You've seen the Blood Wolf guards yourself." Xiao Ming nodded. Those Blood Wolf guards are indeed well-trained and exceptionally fierce. The image of their corpses piled high during the Battle of Kangju still haunted him. Even in the face of such slaughter, they had charged forward without fear. Precisely. Those Blood Wolf guards fought alongside Bei Shan in campaigns against the Ottomans, battle-hardened veterans. The Blood Wolf tribe itself is one of the steppes major with over 500,000 people. That's enough to muster 100,000 cavalry, not counting slave soldiers. After the blow you dealt Bei Shan, he will undoubtedly study your cannons and devise countermeasures. I've anticipated as much. The worst-case scenario is Bei Shan acquiring cannons himself. Xiao Ming frowned, but I understand Kingzhu's forces are no match for the barbarians on the open plains. My strategy is to advance slowly, fortifying strongholds and using artillery to nibble away at Yuzhu's territory. Fei Jai sighed in relief. Good, that was my very concern. You must never engage the barbarians rashly on the steppes. Beyond them, the Great Yu Empire faces 3 other major threats. Please elaborate, Grand Secretary. Fei Jai spoke methodically. First, as Prince Wei mentioned in court, coastal piracy runs rampant. Of these raiders, 40 are Japanese, another 40 are Koreans, and the remaining 20 are traders from Wu and Yue who collaborate with them to plunder our shores. 40 are Koreans. Xiao Ming was stunned. Fei Jai nodded. Correct, Korea was once our vassal, but when the barbarians grew ireful, they switched allegiance and began looking down on us. To please their new masters, they once murdered our envoys, severing all ties. Since then, seeing our weakness, Korea has even sent soldiers disguised as pirates to raid wealthy coastal cities and slaughter our fishermen. So that's why even seaside regions like Kingzhu rarely fish offshore. Xiao Ming recalled historical records from the tech database, specifically Korea's Annals of King Sejong, which admitted, in previous dynasties, Japanese pirates ran rampant, leaving the people destitute. Yet the Japanese numbered only 1 or 2 out of 10. Our own people, donning Japanese attire, formed gangs and rebelled. In the Great Yu Empire, emboldened by the barbarians, the Koreans had grown even bolder. But whether Japanese or Korean, both nations had long coveted the empire's lands. Whenever the Central Plains dynasty faltered, these jackals would pounce. Fei Jai added, this is why our maritime trade has declined. Aside from Prince Wei, few merchants dare sail abroad these days. Xiao Ming nodded grimly. Fei Jai then said, the second threat is Annam. They frequently kill our border villagers and seize our territory. Despite multiple military campaigns, we've mostly retreated in defeat, wasting vast resources. Annam, modern-day Vietnam, had also once been a vassal state, but after the reign of the founding emperor, the Promper TR-1E7N dynasty was massacred in a coup, replaced by the hostile Hua dynasty. Since then, Annam had repeatedly raided the southern borders, burning and pillaging. Hearing this, Xiao Ming felt history's eerie parallels. In modern times, Korea, Japan, and Vietnam had all clashed incessantly with China. Even now, they remained key players in efforts to contain the nation. Born into the Great Yu Empire, Xiao Ming could easily imagine these same nations, centuries later, still acting as deadly shackles around the Central Plains. Soft sunlight streamed in, yet the atmosphere in the Fei family's main hall remained heavy. Xiao Ming felt deeply frustrated. With the barbarians included, the empire now faced 4 major threats, and 2 were already at his doorstep. The third threat, apart from the barbarians, is the non-imperial feudal lords. Fei Jai suddenly whispered after a long silence, as if afraid of being overheard. Xiao Ming stiffened. This was an issue no court official dared mention openly, an unspoken truth everyone understood yet avoided. Even the Erful Fei family couldn't withstand the chaos these non-imperial lords might unleash. Grand Secretary Fei's insight is truly exceptional. This humble prince admires your foresight, Xiao Ming said sincerely. Fei Jai's analysis was razor-sharp, pinpointing the empire's core crisis, internal strife compounded by external threats. Fei Jai sighed again. Your Highness flatters me. With your wisdom, you'd have realized it eventually. The external threats are beyond our reach for now, so let me instead explain the factions at court. Xiao Ming nodded. These external problems were currently unsolvable. With his own domain still unstable, tackling them was impossible. Focused development remained his priority. Fei Jai continued, the court appears divided between war and peace factions, but the reality is far more complex. The princes each represent different feudal interests. The civil officials led by Kui Hao abet these schemes, seeking to control the court. Even the military faction under Luo Quan isn't united. Meanwhile, Princess Pingyang stirs unrest in Chang'an. Currently, your Highness can ally with the Imperial Guard commanders under Luo Quan. As for civil officials, your old friends need no introduction. Regarding Princess Pingyang, be cautious. Cooperate when necessary, but never fully trust her. Xiao Ming nodded. Pang Yukun and Zhan Xingqing had predicted this accurately. However, above all others, your Highness must win over His Majesty. The rest are merely temporary shelters from storms. The Emperor alone is the towering tree that can truly protect you, Fei Jai concluded. Xiao Ming clasped his hands. My gratitude for Grand Secretary's guidance. After a pause, Fei Jai added, there are also several ministers I suggest your Highness visit. Are these the ones? Xiao Ming produced the list Zhan Xingqing had prepared. Fei Jai glanced at it and laughed. With such advisors, my concerns were unnecessary. Yes, these are the officials. He then detailed the 3 names: He Zhang, Vice Minister of War; Yu Ming, Minister of Ceremonies; and Kao Jun, Chancellor of the Imperial Academy. After thorough explanations and further discussion, Xiao Ming noted the son's position. Seizing the opportunity, he said, Grand Secretary, while it's still a rest day, I'll visit them now. I take my leave. Fei Jai nodded approvingly. In that case, I won't detain you. He escorted Xiao Ming to the gate, watching him depart with a sigh. The Fei family has never taken such risks before. I pray this choice is correct. Leaving the Fei residence, Xiao Ming had his servants deliver gifts to the three officials. Unlike most, these men owed their positions to merit rather than aristocratic connections. Their surprise at Xiao Ming's visits was palpable. Following Fei Jai's advice, Xiao Ming discussed state affairs without overt recruitment, keeping conversations casual yet meaningful. This was the art of subtlety. Even unspoken, the lavish gifts conveyed his intent clearly enough for these astute men to discern. Whether they'd later align with Kingzhu depended on their choices. After a busy day, Xiao Ming had accomplished nearly everything. Tomorrow's court session would finalize his mission, delivering Emperor Xiao Wenzuan's gifts before returning to Kingzhu after a brief rest. This wasn't the modern era where a phone call could resolve matters. Each trip wasted precious time. With this in mind, he prepared the gifts at dawn. Unlike last time, neither Luo Xin nor Lu Fei accompanied him to court. This was a routine session beyond their rank. At Chengguang Hall, after the ceremonial greetings, all eyes locked onto the large chest beside Xiao Ming. Prince of Qi, are these the gifts you promised? Emperor Xiao Wenzuan had waited eagerly, now barely containing his excitement. Indeed, father, these are two gifts you'll surely cherish. Xiao Ming radiated confidence. The emperor leaned forward, opened them at once. No official dared protest gifts to the throne. Instead, they watched intently, curiosity mingled with envy. Many had heard of Xiao Ming's generosity to Fei Jai and others. At Xiao Ming's signal, guards unsealed the first chest, revealing a cloth-draped object about a meter tall. With a flourish, Xiao Ming pulled the covering away, exposing a breathtaking glass sculpture, a mountain landscape inscribed Unified Realm. Gasps filled the hall. Even the emperor descended from his throne for a closer look. This is entirely glass, every inch, father. Xiao Ming smiled as the emperor circled the masterpiece, his delight unmistakable. The prince's eyes gleamed with longing, especially the Prince of Shu, whose jealousy burned visibly. Finally, the emperor turned to the smaller box. And this, father, this rivals the sculpture. Xiao Ming opened the case, withdrawing a tubular object. This is called a telescope. A telescope, the emperor frowned. What does it do? It's just a rod. The Prince of Shu nearly scoffed but bit his tongue, remembering his humiliation at the poetry contest. Xiao Ming demonstrated. Father, look through it toward the distance. Chengguang Hall faced south, towering over Chang'an with an unobstructed view of the city below. Following Xiao Ming's instructions, Emperor Xiao Wenzuan raised the monocular telescope to his eye. Instantly, the distant palace gates appeared startlingly close. The emperor jerked back in alarm, lowering the device. What sorcery is this? Xiao Ming wasn't surprised. Niu Ben and Lu Fei had reacted similarly. Smiling, he explained, Father need not fear. This is simply the telescope's marvel, no dark arts involved. It works through two specially shaped glass lenses. 2 pieces of glass. The emperor steadied himself. Even as ruler of the realm, such wonders still amazed him. Prepared for this, Xiao Ming dismantled a second telescope, extracting the lenses. Observe, father. As Xiao Ming aligned the lenses, the emperor saw the same magnifying effect recreated. His tension melted into fascination. Raising the telescope again, he scanned Chang'an. The palace gates, ministerial offices, even pedestrians on Vermilion Bird Avenue appeared crisp and clear. Astounding. In warfare, this could provide critical foresight. Precisely, father. At Kangju, these allowed me to spot barbarian movements long before they saw us. Their exchange left the entire court straining for a glimpse. The military officials grew particularly restless upon hearing its tactical value. Luo Quan, who'd learned of telescopes from his son, urgently requested, Your Majesty, might this subject examine it? Flushed with pride over Xiao Ming's gift, the emperor readily shared. Come, all witness the Prince of Qi's ingenuity. Officials took turns gasping at the device. Even the princes swallowed their pride to look, emerging with conflicted expressions. The Prince of Shu's envy burned hottest. After the demonstration, the emperor circled the glass sculpture once more before returning to his throne, thoroughly pleased. Prince of Qi, these gifts delight me. You've matured remarkably, but where did you learn such wonders? Xiao Ming had prepared for this inevitable question. Years ago, a shipwrecked missionary from the great western land reached my territory. He provided books and taught me these arts. Indeed, why did Pang Yuka never mention this? With Urfel clans dominating Kingzhu then, I kept his presence secret. His knowledge proved invaluable for eventually suppressing those families. The Prince of Shu interjected skeptically, whereas this missionary now his injuries were grave. He passed within a year, conveniently dead with no witnesses, the prince sneered. The emperor, initially intrigued, now glowered. Prince of Shu, do you confess your crimes? The prince stiffened. What crimes, father? Slam. The emperor rose in fury. My investigators confirm you blocked saltpeter mines. While Qi defended Kangju, you jeopardized the empire for petty schemes. Shall I strip your feudal title, father? The prince dropped to his knees, shooting desperate glances at the third prince. The third prince cursed his brother's stupidity. Opposing Xiao Ming during the crisis was madness, but blood compelled him to intervene. Father, while reckless, the prince acted on reports of saltpeter smuggling to barbarians. His intentions weren't malicious. Yes, exactly, the prince grasped this lifeline. Unlike hereditary non-imperial fiefs, royal princes could have territories confiscated for misconduct. The threat was real. Lesser princes held mere counties. The emperor's anger chilled the hall. Third prince, more excuses, sire, the reports exist. The third prince's back grew damp with sweat. Few warranted such risks. After a tense pause, the emperor decreed, regardless, the prince forfeits saltpeter oversight. Minister Chang'an, a redrobed official, stepped forward. Your servant attends. The court of imperial treasury now controls all saltpeter mines. Monthly distribution requires my approval. With cannons crucial against barbarians, this resource is paramount. Father is wise. Xiao Ming rejoiced inwardly. The Prince of Shu's self-destruction had solved his saltpeter crisis, yet he recognized the emperor's shrewdness. Controlling gunpowder ingredients tightened his grip on regional ers. With major affairs addressed Kangju's victory dwarfing routine matters, Xiao Ming seized the moment. Father, I must return to Kingzhu in 2 days, unable to attend the military tournament. The tournament's flashy drills would either expose Kingzhu's capabilities or invite sabotage. With the Blood Wolf tribe now in Yuzhu, every day counted. He needed to oversee new defensive walls personally. Very well. A nation cannot be without its ruler for even a day, and a vassal state cannot be without its vassal king for long without inviting criticism. Stay in Chang'an with your mother for a few more days, then set off to return. Emperor Wengshuan then added, I have received news that Beishan's Blood Wolf tribe has entered Yuzhu and taken control of Shanhai Pass. It seems there will be more turmoil on the grasslands in the future. Father, rest assured. No matter who it is, I guarantee that Kangju will not fall, Xiao Ming vowed. Emperor Wengshuan nodded slightly with a smile and said to the Prince of Shu, as an elder brother, you should reflect on yourself. Though the Prince of Shu seethed with hatred inside, he obediently replied, yes, father. Having received some exquisite gifts from Xiao Ming, Emperor Wengshuan was eager to return and admire them. He signaled to Feng Deshui, who announced court is dismissed. Since there were no pressing matters today, the officials bowed and slowly exited Chengqing Hall. Your Highness, Your Highness. As soon as he left the hall, Luo Quan caught up with him and said, Your Highness, do you have any more of those telescopes? Could you spare one for this old minister? Xiao Ming replied, General Luo, don't worry. While others may not have them, I won't forget you. Yesterday, I visited Grand Secretary Fei, and today I was planning to send the gifts to you. Your Highness is too kind. I don't need anything else, just the telescope. Those who had never fought in wars couldn't understand the telescope's importance on the battlefield. Is that so? Then I'll take back the drunken Kingzhu wine, Xiao Ming joked. Luo Quan was taken aback and said, Your Highness, once a gift is given, how can it be taken back? Xiao Ming laughed. I knew General Luo loved his wine too. As they walked out of the palace gates, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered Luo Xin and asked, General Luo, I'll be returning to Kingzhu in a few days. Luo Xin has been quite useful to me there, but after all, he's still a general of the Imperial Army. At this, Luo Quan's expression turned serious. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Your Highness, Luo Xin has been idle in the Imperial Army. Rather than wasting his time, it's better for him to return with you and contribute in some small way. If Your Highness doesn't mind, I'll petition the Emperor to assign Luo Xin to you as a family general. How does that sound? Bringing up Luo Xin was a test of Luo Quan's attitude. If Luo Quan refused, it would mean he didn't trust Xiao Ming. But now that he offered Luo Xin as a family general, it showed his favor toward Xiao Ming. That would be perfect. Thank you for your kindness, General Luo, Xiao Ming said with a smile. Luo Quan replied, In the great Yu Empire today, how many are like Your Highness, truly devoted to serving the nation for this reason alone? Luo Xin will surely achieve great things under your command. This old minister is only doing this to ensure the Luo family's legacy doesn't end abruptly. What do you mean? General Xiao Ming asked, puzzled. Luo Quan said, If one doesn't plan for the future, troubles will come soon enough. Your Highness, this is just an old man's unnecessary worry. Xiao Ming frowned, suddenly thinking of Niu Ben. Perhaps Luo Quan feared ending up like him. By placing Luo Xin under Xiao Ming's command, at least the entire family wouldn't suffer together. Back at his residence, Xiao Ming had servants deliver gifts to Luo Quan. By now, he had already given gifts to all the officials outside the palace. The only ones left were the imperial concubines. Those who whispered in the emperor's ear were dangerous, and since they were close to Emperor Wengshuan, Xiao Ming didn't dare neglect them. He entered the palace to deliver perfumes, soaps, and other items. You're returning to Kingzhu in a few days. Upon hearing this, Consort Zhen looked reluctant to see him go. Mother, Kingzhu is still in a state of recovery, and I cannot afford to slack off. Every day, I feel as if I'm treading on thin ice. The journey there and back takes a month, and I fear unrest may arise in my absence, Xiao Ming explained. Consort Zhen was a reasonable woman. Instead of tearfully begging him to stay, she said, "You've grown up and finally understand that governance cannot be neglected for even a day. Since that's the case, I won't keep you." In this world, Consort Zhen was the only person who made Xiao Ming feel warmth. He said, "Mother, you must also be careful in the palace and guard against schemers." Consort Zhen held Xiao Ming's hand and smiled. A mother's status depends on her son. Now that you've gained your father's favor, he will naturally take better care of me. If you're worried about me, focus on developing your territory. Xiao Ming nodded. Though Consort Zhen lived deep in the palace, she understood the situation clearly. The more irful Xiao Ming became, the higher her status would rise. "Understood, mother. Please distribute these gifts to the concubines you're close with. That way you'll have more allies," Xiao Ming said. Gift-giving was a delicate matter, knowing who to give to and who to avoid. Since he wasn't familiar with the palace and couldn't move freely, he entrusted the gifts to Consort Zhen for distribution. "Don't worry about this. I'll handle it," Consort Zhen assured him. As they spoke, Feng Desui's voice came from outside. Soon after, Liulai led him in. "Congratulations, Your Highness. The marriage decree has been issued. The marriage between Your Highness and the Fei family is now official." Feng Desui announced joyfully. Consort Zhen was overjoyed. She said, "Thank you for your trouble, Minister Feng. Liulai, prepare some gifts for Minister Feng. Your Majesty, there's no need. This old servant is not greedy. His Highness has already rewarded me generously," Feng Desui said with a smile. "The prince is the prince, and this is different. Besides, this is a joyous occasion," Consort Zhen insisted excitedly. She had been waiting for this news for a long time. Liulai came out with some rewards, and Feng Desui had no choice but to accept them. After Feng Desui left, Consort Zhen said to Xiao Ming, "Now that the marriage is settled, once the 6 rites are completed, you can wed." The imperial family of the Great Yu Empire still followed the 6 rites of marriage: proposal, name inquiry, divination, betrothal gifts, date selection, and wedding ceremony. These procedures were extremely elaborate. With the marriage settled, the Ministry of Rites would handle the arrangements. However, completing all these steps would take at least half a year, and selecting an auspicious date would likely push the wedding to a year from now. "Now that the marriage is settled, there's truly nothing left for me to do in Chang'an," Xiao Ming said with a smile. Consort Zhen nodded. "With this matter resolved," she said, "in that case, you should set off soon. I'll handle the wedding preparations. Once an auspicious date is chosen, I'll inform you, but it will likely take a year or so." Her words aligned with Xiao Ming's expectations. He felt relieved. A year would give him enough time to stabilize Kingzhu. If the wedding happened immediately, it would delay many of his plans. With the marriage settled and nothing else keeping him in Chang'an, Xiao Ming spent a few more days with Consort Zhen before having Ziyuan and Lu Luo pack their belongings for the return to Kingzhu. "Your Highness, next time you return to Chang'an, we'll be able to toast at your wedding feast." Outside the gates of Chang'an, 1,000 cavalrymen clad in fine plate armor stood in formation on either side. Lu Fei and Luo Xin, also in full military attire, waited nearby. At the city gate, Chen Yushu, Qin Rui, and Du Boyuan had come to see Xiao Ming off. Before leaving the city, Xiao Ming had already bid farewell to Emperor Wengshuan and Consort Zhen. Though the emperor could not come in person, he had sent Fei Jai and Luo Quan to see him off, along with He Zhang, Yu Ming, and Kao Jun. When Xiao Ming saw this lineup, he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. It seemed his every move in Chang'an these past few days had not escaped the emperor's notice. This was a clear message: "I'm watching you. Haha, next time I return, I'll take you all boating on Kujiang Lake again," Xiao Ming said, clasping his hands in salute. Chen Yushu and the others returned the gesture. At this moment, Luo Quan spoke up. "Luo Xin, from now on, you are the family general of His Highness, the Prince of Qi. Do not betray the trust he has placed in you." "Do you understand, father? Don't worry. I won't bring shame to the Luo family," Luo Xin replied, saluting firmly. Over the past 2 days, Luo Quan had indeed petitioned Emperor Wengshuan to grant Luo Xin to Xiao Ming as a family general. Now, Luo Xin no longer had to wrestle with conflicting loyalties. Fei Jai wore a faint smile, while He Zhang and the other 2 appeared deep in thought. Though they had come under the emperor's orders, by seeing Xiao Ming off, they had inadvertently aligned themselves with him in the eyes of the other princes. "The emperor has really thrown us to the wolves." Consort Zhen glanced at the sun and said, "It's getting late. You should set off soon. It's still dozens of li to the next town." "Yes, mother," Xiao Ming nodded. Consort Zhen's eyes were slightly red, clearly suppressing the pain of parting. Not wanting to prolong her sorrow, Xiao Ming mounted his horse and rode east. Consort Zhen turned to Ziyuan and Lu Luo and instructed, "You 2 are the ones I trust the most. You must take good care of the prince." "Your Majesty, rest assured," Ziyuan and Lu Luo replied with a curtsy. After her final words, Consort Zhen turned away, unable to bear watching Xiao Ming leave. With a sigh, Xiao Ming flicked the reins and galloped ahead. Lu Fei and Luo Xin followed, and the 1,000 cavalrymen thundered after them, their hooves kicking up dust. As the group gradually disappeared into the distance, Fei Jai turned to Luo Quan. "What were you thinking? Are you so certain Luo Xin will achieve great things in Kingzhu?" honestly, Luo Quan asked. Of course, Luo Hong is already in the Imperial army. If Luo Xin stays, he'll always be overshadowed by his elder brother. In Kingzhu, at least he can reach his full potential, Luo Quan said. Fei Jai chuckled helplessly at this and turned back toward the city gates. 7 days later, Xiao Ming and his party arrived in Kingzhu. As the familiar scenery of Kingzhu's official road came into view, Xiao Ming felt a warmth in his chest. Home. Ziwen and Luluo also relaxed, pointing out familiar sights from the carriage. This trip to Chang'an, including the journey there and back, had taken nearly a month. Commoners and merchants along the road whispered among themselves, some even recognizing Xiao Ming. A few stood by the roadside, bowing respectfully. From horseback, Xiao Ming returned their greetings. "These are my people, my subjects. His Highness has returned. His Highness has returned." Before they even reached the city gates, excited shouts erupted. The guards on duty, spotting Xiao Ming's group from afar with their telescopes, were cheering loudly. Those damn brats. No discipline at all, shouting like that. What kind of military conduct is that? I've only been gone a month, and they've already lost their minds. Lu Fei grumbled from his horse. Luo Xin smirked. "You're just jealous. Those boys only recognize His Highness now, not you." Luo Xin, "Don't think just because you treated me to a few brothel girls in Chang'an that I won't beat you up. I, Lu Fei, am a man of principle." Lu Fei glared at him. Luo Xin scoffed. "Now that I'm His Highness's family general, I won't hold back just because you're an outsider." "Oh yeah, let's see you try." Lu Fei cracked his knuckles. In Chang'an, the two had been inseparable, drinking and carousing together. Now they were back to their old bickering, the same camaraderie they'd shared during the battle at Kangju. Xiao Ming cut in. "Both of you, listen up. In Chang'an, I indulged you because of your merits, letting you blow off steam. But back in Kingzhu, you'd better not act like that again, unless you want me to discipline you." "Yes, Your Highness," they replied in unison. As they reached the city gates, the guards stood ramrod straight, eyes forward, all traces of their earlier chaos gone. In unison, they placed their right fists over their left chests. This was the military salute of the Kingzhu army, a clenched fist for unity, pressed to the chest for loyalty. "My honor is loyalty." The moment Xiao Ming entered Kingzhu, the guards roared the slogan in unison. "My honor is loyalty." Xiao Ming mirrored the gesture, fist to chest. Behind him, Lu Fei, Luo Xin, and the cavalry echoed the cry, their voices ringing through the city. This was now the battle cry of the Kingzhu army, a pledge to defend the principality with Xiao Ming at its core, unto death. The commotion at the gates quickly spread, and news reached the governor's residence. Pang Yukun emerged with a crowd of Kingzhu officials to welcome him. "Your Highness, you've finally returned," Pang Yukun said with a smile. Li Kaiyuan flattered, "In your Highness's absence, we've had no energy for governance. The people were uneasy, fearing you might not return. Now they can finally rest easy. Truly, your Highness's prestige in Kingzhu is unmatched." "Ha ha ha, is that so? Your skill at flattery has improved in prison, it seems. Maybe a stint behind bars did you some good," Xiao Ming laughed. Lu Fei smirked darkly. "He's not wrong. This bastard nearly got your Highness killed, serves him right." Li Kaiyuan wore a pained expression. "Commander Lu, must you bring up such old grievances?" The group burst into laughter. After the Qin family was dealt with, the war in Kangju had erupted, and in the chaos, Li Kaiyuan had been forgot, left to rot in prison for over a month. Convinced Xiao Ming meant to execute him, he had nearly died of fright. It wasn't until the merchant guilds descended into chaos and appealed to the governor's residence that anyone remembered to release him. Back on his own turf, Xiao Ming felt a weight lift from his shoulders. With his initial network in Chang'an now established, maintaining those connections would suffice. From now on, his business ventures in the capital would have allies. Now that he was back, he could finally focus on development. Amid the clamor, Pang Yukun spoke up. "Your Highness, since your return, a joyous event has occurred." The governor's residence was bustling with noise as Xiao Ming returned. Many commoners and merchants stopped to watch, their faces lighting up with excitement upon learning that the Prince of Qi had come back to Kingzhu. Everything they had now was given to them by Xiao Ming, so naturally, they hoped he would stay in Kingzhu to continue providing them protection and convenience. What joyous news back in Chang'an! Fei Jai's 4 great threats had weighed heavily on Xiao Ming. Aside from the barbarians, there were also 2 troublesome neighbors along the coast. It seemed he was truly beset by misfortunes. Now, any good news was crucial to him. Zhang Liang came yesterday to report that the first galleon is nearly complete. He asked when your Highness would return. Little did he expect you to arrive today. The galleon is almost finished, Xiao Ming exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Pang Yukun replied. He didn't have much of a reaction to the galleon, but seeing Xiao Ming so excited, he knew it must be important. Ha ha ha, wonderful. Zhang Liang promised to deliver 3 galleons by the end of the year. After all these months, we're finally seeing progress, Xiao Ming said. His excitement wasn't just because the galleon would enable long-distance voyages. It was because its completion meant Kingzhu now had the capability to build galleons. More importantly, it signified that Kingzhu had cultivated a group of skilled shipwrights capable of constructing large warships. This was an invaluable asset. With these craftsmen, he could formally expand and standardize the shipbuilding industry, laying the foundation for a future naval fleet. At the same time, the training of specialized naval personnel needed to be put on the agenda. Recently, Bowen Academy had been focused on recruiting talent, but many specific courses hadn't been established yet. After all, everything had been geared toward the war in Kangju. Now, it was time to prioritize education. The true advantage of the technology crystal lay in education. With the galleon making progress, Xiao Ming was naturally thrilled. However, like Pang Yukun, Lu Fei and Luo Xin showed little reaction. To them, a galleon was just a ship, nothing particularly special. This attitude was precisely why the Great Yu Empire's naval development had always lagged, a fundamental lack of emphasis on maritime interests. But this was understandable. Northern soldiers were traditionally weak in naval warfare, so it was natural for them to feel indifferent toward ships. Xiao Ming, however, came from a modern background. He deeply understood how the sea could bring wealth and to a nation, with trade routes being the most critical factor. Now that the Silk Road was occupied by barbarians, cutting off trade between the Great Yu Empire and Western nations, a maritime route had become absolutely essential. After a brief exchange with the officials at the governor's residence, Xiao Ming had Ziwen and Luluo return first, while he and Pang Yukun headed straight for the shipyard downstream of the Xiaoqing River outside the city. Lu Fei, Luo Xin, and the cavalrymen returned to the Kingzhu military camp. Since assigning Zhang Liang to build the galleon, aside from allocating slaves and providing woodworking lathes, Xiao Ming had rarely interfered. From his perspective, he didn't want to micromanage his subordinates' responsibilities. Doing so would not only exhaust him, but also prevent them from truly mastering the technology he provided. Thus, for the galleon, he had only supplied a set of blueprints. At the machinery department, he primarily taught in lecture format, leaving the practical application for them to figure out themselves. Your Highness, we're here. After half an hour on horseback, the two arrived at a bend in the river. Here, the Xiaoqing River took a sharp turn, its surface swelling, wide in the middle and narrow at both ends. The water here also appeared deep, making it an ideal location for a shipyard. Standing on the riverbank, Xiao Ming looked down. Moored in the river bend were 3 galleon hulls. On the vast riverbank, craftsmen were busy at work, while slaves transported logs, rivets, and other materials back and forth. Near the riverbank stood a long, peaked brick building about 100 meters in length. Craftsmen moved in and out, carrying processed wooden planks, while the sound of sawing wood came from inside. This was the main structure of the shipyard. At the moment, Zhang Liang was on the riverbank, holding blueprints and pointing at the hull, seemingly correcting some issue. Exchanging a glance with Pang Yukun, Xiao Ming descended the slope toward the shipyard. The guards at the shipyard immediately opened the gates upon seeing Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun. Your Highness. Zhang Liang noticed their arrival and hurried over, his face beaming. Not bad. You're almost ready to install the sails, right among the 3 galleons on the riverbank. The first one was nearly complete, with craftsmen applying tung oil to the hull. Wooden ships sailing in water face significant corrosion, especially galleons at sea, where saltwater accelerated decay. Thus, after completing the hull, craftsmen coated it with tung oil to waterproof it and extend the ship's lifespan. Your Highness's words only make this old slave feel more ashamed. Completing 3 galleons by year's end will be difficult, but even if I have to forego food and sleep, I will ensure it's done for your Highness. Instead of being pleased, Zhang Liang seemed uneasy. The 3 walked around the hull as they talked. Privately, Xiao Ming hadn't held much hope for launching 3 galleons, but he couldn't say that aloud. Otherwise, morale would drop, so he couldn't relax the target. In that case, you'll have to work harder. Yes, your Highness. Zhang Liang replied respectfully. As a slave still under punishment, he didn't dare slack off. At the base of the ship, Xiao Ming patted the wooden scaffolding on either side. These supports were built from timber, similar to construction scaffolding, a method explicitly detailed in the blueprints. Traditionally, shipbuilding relied on a frame ladders, but these were impractical for large vessels. Thus, scaffolding was erected first, allowing craftsmen to climb up and down easily to install planks, hammer rivets, and apply tung oil. Your Highness, this so-called scaffolding is indeed very convenient. It has significantly sped up the shipbuilding process, Zhang Liang said, his tone carrying admiration. He had no idea how Xiao Ming had come up with such a method, naturally. Once the tongue oil is applied, dismantle this scaffolding and reuse it for the next galleon. This is called assembly line work. It saves materials and time. On the riverbank, all 3 galleons were surrounded by scaffolding over 10 meters high, no small feat in itself. Zhang Liang nodded. By now, he was used to hearing unfamiliar terms from Xiao Ming. However, he hadn't summoned Xiao Ming just to deliver good news. There were also some troubles to report. Sales. When Zhang Liang raised this issue to Xiao Ming, the problem became clear. The ship itself was nearly built, but Zhang Liang had no means to produce the sails. Moreover, the galleon's tall masts required equally large sails. How did you make sails for ships before? Xiao Ming frowned. Zhang Liang gave a bitter smile. Your Highness, back when the Wei family was still around, they operated a textile workshop that produced sailcloth. We used to purchase it from them. But after Your Highness eliminated the Wei and Qin families, I later found out that the workshop had been taken over by the government and was still being reorganized. Production hadn't even started yet. That was my oversight, Xiao Ming admitted. The Wei family's assets were all seized by the government. I had planned to reorganize the textile workshop earlier, but the war in Kangju delayed everything. Then my trip to Chang'an pushed it further back. All right, for now, focus on completing the ship's hull. As for the sails, give me the measurements and designs, and I'll arrange for their production. Yes, Your Highness. I've already prepared the specifications. Zhang Liang pulled out a blueprint from his robe and handed it to Xiao Ming. After reviewing the plans, Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun inspected the other 2 galleons. At this pace, they should be completed by the end of the year. Now that the ships were nearly ready, the next step was recruiting sailors. A standard galleon required a crew of about 150. This matter also needed attention, so Xiao Ming asked Zhang Liang, since the galleons will soon be ready to sail, you must know more about recruiting experienced sailors than I do. Where can we find skilled seafarers? Zhang Liang looked confident. Having worked in shipbuilding for years, he knew exactly where to find the right people. Your Highness, when you assigned me to oversee the Dengzhou shipyard, I spent some time there and got familiar with the area. Dengzhou is a coastal region where most fishermen make their living from the sea. In the past, many fishermen from Dengzhou came here to buy boats. But in recent years, with pirates and Japanese raiders infesting the waters, many fishermen have been killed and their boats stolen. Fear has driven most of them to avoid the sea altogether. I think now is the perfect time to recruit them. They'd make excellent crew members for the galleons. Pang Yukun nodded in agreement. Your Highness, Zhang Liang is right. Since ancient times, people have relied on the mountains or the sea for survival. The people of Dengzhou have always depended on fishing. Now that their livelihood has been cut off, they must harbor deep hatred for the pirates and raiders. If we recruit them, they'll surely respond enthusiastically. He paused before adding, moreover, many in Dengzhou have turned to smuggling salt out of desperation. The local governor, Yang Cheng'ai, has repeatedly asked me how to deal with these salt smugglers. Very well. In a few days, we'll go to Dengzhou together to assess the situation firsthand, Xiao Ming said. My concern is that these people are accustomed to living off the sea and have no interest in farming. The land distribution policy offers them little benefit, and the crackdown on salt smuggling has likely bred resentment. If they join forces with Korean or Japanese pirates, the situation could turn dangerous. Zhang Liang agreed. Your Highness is absolutely right. Fishermen with no means to survive may turn to piracy, raiding and plundering along the coast. Desperate men are capable of anything. After settling the matter and instructing Zhang Liang to speed up construction, Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun returned to Kingzhu. Currently, the barbarians still posed a threat north of Kangju, while pirates and raiders blocked maritime trade routes. This meant that Kingzhu's goods couldn't easily be transported by sea to other regions or foreign markets. The domestic market was important, but overseas trade was equally crucial. Another issue was that some resources needed for industry were either scarce or non-existent within the Great Yu Empire. For example, rubber trees and ironwood. The former was essential for future steam engine components like pistons and belts, while the latter, native only to Annam, Vietnam, was prized for its hardness and resistance to decay, making it the best material for shipbuilding. Currently, Zhang Liang was using locally sourced pine and fir wood for the galleons, but these couldn't match the durability of ironwood ships. During the Age of Sail, many vessels disintegrated and sank due to inferior materials corroding in seawater or breaking apart in storms. Thus, securing resources like ironwood was critical, not just for shipbuilding, but also for military equipment, specialized machinery parts, and construction. Moreover, historical records from the technology crystal showed that the rapid advancement of Western nations during the colonial era was largely due to their ability to extract resources from across the globe, which in turn fueled industrial growth. In essence, materials were the foundation of civilization's progress. coal, oil, nuclear energy. Some scientists even predicted that without discovering new energy sources, humanity would forever be confined to the solar system. This was why Major Urs invested in lunar and Martian exploration. Everything was for resources. This was precisely why Xiao Ming placed such importance on galleons. He didn't lack technological knowledge, he lacked resources. And some of these resources either hadn't been discovered within the Great Yu Empire or simply didn't exist there. The next day, Xiao Ming summoned Kingzhu's key officials to a meeting at the royal residence. Having just returned from Chang'an, he needed updates on the territory's recent developments and to discuss the threat posed by the Blood Wolf tribe near Kangju. Your Highness, the military restructuring into divisions, brigades, battalions, companies, platoons, and squads is now complete across all 6 prefectures, Niu Ben reported first. Good. The soldiers' new salute and slogan at the city gates show the reforms are progressing quickly, Xiao Ming said with a smile. Any difficulties adapting to the changes Niu Ben looked uneasy. Being called division commander instead of general feels strange. Exactly. Now they call me brigade commander, and it just doesn't sit right, Lu Fei grumbled. Xiao Ming nodded. He had indeed rushed the military reforms, and the officers were struggling to adjust. Very well. Keep the new salutes, slogans, and regulations, but for now, revert to the old titles. Consider this an educational phase. We'll reintroduce the new ranks when necessary. Yes, Your Highness. Niu Ben and the other officers replied in unison. A cup of strong tea sat beside him, its faint aroma filling the air. Setting aside military reforms for now, Xiao Ming continued, the Hainshu tribe has withdrawn from the grasslands, replaced by the Blood Wolf tribe. I assume you're all aware of this. Our scouts on the plains have already brought back reports. Last time, we won by sheer luck, but now that Beishan has taken control of Yuzhu, things have become much more complicated, Niu Ben said with a frown. Zhan Xingcheng added, exactly. The Blood Wolf tribe has intensified surveillance on Kangju. Enemy scouts frequently appear outside the city, making it impossible for us to send craftsmen to build fortresses on the plains. After Your Highness left for Chang'an, I attempted it once. The moment our craftsmen transported materials onto the grasslands, barbarian cavalry arrived, forcing us to retreat back into the city. Beishan is indeed not an easy opponent. Right now, he's like a wolf watching its prey, eyeing Kangju for any weakness. The moment we slip up, they'll strike, Xiao Ming said, his expression grim. After a moment of thought, he continued, but we can't abandon the fortress strategy. If we can't expand onto the plains yet, we must at least turn Kangju's defenses into an impenetrable stronghold. After the meeting, I'll teach you a new construction method. Yes, Your Highness, Zhan Xingcheng replied. Xiao Ming then turned to Chen Qi. How is the military workshop progressing? Chen Qi said. Your Highness, all equipment from the machinery department has been moved to the military workshop. Cannons are now being produced steadily. This month, we've supplied Kangju with 20 more cannons. However, material shortages are becoming a problem again. Chen Wenlong chimed in, Your Highness, Steward Qian's mines alone can't keep up with the demand. Right now, the daily iron ore output is barely enough for 1 cannon, sometimes not even that. This was a problem Xiao Ming couldn't easily solve. Mining wasn't as simple as throwing more people at it. Once surface-level iron ore was exhausted, miners had to dig deeper underground, where space was limited. There was only so much manpower that could be crammed into narrow tunnels. As a result, mining had become more difficult and production had plateaued. Adding to the issue, transporting the mined ore took even more time, severely hampering cannon production. Don't worry about that. More materials will arrive soon, Xiao Ming assured them. Chen Qi and Chen Wenlong exchanged glances. Really? Absolutely. The Emperor wants to purchase cannons from us, 8,000 taels per cannon. Part of the payment will be in iron and coal. Other feudal lords will likely follow suit. This means iron and coal from across the Great Yu Empire will flow into Kingzhu, Lu Fei declared loudly. Purchase, Your Highness, these cannons are our lifeline against the barbarians. We barely have enough for ourselves. How can we sell them? Niu Ben protested immediately. The idea of parting with cannons was more painful than cutting off his own flesh. They were the backbone of Kingzhu's military. General, as Chen Wenlong just said, our local mines can't meet demand. If we don't solve the material shortage, production will remain crippled. Besides, we can't refuse the Emperor's orders, and the profits are too good to ignore. Each cannon costs us 2,000 to 3,000 taels to make, but we're selling them for 8,000. For every cannon we provide the court, we can produce 2 or 3 more for ourselves. It's a guaranteed profit, Xiao Ming explained. Niu Ben froze for a moment before breaking into a smile. Your Highness, I must be getting senile. The others chuckled good-naturedly. But this means the military workshop will be stretched thin. Your Highness will need more slaves assigned to us. Otherwise, we won't have enough manpower, Chen Qi said. That won't be a problem. However, we must differentiate between the cannons we sell and the ones we use. At the very least, ensure the sold cannons have inferior range and compared to ours. That way, even if they fall into enemy hands, we can still overpower them, Xiao Ming warned. Niu Ben and the others nodded in agreement. They had been about to raise the same concern, but Xiao Ming had already thought of everything. Once military matters were settled, Pang Yukun spoke up. Your Highness, this year's harvest across the 6 prefectures has been bountiful. Many commoners have sold their surplus grain to the government. Our granaries now hold over 500,000 dan of grain. Combined with military reserves, our storage facilities are overflowing. With the next harvest approaching, should we continue purchasing grain, 500,000 dan of grain could feed 500,000 people for 3 months, more than enough for the army, but far from sufficient by modern standards. Emergency reserves should cover at least 3 years of consumption. In times of war, production would be disrupted. During the Battle of Kangju, for instance, while only 50,000 soldiers and support troops were mobilized, 200,000 to 300,000 civilians were drafted to transport supplies and prepare siege materials. With so many laborers pulled from their farms, this year's autumn harvest would undoubtedly shrink. This was why Xiao Ming had said Kingzhu was still recovering. Buy as much as the people are willing to sell. At the very least, ensure the army has 3 years' worth of grain. As for storage, order each prefecture to build new granaries. Use brick-and-mortar construction with cement flooring and choose elevated sites to prevent moisture damage. Set quotas. Each prefecture must meet its grain procurement target, Xiao Ming said firmly. Food security was no joke. Farming depended on the weather. Droughts, floods, or locust plagues could wipe out an entire year's harvest. Stockpiling during abundant years was the only way to safeguard against disasters. Pang Yukun nodded, jotting down Xiao Ming's instructions. Then he added, Your Highness, the treasury now holds only 2 million taels of silver. Here's the ledger. Would you like to review it? The saddest thing in life was being alive but broke. Pang Yukun's words made Xiao Ming's stomach twist. All profits from the merchant guilds flowed into the treasury for government allocation, so the ledger told the full story. Just providing plow oxen and farming tools to the people had cost over 1 million taels. Each set of plate armor for the military cost at least 20 taels, 40,000 taels for the Kingzhu army alone. The Battle of Kangju had consumed hundreds of thousands more in cannons, ammunition, and shells. Add to that the expenses for feeding slaves, paying officials' salaries, and purchasing timber for shipbuilding. As Xiao Ming scanned the ledger's dense numbers, his head began to throb. Your Highness, the Great Yu Empire's tax revenue mainly comes from agriculture. By exempting the fiefdom from taxes for 3 years, we've essentially cut off the government's income. Seeing Xiao Ming frown at the accounts, Pang Yukun explained further. As for commercial taxes, only Kingzhu has a significant number of merchants, and even then, they're mostly concentrated in industries like brewing and soap making. The taxes collected amount to just tens of thousands of taels, a drop in the bucket compared to our current expenditures. Pang Yukun was in charge of logistics, and his focus was solely on finances. He didn't concern himself with Xiao Ming's broader plans, but in his view, projects like the galleons were unnecessary and a waste of resources. Xiao Ming understood Pang Yukun's implication. He was warning against costly, large-scale projects that could burden the recovering economy of the 6 prefectures. But for Xiao Ming, every plan had a purpose. Without investment, there would be no major returns, a perspective Pang Yukun likely couldn't grasp yet. After Pang Yukun finished, Xiao Ming turned his attention to Li Kaiyuan. Managing a fiefdom was like running a company. The military, public welfare, and government operations were major expenses, while Li Kaiyuan, representing the merchant guild, was the primary source of income. That's why Xiao Ming always felt more relieved seeing Li Kaiyuan than Pang Yukun. Li Kaiyuan's reports were about profits, while Pang Yukun's were about expenses, and always asking for more money. Your Highness, after over a year, the domestic market isn't as ing as it was initially. Products like soap and perfume last a long time, so demand has dropped significantly. Drunken Kingzhu sales have also declined but remain stable. Combined, the guild's monthly income is now around 300,000 taels, Li Kaiyuan reported. 300,000. Xiao Ming's expression darkened. That little, it's not insignificant, Your Highness. After auctioning off sales rights, we're only making slim profits now. However, after the noble families were eliminated, we've taken control of the Chang'an market. I've already begun setting up shops there, Li Kaiyuan explained. Xiao Ming sighed. He had made a fortune from auctioning sales rights early on, but now the consequences were apparent. After splurging, adjusting to leaner times was hard. Though 300,000 taels a month was still a massive sum, it was far from enough for his ambitious plans. If the Great Yu market is saturated, the Golden Horde's market must still be wide open. Xiao Ming's words nearly made Li Kaiyuan spit out his tea. Your Highness, you want the guild to trade with the barbarians. Beishan hates us. Any merchant caravan entering the grasslands would be slaughtered on sight. Besides, those barbarians stink. They never bathe. Why would they want soap or perfume, but they love alcohol? Niu Ben interjected calmly. The northern winters are harsh, and strong liquor is perfect for keeping warm. Xiao Ming glanced at Niu Ben, then back at Li Kaiyuan. Sea war is one thing, but business is another. Why not profit from the barbarians at best? Liquor would only fetch us livestock hides in exchange, Li Kaiyuan argued. The barbarians rarely use silver. That's fine too. Ideally, trade for horses. Hides are also in short supply in the Great Yu. You can resell them for profit, Xiao Ming said, eyes gleaming. Lu Fei laughed and slammed the table. Your Highness, I admire your cunning. Li Kaiyuan, try to get us some horses. I'll treat you to drinks. I'd rather not, Li Kaiyuan muttered, shrinking back. I might not even make it back alive. Even Pang Yukun, desperate for funds, abandoned his principles. Many merchants already trade between Kingzhu and the grasslands. Turn a blind eye, grease a few palms, and they'll work for you. We're counting on you. Money is everywhere. The flattery boosted Li Kaiyuan's ego, making him stand a little taller. Though Xiao Ming had elevated the status of merchants, traditional biases persisted. In government circles, he still felt inferior until now. Fine, I'll give it my best shot, Li Kaiyuan said with a grin. Xiao Ming nodded. By the way, how's the takeover of the Qin family's canal fleet going after Qin Chunian was hanged in Kangju? His 30 merchant ships were seized. Xiao Ming had assigned Pang Yukun to transfer them to Li Kaiyuan. Pang Yukun looked ashamed. Your Highness, after news spread of Qin Chunian's arrest, we secured the ships within Kingzhu, but those outside the territory, their crews simply commandeered and sold them. Only 12 ships were handed over to the guild. Combined with the ships the guild bought from Jinling, we now have 4 to 5, Li Kaiyuan added. That should suffice for domestic trade, Xiao Ming said with a sigh. His resources were still meager. The workshop district might seem bustling, but it was just a few factories. True prosperity would come only when commerce flourished across the land. With the meeting's main points covered, Xiao Ming dismissed everyone except Zhan Xingcheng. Your Highness, what's this new city wall you mentioned earlier? Zhan Xingcheng asked. A reinforced concrete wall, Xiao Ming declared, another massive project for Kingzhu. Without waiting for questions, he grabbed paper and began explaining. Reinforced concrete was one of the sturdiest construction methods in modern engineering, used in megaprojects like the Three Gorges Dam and nuclear plants. Later, it became standard for residential buildings, capable of withstanding magnitude 78 earthquakes. Its strength came from concrete's compressive resistance and steel's tensile strength, a perfect combination. Kangju's wall facing the grasslands spanned a narrow 500-meter valley. Building a reinforced concrete wall here would be like constructing 10 50-meter-long residential buildings, a small project by modern standards, but a monumental task here. Yet Xiao Ming was determined. Once completed, this wall would render the barbarians' gunpowder tactics useless. Only Xiao Ming and Zhan Xingcheng remained in the governor's meeting hall. As Xiao Ming sketched the blueprint, he explained how to construct the new outer wall. First, the wall wouldn't be solid. Since they were building it, they might as well design it as a fortress. So rather than just a wall, it would function as a military stronghold. Overall, the wall would retain a traditional appearance, but the outer layer would be replaced with concrete. The interior would be hollow, except for the section up to 5 meters from the ground, which would be filled and compacted with earth. This would save costs while ensuring that even if the exterior were damaged, the interior would remain intact. Above the 5-meter mark, hollow chambers would be built. Small openings, just wide enough for spears, would be embedded in the outer wall. During battles, soldiers could use these openings to attack climbing barbarians. This section would be about 2.8 meters high. The 3rd and 4th levels would follow the same design. On the 5th level, the openings would be enlarged to allow cannons to fire through while still preventing enemy entry. From this level onward, cannon mounts would be installed inside the chambers. The next 4 levels would maintain this structure, with occasional spear openings interspersed. In total, the wall would match the height of the old one, around 20 meters, an imposing defense. After hearing the design, Zhan Xingcheng looked excited. With such a sturdy wall, even the barbarians would despair at the sight of it. If we complete it, the Battle of Kangju will never repeat itself, Xiao Ming said. The memories of the last war were still fresh. Zhan Xingcheng nodded. But Your Highness, such a complex project will require your personal supervision at the site. Without Hansen guidance, I fear I won't be able to execute it properly. I was already planning to go. I don't want shoddy construction. For now, prepare the slaves, cement, gravel, and wooden planks in advance, Xiao Ming instructed. Concrete structures weren't overly complicated. The main challenges were reinforcing steel bars and wooden formwork. For skilled carpenters, this wouldn't be difficult. The real issue was the steel reinforcement. At this stage, Xiao Ming couldn't produce modern-grade steel bars. He'd have to rely on the ironworks to improvise. After all, human ingenuity was boundless. After assigning tasks to Zhan Xingqing, Xiao Ming returned to his residence. The meeting had highlighted several problems in the fiefdom, but at least the people now had surplus grain and no longer feared starvation. However, beyond staple foods, they lacked vegetables or other cash crops. This was his next challenge. Future industries would require raw materials like cotton, silk, and hemp. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming remembered tung oil, a waterproofing agent for ships that was also scarce in his fiefdom. He'd have to purchase it from elsewhere. Industrial development is truly difficult, he sighed, gaining a deeper appreciation for the complexity of a complete industrial system. Unlike his current situation, where he constantly lacked materials or parts, back in his chambers, Xiao Ming began drafting detailed blueprints, general layouts, concrete structures, steel reinforcement diagrams, and joint designs. His meticulous approach aimed to establish a foundation for Kingzhu's construction industry. In modern times, his homeland was renowned as a construction house. He intended to build that reputation now. After working all day, he finally completed the drawings by evening, though his hands ached from exhaustion. "Your Highness, you haven't even eaten lunch." Luluo entered with dinner, frowning when she saw his untouched midday meal. Xiao Ming smiled. "Ah, I forgot. Your Highness is so dedicated, but your health matters too," Luluo chided gently. Over the past year, Xiao Ming had grown comfortable around the two maids. All right, now you sound just as nagging as Ziwen." Luluo, once timid around him, had grown bolder, a change Xiao Ming appreciated. A silent companion would have been dull. As she picked up the untouched lunch tray, Luluo suddenly remembered something. "Your Highness, is the loom ready?" Ziwen and I visited the textile workshop. If the looms arrive, we'll recruit skilled girls from nearby counties to work there. That might take a few more days. After I return from Dengzhou, the machinery department hit some snags while building the looms. I'll need to inspect them myself, Xiao Ming said, frustrated. He'd assigned this task before leaving for Chang'an, but without his supervision, the craftsmen, new to loom production, had run into issues. "Your Highness is going to Dengzhou again." Luluo's expression shifted slightly. Xiao Ming noticed. "Yes, why Your Highness? Before entering the palace, I was from Dengzhou. I was sold to Chang'an and later chosen by Her Majesty to serve in the palace. It's been over 10 years now. You're from Dengzhou." Xiao Ming blinked. "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Your Highness never asked, Luluo murmured. Xiao Ming chuckled. "My oversight. Since you're from Dengzhou, what can you tell me about it? Where are your parents? I could take you to visit them during this trip." At this, Luluo's eyes reddened. "Your Highness, my parents were fishermen. Were killed by Japanese pirates at sea. I sold myself to buy them coffins. If any family remains, it would be my elder brother. But he swore vengeance and went to sea. I don't know if he's alive anymore." By the end, she was quietly crying. Every servant girl had a tragic past, otherwise they wouldn't have been sold so young. Xiao Ming softened. "Then come with me to Dengzhou. You know the area, so you might assist me, and you can revisit your hometown." "Thank you, Your Highness. I'll prepare right away." Luluo bowed gratefully. She'd never dared mention this before. Servants weren't supposed to reconnect with family. Only Xiao Ming's kindness had given her the courage. Watching Luluo skip out like an excited deer, Xiao Ming shook his head. This trip to Dengzhou wouldn't be simple. Outside Dengzhou city, Yang Cheng'ai stood gazing at the vast coastline, his brow furrowed. The endless sea and the salty ocean breeze were the challenges he had faced since becoming the governor of Dengzhou. With the Salt Transport Office headquartered in Dengzhou, his responsibilities were even heavier. Not only did he have to verify and report monthly salt production figures to Kingzhu, but he also had to deal with the relentless salt smugglers infiltrating the region. Among the 6 prefectures, Dengzhou had the smallest population, only about 100,000 households. Most of these were scattered across counties outside the city, with Dengzhou itself housing just 50,000 households, totaling around 100,000 people. Many of these residents made their living by fishing, as the sea stretched endlessly beyond Dengzhou's walls. But in recent years, Japanese pirates had become increasingly active along the coast, killing many fishermen and forcing others to abandon their trade. Yet, fishermen accustomed to life on the sea had little interest in farming. As a result, the land redistribution policy had been poorly implemented in Dengzhou, especially in a coastal village called Yudai. Nestled by the sea, the village had no arable land nearby. The allocated farmland was too far away, so the villagers refused to relocate, continuing to risk fishing in nearby waters. Some even turned to smuggling salt, a capital offense in the Great Yu Empire. The rise of smugglers meant fewer official salt sales, severely impacting the Salt Transport Office's revenue, something Yang Cheng'ai could not allow. A native of Dengzhou, Yang had originally served as deputy governor. But after the local aristocratic families were purged, he, a lowborn official with no ties to the elites, was promoted to governor. Overnight, his fortunes had soared, and he was deeply grateful to the Prince of Qi. Determined to prove himself, he threw himself into his duties, leaving no room for negligence. Thus, the salt smugglers had to be dealt with for the prince's trust. But after 6 months of cat and mouse, he still hadn't captured the ringleader, a man named Yue Yun. After 3 days of deliberation, Yang finally resolved to force the smugglers out. "Governor, we truly don't know Yue Yun. Please let us go." The village of Yudai was now surrounded by hundreds of Dengzhu soldiers. All 300 villagers had been rounded up. "Nonsense. The records clearly state Yue Yun is from Yudai. How can you claim ignorance?" Yang Cheng'ai brandished a household register. He continued coldly. "Word came from Kingzhu that His Highness will arrive in Dengzhu soon, likely within days. I've been lenient until now, but your continued defiance leaves me no choice. You will all be taken in for questioning." With a wave of his hand, the soldiers moved to detain the villagers. Just then, a Dengzhu official galloped over urgently. "Governor Yang, His Highness has arrived." "What, so soon?" Yang's frown deepened. "Yes." His Highness and Chief Pang traveled by horse. Naturally, they were faster. But with the smugglers still at large, how do we explain this? The official looked uneasy. Yang sighed. "What else can we do? Take the villagers in for questioning. I'll report the truth as it is." With that, he turned his horse toward Dengzhu City. Meanwhile, in the city's government office, Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun sat drinking tea. Luluo stood beside Xiao Ming, her expression a mix of anticipation and unease. "Governor Yang has some nerve, knowing your highness was coming, yet disappearing like this," Pang Yukun grumbled. Xiao Ming chuckled. "No matter. Governance comes first." This year, Dengzhu's tax revenue jumped from last place to third among the 6 prefectures. Promoting Yang was clearly the right move. "Your Highness, Yang is capable, but the improved revenue is also due to the Salt Transport Office. Without it, Dengzhu would still be at the bottom." "True, but Dengzhu has immense potential. With the shipyard here, I plan to establish a naval base and a major port. In a few years, Dengzhu will thrive." On their way, Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun had made stops to observe local conditions. Overall, Dengzhu's people were poorer than those in other prefectures. The city itself was dilapidated, its walls crumbling, its streets sparsely populated, and its markets nearly deserted. The people's clothing was ragged. "Governor Yang is fortunate indeed. With your highness's support, Dengzhu will surely rise to prominence," Pang Yukun said. As they spoke, commotion erupted outside. Yang Cheng'ai and his official hurried in. "Your Highness, this official has failed you." Yang dropped to his knees. Xiao Ming was baffled. "Governor Yang, what's the matter?" Yang said guiltily. "Your Highness, I still haven't captured the leader of the salt smugglers. I've disgraced you and Chief Pang." Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun exchanged glances. Pang Yukun said, "Governor Yang, we didn't come here about the smugglers. There's another matter, not the smugglers." Yang's tension eased. He had assumed Xiao Ming's visit was about the smuggling crisis, which was why he had resorted to rounding up Yudai's villagers. Xiao Ming nodded. "Exactly. We're here to recruit skilled sailors for my fleet. As a local, your assistance would be invaluable." Yang looked stunned. "Your Highness, if we're talking about the best swimmers, the people of Yudai are unmatched. But I've just arrested the entire village for harboring smugglers. They're being taken to prison now." "What?" Pang Yukun's face darkened. "Yang Cheng'ai, how could you act so recklessly, arresting an entire village without evidence? What will Dengzhu's people think of the government of His Highness?" Pang Yukun's anger made the atmosphere in the Dengzhu government office tense. Yang Cheng'ai said, I acted out of urgency, and I also have proof that these commoners were hiding salt smugglers." Hearing this, Xiao Ming replied, "The law cannot punish everyone. If we handle this recklessly, it may cause civil unrest." And by then, before he could finish, a constable suddenly ran in a panic and shouted, "Governor, bad news. A large crowd has gathered in front of Dengzhu prison. They're trying to break in and demand the release of prisoners." "What?" Yang Cheng'ai was shocked. He looked at Xiao Ming. His warning had come true. Pang Yukun pointed at Yang Cheng'ai angrily and said, You've caused a huge mess." Frowning, Xiao Ming stood up and said, "Stop kneeling. Let's go see what's going on." Having lived in this world for over a year, Xiao Ming had gained some understanding of the times. The people were generally obedient, but only if they had a way to survive and their interests weren't harmed. If either of those conditions were broken, the government would quickly learn just how fierce the commoners could be. Although Xiao Ming had passed many new policies recently, due to poor local enforcement, there were still incidents where people gathered to protest. When the group arrived at the prison, they saw over 1,000 people gathered, some pushing and shoving the constables, seemingly ready to break in and rescue the prisoners. Xiao Ming was accompanied by 500 cavalrymen, who immediately charged forward on horseback. When the people heard the thunder of hooves and saw the cavalry in silver armor, they instinctively backed up a few steps and quieted down. Their eyes turned to Xiao Ming and the others on horseback. Yang Chengai was the first to dismount. He shouted to the crowd blocking the prison gate, "Who dares to incite such chaos at Dengzhou prison? Who sent you? Are you trying to rebel?" Yang Chengai was now certain. Someone had secretly paid these villagers from Yudai village to stir up trouble and pressure the government. "You officials are arresting people without reason and leaving us no way to live. Is there no justice in this world?" A villager shouted from the crowd. After that shout, the crowd fell into silence again. Most people kept looking at the intimidating cavalry. Xiao Ming stepped forward and said, "I am Prince Xiao Ming of Qi, who called you all here. If you're truly brave, step forward." In the Battle of Kangju, many Dengzhou soldiers fought bravely and fearlessly. They didn't hide like cowards. From their eyes, Xiao Ming could tell most of the people here were paid to come. They looked more afraid than angry. If they were truly involved, why would they look so nervous? "Prince of Qi, he's the Prince of Qi, that's right. The soldiers of the Kingzhu army wear that armor. I didn't expect the prince to be in Dengzhou," the crowd began to murmur. Then, a disturbance rippled through the people, and about 10 young men stepped out. The one leading them looked about 20, with dark skin from years of exposure to the sea breeze. "I'm Yue Yun. Your Highness, does this make me a brave man now?" Yue Yun said loudly. Yang Chengai angrily shouted, "You bold criminal, how dare you call yourself a brave man?" before the prince arrests them all at once. Immediately, the 10 or so young men behind Yue Yun drew their blades and stood protectively around him. "Hold on," Xiao Ming shouted. He walked up to Yue Yun and asked, "So you're one of Dengzhou's salt smugglers?" "Your Highness, there are many salt smugglers. I'm just one of them." "Why smuggle salt? We can't fish in the sea anymore, so smuggling salt is the only way to survive. Besides, sea salt is a natural resource. Everyone should be able to use it. Why can only the government sell it, and not us commoners?" Yue Yun answered firmly. "If that's the case, let me ask you, who paid for the food supplies, cannons, and ammunition used in the Battle of Kangju? How much silver did you, Yue Yun, contribute?" Xiao Ming smiled and said, "The Salt Transport Office contributes 10,000 taels of silver to the state treasury every month. If everyone thought like you, where would the army's supplies come from? Who would defend against the barbarians? And don't tell me you gave that salt away for free." Xiao Ming had used a bit of reverse psychology earlier and didn't expect Yue Yun to really come forward. That showed Yue Yun was passionate and maybe worth saving. Yue Yun was momentarily speechless. After a pause, he angrily said, "You're right about the Battle of Kangju and protecting the 6th prefecture. But has your Highness considered the people of Dengzhou? We've fished for generations, but now the pirates have taken everything from us. If we don't sell salt, how do we survive?" "Nonsense. Didn't the government assign you farmland instead of farming? You blame His Highness." Yang Chengai shouted, always frustrated by the salt smugglers and eager to punish them. Yue Yun replied, "Our hands are made for rowing boats and casting nets, not for farming. How are we supposed to grow crops and the farmland is so far from our village? How are we supposed to get there?" Yang Chengai wanted to scold him more, but Xiao Ming stopped him. "You say I don't care about the lives of Dengzhou's people? Fine. I'll give you a chance. Let's take back your fishing grounds. Are you willing?" Xiao Ming said. "Take back the fishing grounds?" Yue Yun laughed bitterly. "Your Highness, you probably haven't seen these pirates. Their ships are bigger and better armed. Just the few of us, how can we drive them out? What if I give you large ships, gather 1,000 young men from Dengzhou fishing villages, and arm you all?" Xiao Ming asked. Yue Yun looked at Xiao Ming with suspicion. "Is your Highness serious?" "I am," Xiao Ming replied firmly. "You're not going to punish us if you're willing to join my navy. I'll pardon your crimes," Xiao Ming said. Laws must be flexible, and since Xiao Ming only mentioned the Kangju battle and Yue Yun dared to show himself, it showed he wasn't a treacherous person. He just wanted to save his fellow villagers, proof of loyalty and righteousness. Right now, Xiao Ming needed people. As a prince, he needed to be open-minded and not stuck on petty details. "From now on, our lives belong to your Highness." Smuggling salt was a crime punishable by death, but Xiao Ming chose to show mercy. Yue Yun had heard of the prince's noble character, and now seeing it for himself, felt completely loyal in his heart. The gathered villagers gradually dispersed, as the people of Yudai village were released from the prison one by one. Upon seeing Yue Yun, an elderly woman suddenly knelt before Yang Chengai and said, "Governor, selling smuggled salt has nothing to do with Yue Yun. It was me who forced him into it. The villagers are all old now. The young ones either joined the army or were killed at sea. Those of us left behind can't farm anymore. We only sold salt to survive." "Mother, what are you doing?" "His Highness has already pardoned us," Yue Yun said, embarrassed. "What?" The old woman looked at the 3 men outside, 2 strangers and Yang Chengai, who wore a bitter smile. Seeing her gaze, Yang sighed. "Yue Yun is right. This is His Highness, the Prince of Qi. If you want to thank anyone, thank him." The old woman turned to Xiao Ming, trembling with emotion, and bowed deeply. Xiao Ming quickly helped her up. No need for such formalities. "If your lives are difficult, that is my failure. I came to Dengzhou to deal with the pirate problem. The old woman's eyes widened. Your Highness, is this true? Xiao Ming nodded. Pang Yukun interjected. Your Highness, this isn't the place to talk. Let's return to the government office. Dengzhu's situation is no simpler than Kangju's. Yang Cheng'ai snapped back to attention. Your Highness, Chief Pang is right. Pirates often lurk in Dengzhu. We should discuss this inside. After dismissing the other villagers, Xiao Ming took Yue Yun and the old woman to the government office. Once seated, Xiao Ming asked as locals, "Tell me about the situation along Dengzhu's coast." "I'll explain," Yue Yun said eagerly. Not only had his crimes been pardoned, but he was also being recruited into the military. He was desperate to prove himself. When my grandfather fished these waters, pirates weren't this rampant, but by my father's time they infested the seas. Now if we encounter them at sea, we're either killed or enslaved. Your Highness, the timeline matches. The Great Yu Envoy's murder in Korea happened about 20 years ago, Pang Yukun noted. Xiao Ming nodded. What do these pirates look like? What kind of ships do they use? They wear wooden sandals, tie their hair up and shave their foreheads. Their clothes are nothing like ours, Yue Yun said. Xiao Ming sketched a kimono on paper. Like this, yes, exactly, Yue Yun pointed. As for their ships, we call them adekbun, floating houses. Adekbun. Xiao Ming recognized the term from the technology crystals records. The description matched. Yang Cheng'ai added, Your Highness, these pirates don't just attack at sea, they raid coastal towns too. We've spotted them in Dengzhu several times, though in small numbers. The richer southern regions suffer far worse. Only Dengzhu's poverty has spared us, Yue Yun muttered bitterly. The three shared more about maritime conditions, and Xiao Ming asked about local fish species. Due to limited fishing methods, villagers only caught small coastal fish like pollock. Abalone was rare, as harvesting it required diving. In modern times, this region was famous for abalone, a luxury due to transport difficulties. Fishing had once sustained the villagers, but pirate activity had made it too dangerous. Xiao Ming faced many challenges. With the northern barbarians threatening, he couldn't focus solely on naval development. The galleons would serve dual purposes: overseas trade for crops like potatoes and coastal defense against pirates. The saying, 10 years to build an army, 100 for a navy, wasn't a joke. Even Yue Yun's fishermen rarely ventured far from shore, and neither did the pirates. Without landmarks, they'd be lost at sea forever. Before long-range voyages, Xiao Ming would have to teach navigation, a complex science. After grasping Dengzhu's situation, Xiao Ming told Yue Yun, "You know the fishing villages better than Governor Yang. Assist him in recruiting sailors." "Yes, Your Highness. But what if they refuse? Many are terrified of pirates," Yue Yun said. Xiao Ming smiled. "No matter. I won't force anyone, but bring them to Kingzhu first. If they still leave after seeing our warships, so be it." Yue Yun brightened. "That's fair." As they finalized recruitment plans, Xiao Ming remembered Luluo. He turned to her. "By the way, which village are you from?" When he looked back, Luluo's eyes were glistening with tears. "Your Highness, I'm from Yudai village." She faced the old woman. "Auntie, do you remember me? I'm Meng Heikyu." The old woman stared blankly. What Luluo stepped forward. "Auntie, I'm Meng Heikyu, Meng Q's daughter." Yue Yun's jaw dropped. "You're Heikyu?" Luluo nodded. "Brother Yun, it's me." The old woman trembled. "Truly, Heikyu, yes, Auntie." "Brother Yun, where's my brother dead?" Yue Yun's face darkened. The old woman glared at him before turning back to Luluo, her voice breaking. "Heikyu, your brother," she couldn't finish. Yue Yun spat. "Might as well be dead. He joined the pirates, now he's one of their leaders. A traitor, consider him gone." "How is that possible? My brother hated the pirates more than anyone. How could he join them? You're lying." Luluo shouted, her voice trembling. Seeing her distress, Yue Yun softened his tone. He suddenly tore open his shirt, revealing a long scar stretching from his chest to his abdomen. "Your brother gave me this wound with a Japanese sword. Would I lie to you about that?" "No." Luluo shook her head, tears streaming down her face. The old woman sighed. "Heikyu, after you were sold, your brother changed. None of us expected he'd end up joining the pirates. Now the whole village curses his name." Luluo's grief deepened. With a sob, she turned and ran out. Yue Yun stood to chase after her but hesitated and sat back down. After all, Luluo was now the prince's personal maid. Xiao Ming had hoped to reunite Luluo with her family, but this outcome was far from what he'd expected. He sighed. "Yue Yun, visit the nearby fishing villages and recruit as many skilled young men as possible." "Yes, Your Highness." Yue Yun stood eagerly, then helped his mother out of the government office. Once they were gone, Yang Cheng'ai spoke up. "Your Highness, was handling Yue Yun this way really appropriate? Won't other salt smugglers grow bolder now?" He had remained silent earlier, but couldn't hold back any longer. "Salt smugglers should be judged by intent. Those who traffic for profit must be punished harshly, but for villagers like Yue Yun, forced into it to survive, we must show mercy. Besides, I need capable men now, and you said yourself Yue Yun has influence among the fishing communities." Pang Yukun nodded. "Exactly. And when challenged with duty to the kingdom, he stepped forward immediately. That proves he values justice over selfish gain." Yang Cheng'ai frowned but finally relented. Xiao Ming's expression then turned cold. Yang Cheng'ai, do you admit your wrongdoing? This official admits his fault. Yang knew Xiao Ming was condemning his rash arrest of an entire village to pressure Yue Yun, a move that could have sparked public outrage. While some villagers had been bribed by Yue Yun, others genuinely resented the government's heavy-handedness. Since you admit it, your penalty is 6 months suspended pay, Xiao Ming declared. If not for the urgent need for talent, I would have dismissed you. Yang Cheng'ai accepted the punishment with a strained smile. After reprimanding Yang, Xiao Ming continued, where is the Dengzhu shipyard? Take us there. Yes, your highness. Luluo was still weeping outside. Xiao Ming decided to let her grieve in private, instructing her to wait at the temporary residence. The 3 men left Dengzhu, following the coastline east for 20 li before reaching the shipyard. The sprawling facility occupied a wide bay, with over 1,000 workers toiling on the beach. Your highness, this site is only 5 li from Dengzhu's military camp. In case of danger, reinforcements can arrive swiftly. Additionally, 500 soldiers are stationed here to guard the shipyard, Yang Cheng'ai explained. How many troops does Dengzhu currently have? Xiao Ming asked Pang Yukun. Recruitment began last year. We now have about 3,000, the fewest among the 6 prefectures. And equipment like armor and weapons is severely lacking, Pang Yukun replied. That's not enough. Dengzhu will become a strategic stronghold second only to Kingzhu. We need at least 20,000 soldiers here, Xiao Ming said. Yang Cheng'ai hesitated. Your highness, Dengzhu's population is barely 100,000. 3,000 troops already strain our resources. More conscription would cripple development, then recruit from other prefectures. The shipyard's security cannot be compromised, Xiao Ming insisted. Pang Yukun nodded. While pirates weren't as dire a threat as the northern barbarians, they were still a major headache. Without sufficient troops, repelling a large-scale raid would be impossible. After inspecting the shore, the 3 toured the shipyard. As Zhang Lang had reported, it was ready for production. Returning to the residence, Xiao Ming found Luluo with redrimmed eyes. Don't grieve too much. Perhaps your brother had no choice, he offered. Luluo's voice was icy. Your highness, no excuse justifies becoming a pirate. Our parents died by their hands. How could he serve their killers if you ever capture him? Let me execute him myself. Xiao Ming studied her. The timid girl seemed hardened by the ordeal. Very well. If that day comes, he's yours. Luluo forced a faint smile. Xiao Ming sighed. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have brought her. After 3 days in Dengzhu, Yang Cheng'ai and Yue Yun had scoured nearby villages, recruiting 900 men, every willing youth from the fishing communities. How many would stay depended on their reaction to the galleons. With the recruits in tow, Xiao Ming returned to Kingzhu. At the shipyard, they saw the galleons resting on the riverbank. Your highness, these will be our warships, Yue Yun's eyes shone. They were the largest vessels he'd ever seen. Correct, 3 are ready, with more to be built in Dengzhu. Would you like to command this fleet? Xiao Ming asked. Yue Yun's excitement was palpable. Xiao Ming nodded. A man bold enough to smuggle salt had the audacity he needed for long voyages. Yes. Yue Yun's gaze sparkled, already envisioning the glory of commanding such a mighty fleet. After letting the recruits explore the ships, Xiao Ming addressed them. Those who wish to stay, board the vessels. Those who don't may leave with travel funds. A heavy silence followed. Then one by one, 200 men disembarked. Yue Yun glared. Cowards, too scared to protect your own families, I spit on you. Xiao Ming stopped him. Enough. Participation was always voluntary. Yes, your highness, Yue Yun grumbled. 700 men remained, enough to crew the 3 galleons. More would surely join once these ships sailed to Dengzhu and began hunting pirates. As Xiao Ming pondered, Pang Yukun called from below. Your highness, an envoy from Prince Xiao has arrived. An envoy from Prince Xiao? Pang Yukun nodded. Yes, he claims to be Prince Xiao's eldest son, Zhao Yunliang. Him. Xiao Ming pondered for a moment. He then turned to Yue Yun. Continue learning about the galleon's structure and operation from Zhang Liang. Accommodations will be arranged for you. Later, you'll study navigation at Bowen Academy. Your highness, that won't be necessary. We're already experts, Yue Yun said confidently. Don't be so sure, Xiao Ming replied with a smirk. Once I teach you what real navigation is, you'll understand its challenges. Leaving Yue Yun and the others behind, Xiao Ming instructed that those who chose to leave be given travel funds. He then rode back to the Prince of Qi's residence. In the main hall of the residence, a young man slightly older than Xiao Ming was waiting. Outside, the maple leaves in the courtyard blazed like sunset. As Zhao Yunliang watched the servants moving about, a faint worry crossed his eyes. Your highness, this residence is far humbler than our Liangzhu palace. Kingzhu itself is unremarkable. The people here seem worse off than those in Liangzhu, remarked a scholar in a gray robe and square hat standing beside Zhao Yunliang. He was Zhao Quan, a strategist serving Prince Xiao. Kingzhu was ravaged by barbarians 3 years ago. Recovery takes time. In just 3 years, he stabilized the 6 prefectures and crushed the local aristocrats. This Xiao Ming is no simple man. Father specifically warned us not to slight him. We're here to ask for his help, Zhao Yunliang said. Understood, Zhao Quan replied. As they spoke, movement at the door caught their attention. Xiao Ming entered with an official in tow. Yunliang, it's been too long, Xiao Ming called out before reaching them. Zhao Yunliang and Zhao Quan hurried forward. Zhao Yunliang pays his respects to your highness. No need for formalities. Xiao Ming helped Zhao Yunliang up and strode into the hall, followed by Zhan Xingcheng. After gesturing for them to sit, Xiao Ming asked with interest, Yunliang, it's been about 5 years since we last met. I believe it was when you accompanied Prince Xiao to the capital. Indeed, I was young and foolish then, offending your highness in the palace. I beg your forgiveness, Zhao Yunliang said. 5 years ago, during a visit to the palace with his father, he had accidentally bumped into Xiao Ming, who was leaving after being scolded by Emperor Wangxuan. Xiao Ming had lashed out, and the 2 hot-headed youths had come to blows. Xiao Ming had later been caned by the emperor. If not for the cannons, his father wouldn't have sent him to Kingzhu, given their history. Yet Xiao Ming seemed unbothered now. No matter, I was immature back then. You must have found me ridiculous, Xiao Ming said. Knowing Zhao Yunliang's purpose, he cut to the chase. What brings you to Kingzhu? Zhao Yunliang replied, Your Highness, it's about the cannons. At court, His Majesty permitted northern princes to purchase cannons from you to defend against the barbarians. Like you, Zhao faces their threat. As the northern shield of the Great Yu, we implore you to consider the kingdom's safety and sell us cannons. Selling cannons was part of Xiao Ming's plan, but with the Imperial Army's order still unfilled, supplying Prince Xiao now was impossible. His Majesty mentioned this. Naturally, I'll comply. However, I'm currently producing cannons for the Imperial Army and have no surplus to sell, Xiao Ming said. Zhao Yunliang smiled. Your Highness, that's easily solved. If you lack manpower, why not sell us the cannon technology? We'll produce them ourselves in Zhao. Zhao Yunliang had come prepared with negotiation strategies. You jest. At court, His Majesty made it clear the cannon technology must remain with me. This isn't about trust. Barbarian spies are everywhere. If they obtain the technology, Zhao will lose even its defensive advantage. Zhao Yunliang's eyes flickered. Though he knew it was unlikely, he had to try. Your Highness, if you sell us the technology, we'll guard it fiercely. My father offers 5,000 fine horses and 5 million taels of silver in exchange. The offer was tempting, but Xiao Ming couldn't part with the technology. Inferior steel would limit their production quality, but sheer numbers could compensate. Yunliang, it's not that I refuse, but if the technology leaks, His Majesty will have my head, Xiao Ming said, shaking his head. Let's discuss alternatives. Seeing the approach fail, Zhao Yunliang pressed on. Then could you produce cannons for both the Imperial Army and Zhao? Since your victory over the barbarians, they've grown aggressive in Zhao, testing our defenses. My father and I are deeply concerned. Xiao Ming feigned hesitation. With iron mold casting now mastered and skilled craftsmen trained, scaling up production depended only on materials. He also wanted to expand the military workshop's capacity through these sales. Profit would sustain larger operations, allowing rapid mass production if war erupted, but Emperor Wangxuan's decree took precedence. After a pause, Xiao Ming said, I can supply Zhao 1 month after delivering the Imperial Army's first batch. However, you must prepay the production costs. 1 month. Zhao Yunliang and Zhao Quan exchanged glances. That's the soonest possible. The Imperial Army's order comes first, Xiao Ming said firmly. Recognizing his resolve, Zhao Yunliang shifted focus. Then, Your Highness, how much per cannon? Not too expensive. 20,000 taels each, Xiao Ming said, making an outrageous demand. Zhao Quan spat out the tea he had just sipped. 20,000 taels, that's enough to equip 400 elite armored cavalry. He blurted out. Zhao Yunliang's brow furrowed deeply. Your Highness, this price is far too steep. We cannot afford it. When discussing the cannon price with Emperor Wangxuan, Xiao Ming had specified that the 8,000 taels was a special rate for the imperial court. He had also discreetly requested the emperor not to disclose this figure. At the time, Emperor Wangxuan had agreed. Thus, apart from the emperor, no one knew the actual production cost. However, Xiao Ming was aware Prince Xiao wasn't foolish. He must have estimated a reasonable price range. What do you believe would be a fair price? Then Xiao Ming asked. 6,000 taels should suffice, with transportation handled by us, Zhao Yunliang proposed. Xiao Ming stood up. Let me propose this. Yunliang, you may have only heard of the cannon's reputation without witnessing their firsthand. Allow me to show you. That was precisely my hope. Please lead the way, Your Highness, Zhao Yunliang said eagerly. Xiao Ming nodded and escorted Zhao Yunliang and Zhao Quan to Kingzhu's military camp. A dedicated artillery range had been established beside the camp, featuring 3 training cannons, their destination. Luo Xin was currently conducting artillery drills there. The hasty deployment during the Battle of Kangju had revealed poor accuracy, with cannonballs scattering wildly across the battlefield. Had it not been for the psychological shock of facing cannons for the first time, their effectiveness would have been far less impressive. Post-battle, Xiao Ming had tasked Luo Xin with specialized training, teaching soldiers proper aiming, angle adjustments, and ricochet techniques to maximize firepower. Your Highness, spotting Xiao Ming's arrival, Luo Xin and the soldiers immediately saluted, their armor clanking in unison. Zhao Yunliang and Zhao Quan scanned the soldiers, distinctive plate armor, their eyes flickering with interest. While cannons had played a major role at Kangju, they suspected these full-body armors contributed significantly as well. The city gates hadn't allowed close inspection earlier, but now they studied the unique design carefully. "Isn't this the young master?" Luo Xin greeted Zhao Yunliang after saluting. Luo Xin. Zhao Yunliang had actually met Luo Xin more frequently than Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming interjected, "Since you're acquainted, this simplifies matters. Luo Xin, the young master, has come to learn about our cannons. Demonstrate a firing sequence for him." "Yes, Your Highness," Luo Xin acknowledged. Military protocol demanded absolute obedience to Xiao Ming as supreme commander here, a rule enforced with iron discipline. Even Lu Fei had been disciplined multiple times before falling in line. Zhao Yunliang studied the cannon before him with growing anticipation, while Zhao Quan's gaze burned with intensity. The Battle of Kangju had made cannons legendary across the Great Yu, overshadowing Xiao Ming's personal achievements, partly due to Qi Hao's faction downplaying his role, but also because Xiao Ming had deliberately emphasized the weapons to boost arms sales. Under Xiao Ming's guidance, each cannon now had a four-soldier crew, one cleaner, one loader, one aimer, and one igniter, maximizing firing speed. The crew efficiently loaded and aimed their weapon, leaving only ignition remaining. "Your Highness, today's target is at 200 paces, Luo Xin reported. Xiao Ming nodded approvingly. His men understood for visitors, only the most spectacular demonstrations would do. The current target was a stone wall specifically built for artillery practice. "Yunliang, you might want to cover your ears. The report is quite loud," Xiao Ming advised. "No need, Your Highness." "If we're purchasing cannons, we should experience them fully," Zhao Yunliang declined. The artillery crew exchanged glances that plainly said idiots. They knew exactly how deafening the blast could be. Prolonged exposure had already damaged some soldiers' hearing. Xiao Ming didn't insist. Maintaining surface courtesy sufficed. These quasi-independent princes were no friends of his. "Ignition," Luo Xin commanded, plugging his ears with cotton. Xiao Ming also stepped back as the crew inserted earplugs. The igniter touched flame to fuse. A blinding flash accompanied an earth-shaking detonation. "Mother of," Zhao Yunliang and Zhao Quan shrieked in terror, stumbling backward and nearly falling. "Are you unharmed?" Yunliang Xiao Ming inquired. Both men stood pale-faced. Having seen fire lances on city walls, they'd assumed similar noise levels. Now they regretted their bravado and the humiliation before Xiao Ming. "Fine, Your Highness," Zhao Yunliang managed weakly, while Zhao Quan's legs trembled uncontrollably. The artillery crew struggled to suppress grins. Luo Xin barely contained his amusement. They'd brought this on themselves. Noticing their expressions, Zhao Yunliang seethed internally but maintained composure. "Indeed thunderous, Your Highness. But what of its destructive observe the target," Xiao Ming pointed. Following his gesture, Zhao Yunliang and Zhao Quan gasped. The stone wall that had stood intact moments ago now lay in rubble. "Your Highness, perhaps the wall was poorly constructed. This doesn't fully demonstrate the cannon's might," Zhao Yunliang challenged. Xiao Ming had anticipated such skepticism. "Then let's change targets." He led them deeper into the range until, at 400 paces, they encountered a line of clay cavalry statues. These are modeled after barbarian riders, 30 total, spaced 10 meters apart. "The clay is extremely durable," Xiao Ming explained. "Now observe from 400 paces." After returning, they watched as the crew fired. At this extended range against smaller targets, the first 3 shots missed. The 4th struck home. When Xiao Ming brought them close again, the sight of 30 shattered statues left Zhao Yunliang speechless. The artillery training grounds reeked of gunpowder, and the field was pockmarked with craters from cannon fire. Zhao Yunliang stared at the distant cannons, barely visible at 400 paces, then at the shattered clay figures littering the ground. His mind reeled at the sheer destructive on display. He could now vividly imagine the Battle of Kangju, where these monstrous cannons had slaughtered dozens of charging cavalrymen with a single shot. "Yunliang, you've seen the results for yourself. Whether it's worth 20,000 taels of silver should be obvious by now. No offense to the mystic armored cavalry, but 400 horsemen truly can't compare to a single one of my cannons," Xiao Ming said, deliberately provoking him. Zhao Yunliang fell silent for a long moment before replying. "Your Highness, the cannon's is undeniable. But the price, could it not be lowered out of the question?" Xiao Ming shook his head firmly. "I can't afford to sell at a loss. Besides, I wasn't even willing to provide these to the Imperial court, let alone other feudal lords. Don't think I've forgotten how your faction blocked the Emperor from sending reinforcements to Kingzhu. The fact that I'm willing to sell you cannons at all is already an act of generosity. In business, it was standard practice to inflate prices before gradually lowering them. As the saying went, the buyer is never as shrewd as the seller. After all, buyers could never know a seller's true profit margins. Xiao Ming's sudden shift in tone left Zhao Yunliang visibly uncomfortable. He cleared his throat. Your Highness misunderstands. We had nothing to do with that incident. It was entirely the scheming of certain court officials. Bringing up old grievances was merely a bargaining tactic. As much as Xiao Ming despised Zhao Wang and his ilk, he wasn't about to let personal grudges interfere with profit. Very well, I'll take your word for it, Xiao Ming said. I could lower the price, but that depends on how many you intend to purchase. Zhao Yunliang glanced at Zhao Quan, who subtly held up 2 fingers. 20 cannons, Zhao Yunliang declared. Only 20. Xiao Ming frowned, studying the 2 men. Their expressions betrayed unease. So that's their game, he thought coldly. Zhao Wang must be planning to reverse engineer the cannons. Otherwise, they'd need at least 300 to secure the Liangzhu front. Had the order been larger, I might have offered 15,000 taels per cannon. But for just 20, it's hardly worth the effort. 20,000 each, take it or leave it. With that, Xiao Ming turned and walked away. His cannons were one-a-facond. They could either pay his price or go without. Once Xiao Ming was out of earshot, Zhao Yunliang muttered to Zhao Quan, "Are you certain we can replicate these, Your Highness? Initially I had doubts, but after seeing the cannons up close, I'm confident. We've already mastered the techniques for crafting fire lances. These are simply thicker and longer. Once the first batch arrives, our craftsmen can reproduce them exactly." Good. And the armor Zhao Yunliang had brought Zhao Quan precisely because of his photographic memory. Already memorized, Your Highness. Nodding, Zhao Yunliang and Zhao Quan followed Xiao Ming back to the palace and agreed to purchase 20 cannons at 20,000 taels each. Return to Kingzhu in 2 months to collect them, Xiao Ming said. Even a small profit was still profit. 40,000 taels for 20 cannons meant a net gain of over 300,000, equivalent to a month's revenue from the merchant guild. With this silver, he could fund 2 more galleons. Though the shipbuilding project had proceeded quietly, those galleons were true money pits. Understood, Your Highness. Zhao Yunliang bowed. We'll take our leave now. As the 2 departed, Xiao Ming's gaze darkened. He immediately summoned Li San. Li San, have your men monitor Zhao Yunliang and Zhao Quan closely. I suspect ulterior motives, especially regarding the machinery department and military workshops. Report every detail of their movements and contacts in Kingzhu. Yes, Your Highness. Li San's expression turned grave. Lately, the influx of merchants into Kingzhu has surged. My secret guards have identified several posing as traders while actually gathering intelligence. It seems many are after the cannon technology. Of course they are. Why pay for cannons if they can steal the designs for free? Xiao Ming scoffed. Ever since the cannon's fame spread to Chang'an, he'd known Kingzhu would become a nest of spies. Their goals were twofold: to steal artillery secrets and to surveil him. The culprits ranged from rival warlords and princes to his own father, Emperor Xiao Wengshuan. The emperor might have celebrated the victory at Kangju, but as a ruthless ruler, he'd also view Xiao Ming's growing with suspicion. Li San hesitated. Your Highness, should we arrest all suspicious individuals preemptively? No. Xiao Ming shook his head. These spies operate under the guise of legitimate trade. Acting rashly would fuel rumors and damage Kingzhu's commerce. Without concrete evidence, you are not to make arrests. Understood. Outside the Wei family tavern lay the bustling East Market of Kingzhu. With the influx of merchants, the market had become livelier than ever. After the recent harvest, the people of Kingzhu had some extra coin to spend, making the marketplace even noisier. The clamor from the market could be clearly heard inside the tavern. So we'll be staying in Kingzhu for a while, Zhao Yunliang said. Zhao Quan nodded. Your Highness, the Prince of Qi is undoubtedly keeping a close watch on the machinery department right now. If we act recklessly and get caught, we could lose our heads. But with you here, it's different. If anything goes wrong, you can step in and the outcome will change entirely. Besides, Empress Xiao is your aunt. If we bring her up, Xiao Ming won't dare refuse us face. After all, Consort Zhen is still in the Imperial harem. Exactly. Though Xiao Ming has a volatile temper, he's filial. If he doesn't want his mother to suffer in the palace, he'll have to give our Zhao family this respect. In that case, do everything you can to obtain the cannon technology as soon as possible. As you command, Your Highness, Zhao Quan said with a bow. Meanwhile, the tavern's manager downstairs glanced up at the guarded guest rooms. Under the table, he secretly noted the number of people upstairs and the locations of their rooms. Then he called over a waiter and said, "Take this note to Commander Lei." The waiter nodded, deftly tucked the note into his shoe and left the tavern. He blended into the crowd in the East Market, stopping at an old vegetable seller to buy some produce. While paying, he discreetly passed the note to the old man. The old man then handed it to a 13-year-old girl playing behind him. The girl took the note and skipped away cheerfully. Leaving the market, she entered a residential area near the Prince of Qi's mansion and eventually arrived at an unremarkable house. "Is Commander Li here?" she asked as she stepped into the main hall, where 4 people were sorting through a pile of notes and copying down information. This was the headquarters of the secret guards. Li San had just returned from the prince's mansion. Seeing the girl, he said, "So Prince Zhao's heir has taken up residence at the Wei family tavern, hasn't he?" The girl, bright-eyed and lively, pouted. "How did you know? I just came back from His Highness. We were discussing Zhao Yuanliang. Since he doesn't own property in Chang'an, he'd naturally stay at Kingzhu's finest inn." The girl huffed. "HMPH, no fun. You always guess right, of course. That's why I'm the commander, and you're still just a half-baked little spy," Li San said smugly. Girl's gaze held a different emotion as she looked at him. "Well, I'm not just a little spy. At least I know your secret." "What secret?" Li San said dismissively as he reviewed the incoming reports. Leology, the girl suddenly teased in a sing-song voice. Li San's expression instantly changed. "How do you know Leoli's name?" The girl giggled. "Not just me, everyone in the secret guards knows. When you sleep, 2 out of 3 times you call out that name." "Who is she?" Li San's face turned red. "None of your business. Stop being insolent. Go back and keep an eye on Zhao Yuanliang. If anyone meets with him, make sure to note it." The girl pouted in disappointment and left with a huff. Once she was gone, Li San froze for a moment, lost in thought. The image of that beautiful figure at the docks outside Chang'an flashed in his mind, stirring a warmth in his chest. The first time he had seen Leoli, she had seemed like a goddess descended from heaven. After a moment of reverie, Li San snapped back to reality, his expression turning stern. He knew he had no right to indulge in such thoughts. After all, he had once been nothing more than a lowly servant in the prince's mansion. Leoli, on the other hand, was a palace maid serving the Prince of Qi's mother. That was why he had been working tirelessly to build the secret guards into an indispensable force under Xiao Ming's command. Perhaps then, he would have the standing to ask the prince to request Leoli's hand from Consort Zhen. With renewed determination, Li San focused on the reports in his hands, each detailing the movements of suspicious merchants. A few of them hailed from Zhao territory, which immediately caught his attention. As the Prince of Qi had said, Zhao Yunliang's mission in Kingzhu was undoubtedly to obtain canon technology. To do so, he would need to connect with merchants familiar with Kingzhu, and these merchants, having been in Kingzhu for nearly a year, were the perfect candidates. With that in mind, he summoned the secret guards to assign tasks. The prince had ordered him to keep watch on the machinery department. Most of the craftsmen there lived and worked on-site, only allowed out once a month. Their next day off was approaching, and he had to ensure they were closely monitored. At the same time, he planned to use a fishing tactic to lure out the spies among the merchants, a method Xiao Ming had taught him, calling it entrapment. Under this plan, a craftsman would act as bait, offering a fake set of cannon-making techniques. Once the deal was made, the spies would be arrested, purging Kingzhu of infiltrators one by one. After Li San left, Xiao Ming headed straight to Bowen Academy. By then, Yue Yun and the others had finished touring the galleon and arrived as well. The academy had been in preparation for some time, aimed at spreading knowledge. Some students were already attending classes, while others awaited notification to enroll. Lately, the number of scholars applying to Bowen Academy had been increasing, and the originally planned classrooms were starting to seem insufficient. "Your Highness, what is this place for?" Yue Yun asked, watching the scholars coming and going. "A place to learn knowledge," Xiao Ming replied. "What is knowledge?" Yue Yun asked, puzzled. Xiao Ming smiled. "For example, what you're about to study, navigation. That's a form of knowledge. In short, knowledge is the accumulated experience of those who came before us." Yue Fei nodded, his eyes filled with curiosity about the place. Just then, Luo Xin arrived with the artillery unit. "Your Highness, you summoned me." "Yes. Some of these men will serve as gunners. You'll need to train them," Xiao Ming said. Luo Xin gave a wry smile. "Your Highness, I haven't even mastered it myself. How can I teach them exactly why I called you here? Your cannon firing today was no better than before. It's time I taught you proper cannon aiming techniques." "Cannon aiming techniques?" Luo Xin perked up. Xiao Ming nodded. "Since you're all here, I'll explain it in one go." Inside an empty classroom at Bowen Academy, Luo Xin, Yue Yun, and their men had all taken their seats. Standing at the lectern, Xiao Ming surveyed the group before him and realized his future would likely resemble that of a schoolteacher. For him, spreading scientific knowledge as widely as possible was now his greatest advantage. From now on, this classroom will belong to the Naval Academy. "Whenever you're summoned for lessons, assemble here," Xiao Ming announced to Yue Yun and the others. "Yes, Your Highness." Yue Yun and his men replied with palpable excitement, their voices ringing loud and clear. As fishermen's sons who had spent their lives at sea, they had never imagined they would one day have the privilege of sitting in a classroom. As children, they had envied those who could attend private schools, knowing that education was the path to becoming officials. Without it, their fate would be the same as their ancestors, generation after generation of nothing but fishermen. Naval Academy, Your Highness, does that mean we artillerymen should have an artillery academy too? Luo Xin chimed in, half-joking. Xiao Ming smiled, of course. The empty room next door is reserved for the artillery academy. Once I teach you the cannon aiming method, you'll be responsible for instructing the artillerymen. Wait, seriously, Luo Xin grinned. To outsiders, Bowen Academy was a mysterious place. Despite being an educational institution, it was guarded like a military camp with strict security. Unlike the cramped quarters of traditional private schools, Bowen Academy was expansive, with numerous classrooms, some already in use, others still under construction. Earlier, while passing by one of the classrooms, Luo Xin had been stunned to see Lu Tong lecturing a group of scholars on what seemed like bizarre, unfamiliar knowledge. Xiao Ming nodded. For convenience, he intended to develop Bowen Academy into a comprehensive institution. Otherwise, shuttling between multiple locations would be exhausting. Even with many scholars admitted, the total number of students, including those from Kingzhu, as well as technical personnel from the machinery department, mines, and military workshops, barely exceeded 2,000. By modern standards, it was little more than a high school. Thus, each specialty currently had only one dedicated classroom. After designating the room as the Naval Academy's classroom, Xiao Ming turned to Yue Yun. You claim sailing is simple, then tell me, how do you navigate at sea? By following the coastline, of course, Yue Yun replied matter-of-factly, a hint of pride in his voice. It seemed even Xiao Ming had gaps in his knowledge. Xiao Ming smirked. The classroom, built with brick and concrete construction, essentially a modern tiled structure, featured a blackboard at the front, a concept the craftsmen had initially struggled to grasp until Xiao Ming personally guided them. The blackboard itself was simple, a smooth cement slab painted black. Now, in front of Xiao Ming lay a stick of chalk, made from limestone and gypsum. To facilitate teaching, he had specifically ordered its production, a straightforward process that piggybacked on cement manufacturing. Picking up the chalk, Xiao Ming drew a large oval on the blackboard, then meticulously filled in the details. 20 minutes later, an accurate world map stared back at the audience. Your Highness, what is this? A map of where Luo Xin recognized it as a map but couldn't identify the region. This is a world map. This entire shape is called the Earth, and we currently live on it. Now, another question. Do you believe the saying, heaven is round, earth is square, is correct? Luo Xin, raised in a Confucian scholarly environment, replied confidently, Your Highness, you jest. The Book of Rites records, single residence. Li asked Zhengzi, is it true that heaven is round and earth square? Zhengzi replied, if heaven were round and earth square, then the four corners would not be covered. Clearly, the principle is indisputable. Yue Yun, however, fell silent. Uneducated and illiterate like most in his fishing village, he had never engaged with such debates. Suddenly he said, Your Highness, this commoner knows nothing of classics or philosophy, but whenever I watch ships return, we always see the sails first, then the hull. If the earth were flat, why would that happen? Xiao Ming smiled approvingly. Luo Xin's beliefs were deeply ingrained, while Yue Yun's lack of education made him more open to questioning. The reason you observe this phenomenon, Xiao Ming declared, is because we live on a spherical world. Luo Xin burst into laughter as if hearing a great joke. Your Highness, I believe you on many things, but this, forgive my bluntness, contradicts our ancestors' teachings. You can't just say such things lightly. Xiao Ming had anticipated resistance. Changing an era's entrenched beliefs would be far harder than establishing an industrial system. Thus, he had never planned to widely disseminate such knowledge, only to introduce it gradually within Bowen Academy. Yet Luo Xin's reaction made it clear what he was up against, and Luo Xin was just a military officer. If he voiced these ideas to the more rigid scholars, the backlash would be explosive. Suppressing a sigh, Xiao Ming reminded himself that spreading scientific knowledge was a marathon, not a sprint. He would need patience and thick skin. Luo Xin, you seem quite knowledgeable, Xiao Ming said dryly. Then tell me, why is it that when you aim a cannon at a target, the projectile never lands exactly where intended? Luo Xin hesitated. Your Highness, it's like archery. An arrow always drops in flight. Cannonballs are no different. With enough practice, skill will follow. You know the what but not the why, Xiao Ming said, amused. Luo Xin scratched his head. There's a why, though. Luo Xin had once studied diligently. In Xiao Ming's eyes, his decade of learning amounted to little more than literature. It was no wonder ancient scholars surpassed modern ones in prose, but when it came to physics and mathematics, Luo Xin might as well have been clueless. Cannon aiming involved the principles of projectile motion. Currently, their cannons relied on a simple three-point alignment system with front and rear sights, but these sights were crude stopgaps, often inaccurate. The reason Xiao Ming had summoned Luo Xin was to teach him parabolic calculations and sight adjustments, ensuring that where the sights pointed, the projectile would land. Inside the academy, everyone turned to look at Xiao Ming, their eyes full of anticipation, including Luo Xin. At present, the cannons in Kingzhu were smoothbore, meaning they were direct-fire weapons. In ancient times, firearms were essentially miniaturized versions of cannons, and because of this, the three-point alignment principle also applied to them. However, this principle wasn't something that could be implemented just by casually installing a front sight and rear sight. Different firearms required different configurations for these sights, all of which needed to be calibrated and tested. After all, the of each cannon and the weight of the cannonball varied. Therefore, his cannons would also need to be tested in order to gather data before precision sights could be installed. This all comes down to the principle of parabolic motion. When a cannonball is fired, it's affected by gravity, Xiao Ming explained. As soon as he spoke, the entire classroom took on a puzzled expression. Seeing so many confused faces, Xiao Ming suddenly felt a bit worn out. This was precisely why he had established this academy. It wasn't something that Luo Xin and the others could understand in just a day or two. First, he had to teach them addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Then he would move on to basic physics. If he could get them to a level comparable to second-year middle school physics, that would be enough. Based on his estimate, even with the advantages of his technological crystal, it would still take nearly a month for Luo Xin and the others to grasp the concepts of impact point calculation and complete the sight calibration. Of course, he wasn't planning on selling any cannons equipped with precision sights. Those would be reserved for his own use. Once sights were installed, it would be a technological leap forward. In a battle between armies, the advantage of such cannons would be immediately apparent. Your Highness, I don't understand a word of what you just said, Luo Xin admitted, clearly frustrated. As a military officer, all this theoretical knowledge gave him a headache. You'll understand once you've studied it, Xiao Ming replied without looking at him. He had no intention of explaining the spherical heaven square earth theory to Luo Xin. After all, the man operated on land and had little use for it. But he would explain it to Yue Yun. That boy was teachable and far better than Luo Xin. He then began teaching from the very basics of mathematics, writing the Arabic numerals on the blackboard. In the future, Yue Yun would also need to do calculations while navigating at sea, so he too had to learn this material. Xiao Ming spent the rest of the day in the academy, starting with simple Arabic numerals and single-digit arithmetic, then moving on to more complex calculations. Since all the students were adults and had strong motivation to learn, the lessons that afternoon were quite effective. Thanks to the technological crystal, they remembered most of the material. By evening, Xiao Ming instructed Lu Tong to arrange food and lodging for Yue Yun and the others. He also told Luo Xin to attend the lectures every afternoon before finally returning to the prince's manor. By now, the sky had dimmed. Just as he was about to head inside, he noticed someone hurrying toward him from the entrance of the Bo Wen Academy. "De Fu," Xiao Ming called out excitedly as he recognized the man. It was none other than Qian Dafu. As soon as he saw Xiao Ming, he exclaimed, "Your Highness, we've finally found a saltpeter deposit, and we even discovered lead ore. What, are you serious?" Xiao Ming was overjoyed. "Yes, Your Highness, we finally found it." Qian Dafu, who had once been a chubby man, was now tanned and skinny, his face alight with excitement. Xiao Ming was equally thrilled. "That's fantastic, De Fu. You've made a great contribution. As long as I didn't delay Your Highness's plans, this old servant is satisfied. As for any reward, I truly don't care," Qian Dafu said with a grin. Xiao Ming felt a wave of emotion. Qian Dafu was someone he trusted completely, which was why he had entrusted him with the critical task of prospecting. Right now, what he lacked most were resources. "Let's talk more back at the manor. I'll have the kitchen prepare you a grand feast," Xiao Ming said with a big laugh. Back at the manor, Xiao Ming had the kitchen begin preparing food, while he and Qian Dafu headed to the main hall to talk about the saltpeter mine. "Your Highness, that mine was really hard to find. We spent an entire month searching the area you described and came up empty. Do you know how we eventually stumbled upon it?" Qian Dafu said. Xiao Ming shook his head. "Well, we were too far from the nearest village to return, and we ran out of food. A few soldiers decided to go hunting in the mountains. While chasing a rabbit, it suddenly darted into a cave deep in the forest. The soldiers followed it and found the cave was full of saltpeter," Qian Dafu said, eyes gleaming. Though Qian Dafu made it sound simple, Xiao Ming could easily imagine the hardships of such a search. Now that he had access to a saltpeter mine, neither the Prince of Shu nor the Imperial Court could use that as leverage against him. "Seems like I owe that rabbit a thank you," Xiao Ming said with a grin. Whereas the lead oar located Kyan Dafu took a sip of water before replying. The lead oar is a bit farther from Kingzhu, near Yizhu. Yizhu was about 200 li from Kingzhu, which was indeed a bit of a distance. Far is better than nothing. But still no luck with the tungsten ore. Kyan Dafu shook his head regretfully. No trace of tungsten yet. But your highness, why are you so determined to find tungsten ore? Because when tungsten is smelted with wrought iron, it makes the material far stronger. If I get my hands on tungsten, I can try producing tungsten alloy. Then I'll finally have durable cutting tools for the hand-poured lathes. At that point, I'll be able to manufacture a truly miraculous machine, Xiao Ming said mysteriously. He was, of course, referring to the steam engine. Kingzhu's population was too small. Once the steam engine was developed, he could use mechanical to make up for the lack of manpower. Even more importantly, it would massively boost the steel output of the ironworks. Kyan Dafu seemed to half understand, half not, but smiled anyway. In that case, this old servant will prioritize the search for tungsten ore next. With the saltpeter mines solving the gunpowder problem, and the lead ore handling future needs for cannonballs and bullets, Xiao Ming felt a great weight lifted from his heart. Now he could begin preparing for the next technological breakthrough. That breakthrough would come from unlocking the full potential of the lathe. No rush. Take a break before heading out again. I don't want you working yourself to death, Xiao Ming said. They chatted a while longer until Luluo entered and said, Your Highness, dinner is ready. Come on, let's eat. I had the chef prepare your favorite, smoked pig's trotters, Xiao Ming said with a laugh. At the mention of that dish, Kyan Dafu instantly lit up. Your Highness, that's exactly what I was hoping for. I don't care how tired I am. If I get to eat smoked pig's trotters, it's all worth it. Xiao Ming burst out laughing at his words, and even Luluo covered her mouth and chuckled. Since their return to Kingzhu, the young maid had slowly recovered her cheerfulness. Truth be told, Xiao Ming also had a fondness for smoked pig's trotters. It wasn't a dish that existed in the Great Yu Empire, so he had personally taught the chefs how to make it. Ever since Kyan Dafu had his first taste, he'd been addicted. His mouth would water just at the sight of it. The savory aroma of smoked pig's trotters wafted through the entire courtyard of the prince's manor. Xiao Ming sat at the head seat, with Kyan Dafu beside him. In front of each of them sat a low dining table. These were the standard dining tables used in the Great Yu Empire, where meals were traditionally enjoyed seated on the floor. Seeing the abundance of dishes on the table, Kyan Dafu's eyes lit up instantly. After all, he had endured a great deal of hardship over the past few months. But before the two could even pick up their chopsticks, a servant hurried in to report. Niu Ben, Lu Fei, and others had arrived. Pang Yukun and Chen Wenlong were also with them. Your Highness, did you summon them? Kyan Dafu asked, puzzled. Xiao Ming responded helplessly. What do you think? Clearly they heard about your return and found an excuse to come mooch a meal. Unlike the other imperial princes who frequently held banquets, Xiao Ming rarely did. So Niu Ben, Lu Fei, and the others took every opportunity they could find to come by and freeload a meal. It was starting to feel like they were taking advantage of a wealthy host. Haha, I see. Still, it's lively this way. I've been away for 3 months, and I might be off again for another few. If too much time passes, I'm afraid we'll grow distant, Kyan Dafu said. Xiao Ming nodded to the servant, signaling him to let the guests in. It wasn't often so many people gathered together, so he figured it could serve as a small meeting as well. Besides, frequent meals and drinks together helped strengthen their bonds. Steward Kyan, you've got even skinnier, Pang Yukun said upon entering, bowing slightly to Kyan Dafu. Kyan Dafu stood and greeted everyone one by one. After exchanging pleasantries, Niu Ben and Lu Fei immediately turned their attention to the food, their eyes gleaming. Sit down, all of you. Seems you lot won't rest until I'm eaten into poverty, Xiao Ming sighed, instructing Ziyun to bring a few more tables and have the kitchen prepare a few additional dishes. Your Highness, that's not fair. I've been thinking about what you taught at Bo Wen Academy all day. My head still hurts. Don't you think I deserve some kind of reward? Luo Xin chuckled. Niu Ben and Lu Fei were already aware that Luo Xin had attended Bo Wen Academy. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei burst out laughing. Your Highness, Luo Xin came back claiming the earth is round, and that you said so. That nearly killed me. Niu Ben and the others laughed as well. Only Chen Qi remained composed, having already heard the explanation from Xiao Ming. Lu Fei was still laughing when he noticed Xiao Ming glaring at him. He immediately fell silent, even swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Xiao Ming felt utterly helpless. It seemed he had become the butt of everyone's jokes. If word of this spread to Chang'an, he could only imagine how much ridicule he'd face. He said, It's fine if you all joke among yourselves, but don't go spreading this around. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble for myself. Everyone nodded. In their view, if this sort of talk got out, it would indeed damage Xiao Ming's reputation. Once seated, they dropped the topic and began asking Kyan Dafu about his recent journey. Upon hearing that both saltpeter and lead ore had been discovered, Chen Qi exclaimed excitedly, "Your Highness, we can start producing lead bullets now." Right, his words immediately drew Niu Ben and the others' attention. "Lead bullets, what are those?" Luo Xin asked. Chen Qi explained, "Your Highness once said that lead bullets are toxic. Even if someone survives being shot, the poison will finish them off. Against the barbarians, these would scare them witless." Xiao Ming nodded. "Because lead is relatively soft, it transfers all of its kinetic energy upon impact. When striking the human body, lead bullets often deform or shatter severely, creating trumpet-shaped cavities in tissue. The wound area is hundreds of times greater than that caused by iron projectiles. Additionally, lead bullets cause immense pressure on the circulatory system, leading to severe internal damage. Their lethality is hard to imagine, but the suffering didn't end there. Fragments of the bullet weren't completely removed from the wound. The remaining lead could cause poisoning. Even if only a few fragments remained, infection was still likely, as the bullet often dragged in pieces of clothing or debris. Even if Hua Chu himself were alive, he wouldn't be able to save someone like that, and the death it would be slow and agonizing. According to data, at a distance of 100 meters, a direct hit to the head with a lead bullet resulted in a 90 mortality rate. Hits to limbs resulted in a 20 death rate, with most survivors requiring amputation. A shot near the heart almost always meant certain death. That's why, in modern times, lead bullets, due to their destructive and inhumane nature, are considered as horrific and threatening as biological weapons. They were banned by the European Union. Poisonous Luo Xin's face turned grim. "Your Highness, is that true?" Xiao Ming nodded. Lead's toxicity was common knowledge in modern times. Now that they'd found a lead deposit, his goal was to manufacture lead cannonballs, making them the third type of ammunition following grapeshot. These bullets would be reserved specifically for targeting barbarian commanders. Even if they weren't directly struck, a hit from a fragment would be almost certainly fatal. These lead bullets would also be used as ammunition for Kingzhu's firearms. Lead was far cheaper than steel balls, after all, but most importantly, they were for fighting the barbarians. Xiao Ming had long set his sights on the fertile lands of Yuzhou. If he could drive out the barbarians, not only could he block them at Shanhai Pass, but he'd also gain vast territory and population. That was the ultimate prize. Niu Ben spoke up. "The barbarians will stop at nothing to destroy us. We can't afford to show mercy to our enemies. Steward Kaian, you've truly made a great contribution." "That's right. In the Battle of Kangju, the number of enslaved soldiers killed was more than 10 times that of the barbarians. And those men were all civilians from the old Yuzhou lands," Lu Fei added. Pang Yukun had originally wanted to object to such a brutal weapon. After all, he had been raised on Confucian ideals of compassion. But seeing that Niu Ben and the other military officers were united in their stance, he said nothing. Because maybe, just maybe, they were right. Enough of that for now. Tonight is a celebration for Kaian Dafu. "Come, let's eat," Xiao Ming said, noticing Pang Yukun's conflicted expression. Seeing Pang Yukun remain silent, Xiao Ming felt relieved. During the day's lesson, he had started to realize just how deeply Confucian feudal ideology had influenced him. He admitted that ideas like father is father, son is son, and ruler is ruler, minister is minister, had their benefits in governance. But its rigid dogma was also a major obstacle to the advancement of civilization. The Tech Crystal Archive recorded that during the Ming Dynasty, civilian astronomical research was outright banned, an outcome of Confucianism's push for centralized control. Under the crimson glow of the evening sky, everyone gathered to eat and drink. From the kitchen came dish after dish of delicacies, the kind one would only find in modern times. Though Xiao Ming had always focused on building hard he had never neglected soft either. Aside from cuisine, he was also preparing for a revival in arts and culture. This was his way of launching a challenge against the entrenched Confucian feudal ideology. Still, he didn't dare act too boldly just yet. Even as a feudal prince, he couldn't afford to make enemies of all the scholars in the empire. For now, he would continue strengthening Bo Wen Academy's prestige. Once the time was right, he would begin testing reforms in Kingzhu. After all, most scholars still saw becoming an official as their life's ultimate goal, something that seriously hampered his ability to cultivate capable talent. As they ate, the conversation naturally continued. Pang Yukun asked, "Your Highness, the wine, soap, and perfume you launched are all seeing declining sales now. With your brilliance, haven't you considered introducing a new product?" This question hit the mark. It had been a full year since the launch of drunken Kingzhu liquor, soap, and perfume. The initial novelty had worn off. More importantly, the distribution rights for all three of those products had already been auctioned off. For a long while now, Xiao Ming could only profit from direct sales. And the merchants who had secured those rights were all major tycoons from various provinces. Small-scale traders in the Great Yu Empire never got a taste of the pie. At the time, Xiao Ming had prioritized raising funds to rapidly develop Kingzhu. But now that he had stabilized the situation, a new problem had emerged. These monopolies were stifling commercial vitality. That's why he had been considering releasing a new product, something that would give the common people in his territory a fair shot at doing business. And now he had finally made his decision. "I've got something," he said. "In the next couple of days, I'll have the workshops produce a prototype or two. This time, I won't be auctioning off the distribution rights. Any merchant will be able to purchase and sell it." Pang Yukun's eyes lit up. The Chamber of Commerce had been a bit lifeless lately, with few new merchants joining. A fresh product launch would surely reinvigorate the market. No sooner had Pang Yukun finished speaking than Lu Fei raised a concern. "Your Highness, I have a request as well. Now that Luo Xin's artillery unit has its own academy, shouldn't the rest of our troops get one too? Otherwise, the men may become resentful." After all, during the Battle of Kangju, our regular infantry played a bigger role than the artillery. Xiao Ming had actually thought about this earlier that day. He turned to Niu Ben and said, "I've already reserved an academy for your forces." "Old General, how much do you know about signal flags, Your Highness? I'm quite familiar with flag signals." "Are you planning to assign some soldiers as signalers?" Niu Ben asked. "Not just that, we'll also need drummers and buglers," Xiao Ming replied. "Drummers and buglers?" Niu Ben paused, lowering his cup and looking to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming explained, "The drummers are for future training, but the buglers can be used to issue various commands in battle. Charge signals, wake-up calls, drills, assembly, emergency muster, rest, mealtime, you name it. They're just as effective as flag signals. You might not know what a bugle is yet, but once the machinery department finishes producing a few, I'll show them to you." Niu Ben nodded thoughtfully. It looked like the standardization of the army was about to take another major step forward. Since the gathering had already turned into a strategy session, Xiao Ming added, "There's one more matter. This concerns everyone. We must standardize weights and measures." He directed this comment at Pang Yukun, who looked surprised. "Your Highness, haven't weights and measures already been standardized since Emperor Qin unified the 6 states?" "That's true," Xiao Ming said, "but I'm referring to a different system. I'll be drafting a new textbook specifically for it." As industry grew increasingly precise, reforming the measurement system had become inevitable. Whether in chemistry or manufacturing, a scientific and standardized system of weights and measures was absolutely essential. Tonight's banquet was only meant to give everyone a heads-up. These reforms would be implemented step by step. The banquet lasted for another full hour before everyone finally left, well-fed and slightly drunk. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiao Ming immediately began writing the new instructional materials. The first would cover flag signals, bugle calls, drummer operations, and so on. The second would be the units of weights and measures. But when he got to the second topic, he found himself a bit stuck. Listing the units was easy. The real challenge was crafting the actual measuring tools. Take rulers, for instance. He needed to find a way to produce them with precise accuracy. He worked late into the night before finally dozing off. The next morning, Li San arrived at the manor bright and early. He reported, "Your Highness, since Zhao Yunling left the manor, he's been staying at the Wei family restaurant and hasn't left the city. The man named Zhao Quan who came with him has been in contact with merchants from the Zhao clan here in Kingzhu. We're not sure what they're plotting." As Xiao Ming washed his face, he listened carefully. He had ordered Li San to give daily updates on the matter. "HMPH, it's definitely nothing good. If that's the case, we'll just bait the hook and wait. Zhao Yunling clearly thinks he's untouchable because Empress Xiao is his aunt, but I won't allow him to do as he pleases in Kingzhu," Xiao Ming said coldly. Li San nodded. "Understood. The rest day is almost here. I'll alert the craftsmen to prepare." "Good, let's get this over with." "Once that guy's out of Kingzhu, I'll finally be at ease," Xiao Ming said. "Yes, Your Highness," Li San bowed and quickly took his leave from the manor. Back at the Secret Guard headquarters, Li San made his preparations and headed straight to the machinery department. There, he found the 3 craftsmen chosen to act as bait. All 3 were Kingzhu locals, with wives and children living nearby. Though Xiao Ming had always been lenient toward craftsmen, the sensitive nature of Kingzhu's industrial secrets left him no choice but to exercise caution. All machinery department craftsmen had their families housed in a designated residential ward within the city. Officially, it was for better welfare and unified management, but it also served to ensure they wouldn't leak state secrets. The craftsmen all understood this, though they never spoke of it. Compared to how things used to be, this arrangement was already a great improvement. If anyone approaches you, pretend to offer them canon technology. Secret Guard agents will be shadowing you the entire time. But stay alert and don't take any unnecessary risks, Li San instructed. "Yes, we will follow Commander Li's orders," the craftsmen responded. Deep down, they were genuinely grateful to Xiao Ming. Craftsmen were usually at the bottom of society in the Great Yu Empire, yet Xiao Ming had not only given them dignity, but also generous salaries, and allowed their children to attend school for free. They had nothing more to ask for. Li San gave a firm nod. He had already mobilized the entire network of secret guards in the city. If they found solid evidence, Xiao Ming would have all the justification he needed to expel Zhao Yunliang. At the Wei family restaurant, Zhao Quan's eyes briefly scanned the innkeeper before he turned and stepped outside. Today was a rest day, one of the rare days each month when craftsmen from the machinery department were allowed to leave for a day of respite. Over the past 2 days, Zhao Quan had been planning how to acquire artillery technology. He had already made contact with several merchants from Zhao territory. However, he was well aware that everything he did had likely already been noticed by Prince Qi. Still, he sneered inwardly. If Xiao Ming thought that was enough to disrupt his plan, then he was sorely underestimating his opponent. Ever since Kingzhu's goods began flowing into Zhao territory, King Zhao had taken an interest in the region. Many of the merchants from Zhao were in fact trained spies, carefully planted under royal orders. These agents were well-versed in gathering intelligence. During this time, Zhao Quan and his network had also used money and empty promises to recruit many local informants in Kingzhu. After all, betrayal isn't impossible, it just means the price hasn't been right yet. Zhao Quan understood this perfectly. Offer a street thug from Kingzhu wealth and on King Zhao's lands, along with the promise of marrying a beautiful wife, and more often than not, he'd be happy to switch sides. Using such methods, they had already buried quite a few informants within Kingzhu. Of course, he knew full well that other feudal princes had also quietly deployed their own agents here. This time, his obvious public meetings with Zhao merchants were nothing more than misdirection, bait to distract Xiao Ming's eyes and ears. The real operation would not be carried out by those Zhao merchants, but by sleeper agents already stationed within Kingzhu. As he headed out this morning, Zhao Quan planned to spend the day drinking and feasting with those merchants, touring the city. It was a ploy to draw attention and occupy Prince Qi's surveillance. The real instructions had already been quietly delivered. Xiao Ming, compared to King Zhao, you're still far too green, Zhao Quan smirked to himself. He had already figured out the Wei family restaurant's innkeeper was a spy. Staying there was simply a means to lull Xiao Ming into lowering his guard. As he mused, Zhao Quan made his way into one of the city's residential wards, where one of the Zhao merchants happened to be staying. At that exact moment, 3 young men emerged from another part of the residential area. As they passed Zhao Quan, their eyes met briefly, and a faint smile curled at the corner of Zhao Quan's lips. Outside the machinery department, craftsmen were trickling out. This Ansi-month rest day was a rare opportunity, and the workers left in small groups, some heading home, some to the East Market to shop, and others simply to stroll around the city. Trailing behind them were people dressed as ordinary citizens, maintaining a carefully calculated distance. These watchers never followed any one target for too long, each was swapped out periodically. This method was designed to avoid drawing suspicion that the craftsmen were being protected. At the East Market, Kingzhu's most crowded area, Li San was already stationed. Here, where the foot traffic was heaviest, the secret guard had to stay on high alert. Just as planned, the other craftsmen had been instructed not to go to the East or West Market today. Only those involved in the sting operation were permitted there. Within the East Market, a number of secret guard agents disguised as vendors loitered at key locations. As soon as the target craftsmen arrived, everyone went on alert. Commander Li Zhaoquan and several Zhao merchants have entered the market, one guard reported. Li San looked toward the market entrance. Sure enough, Zhaoquan and the merchants he had contacted were leisurely approaching. Frowning, Li San muttered, "Something doesn't feel right. Keep an eye on them." The agent nodded and melted into the crowd. Zhao Quan and the 3 merchants strolled casually into the East Market. He turned to one of them and asked, "Follow the plan." "Can you identify the machinery department craftsmen?" "No problem. We've been observing them for over a year. We can recognize the key ones on sight." "Good. Then get ready to stir things up," Zhao Quan said calmly. The 3 merchants nodded and walked straight toward a trio of craftsmen walking side by side. As they passed, one merchant deliberately bumped into one of the craftsmen. The craftsman stumbled a bit and frowned, glancing at the 3 men in merchant garb. Not wanting to cause trouble, especially while carrying out an assignment, he kept walking, but the 3 men quickly stepped in front of them. One blocked their path and snapped, "Hey, you bumped into someone and think you can just walk off. Where's your sense of law and order?" The craftsman argued. "You're the one who bumped into us. Why are you twisting the story? We bumped into you, typical Kingzhu locals, always bullying outsiders. And now you're trying to talk your way out of it. Let me tell you, unless you apologize right now, you're not leaving. Judging from your clothes, you must be a craftsman, just another filthy lowborn," the merchant sneered. That last line struck a nerve. One of the craftsmen exploded in anger. "You scummy profiteers have no right to talk down to us. The hierarchy goes, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. You're the bottom rung." The merchants were infuriated and immediately lunged at the trio, fists flying. Chaos erupted in front of the Wei family restaurant. Watching from nearby, Li San and his team were momentarily stunned. The three Zhao merchants clearly had the upper hand. One of the craftsmen was already staggering under their blows. "This isn't right," Li San murmured. "Something off here," but there was no more time to hesitate. If they didn't intervene now, the craftsman might be beaten to death. He gave the order, "Send a few people in, break it up." The message was quickly passed along. 4 vendors disguised as secret guard agents moved in to stop the fight. However, the Zhao merchants were aggressive and violent. They lashed out at the intervening guards as well, landing punches and kicks. The scene in front of the Wei family restaurant descended further into chaos. Even the innkeeper and staff came out to help break up the fight. And while they were distracted, 2 individuals dressed as palace guards quietly slipped out the back of the restaurant. The front was too chaotic. No one noticed them leaving. At that very moment, on the street near the Duan family ward in the southern part of the city, 3 shadow-looking youths were squatting by the roadside. When they saw a familiar craftsman appear, one of them called out, "Brother Zhang." Off from the machinery department today, the craftsman named Zhang looked up and responded, "Yeah, once a month." He recognized the 3 as street thugs from the ward where he used to live, idlers who neither farmed nor worked, just loitered about town. After a brief greeting, he continued on his way, though he did briefly wonder what they were doing there, but the thought quickly passed. Then, as he turned a corner, a sudden bolt of pain shot through his head, his vision blurred. With one swift strike, the 3 youths knocked him unconscious with a wooden club. They had already scouted the area. At this hour, the ward watchmen were changing shifts and wouldn't patrol this street. And this craftsman always returned to the ward at exactly this time on rest days. Just then, a carriage pulled up beside them. The 3 youths stuffed the unconscious craftsman inside and drove off without a trace. In the East Market, the chaos gradually subsided. The 3 Zhao merchants were subdued by arriving soldiers, while the 3 craftsmen planted by Li San had all sustained injuries. At the same time, news came from the West Market. There had been another outbreak of violence, and craftsmen were injured there as well. What on earth is going on? Li San frowned deeply. Everything had been proceeding according to plan, but now things had clearly spiraled far beyond his expectations. Immediately order all craftsmen to return to the machinery department. "I fear we've fallen into a trap," he said urgently after thinking for a moment. He turned to look at the Wei family restaurant and saw Zhao Quan turning and heading back inside. He asked, "What's the situation inside the restaurant?" 2 of the guards went missing, and no one knows where they went, one of the staff replied. Li San's expression grew increasingly grave. "Move quickly, I must go report to His Highness." The secret guards dispersed at once, while Li San hurried to the prince's manor. What the craftsmen were attacked, Xiao Ming was slightly surprised after Li San explained the situation in both the East and West markets. To be safe, he turned to Zhao Long and said, "Immediately order the city garrison to shut the gates. No one is to leave the city without my command." Then he said to Li San, "Come with me, we're going to the machinery department now." As the 2 men stepped out, the signal bell rang across Kingzhu, the sound of 3 short and 2 long chimes, the emergency signal for all craftsmen to return to the machinery department. By the time they arrived, some craftsmen had already returned. After waiting for about an hour, nearly all had made it back. "Your Highness, what's happened?" Chen Wenlong had also rushed over to the machinery department, his expression tense. "I fear something serious has occurred." Xiao Ming glanced over the assembled craftsmen, and something felt off. He was very familiar with everyone here, having spent plenty of time at the department. "Your Highness, Zhang Liu is missing," one of the craftsmen suddenly shouted. Xiao Ming nodded. That was it. Zhang Liu was the one missing. Upon hearing the name, Chen Wenlong's face darkened immediately. He understood the various factions had their eyes on the machinery department. The craftsmen were clearly their target. "Your Highness, could it be?" Chen Wenlong began hesitantly. "Zhang Liu has likely been abducted. I truly underestimated how bold these people could be. I thought they would try bribery, but they went straight for kidnapping," Xiao Ming said solemnly. Li San's face flushed red with anger. He barked. "Who was assigned to follow Zhang Liu?" "It was me, Commander Lei," a secret guard said fearfully. "I saw Zhang Liu enter the street near Duan family ward and didn't follow further." "That's how we've always done it. Then how could he be taken right at Duan ward?" Li San asked, bewildered. One of the craftsmen answered, "Only if the ward guards were changing shifts at the time. There would be no patrols on that street. A meticulously planned operation. Seems they've been preparing for this longer than we thought," Xiao Ming said with a bitter smile. Indeed, his secret guard had only been formed recently, while Zhao's intelligence network was generations old. King Zhao had a mature and far-reaching espionage system. In comparison, his own was still young and inexperienced. Zhang Liu was one of the machinery department's key craftsmen, not only involved in steelmaking, but also in cannon production and the development of the water-powered forging hammer. If he had been abducted, then everything he knew could potentially fall into enemy hands, and the consequences would be dire. "Find him." I don't care if you have to turn Kingzhu upside down, bring him back, Xiao Ming ordered. Furious, Li San said, Your Highness, why not arrest Zhao Quan and interrogate him? Do you have proof? Can you say for certain which faction took Zhang Liu? Xiao Ming asked. Li San's face fell with guilt. He shook his head. The secret guard still lacks thoroughness. This failure is on your shoulders, Xiao Ming said sternly. Li San dropped to his knees. I accept any punishment, Your Highness. Whether you'll be punished or not depends on whether you can make up for your mistake. Zhang Liu must not leave my territory, Xiao Ming declared. Yes, Your Highness, I will act at once. Li San's eyes burned with fury. He'd been played, and this was a direct slap to his face. As he stood, he turned to the guard who had lost Zhang Liu. Why are you still standing here? Notify every secret guard agent and mobilize all informants. Find Zhang Liu. If His Highness takes my head, I'll be taking yours first. The frightened agent trembled and ran from the room. Li San also turned and left. Chen Wenlong sighed. Your Highness, with so many craftsmen and the secret guard's limited manpower, it's impossible to watch everyone so closely. Kingzhu is crawling with spies. We need a more stable solution. Xiao Ming nodded. You're right, but it's not easy. Spies had always been difficult to guard against. The best way to fight espionage was with counter-espionage, through the very existence of the secret guard led by Li San and Wang Xuan. Beyond that, all craftsmen in the machinery department, military workshop, and other critical facilities had signed confidentiality agreements. These contracts explicitly stated that leaking Kingzhu's secrets would result in severe punishment. This was meant to prevent bribery from within. But neither he nor Li San had anticipated the spies would be so bold as to resort to abduction. Just as he was stewing over the matter, Li San returned, this time with Wang Xuan in tow. Li San wore a sour expression, but Wang Xuan had a cheerful smile. Your Highness, we've caught the man who abducted Zhang Liu. He claims to be the heir of Kingzhou. We await your decision. You caught him. How did you manage that? Xiao Ming asked, surprised. The secret guard was now divided into left and right divisions. Li San handled internal affairs within the territory, while Wang Xuan focused on external intelligence. Wang Xuan explained, It was a fortunate coincidence, Your Highness. Li San has never been in favor of recruiting street thugs as agents, but I've always believed these people are the best candidates for informants. So I secretly brought a batch into the network. At the same time, the Zhao merchants seemed to have the same idea and also recruited some thugs, but one of their new recruits was actually one of ours. Once he learned of the plan, I decided to play along and see what the Zhao merchants were really up to. I didn't expect they'd receive last-minute orders to kidnap Zhang Liu today. He paused, then added, There was no time to inform Li San, so I led a team myself and intercepted the carriage mid-route. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. The money and manpower he had poured into the secret guard were finally showing results. You did that just to make me look bad in front of His Highness, Li San muttered bitterly. His one chance to redeem himself was gone. The tension in the machinery department lightened slightly after Wang Xuan's words. Xiao Ming said, You still have the nerve to speak. If it weren't for Wang Xuan this time, I would have had your head. Li San lowered his head in shame. Wang Xuan added, Your Highness, Commander Li's arrangements were already very thorough. It's just that King Zhao's men were one step ahead. Their carrier pigeon messaging system is incredibly difficult to detect. That's how they managed to pass orders without a trace. No need to defend me. I lost this round because my skills aren't up to par. I accept whatever punishment is due, Li San said calmly. Xiao Ming glanced at him. At least you're self-aware. The two of you, one in charge of internal matters, the other external, are my left and right hands, my eyes and ears. Spies in Kingzhu are increasing by the day, but I cannot afford to restrict trade because of it. Therefore, the responsibility of countering espionage lies squarely with you both. You must share intelligence with one another without reservation. Yes, Your Highness, the two responded in unison. Xiao Ming continued, Also what I've taught you both, don't keep it to yourselves. Pass it on to every secret guard. Only by cultivating new talent can we avoid another failure like today. They nodded again, more earnestly this time. After addressing them, Xiao Ming followed Wang Xuan to the southern district. According to Wang Xuan, the carriage had been intercepted near the south gate. Zhao Yunliang had likely hoped to use his identity to smuggle Zhang Liu out of the city. Disguised as a guard, Zhao Yunliang had even managed to fool the innkeeper during the earlier chaos at the Wei family restaurant. Near a narrow alleyway by the south gate, Xiao Ming finally saw Zhao Yunliang, who was furiously pacing, his face contorted in anger. Upon seeing Xiao Ming, Zhao Yunliang shouted, Xiao Ming, you've gone too far. Xiao Ming said coolly, I've gone too far as abducting a craftsman from the machinery department. Your idea of Kingzhu etiquette, I didn't abduct him. Some street thugs threw him into my carriage. He was badly injured, so I was taking him back for treatment. And that's an offense. Zhao Yunliang tried to twist the facts. You really don't give up, do you? Xiao Ming sneered. You'll understand soon enough. For now, I'll have to inconvenience you. Men, escort the young lord back to the Wei family restaurant and keep him under close guard. This, effectively, was house arrest. Zhao Yunliang roared, Xiao Ming, how dare you? I am the crown prince of Zhao, nephew of the Empress herself. Even his majesty gives me due face. Do you not fear offending them? I am a son of his majesty too. Do you not fear offending me? Xiao Ming replied coldly. With a wave of his hand, soldiers stepped forward and took Zhao Yunliang into custody, escorting him back toward the restaurant. Zhang Liu was still unconscious, a streak of blood on the back of his head. Xiao Ming instructed, take Zhang Liu back. Apprehend everyone involved in the attack immediately. Yes, Your Highness, Li San replied and departed swiftly. Wang Xuan said, Your Highness, why bother with this Zhao brat? Just beat him senseless and throw him out. It's not time to burn bridges just yet. A lesson will suffice. What matters most is uprooting King Zhao's entire spy network here in Kingzhu. Zhao Yunliang himself is irrelevant, Xiao Ming replied. Wang Xuan nodded. He added, by the way, I have another matter to report. Whenever Wang Xuan spoke of other matters, it usually involved the barbarians. Xiao Ming asked, have the barbarians made a move? Yes. I've received solid intel. Beishan is organizing captured craftsmen from the Ottoman Empire to forge cannons, Wang Xuan said, his tone grim. Ottoman craftsmen? Xiao Ming frowned. Yes, during multiple Western raids, the barbarians captured quite a few artisans from the Ottoman Empire. Beishan is now fully focused on cannon development and questioned these craftsmen extensively. Turns out a few of them were indeed involved in Ottoman cannon forging. Xiao Ming furrowed his brow. Do we have any intel on how Urfel Ottoman cannons are? Unfortunately, no. The Ottoman Empire is too far from the Great Yu Empire for direct comparison, Wang Xuan said. Xiao Ming nodded. Just as he expected, once a new weapon appears on the battlefield, enemies will scramble to replicate it. Beishan's actions proved that, but Xiao Ming wasn't too worried. His own artillery was based on late 18th century tech, and with recent upgrades to aiming devices and gunpowder, he was confident that even if the barbarians succeeded, their cannons wouldn't be on par with his. Still, this development would undoubtedly complicate future wars against the barbarians. Wang Xuan continued, there's more. Word is that Beishan openly declared in Chengdu that once their cannons are finished, he'll launch another attack on Kangju to prove their error. Xiao Ming's brows furrowed again. This Beishan, he had to admit, was a clever and calculating opponent. He said coldly, then let him come. I'll let him taste lead bullets. Keep monitoring the barbarians. Report any unusual movements immediately. Wang Xuan nodded and took his leave. The situation had been perilous, but thanks to Wang Xuan's foresight, disaster was averted. In this regard, Wang Xuan had proven more reliable than Li San. At noon, Li San returned to report, still reeking of blood. Your Highness, we've extracted confessions. All the Zhao merchants involved have been captured. They confessed that Zhao Quan gave the order. They talked that easily. I assumed they were all fanatics, Xiao Ming said in surprise. No fanatic can withstand Your Highness's interrogation methods. After about 100 cuts, they confessed everything, Li San said. In that case, let's pay Zhao Yunliang a visit. It's time to send him on his way, Xiao Ming said with a cold smile. At the Wei family restaurant, Zhao Yunliang slapped Zhao Quan hard across the face. You told me this plan was foolproof. How could something so simple fail? Because of this, our entire spy network in Kingzhu has been wiped out. What am I supposed to report to father now? He raged. Your Highness, I didn't expect that thug to take silver from both sides. If not for that, we would have succeeded, Zhao Quan muttered, holding his swollen cheek. Single lapse in judgment had unraveled an entire operation. While they were arguing, the door burst open. Xiao Ming stepped inside. Young lord, here's all the evidence. Do you have anything to say? Xiao Ming tossed a confession sheet onto the table. One by one, Zhao Yunliang read the names on the page, his heart sinking. Every agent they had embedded in Kingzhu wiped out. He clenched his fists. Very well, Xiao Ming, you win. Let's see what happens next. With that, he turned to leave with Zhao Quan. But just then, Li San stepped forward, silver flashing in his hand. In one swift motion, he edged Zhao Quan across the throat. Zhao Quan clutched his neck, a gurgling sound escaping his lips as blood gushed from the wound. The metallic scent of blood quickly filled the room. In his final moments, Zhao Quan looked to Zhao Yunliang with a pleading gaze, but his vision grew blurrier by the second, and soon lost focus altogether. Xiao Ming, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of the 300,000 black armored cavalry in Zhao territory? Zhao Yunliang staggered backward, his face pale as a sheet. Xiao Ming glanced coldly at the panicked strategist. My only goal is the barbarians. I never wanted to waste energy on internal struggles. But since you made the first move, I had no choice but to respond. Zhao Quan's death is a warning. I'm not the same Prince Qi you once toyed with. If you provoke me, you'd better be ready to pay the price. Zhao Yunliang was so shaken by Xiao Ming's fierce words that he subconsciously nodded. Xiao Ming continued, you keep quiet, I keep quiet, but if you take this to court, I won't fear you either. Your carriage is ready, it's time to go. Oh, and if you're still interested in buying cannons, I'm still willing to sell. 20,000 taels per cannon, not a single coin less. Zhao Yunliang's body trembled. He gave Xiao Ming one last deep look, then turned and went downstairs. Xiao Ming turned to Li San and said, have your men follow him, make sure he leaves my territory. Li San nodded, then cast a cold glance at Zhao Quan's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood, sneering inwardly. This incident had been a serious lesson for Xiao Ming. As Kingzhu continued to develop, the spy problem would only grow more severe, and the most dangerous spies might never be discovered at all. Even with modern surveillance technology, espionage remained a headache for governments. And there was another problem. Spies could turn locals into assets through persuasion or bribery. This time, the 3 local street thugs who had been turned were a perfect example. If one of them hadn't already defected to the secret guard, Zhang Liu might never have returned. So after much thought, Xiao Ming decided it was time to raise public awareness about espionage among his people and introduce a new law. It would be called the Anti-Spy Decree. Upon returning to the prince's manor, Xiao Ming personally wrote out the full legal text of the new law. Then, he wrote a second document, the Anti-Spy Handbook. When both were finished, he summoned Fan Zheng to the manor. Publish these 2 documents in tomorrow's newspaper. 2 full pages, Xiao Ming ordered. Fan Zheng picked up the manuscripts and began reading. The Anti-Spy Decree began with, Article 1, to prevent, suppress, and punish espionage, and to safeguard the security of the fiefdom, this law is hereby enacted. Article 2, all citizens of the fiefdom have the duty to uphold its security, honor, and interests. No individual may engage in actions that endanger these. All institutions within the fiefdom share the responsibility of preventing espionage, and the Bureau of Justice must rely on the people's support to organize and mobilize anti-espionage efforts. Article 3. Any act of espionage carried out by external institutions, organizations, or individuals, or through collusion with individuals or groups inside the fiefdom, must be severely punished. Those who assist in anti-espionage efforts will be protected, and major contributors shall be handsomely rewarded. The law then continued with a series of detailed rules and penalties. Spies Fan Zheng had never encountered the term before. A chill ran down his spine. Your Highness, even the newspaper office has to worry about spies, of course. Spies are everywhere. When you return, talk to the staff, make them aware of the risks, Xiao Ming said. What exactly counts as spy behavior? Fan Zheng asked, still puzzled. Xiao Ming pointed at the Anti-Spy Handbook. Fan Zheng opened it and read. The handbook opened with 5 guiding topics. What do spies do who can become a spy? Common behaviors of spies who recruit or spread rumors. Fake missionaries who spy under the guise of religion. Early signs when low-level spies try to recruit others. Under the first section, Xiao Ming had written, spies primarily gather intelligence, analyze it, bribe key individuals, spread rumors, and pass on information. The remaining sections were just as thorough. After reading everything, Fan Zheng finally understood what spies were, what they did, and how dangerous they were to the safety of the fiefdom. I've lived this long, and it's the first time I realized spies could be lurking everywhere, Fan Zheng muttered. Xiao Ming chuckled. There's still much you don't know. Don't waste time, start printing immediately. Distribute this edition for free. Yes, Your Highness, Fan Zheng replied. The next day, peaceful Kingzhu was once again stirred by explosive newspaper headlines. The Bureau of Justice issued a directive ordering village militias across the territory to assist in anti-espionage operations. Meanwhile, the machinery department and other workshops launched internal anti-spy crackdowns. Using the newspaper's guidelines, workers began scrutinizing anyone acting oddly. Within a short time, several people suspected of being spies were brought into custody. The term spy quickly became one of public disgrace. Kill him, beat the bastard, damn spy, how dare you betray our land, you shameless rat. In the streets of Kingzhu, 2 street thugs were paraded through the city in prison carts. The crowd hurled rotten vegetables, mud, and stones at them. Curses filled the air, each word seething with fury. The newspaper had made it clear, their actions had seriously endangered the security of the fiefdom and the great Yu Empire itself. The people were outraged. Life had just started getting better, and now these traitors had tried to sabotage it. They would have beaten the men to death if they could. One father pointed and said to his son, see that's what happens to spies. Don't ever become one. If you do, I won't acknowledge you as my son. If you become a spy, I won't acknowledge you as my father, the boy replied seriously. The crowd, some merchants, servants, and commoners wore uneasy expressions. In a shadowed corner, one merchant whispered to another, don't make any moves for now. That Prince Qi is ruthless. How did he even come up with this idea? I only asked a passerby a few questions about Kingzhu, and he looked at me and asked if I was a spy. You're lucky you just got here. Most of the ones who came earlier have already been reported by the locals and handed over to the authorities, the other merchant said. Both sighed in unison and quietly walked away. The newspaper's publication had sparked a full-scale anti-espionage fervor across all 6 prefectures. For Xiao Ming, this wave of vigilance would help cleanse the environment of his territory. And sometimes, to correct an imbalance, an overcorrection was necessary. Kingzhu Machinery Department. The issuance of the anti-spy decree and the widespread education of the populace on espionage had caused all the hidden forces within Kingzhu to suddenly keep their heads down. At the same time, to further safeguard Kingzhu's technologies from theft, Xiao Ming was preparing to restructure and subdivide all technical crafts and industrial processes. For example, in cannon production, processes such as steel refining, mold making, casting, and ammunition manufacturing would be made completely independent. Each stage of the process would be handled by different specialists, with every craftsman only responsible for a small part of the workflow, isolated from the others. This would drastically reduce the risk of core technologies being stolen. On this day, Xiao Ming handed his meticulously designed production workflow over to Chen Wenlong, ordering him to reform the machinery department accordingly, taking preventive action before problems arose. Holding the thick manual, Chen Wenlong felt even greater admiration for Xiao Ming. In recent weeks, books written by Prince Qi had steadily been distributed to the machinery department, the military workshop, and Bo Wen Academy. All of them were personally written, edited, and then published through the Kingzhu press. In the Great Yu Empire, books had always been considered rare and precious, but in Kingzhu, thanks to reduced printing costs, that was no longer the case. After passing along the production manual, Xiao Ming asked, "Is the Huang Diapo weaving machine ready for delivery, Your Highness?" "It's ready." "I was just about to report that to you," said Chen Wenlong as he led Xiao Ming to the rear courtyard of the machinery department, where 100 looms had been neatly lined up. These were the famous Huang Diapo looms, designed to convert single-thread weaving into multi-thread weaving. Once operational, these machines would multiply Kingzhu's textile efficiency by more than tenfold. Xiao Ming had been eagerly awaiting the delivery. The textile workshop run by Ziyuan and Luluo had been waiting for them. Once operational, they would no longer be limited by the slow production of sails for his windward warships. "Move them all. I need them now," Xiao Ming said happily. With the entire batch of looms in tow, Xiao Ming returned to the prince's manor. The moment the looms arrived, Ziyuan and Luluo ran out from the inner residence, excitement shining in their eyes. "Your Highness, is this the Huang Diapo loom you spoke of?" Ziyuan asked, nearly breathless with joy. Both Ziyuan and Luluo were well-versed in the art of weaving. They had learned embroidery and textiles while serving by consort Zhen's side at court. Luluo nudged Ziyuan and pointed, "Sister, this loom can spin 10 threads at once. Look at the shuttle mechanism." Ziyuan smiled brightly. "Your Highness, let's move the looms to the workshop right away. I can't wait to try them out." Kingzhu Prefecture was vast. Xiao Ming had relocated all heavy industries like steel production outside the city, but since textile manufacturing was a light industry, the workshop was located within the city. This was part of his long-term industrial plan: heavy industry outside the city, light industry inside. To make it convenient for Ziyuan and Luluo to oversee the operation, the workshop was located just 2 residential blocks away from the prince's manor. It was situated in a large courtyard with 5 long rows of tiled brick buildings. Once they arrived, Xiao Ming had the looms moved into the workshop. "From now on, this textile workshop will rely on you both." "The Kingzhu army is waiting for your uniforms," Xiao Ming joked, seeing the workshop fully equipped. Ziyuan replied confidently, "If these looms are truly as miraculous as you say, Your Highness, then this task will be no trouble at all." "Talk is cheap, I only care about results," Xiao Ming teased with a smirk. Ziyuan stuck out her tongue, then joined Luluo at one of the Huang Diapo looms to try operating it. After familiarizing themselves with the machine, Ziyuan turned and asked, "Your Highness, if we're to begin production, we need to gather the workers. But what about cotton? Do we have enough? I'll coordinate with Li Kaiyuan to secure enough cotton." "You two just focus on the weaving," Xiao Ming said, frowning slightly. Ziyuan and Luluo nodded, then split up to begin preparations for the workshop's operation. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming headed for the commandery office and summoned Li Kaiyuan for a meeting. "If we want to promote cotton cultivation, we must act now. If we miss the winter, it'll be too late," said Pang Yukun. Once the textile workshop was up and running, it would mark the true beginning of Kingzhu's textile industry. And once steam engines were available, Xiao Ming planned to introduce the spinning jenny. At that point, cotton demand would skyrocket, especially since he intended to monopolize the textile sector. "Li Kaiyuan, you heard him. The cotton seeds are your responsibility," Xiao Ming said. Li Kaiyuan gave a bitter smile. "Your Highness, that's easier said than done." Right now, most of the cotton in the Great Yu Empire is grown in the south. The main supplier is the king of Chu's fiefdom, and lately our merchants have encountered trouble when passing through his lands. Do you think he'll willingly sell us cotton or seeds now the king of Chu was from the maternal family of the third prince, long known for his ambitions? In the empire, the four most dangerous autonomous lords were Southern Chu, Northern Zhao, Eastern Yan, and Western Liang. The other three were generally well-behaved, but King Chu was always stirring up trouble. Pang Yukun nodded. Li Kaiyuan is right, but doesn't the king of Chu also have something to ask of your highness? You're referring to the matter of cannons, Xiao Ming asked. Pang Yukun nodded again. Ever since cotton was introduced from India, it's been primarily cultivated in the south. King Chu in particular has invested heavily in it. His region produces vast quantities of cloth, and the income from that alone is considerable. He's always been wary of outsiders acquiring cotton or its seeds, and even if we do manage to acquire the seeds, it will take time to scale up production. In the short term, we'll still need to buy cotton from Chu. Makes sense, Xiao Ming said. The problem is, father is still undecided about whether to grant cannons to King Wei and King Chu. If he agrees, we'll have leverage. If not, King Chu will be the one holding the cards. Once again, Xiao Ming felt the familiar frustration of being constrained by internal politics. Cotton had come to the Great Yu Empire from Tianzhu, India, and naturally it was first cultivated in the southern regions. The north had little cotton farming. In a way, the South's wealth was directly tied to cotton. Where there's cotton, there's cloth. Even if he could negotiate a trade, cotton for cannons, Xiao Ming still wouldn't feel safe. He needed two supply routes, one through King Chu's lands and the other by sea to Tianzhu, to import cotton directly from its place of origin. Only then would he avoid being strangled by one supplier. That meant he needed to get Yue Yun and the others sailing the Windperd warships soon to protect merchant convoys at sea. But for now, the most practical solution was still to purchase cotton from Chu's territory. Xiao Ming said to Li Kaiyuan, organize a trade caravan to go south and buy cotton from the king of Chu's lands. At the same time, have the Chamber of Commerce start buying any cotton available here in Kingzhu. Though the cannon deal isn't finalized, King Chu won't dare mess with me just yet. After all, if he angers me now, I might just deny him access to artillery altogether. Yes, Your Highness, Li Kaiyun replied. Your Highness, it seems agriculture really is the foundation of the nation. Cotton, rapeseed, hemp, these are all things we should encourage the people to start planting. As Xiao Ming was fretting over cotton supply, Pang Yukun seized the moment to bring up his concerns. He felt that lately, Xiao Ming had been placing too much emphasis on handicrafts and was beginning to neglect agriculture. You're not wrong, but right now we're still facing grain shortages. It'll be hard to convince the common folk to grow these other crops when they risk not being able to sell them later. Let's have the production corps begin planting on a limited scale. Once our grain production stabilizes, we'll expand from there, Xiao Ming said. Pang Yukun nodded. For weeks now, he and Xiao Ming had been planning the agricultural and industrial layout of the 6 prefectures. These topics were already part of their agenda. Also, Your Highness, what's this new product you mentioned at the last banquet? Xiao Ming had casually tossed out the hint of a new product. But with the spy crisis dominating everyone's attention, the topic had been forgotten until now. Mirrors, Xiao Ming said with a smile, thinking of his latest innovation. In the Great Yu Empire, the standard was still bronze mirrors, which gave a blurry, distorted reflection that barely revealed any facial detail. Modern mirrors, by contrast, were glass mirrors, made by coating the back of glass with a reflective layer, typically aluminum in the present day, which created a clear image. But extracting aluminum wasn't an option. It required electrolysis, something impossible without electricity. And producing a silver-backed mirror through chemical plating also needed nitric acid, ammonia, and glucose, which were similarly unavailable in the current technological environment. In the end, Xiao Ming determined the only viable method under current conditions was to use glass, tin foil, and mercury, a method historically used in pre-industrial Europe and China. Mirrors, you mean bronze mirrors, those are common throughout the empire. I can't imagine they'll create much of a stir, Pang Yukun said. Xiao Ming shook his head. I'm talking about glass mirrors. In 2 days, I'll have a prototype for you to see. Li Kaiyuan was visibly excited. After all this time, a new product was finally about to launch. He could already picture merchants lining up outside the Chamber of Commerce, jamming the street. He chuckled to himself in anticipation. Seeing the lecherous grin on Li Kaiyuan's face, Xiao Ming warned, your task right now is to procure cotton. If you delay my fleet's departure, don't blame me for what happens. Li Kaiyuan shuddered. Understood, Your Highness. I'll get on it right away, but please don't forget to finish the mirror soon. He added, grinning again. I'm headed to Bo Wen Academy now to speak with Lu Tong about the Mercury Silver Mirror, Xiao Ming said, rising to his feet. With that, Xiao Ming and Li Kaiyuan left the commandery office, one headed to the Chamber of Commerce, the other to Bo Wen Academy. Several days earlier, when Pang Yukun first brought up the topic of a new product, Xiao Ming had already given Lu Tong instructions on how to produce a mirror, asking him to prepare tin, mercury, and other materials. Although Xiao Ming hadn't found a local tin mine, tin was a relatively common metal in the Great Yu Empire. After all, bronze, an alloy of copper and tin, had existed since ancient times. Mercury was no more difficult to obtain. In ancient times, it was even used in traditional medicine. It could be produced by heating cinnabar, which yields mercury and sulfur. Cinnabar was a common ingredient in Taoist alchemy, often seen in medicinal formulas. In short, all the materials were obtainable. Upon arriving at Bo Wen Academy, Xiao Ming went straight to the chemistry lab, where Lu Tong and his students were already waiting. "Your Highness." Lu Tong led the students in a respectful bow. Xiao Ming nodded. "Are the materials ready, all prepared?" Lu Tong replied. He then showed Xiao Ming the glass containers holding mercury and tin, as well as a pile of glass plates laid out on the table. Ever since they had succeeded in producing sulfuric acid, the Chemistry Academy students had been refining granular gunpowder. Out of the 3 acids and 2 bases, they had already mastered sulfuric acid, caustic soda, and soda ash. Only nitric acid and hydrochloric acid remained. Xiao Ming had already included the preparation methods for both acids in their chemistry textbooks. Lu Tong was currently planning to conduct those experiments soon. To make nitric acid, they planned to heat saltpeter at high temperatures to produce nitrogen dioxide, then dissolve it in water. For hydrochloric acid, they would use concentrated sulfuric acid and salt. All of this was still theoretical, but clearly explained in the curriculum. It was also clear that Xiao Ming didn't intend to spoon-feed them. He had given them the chemical theory. It was now up to them to figure out the experiments themselves. After inspecting the materials, Xiao Ming said, "Let's begin. I'll instruct, you perform." Lu Tong nodded. Xiao Ming was clearly transitioning into the role of a hands-off director, increasingly leaving the experiments to his students. Xiao Ming understood their frustration, but there was no other way. Knowledge wasn't meant to be stored in one's head, it had to be applied. Over the past few weeks, he had already taught Lu Tong and the others about chemical symbols, and they had fully grasped the periodic table. In fact, Xiao Ming's chemistry curriculum was even more detailed than modern junior high textbooks, with numerous common reaction formulas explained clearly. From here on, it was up to Lu Tong and his students to turn theory into real chemical processes and apply them in industry. Otherwise, what was the point of learning all this besides? At the current tech level of the Great Yu Empire, junior high-level chemistry was already more than sufficient. Anything more advanced, like electrolysis, would require electricity, which they didn't yet have. No electricity meant no progress in high-end chemistry. Lu Tong picked up a glass sheet and carefully applied a tin foil backing. Since tin had a low melting point, just over 200 degrees, it could be easily softened with gentle heating. Once the tin foil was securely applied, he poured a thin layer of mercury over it and smoothed it evenly. Chemical reaction took place between the mercury and tin, forming a silver-white amalgam known as tin-mercury alloy tin amalgam. Historical records showed that this alloy was used as early as the spring and autumn period. While mercury was toxic, the amalgam itself was non-toxic. This silvery fluid bonded tightly to one side of the glass, forming a reflective layer that wouldn't flake off easily. With the steps completed, Xiao Ming and Lu Tong waited quietly for the miracle to happen. Half an hour later, once the metallic mixture had fully dried, Xiao Ming picked up the mirror. He saw himself clearly for the first time. A young, slightly handsome face stared back at him. "Wow, it's been a whole year, and this is the first time I've seen my own face properly." He couldn't help but marvel aloud. The mirror in his hand had virtually no difference from a modern one, only slightly dimmer in luster. After all, tin amalgam lacked the bright sheen of silver. Still, even so, this mirror would undoubtedly be considered a revolutionary creation. "Dear heavens, your highness, is this really me?" A voice rang out as Lu Tong's slightly grubby face appeared in the mirror's reflection. Even bronze mirrors were considered a luxury in the Great Yu Empire. Producing one required repeated polishing until it could reflect a passable image, making them far too expensive for commoners to afford. Most ordinary people never owned mirrors and could only catch vague glimpses of themselves in still water. Effect, of course, couldn't compare to the shock of seeing oneself clearly in a glass mirror. Who else would it be? "Look, there's a booger hanging off your lip. You gonna wipe that or what?" Xiao Ming said. "Where?" Lu Tong grabbed the mirror and inspected himself more closely. He picked at his nose and began making faces at the mirror, widening his eyes, raising his brows, totally immersed in amusement. Behind him, the students had already grown impatient and began calling out, "Let me see. I want to look too." Overwhelmed by their demands, Lu Tong reluctantly handed the mirror to the next group. The classroom instantly erupted. Students jostled for position, taking turns in front of the mirror, exclaiming things like, "Damn, I'm handsome. You look awful. I forgot to wash my face." Watching the commotion, Xiao Ming allowed himself a smug smile. It was clear that this mirror would become the next sensational product in the empire, following in the footsteps of soap, drunken Kingzhu wine, and perfume. Lu Tong sighed in awe and said, "Your Highness, I truly admire you. How do you even come up with these ideas?" Xiao Ming chuckled lightly. This was nothing, just the beginning. In the future, world-shaking inventions would keep coming, one after another. As each student took their turn experiencing the mirror's charm, Xiao Ming turned to Lu Tong and said, "The remaining glass is yours to work with." Lu Tong nodded and rallied the students. The group quickly divided into trios and began manufacturing more mirrors using the materials on hand. Xiao Ming stayed in the lab while they worked. Once 20 mirrors were produced, he had the surface of the tin mercury alloy coated with a layer of black lacquer, a natural varnish made from lacquer tree sap. This layer protected the reflective surface from damage. The mirrors were then framed in carved wood, giving them elegant, luxurious appearances. After all, products needed good packaging to sell well. Once the chemical lab work was done, Xiao Ming brought the mirrors to the carpentry division for framing. The entire process took 3 more days to complete. At last, 20 beautifully crafted glass mirrors were born. When the finished mirrors were delivered to the prince's manor, Ziyuan and Luluo instantly fell in love. "Ahem, you two have been staring at that mirror for half an hour. Haven't you had enough?" Xiao Ming teased. Among the mirrors was one that Xiao Ming had specially commissioned, a full-length mirror 2 meters tall and 50 centimeters wide, placed in his bedchamber. After returning from the textile workshop, Ziyuan and Luluo caught sight of it and were instantly mesmerized. After finding out what it was, they refused to leave the room, completely absorbed in admiring their reflections. "Your Highness, please give us a mirror too. It's incredible." After seeing ourselves in this glass mirror, how could we ever go back to bronze one? Ziyuan said, clinging to Xiao Ming's arm and begging with childlike insistence. Meanwhile, Luluo was still smiling foolishly into the mirror, utterly oblivious to the world around her. Feeling the softness of Ziyuan's body pressing against him, Xiao Ming's eyes curved into a crescent moon smile, but he maintained a serious expression and said, "That's easy. You can just share mine. These mirrors are expensive and I'm basically broke." Ziyuan was utterly hooked like a bee drawn to honey. What woman didn't love looking pretty, especially lively young maids like Ziyuan and Luluo? Ziyuan clung even tighter, her bold and fiery nature on full display. Xiao Ming's grin grew more mischievous. Teasing his 2 lovely maids was one of the rare indulgences in his hectic life. He took the opportunity to pull Ziyuan into his arms. Caught off guard, Ziyuan squealed in surprise. Her cheeks flushed bright red. "Your Highness, you're terrible." She pouted, playfully pushing him away. Luluo finally turned her head and asked innocently, "What's going on, Sister Ziyuan?" But when she saw how Xiao Ming was holding Ziyuan, her face turned red as well. Still, she seemed far more used to Xiao Ming's antics than before. Ziyuan continued pleading, "Your Highness, please just give us one mirror." Seeing the 2 girls look at him with such hopeful eyes, Xiao Ming playfully gave Ziyuan's plump rear a squeeze and chuckled, "Fine, consider that payment." Ziyuan let out another startled yelp, blushing like a cherry blossom. As Xiao Ming walked past Luluo, he gave her the same treatment, earning himself a dramatic eye roll in return. Laughing heartily, he left the room, saying, "Your mirrors are already on the way to your rooms." Ziyuan stomped her foot. Once again, she'd been outwitted and teased by Xiao Ming. Still savoring the soft feel on his fingertips, Xiao Ming left the manor and headed straight to the Chamber of Commerce. Now that the mirrors were finished, it was time to use them to ease Kingzhu Prefecture's silver shortage. He had high hopes for the glass mirror's market potential. After all, the Tech Archive had once recorded a fascinating story. When French Queen Marie de Médicis got married, the King of Venice gifted her a tiny glass mirror as a wedding present. Its value 150,000 francs. At the time, only Venice could manufacture glass mirrors. Their production facility was located on the isolated island of Murano. In fact, France had even kidnapped several Venetian mirror craftsmen in a covert effort to steal the secret. The French franc at the time had a gold content of 0.3 grams per coin, so 150,000 francs represented an astronomical fortune. For that reason, Xiao Ming intended to position his mirrors as high-end luxury goods, the Rolex, Chanel, or LV of the Great Yu Empire. Every mirror's backing was also engraved with "Made in Kingzhu," a subtle move to begin cultivating the Kingzhu brand. Arriving at the Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Ming hadn't even stepped fully inside when Li Kaiyuan dashed up to him like the wind. "Your Highness, the mirror. Where is it?" he asked eagerly. Whenever Xiao Ming showed up at the Chamber of Commerce, it almost always meant a new product was about to launch. With a signal from Xiao Ming, a servant brought forward a mirror covered in fabric. When the cloth was removed, Li Kaiyuan gasped and took a step back in shock. He thought there was a person inside, but on closer inspection, he realized it was himself. His jaw dropped as he leaned in close, staring at the reflection. "Your Highness, we're about to strike it rich again." He muttered in awe. "Did you hear the Chamber of Commerce is hosting a product exhibition in the East Market? They're unveiling a brand new item. Seriously then, we better go now. I heard the exhibition only lasts 7 days. Miss it now, and you won't get another chance." The next morning, the front page of the Kingzhu newspaper blared bold headlines: Exhibition Fair. And glass mirrors, the merchants of Kingzhu were thrown into a frenzy. Many had missed out on the previous 3 blockbuster products and still regretted it to this day. Now none of them wanted to miss this 4th opportunity. As soon as they saw the paper, they rushed straight to East Market. Curious scholars and commoners joined the crowd as well, eager to see what the buzz was about. Naturally, this exhibition fair was Xiao Ming's idea. No matter how incredible a product was, people had to see it with their own eyes. This was the perfect way to reveal the mirror's magic. First, it would shock and awe everyone with its clarity. Second, it would get merchants talking. Word would spread like wildfire, and the hype would build itself. At the market, a portion of the plaza had been cordoned off and surrounded by soldiers. No one was allowed within 3 meters of the mirrors. Inside the roped-off area stood over a dozen glass mirrors, each propped up and gleaming. Merchants standing in front of them stared in disbelief at their own reflections, so mesmerized that they refused to leave. "Hey, haven't you looked enough already?" one merchant behind them grumbled. "Let the rest of us see too." The man up front didn't even glance back. "I got here first. I'll look as long as I like. Screw off." The guy behind him grabbed his shoulder and shoved him aside, but the moment he caught sight of his own reflection, he too became entranced. And so the cycle repeated. The East Market was soon jam-packed. Tensions ran high. Arguments broke out. A few scuffles even turned into full-blown fistfights. People were completely blown away by the mirror's clarity, and all they wanted was one more look. The sharper merchants, however, weren't wasting time. They rushed to the Chamber of Commerce to see Li Kaiyuan directly. "Vice Chairman Lei, what's the deal with these mirrors? Can you give us a heads-up?" One of them discreetly slid a banknote worth over 1,000 taels of silver across the table. Li Kaiyuan immediately pushed the silver note back. He was fully aware of Xiao Ming's stance on corruption. If he took that money, he wouldn't just lose his position, he'd be facing prison, or worse. Xiao Ming had made it crystal clear at court meetings. Kingzhu officials received 3 times the standard salary of their counterparts across the empire. Even the lowest-ranking ones earned at least 36 taels of silver annually. In return, Xiao Ming demanded zero tolerance for bribery. Get caught and you wouldn't just lose your job, you could lose your head. As one of Xiao Ming's close aides, Li Kaiyuan had no shortage of silver. He had no reason to accept bribes, and even less reason to be foolish. "You'd better take this back," he said, face turning serious. "Otherwise, we have nothing to discuss." The merchant was stunned. In the Great Yu Empire, this kind of thing was the norm, an official refusing silver that left him unsettled. "Vice Chairman Li, was it not enough?" he asked hesitantly. Li Kaiyuan slammed the table. "You trying to get me executed in Kingzhu? We don't take silver under the table. Take your bribe and go." "If you want to talk about mirrors, then talk properly." Flustered, the merchant hurriedly tucked the banknote away. "Right, then I just wanted to ask, how are the mirrors being sold when what's the method?" Li Kaiyuan's tone eased a bit. "His Highness has ordered that no distribution rights will be granted. The mirrors will go on sale within the next couple of days. As for the method, auction." "Auction?" The merchant blinked. "You mean you're auctioning off the rights?" "No," Li Kaiyuan clarified. "The mirrors themselves will be auctioned. The process is complex and they can't be mass-produced yet. Auctioning is the only practical way, and it keeps things fair." That was the strategy he and Xiao Ming had worked out. Since the mirrors were positioned as luxury items, their first appearance had to make waves, and nothing did that better than an auction. While Li Kaiyuan was teasing the merchants with just enough info to get them hooked, Xiao Ming sent a single mirror to Chang'an, addressed to Emperor Xiao Wengshuan. He held nothing back this time. He didn't even send one to Consort Zhen, deciding to wait and deliver hers after the buzz had peaked. Li Kaiyuan's statements quickly spread through merchant circles. Many began hoarding silver and preparing to bid. The legend of the mirror soon spread back to their hometowns, and noblewomen and heiresses across the empire began planning pilgrimages to Kingzhu. Meanwhile, the mirror that Xiao Ming had sent to the capital finally arrived, delivered by Feng Deshui to the Imperial Palace. "Your Majesty, a gift from the Prince of Qi has arrived," Feng Deshui announced. Inside the Emperor's private chamber, Xiao Wengshuan was reviewing reports when Feng Deshui entered. 2 eunuchs followed behind, carrying a tall, cloth-covered object with visible strain. "What's that rascal sent this time?" the Emperor asked, with a hint of curiosity. A strategic model of the empire sat prominently in the room, a gift from Xiao Ming. A telescope rested beside the emperor's desk. Both items were dearly treasured. I'm quite curious myself what surprise His Highness has brought us this time, Feng Desuyi said, motioning to the eunuchs. With a dramatic tug, the black cloth was removed. A stunning 2-meter-tall, 50-centimeter-wide glass mirror was revealed, its frame adorned with gold, carved dragons, and intricate filigree. Your Majesty, an assassin, Feng Desuyi screamed at the top of his lungs. He had caught sight of a lifelike figure inside the mirror and panicked. Even Xiao Wengshuan was startled, but he had weathered many storms and didn't panic easily. He narrowed his eyes and cautiously raised a hand. The figure in the mirror raised its hand too. Then he reached over and patted Feng Desuyi's shoulder. The mirror image mirrored the gesture perfectly. Xiao Wengshuan immediately understood. The figure was just his reflection, incredibly lifelike, but no different than what one might see in a bronze mirror, only vastly clearer. The clarity was so shocking that, at first glance, it looked like a real person was standing inside the frame. No wonder Feng Desuyi was so terrified. Protect His Majesty. Guards. Just then, a squad of palace guards rushed in. At the sight of armored figures in the mirror, they instantly mistook them for enemies. Swords were drawn. They charged. You rebel scum, prepare to die. Xiao Wengshuan finally snapped out of his daze and shouted, Stop, hold it. The razor-sharp blade halted just a few millimeters from the mirror's surface. The Imperial guards paused, confused, though they still kept their weapons drawn and eyes fixed warily on the armored figures reflected in the mirror. Emperor Xiao Wengshuan let out a long breath. His heart had nearly leapt into his throat. In that brief instant, if they had struck even a hair closer, the mirror would have shattered. Stand down. He ordered with a sharp tone. Only then did Feng Desuyi truly look at the mirror, and then at the man inside. A second later, he let out an awkward laugh. Your Majesty, this old servant has truly made a fool of himself. As if His Highness the Prince of Qi would ever send an assassin. It's a mirror. The guards glanced again at the reflection, now slowly realizing what they were seeing. The mirror image was them. Xiao Wengshuan stepped forward and pressed his palm against the cool glass. The sensation of resistance confirmed it. It really was a mirror. Then laughter. A bold, unrestrained burst of laughter rang out from the emperor, echoing through the chamber. The shock of the moment only served to underscore just how extraordinary this object was. Feng Desuyi grinned ear to ear as he walked up and pressed his fingers against the glass. Your Majesty, this mirror, it feels like it's made of glass. Likely so, Xiao Wengshuan chuckled. But how did the Prince of Qi make the glass reflect a person so clearly knowing His Highness? Feng Desuyi said with admiration. The man always has a way. But given he only sent one mirror this time, I imagine it's quite rare. That only pleased the emperor more. Is that so? It seems the Prince of Qi is getting better at navigating the court. Good, very good, I'm quite pleased. But Your Majesty, Feng Desuyi said, looking slightly amused, once the ladies in the harem find out about this, they'll be begging to see it themselves. Xiao Wengshuan chuckled knowingly. He was still human, after all, and humans love to show off their treasures, especially something as rare and breathtaking as this. Even children wanted to show off their new toys. Well then, he said with a grin, let them come. It's better to share the joy than hoard it. Ha ha ha. Feng Desuyi bowed and departed. Yes, Your Majesty, I'll inform the ladies. Once alone again, Xiao Wengshuan returned to the mirror, staring into it, admiring his own reflection with increasing fondness. Soon, Empress Xiao arrived, leading a group of consorts into the room. Feng Desuyi had already briefed her on the mirror's marvels during their walk, so the women rushed straight to it the moment they entered, and then they froze. The moment they laid eyes on their own reflections, they gasped in astonishment, which quickly gave way to excitement. In the mirror, every fine detail of their elegant faces was clear as day. Empress Xiao stood before it, witty and motionless. She had a bronze mirror in her own quarters, of course, but its blurry image couldn't hold a candle to this. This glass mirror was like standing face to face with oneself. No wonder the guards had mistaken the reflection for a real person. Your Majesty, is this the mirror sent by the Prince of Qi? Empress Xiao asked, her voice tinged with desire. Xiao Wengshuan smiled. It is. What do you think of it? It's divine, a true masterpiece. Your Majesty, might I have it? Her voice was sweet, the tone flirtatious and coy, a rare sight even in front of the other consorts. Every woman in the Imperial harem vied for beauty. Who wouldn't want such a mirror? The other consorts panicked. Your Majesty, I want one too. I want one as well. Xiao Wengshuan grinned with satisfaction. Ahem. Well, there's only one, and I'm rather fond of it myself, but perhaps I'll send an express courier to the Prince of Qi and see if he can spare more. The women surrounded him, some clinging to his arms, others leaning into his embrace, each giving him pleading glances. Flustered but pleased, he kept nodding and smiling. Then someone remembered someone else. Consort Zhen, a consort, said suspiciously, every time the Prince of Qi sends something, he always sends one to you. Be honest, do you already have one in Bu Pavilion? Yes. Do you? The others crowded around her. Consort Zhen let out a wry smile. Honestly, not this time. If His Majesty hadn't summoned me today, I wouldn't even know such a thing existed. That Prince of Qi seems he only has eyes for His Majesty now. He's forgotten all about his own mother. Hearing this, Xiao Wengshuan beamed with joy. Even this small gesture showed just how much Xiao Ming respected him. In truth, Consort Zhen's eyes sparkled with pride. Her son had made the right call. The consorts groaned with disappointment. With only one mirror present, they had to take turns admiring themselves in it, each trying to squeeze in just a few more seconds. None of them wanted to leave. Empress Xiao lingered for a while, glancing at the mirror, then at Xiao Wengshuan. Her heart was heavy. Her nephew, Zhao Yunliang, had sent a complaint to her after returning from Kingzhu, telling her everything. As his aunt, she was caught in a difficult position. The artillery secrets involved were no small matter. Even if Xiao Ming had killed Zhao Quan, it had been to protect those secrets. With the emperor placing such high value on Xiao Ming's cannons, there was no way he'd side with the Prince of Zhao. And now this mirror had the emperor overjoyed. What could she even say eventually? The consorts were ushered out, reluctantly and regretfully, but it was too late. Word had already spread across Chang'an. Tales of the emperor's magical mirror, of Feng Desu crying out in panic, of the consorts visiting the emperor's chambers daily. It was all the city could talk about. Even court officials confirmed it. After all, those summoned to morning court had seen the mirror for themselves. Within days, the nobles of the capital were buzzing about it. Wealthy households sent their stewards and merchants straight to Kingzhu, hoping to buy a mirror of their own. Back in Kingzhu, the city exploded with activity. Merchants flooded in. Even aristocrats began arriving, all wanting one thing, a mirror. And it was at that time that Xiao Ming received a letter from the emperor. An express dispatch carried 800 li without pause. "Your Highness, if His Majesty is this eager," said Pang Yukun, smiling broadly as he bowed. "It's safe to say this mirror is even more impressive than soap or perfume. Congratulations, Your Highness. Sincere congratulations." Xiao Ming, on the other hand, looked exasperated. Pang Yukun, ever the bookkeeper, had already set his eyes on the profits from the mirror. The moment the silver started pouring in, he'd divert it straight to the prefectural treasury, acting like a great version of Grandit. The commerce hall was packed with people coming and going. It felt just like a New Year festival. Hearing Pang Yukun's congratulations, Xiao Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. Only after taking charge did he truly realize how expensive it was to run a household, or in his case, a domain. Now that he was a prince ruling a territory, he fully understood one thing. If the people were to live good lives, if the soldiers and officials were to get their salaries on time, if ships and cannons were to be built, and materials purchased, then almost everything came down to one thing: silver. Without money, officials wouldn't do their jobs, soldiers wouldn't fight, and craftsmen would slack off. From a ruler's point of view, things like loyalty to the emperor or peace under heaven were noble ideas, but for the average person, it all boiled down to filling their stomachs. Only now did Xiao Ming realize that money in your pocket is what lets you survive tough times. If he had only focused on building up his army without developing industry or making money, then when the barbarians came to attack Kingzhu, he would have had no public support, no cannons, and only a ragtag group of poorly armed conscripts ready to run at the first sign of trouble. By then, he might have already been 6 feet under. That's why in his heart, he never once loosened his grip on trade and commerce. With money came resources, and only with both could he afford to build a real army. "That kind of congratulations is a bit expensive," Xiao Ming replied with a smile. Pang Yukun chuckled softly, then said seriously, "Your Highness, it's all for attracting merchants to settle in Kingzhu and improve the city. We're planning to pave all of Kingzhu with cement roads. That's no small project. Without money, it's impossible." Coming from the modern world, Xiao Ming naturally had a longer-term view. His urban planning for Kingzhu had started early. He didn't wait for things to fall apart before trying to fix them. As the saying goes, if you want to get rich, build roads first. Every time it rained, Kingzhu's muddy streets left both merchants and locals miserable. And for Xiao Ming, it was even worse. So he had decided it was time to launch his first municipal engineering project since arriving in this era: build paved roads and beautify the city. The goal wasn't just to improve daily life, but also to attract more outside merchants to settle here long-term. After all, if you want to attract a phoenix, first build a nice nest. Also, there was a simple truth: large-scale construction was the fastest way to stimulate the local economy. In the modern world, municipal projects and real estate had proven that time and again. Throwing a lot of silver into this meant spending on materials and labor, money that would end up in the hands of the common people. As they were talking, a disheveled Li Kaiyuan rushed in, sweat pouring down his face. His clothes were a mess, as if he'd just been wrestled to the ground. "Oof, those money-hungry merchants." He grumbled, "They act like I'm a thief. I nearly had my clothes torn off." He caught his breath and then asked, "Your Highness, all the merchants are asking when the auction will start. What should I tell them? No rush, Xiao Ming said calmly. The real VIPs haven't even arrived yet. He waved the Imperial fast letter from Emperor Xiao Wengshuan. So the news about the mirror just started spreading in Chang'an. Li Kaiyuan asked. Xiao Ming nodded. And I want to delay things a bit so Lu Tong and the others can make more mirrors. I agree completely, Pang Yukun chimed in, now learning more every day by working closely with Xiao Ming. Li Kaiyuan nodded too. Xiao Ming added, oh right, send another merchant ship to Chang'an with 10 more mirrors. Make sure one of them goes to Fei Yuer. Sending a gift already, the princess isn't even married yet. Looks like your highness was quite impressed during your visit to Chang'an, Pang Yukun said teasingly. Xiao Ming tried to recall Fei Yuer's face, but the memory was already a bit fuzzy. Still, in the modern world, it was normal to send gifts to your fiancé. It was just good for married life later on. I only met her briefly, he said. Sending a mirror is just a nice gesture. Li Kaiyuan chimed in with a bootlicking grin. Your highness is achieving great success and winning the heart of a beauty. Truly enviable, Xiao Ming, while pleased, wasn't one to get carried away. He shot him a look and said, less flattery, more work. Now get moving. Li Kaiyuan laughed and nodded before squeezing back out into the sea of merchants. The Imperial letter had asked about the mirrors specifically, with hints that the Imperial concubines loved them. Xiao Wengshuan clearly wanted more sent over, but unlike consumables like perfume or soap, Xiao Ming wasn't going to hand out mirrors to every concubine. He decided to send more to the emperor and let him deal with the distribution. After all, the emperor had sent an urgent message. Xiao Ming had to show some respect. Otherwise, the impact of the first gift would be lost. As for the concubines who didn't get one, they'd have to pay for it like everyone else. The merchants outside still refused to leave, so Xiao Ming had someone announce that the auction would be delayed another 10 days. He himself headed to Bowen Academy. Even while preparing for the auction, he hadn't slacked off. Over the past 10 days, he had been teaching Luo Xin how to calculate cannonball trajectories and giving Yue Yun and others basic navigation lessons. And he would keep going. There was still much more advanced material to cover. While Kingzhu's merchants were going wild over the mirrors, another batch arrived in Chang'an. 9 went to Emperor Xiao Wengshuan, and 1 went to the Fei family's residence. Master, this is a gift from Prince Qi. At the Fei residence, the steward brought in a large mirror covered in black cloth. When Fei Jai saw it, he instantly understood. Careful now, don't drop it. The man from Kingzhu set the mirror down and left. The steward, still puzzled, asked, Master, what is it? Fei Jai stroked his beard and said, it's probably a mirror. He pulled the black cloth off, and sure enough, an elegant, stunning mirror appeared before him. Looking at his reflection, Fei Jai smiled warmly. Prince Qi's thoughtfulness made him feel even more at ease about entrusting his daughter to him. Take this mirror to the young miss, he said. The steward nodded and brought it to her room. At that moment, Fei Yuer was in her room sewing a pouch. When she heard the commotion outside, she had her maid Xiao Huan open the door. Fei Jai stepped inside, followed by the steward. Father, what's this? Fei Yuer asked curiously. The black cloth was still covering it. Fei Jai smiled and said, Daughter, this is a mirror from Prince Qi. Ah. Fei Yuer gasped in surprise. Hee. Xiao Huan covered her mouth and giggled, while Fei Yuer's face turned a soft shade of pink. What's wrong? Don't like it? Fei Jai sighed with mock seriousness. If that's the case, I'll just keep the mirror for myself. Father, you're not a young lady, Fei Yuer protested, her cheeks flushed. In Great Yu, before marriage, men and women rarely had direct contact, yet Prince Qi had sent her this mirror as a gift. It was certainly out of the ordinary. She'd only caught a quick glimpse of Xiao Ming at the poetry gathering that day, not daring to look for long. But even in that moment, she'd gotten a clear impression of his appearance. What had left a deeper impression was how naturally poems flowed from his lips. And now, after hearing so many rumors about the mirror's wonders spreading through Chang'an, she received one from him personally. Her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. After all, this mirror was said to be incredibly valuable. Ha. Seeing his daughter's shy reaction, Fei Jai laughed loudly and said, Since you've got the mirror now, I won't disturb you any longer. With that, he left with the steward. Once they were gone, Xiao Huan peeked out the door and, seeing they were truly alone, quickly turned back and yanked off the black cloth covering the mirror. Instantly, a reflection appeared in the glass. Fei Yuer in a peach-colored dress, delicate and radiant, more beautiful than a flower. Miss, look, it's me. This mirror is so clear. Xiao Huan exclaimed, her little face glowing with excitement. Fei Yuer was just as amazed. She stepped up to the mirror and carefully studied her reflection. Every smile, every frown, every little movement, it all appeared vividly as if another her was standing inside the glass. This mirror is truly different. No wonder it's become such a sensation in Chang'an, she said with admiration. The mirror may be small, but His Highness's affection for you is big, Xiao Huan said with a sly smile. Fei Yuer blushed and snapped, You cheeky girl, I ought to rip that mouth of yours. The two of them burst into playful laughter. News of Prince Qi gifting a mirror to Fei Yuer quickly spread among the noble circles in Chang'an. The mirror in the palace had become the talk of the city, and few outside the palace had even seen one. Now that someone had one in the private sector, the noble ladies couldn't hold back any longer and came in groups to visit Fei Yue. Once they saw the mirror with their own eyes, they were completely stunned. Its beauty and clarity made them all fall in love with it instantly, and one after another, they sent their servants racing toward Kingzhu. Meanwhile, Kingzhu's mirror auction was officially underway. That day, the Commerce Hall was heavily guarded by Kingzhu soldiers to ensure the event went smoothly and prevent any unauthorized people from sneaking in. For 3 days before the auction, merchant registration was open, and only those who could prove they had at least 100,000 taels of silver were allowed to participate. This threshold immediately discouraged those who just wanted to join the fun. "Your Highness, we've got 3,000 registered participants," Li Kaiyuan reported. "Only 3,000, just the nobles from Chang'an alone could fill that number. Looks like some still haven't arrived." "Never mind, let's begin," Xiao Ming said. He'd already spent over a month preparing for this auction. He couldn't wait any longer. Li Kaiyuan nodded and stepped up to the stage, explaining the auction rules to the eager crowd. Xiao Ming stayed behind the scenes. He didn't want to show his face at this kind of event. Pang Yukun, however, was more nervous than Xiao Ming. After all, how much silver entered the treasury today depended on how successful this auction was. After going over the rules, the staff brought out the first batch of mirrors, 30 in total, each placed carefully on display facing the crowd. Most of the audience was seeing the glass mirrors for the first time. Many stood up to get a better look. Li Kaiyuan allowed the staff to carry a mirror down among the crowd so everyone could see just how clear the reflection was. Gasps of amazement echoed through the room. Li Kaiyuan smiled in satisfaction and said, "You've all seen it now. These mirrors are made only in Kingzhu. No one else in the empire has them. You've experienced their clarity for yourselves, and I trust you understand their value." In Great Yu, even polished bronze mirrors were expensive, so everyone immediately understood these glass mirrors were worth even more. "Vice Chairman Li, just tell us the starting price," one merchant said. He'd attended previous auctions and knew every item started with a base price. Li Kaiyuan announced, "Since everyone's so eager, I'll make it simple. The starting bid for each mirror is 3,000 taels of silver." 3,000 taels. Many attendees exhaled in relief. It was expensive, yes, but still within reach. Li Kaiyuan continued, "Now, let the bidding begin. Because of how difficult they are to make, only 500 mirrors are currently available in Kingzhu. After this auction, they'll be sold through the Kingzhu Chamber of Commerce. You're welcome to come purchase more later. 3,100 taels, 3,200 taels." Moment he finished speaking, the bidding war erupted. Many of the bidders were house stewards, ordered by their mistresses to return with a mirror at all costs. If they came back empty-handed, they might not survive the scolding. 4,000 taels, the bids climbed quickly. Behind the auction platform, Xiao Ming murmured, "That's enough for 2 cannons." And Pang Yukun muttered, "Higher, higher." With 3,000 bidders vying for only 500 mirrors, that meant on average only 1 in 6 would win. And since travel in Great Yu wasn't easy, most people came with the firm intention of buying a mirror no matter what, so the bidding got more and more intense. 6,500 taels, 7,000, 8,000. By the end of the first round, only a few wealthy merchants were still in the running. They weren't buying for personal use, they planned to gift them to Urfel officials at court. 10,000 taels. A voice called out and the bidding stopped. No one else raised the price. At that level, it was already insanely expensive. Many were hoping the next mirror might go for cheaper. But the second mirror it sold for 11,000 taels. Behind the platform, Pang Yukun's face was flushed with excitement. All that wealth these nobles have hoarded, finally, they're coughing it up. Xiao Ming laughed and said, "Let's call it justice then. As the poet Li Bai once wrote, a goblet of fine wine costs 10,000 coins, a jade plate of delicacies worth a fortune. That was how lavish life was for the Urfel in the Tang Dynasty. It was the same in Great Yu." It wasn't unusual for nobles to spend thousands of taels on a single banquet, while common folks survived on scraps. Years of exploitation by wealthy clans had drained the people dry. They seized land, extorted taxes, and crushed the commoners to enrich themselves. So Xiao Ming had no guilt selling a mirror, worth maybe 3 taels of silver, for prices 30 times that. As the number of mirrors left decreased, the auction atmosphere only grew more intense. Voices calling out bids echoed one after another. All 500 mirrors were auctioned off one by one. Each successful bidder received a small wooden token, which they could later use to pay at the Chamber of Commerce and collect their mirror. 16,000 taels. 16,500. The auction continued from morning into the afternoon. When it came down to the final mirror, the bidding became even fiercer. 17,000 taels, 18,000, 20,000 taels. With that last call, the auction hammer came down and the crowd fell silent. Every last mirror had been sold. Li Kaiyuan was grinning so wide his eyes practically disappeared. The sale of 500 mirrors brought in at least 6 to 7 million taels of silver for the Chamber of Commerce. He knew the production cost of the mirrors inside and out, and of all products in Kingzhu, these mirrors had the highest profit margin by far. As the event wrapped up, the crowd began to disperse. Some left satisfied, others disappointed. Those who successfully won a mirror stayed behind to exchange their tokens for their purchases. Because each mirror cost only tens of thousands of taels, most merchants paid in silver notes, bullion, or gold directly. Few offered goods in trade, as this wasn't a bulk transaction. With the bidding done, the Chamber of Commerce staff got to work, counting silver, carrying it in, and handing out mirrors to the buyers. The whole process went on until nightfall before it was finally completed. Only then did Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun appear. They looked at the piles of gold, silver, and notes with satisfied smiles. The treasury was flush again. Your Highness, the final tally is ready. Here's the record book, Li Kaiyuan said, handing Xiao Ming a thick ledger. Xiao Ming flipped through it. Each auction result was recorded, 500 entries in total. At the end, a total sum, 7.2 million taels. 7.2 million, Pang Yukun's beard quivered in excitement. That amount would be enough to fund several large-scale projects. Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction and said, send it all to the treasury for centralized allocation. Yes, Your Highness. Li San acknowledged the order and called soldiers to escort the funds to the Kingzhu government treasury. All taxes collected in Kingzhu went to this treasury. The chamber's profits, after keeping a portion for operations, were also sent here. The government then distributed funds across the 6 prefectures as needed. With the auction complete, Xiao Ming finally felt relaxed. 7 million taels, enough to build 20 or 30 galleons. But of course he couldn't pour all that money into the military. A large portion had to go toward improving public welfare across the 6 prefectures, using money to generate more money. The larger his territory grew, the more expenses piled up. Take the Bowen Academy, for instance. Every student there received free food and housing. That was how he ensured even poor students could study without worries. After all, the academy was the future talent hub that would fuel Kingzhu's growth. Leaving the Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Ming didn't return through the main gates of the royal residence. He took the side entrance instead. He knew full well there'd be a line of people at the front gate, hoping to speak to him about the mirror business. But he had already made up his mind. Unlike soap and perfume, he would not sell distribution rights for the mirrors. Back then, he earned some fast money doing so, but for a monopoly product like this, it had been a loss in the long run. The mirror craze in Kingzhu lasted more than 10 days before it began to calm down. That's when the Chamber of Commerce began officially selling mirrors. The merchants who had stayed behind rushed to the chamber, but many were turned away. Chamber members only get priority, Li Kaiyuan explained. The membership system had been in place for some time, and the number of members had now exceeded 1,000. Members enjoyed faster service and better prices when purchasing goods. Some were even considering relocating permanently to Kingzhu. After all, having direct access to chamber news was worth it, like now, when members had already seen the mirrors before the public showcase. The many perks were convincing more and more merchants to accept their new status as members. As Li Kaiyuan spoke, many of those members stood tall with pride, feeling a cut above the rest. Meanwhile, those who weren't members began seriously thinking about joining. Li Kaiyuan saw it all and smirked inwardly. This was exactly as Xiao Ming had planned. The commercial heart of Great Yu was slowly shifting toward Kingzhu. Back at the royal residence, Xiao Ming wasn't even thinking about the 7 million taels anymore. In his eyes, these mirrors and similar products were low-end goods. The only one with real technical value was the mirror, and even that wasn't enough. Kingzhu's industrial development was still in its early stages. Soon, products with much higher technical content would start rolling out, thanks to the talents trained at Bowen Academy. Now Xiao Ming was setting his sights on several major projects. First up, the new reinforced concrete city wall in Kangju. During this time, Zhan Xingqing had been gathering materials in Kangju. The steel workshop had been working full steam producing rebar. All that was left was to begin construction. Wang Xuan's report about the barbarians developing cannons had deeply unsettled Xiao Ming. Before Shanhaiguan fell, Kangju had just been a small town. Once the barbarians attacked, Niu Ben and his men rushed to build a makeshift wall. But that wall wasn't very sturdy. Even after Zhan Xingqing reinforced it, the improvements were mostly for cannon positioning, not real defense. If the barbarians really came with artillery, that wall would be in serious danger, especially the city gates. Now that funds were available, Xiao Ming was sending over 10,000 laborers, plus hiring locals from Kangju to help build the new wall. Time was of the essence. If the barbarians managed to capture a skilled craftsman who knew how to make cannons, it would only be a matter of time before they produced their own. Because of this urgency, Xiao Ming decided to personally head to Kangju to oversee the wall's construction. Zhan Xingqing just wasn't up to his standards when it came to infrastructure. Outside the palace, Ziyuan had already prepared the carriage. At the gate, Xiao Ming instructed, "Don't slack off at the textile workshop. I want to see finished sails when I return." Ziyuan nodded and replied, "Please be careful, Your Highness." She glanced toward Niu Ben, Lu Fei, Luo Xin, and the 2,000 cavalrymen behind them. After capturing so many warhorses from the barbarians, Kingzhu's cavalry had expanded significantly. But Ziyuan wasn't thinking about the military escort. She had a feeling this trip to Kangju wasn't just about building walls. 3 months had passed since the Battle of Kangju. The city gates that had once been blown open by barbarian gunpowder had been repaired by the craftsmen, now restored to their original form. Only the blood-stained earth at the base of the gates still bore silent witness to the brutal fighting that had taken place here. On the city walls, fully armored Kangju soldiers patrolled back and forth, eyes sharp as they watched merchants entering and leaving the gates. Though the Great Yu Empire was still at war with the barbarians, Prince Xiao Ming had not banned all trade with them. On the contrary, the flow of merchants had only grown busier. However, every merchant crossing into the grasslands had to carry a travel permit issued by Kingzhu, and all goods were tightly controlled and inspected. "Your Highness, the city walls now have 100 cannons installed, one every 5 meters. Ammunition supplies are fully stocked, and morale is high. The soldiers can't wait to fight the barbarians again," reported Chen Fu confidently as they arrived in Kangju and began inspecting the fortifications. Their last victory in Kangju wasn't just a military success. For the people of the territory, it was a Urful symbol. It shattered their fear of the barbarians, especially among the soldiers, who once dreaded battle and now actively sought it. That shift in mindset was priceless. After all, an army with high morale fought very differently from one that was just waiting to run. This morale is rare. But remember, strategically, we must look down on our enemies. Tactically, we must treat them seriously. Don't let the previous victory make us careless. Xiao Ming's gaze swept across the vast, endless grasslands. Somewhere beyond that horizon, Baishan's blood wolf tribe was already roaming. This was once the Great Yu's own land. Ever since the empire had lost the 16 border prefectures of Yan and Yun, prime pasture land, it had fallen behind in cavalry strength. Now they were always on the defensive. For the past 2 months, Zhan Xingqing had been preparing construction for the city walls here. He now said, "Your Highness, the main problem with building the new wall is constant raids from the barbarians. They've gotten smarter. They no longer ride in big groups but split up into smaller squads. Even our cannons struggle to hit them. That's exactly why I brought 2,000 cavalrymen here to deal with this problem. We can't just sit behind walls anymore. We need to take the fight to them. With our spyglasses, we can spot enemies earlier and then launch raids on the Blood Wolf tribe ourselves." Xiao Ming's tone was firm. This was a decision he'd thought long and hard about. Kingzhu didn't have many cavalry, and what they had was precious. But if the walls couldn't be built, the consequences would be far worse. So this time, Niu Ben and Lu Fei would lead the cavalry deep into the grasslands, using Kangju as their base. They'd raid barbarian tribes, burning, looting, killing. Fighting fire with fire, eye for an eye. Zhan Xingqing nodded. "Your Highness finally made the call. The barbarians have always seen us citizens of Great Yu as inferior, slaughtering our people like animals. We must show no mercy either, and we must not engage in prolonged fights. General Niu should adopt a strategy of strike the weak, avoid the strong, hit and run, mislead and distract. Avoid direct confrontation at all costs. That's too much," Lu Fei frowned. "If we start killing their women, children, and elderly, how are we any different from them? I can't do that." Xiao Ming looked at Zhan Xingqing with some surprise. What he described was very similar to modern guerrilla warfare. Then Xiao Ming turned to Lu Fei and said coldly, naive, "Did the barbarians spare our women and children? Have you forgotten that every man among them is a warrior the moment he mounts a horse, or the 80,000 civilians the barbarians forced to charge our walls and die during the last battle? If you're going into this with those thoughts in your head, Lu Fei, then stay behind. Go back to Kingzhu." Lu Fei shrank back under the scolding, rubbing the back of his neck. "I'll do whatever your Highness says." Xiao Ming snorted. Zhan Xingqing is right. Against the barbarians, we can't show any mercy. This campaign must use scorched earth tactics combined with guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare General Niu Ben and the others looked confused. Xiao Ming nodded. "It's a tactic used when we're weaker than the enemy. Scorched earth tactics mean if we come across herds and livestock in a tribe, take what we can and destroy the rest. As for guerrilla warfare, Zhan Xingqing already explained it well, but I will officially make it part of our cavalry doctrine. You must use these methods on the grasslands. If anyone ignores these tactics and causes unnecessary losses, I'll have their heads. No exceptions. I mean what I say. In military matters, Xiao Ming never played favorites." Whether it was Niu Ben, Lu Fei, or Luo Xin, orders were orders and soldiers obeyed. That was the kind of army he wanted. Hearing this, both Niu Ben and Lu Fei turned serious. Joking around was fine, but now it was time to act like soldiers. Yes, Your Highness. The officers responded in unison. Xiao Ming continued, now I'll explain in detail what guerrilla warfare is and how to use it in the field. There's one guiding principle. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy camps, we harass. When the enemy tires, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. And if we can stab them in the back, we never fight face to face. Using knowledge from his modern-day tech archive, Xiao Ming explained the essence of guerrilla warfare to Niu Ben and the others. He even gave several specific combat examples, stories from modern times, which he altered to fit this world. He also instructed Niu Ben to use terror tactics, just like the barbarians, massacres included. Only that kind of ruthless retaliation could shock the enemy and force them to constantly chase shadows, exhausting them. His briefing lasted a full hour. Gradually, the generals began to understand. Your Highness, I understand now, said Niu Ben, I won't let you down. Old General, I'm asking you to lead personally because only you have experience fighting barbarians on the grasslands, Xiao Ming said sincerely. That's too polite, Your Highness, Niu Ben replied with a grin. Loyalty to king and country is a soldier's duty. I'm no old man yet, I still have fight in me. And even if it's just to repay your kindness, I won't turn this down. Xiao Ming cupped his hands in respect. Then he looked toward Lu Fei. The guy was talented but reckless. Lu Fei, this mission is different. You're not allowed to do whatever you want this time. If you disobey, don't think I'll go easy on you. The cold northern wind howled atop the Kangju city walls, a sign that another harsh winter was coming soon. Xiao Ming had chosen this time on purpose, right when the barbarians were between harvests and supplies were tight, a perfect opportunity to strike at their logistics. With the plan to harass the barbarians finalized, Niu Ben and Lu Fei each led 1,000 cavalry, splitting up to carry out deep raids across the grasslands. Meanwhile, Luo Xin remained behind in Kangju, tasked with defending the city from any retaliatory attacks and ensuring the new city wall could be completed without disruption. Watching Niu Ben and the riders disappear into the horizon, Xiao Ming stood silent for a long moment. This was the true test, not only of Niu Ben and Lu Fei, but also of the soldiers under them. Whether they would return at all was a question only time could answer. Zhan Xingqing, start digging the trench, Xiao Ming ordered. His entire plan had two parts. Part 1 was to use cavalry to wage guerrilla warfare, harassing the barbarian forces and keeping them too busy to interfere with the city. Part 2 was to dig a deep trench outside the planned wall line and install catapults armed with gunpowder bombs, ready to blast apart any attackers. Zhan Xingqing had brought over 10,000 trained slave laborers for the construction, and now Xiao Ming had also invested a large sum of silver to hire local peasants. In total, more than 30,000 workers were now participating in the construction of the new city wall. The trained slaves would build the wall itself, while the peasants were assigned to tasks like material transport and digging trenches, jobs that didn't require specialized skills. Once the orders were given, Zhan Xingqing immediately organized the work crews. They began digging a continuous trench roughly 500 meters out from the wall. The Kangju army had also prepared 200 catapults, placing them on pre-built platforms along the trench. When the time came, these would launch gunpowder bombs into the trench at enemy troops who tried to storm the wall. Dare bombs were stockpiled in abundance. With catapults, cannons, and the natural moat created by the trench, any barbarian attack would come at a steep cost. The citizens, carrying shovels and pickaxes, marched out of the city. Zhan Xingqing oversaw the trench project, while Xiao Ming led the engineers in laying the foundation of the new fortress wall. Like the old wall, the new one would span 500 meters. Over 10,000 workers were assigned to cover it, about 20 men for every single meter. Without modern machines, manpower was Xiao Ming's only resource. The wall would stand 20 meters tall, 8 meters thick, and every 10 meters there would be a forward-facing bastion protruding 6 meters. Each bastion could hold 6 cannons, able to fire not only outward, but also down the wall at enemies trying to scale it. Just the bastions alone would hold 300 cannons, not counting the ones between battlements or those inside the wall's structure. Once complete, the wall would be like a massive warship, a fortress stretched across the plains like an immovable mountain. Start digging. At the call, each group of 20 workers got to work. The wall's foundation alone needed to be 5 meters deep. If the barbarians wanted to blow it up, they'd need to dig deep just to reach it. Tens of thousands of men labored across the site. Xiao Ming didn't rest either. He moved between the work groups, inspecting the progress of the digging. Unlike a modern excavator that could dig 5 meters deep in half an hour, here it took a full day of effort from 20 men to dig just 1 meter wide, 8 meters long and 5 meters deep. By the time the sunset bathed the sky in gold, the workers were called back to the city. The trench had also been completed. Xiao Ming couldn't help but sigh. Without modern machinery, ancient people truly relied on numbers. Human labor was the greatest resource of all. Your Highness, from my experience, Zhan Xingqing said. Climbing the wall, barbarian scouts usually arrived by the third day. The constant harassment had severely disrupted his construction plans, leaving him frustrated. That was why Xiao Ming had come to Kangju personally. Even if it meant war, he had resolved to press forward with the wall. As night fell over the grasslands, Xiao Ming looked into the darkness and muttered, "Let's hope Niu Ben and Lu Fei don't disappoint me." Zhan Xingqing nodded. This strike team had been sent to catch the barbarians off guard, to throw their raiding plans into chaos. On the vast, moonless grasslands, only a few cold stars dotted the sky. After splitting from Niu Ben, Lu Fei led his cavalry in search of barbarian settlements. And finally, just as night descended, he spotted campfires in the distance through his telescope. You, and you, come with me. Let's see how many are in that camp," Lu Fei ordered. The chosen soldiers silently followed him toward the firelight, creeping through the darkness. Though the Blood Wolf tribe had claimed this region, it was made up of many smaller tribes. These subgroups were given grazing grounds for their flocks. The area was pitch black. Beyond the firelight, nothing could be seen. Lu Fei and his scouts crept up on the camp without being spotted. Around the fire, a group of barbarians laughed and drank, roasting meat over open flames. "Damn, these guys live well, meat and booze every night. They're having a better time than I am," Lu Fei muttered, licking his lips at the smell. "Commander, look at those tents, only about 500, probably just a small tribe, maybe 1,000 people in total. What are we waiting for? Let's raid the place and take their meat," one soldier whispered. That soldier was Lei Ming, the young man from Yuzhou who had asked Xiao Ming about the legendary Guan Ning Iron Cavalry during the last battle. Since then, he had been recruited into the cavalry. All the soldiers with Lu Fei now were locals of Yuzhou, hand-picked to become the new Guan Ning Iron Cavalry. Lu Fei grinned. "You're speaking my language. All right, let's go back and prep. Since His Highness wants guerrilla warfare, we'll give him a proper night raid." Lei Ming nodded eagerly. This was their homeland, now occupied by foreign invaders. Their hatred for the barbarians ran deeper than anyone else's. After scouting the camp, Lu Fei and his men quietly withdrew. "Commander, are we going in now?" someone asked. "Are you stupid? Of course not. We wait until midnight when they're all asleep. And don't take your horses. We're going in on foot. Once you're in their tents, kill everyone. Leave no one alive." Lu Fei's voice was low and cold. "Yes, sir," the soldiers replied in hushed voices. Lu Fei glanced again at the distant firelight, then gently touched the telescope hanging at his side. Thanks to this tool, they had found the barbarian camp and remained completely unseen. The stars in the night sky grew brighter as the evening deepened. By midnight, apart from a few dozing sentries, most of the barbarian soldiers were already fast asleep. Their bonfires still burned quietly, with a few lazy guards slumped beside them, nodding off. To them, the idea that great Yu soldiers might venture deep into the grasslands alone was laughable. Their night guards were more for keeping wolves away from the livestock than for defending against humans. At midnight, Lu Fei was nudged awake by Lei Ming. Lu Fei rubbed his eyes, glanced toward the distant campfires, and muttered, "Wake everyone. Make sure their gear's ready." "Yes, sir." Lei Ming immediately roused the soldier next to him, and soon the signal spread through the camp. One by one, the 1,000 soldiers were awake, fully armored and weapons drawn. "Move out," Lu Fei commanded. The group crouched low, moving under cover of the tall grass, nearly a meter high, completely concealing their figures. Lu Fei knew that a large-scale cavalry charge would startle the barbarians and alert them. It might still be a surprise, but many would escape in the confusion. Instead, he would sneak in and take advantage of their armor in close combat, wiping out the entire camp without raising alarms or exposing their position. "You 200 take that side, and you 200 go that way," Lu Fei whispered from the grass. The troops swiftly surrounded the barbarian camp in all directions. The night sentries were still sound asleep, completely unaware. Lu Fei signaled Lei Ming. Lei Ming nodded and crept forward with 10 men toward the snoozing sentries by the fire. He smirked. Drawing their knives, they moved silently through the shadows. Lei Ming approached a sleeping barbarian, covered his mouth, and slit his throat in one quick stroke. "Urga urg," the barbarian's eyes snapped open, full of fear. But with his throat cut and mouth covered, he could barely make a sound before his life faded away. The others fell just as swiftly. Lei Ming turned and gestured to Lu Fei. It was done. "Attack," Lu Fei ordered. Across the perimeter, soldiers began to move, silently slipping toward the yurt-like tents of the barbarian tribe. Every soldier had already selected their target. They moved like ghosts, weaving through the camp with cold determination. And then, all at once, they struck. The peaceful night was shattered by screams as soldiers stormed the tents. Lu Fei charged into one yurt himself. It was close to the firelight, and he could clearly see a young barbarian woman inside. She had just woken up, and her eyes were wide with terror as she shook her head pleadingly. She looked delicate and pitiful. How the hell am I supposed to kill her like this? Lu Fei hesitated, his sword pausing in midair. But then he remembered Xiao Ming's words, kindness to the enemy could be fatal. In that moment of hesitation, the woman suddenly rolled off her bed and grabbed a curved dagger hidden under her pillow. She lunged at Lu Fei's lower body with a cold glint in her eyes. His instincts flared, he broke into a cold sweat. But there was no time to dodge. Just then, Lei Ming lunged in from behind and kicked the dagger from her hand. The blade scraped across Lu Fei's thigh armor with a flash of sparks. Shaken, Lu Fei didn't hesitate again. He drove his sword into her chest. Want me to save a prettier one for you, Sir Lei Ming joked. Get lost, kill every last one of them. Lu Fei snapped, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Now he understood exactly what Xiao Ming meant. This wasn't a war of mercy, it was kill or be killed. Holding back would only cost lives. His eyes hardened with resolve. The barbarian camp had been completely unprepared for an attack at night. Most were slaughtered in their sleep. After half an hour, the soldiers regrouped by the fire, torches in hand. They had searched every tent, making sure no one was left alive. Sir, we hit the jackpot. There are tens of thousands of cattle and sheep in the pens, and thousands of horses too. Should we bring them back to Kangju? Lei Ming asked. Their mission on the grasslands was to raid, burn, and plunder. This camp was just unlucky. It was their first target. Lu Fei made a quick decision. Kill all the cattle and sheep. Eat what we can, burn the rest. Send the horses back with a few men. Lei Ming nodded. The horses could be herded quickly, but the livestock would slow them down too much. Gave the orders, and the soldiers stormed the animal pens, killing and butchering, then grilling meat by the fires. At dawn, they packed up and moved on, leaving 3 experienced riders to drive the horses back safely. Burn it, Lu Fei barked as they prepared to leave. The soldiers tossed torches into the yurts. Some threw in the carcasses of the animals they'd just killed. They left the barbarians nothing to eat for the winter. With a cold smile, Lu Fei turned and led his troops deeper into the grasslands. Meanwhile, Niu Ben's unit had also traveled 2 days into the steppe. They spotted a large barbarian camp ahead, where thousands of enemy troops were gathering. Niu Ben chose not to engage. Through his telescope, he observed the gathering forces. Based on the timing, it was likely they had just received word of Kangju's wall construction. He was right. This tribe had just been ordered by Chagatai, the Blood Wolf tribe's war chief, to send cavalry to attack Kangju. Niu Ben ordered his soldiers to lay their horses flat on the ground, one of their practiced stealth techniques. They waited quietly, the soldiers holding down the horses' necks to keep them still. After about an hour, the enemy force departed. Mount up, Niu Ben commanded. The riders jumped into action, mounting their horses and unsheathing their sabers. With most of the enemy force gone, only the old, the weak, and a handful of guards remained in the camp. 1,000 elite cavalry were more than enough to wipe them out. Attack. Niu Ben roared, leading the charge himself. The sound of hooves thundered across the plain. Barbarian women and elders looked up and saw a wave of silver-armored riders charging toward them. Panic spread instantly. The great Yu soldiers are coming. Kill them all. Troops shouted, unleashing their rage. This was justice. For their fallen people, the enemy would pay in blood. At Kangju, the moment the first group of warhorses was brought back by the soldiers, cheers erupted on the city walls. This signaled that Lu Fei's mission on the grasslands was going well. They had scored their first victory. But the cheers didn't last long. Scouts soon returned with reports. Multiple cavalry forces were converging, a total of around 30,000 riders heading straight for Kangju. Your Highness, it seems what's meant to come has come. But the nomads still haven't realized our cavalry is behind enemy lines, Zhan Xingqing said. It's probably because Lu Fei left no survivors, Xiao Ming guessed. In missions like this, the #1 rule was to leave no one alive. If their presence was discovered, 2,000 men would be nothing more than a snack for the nomads' massive armies. He then turned to Chen Fu. Prepare for battle. Yes, Your Highness. Chen Fu answered at once and led the Kangju troops to man the trenches. Luo Xin also called out to the artillery crew. Everyone stay sharp. We've got plenty of ammo this time. Fire with everything you've got. Yes, sir. The artillerymen shouted in unison. According to the scouts' reports, the nomad forces numbered around 30,000, and they didn't even bring slave soldiers. Clearly, they thought this would be like past raids, show up, cause chaos, and halt construction on the wall. Because of that, Xiao Ming wasn't too worried. Facing a 500-meter-wide trench, cavalry couldn't charge through, and if they dismounted, they'd be sitting ducks for slaughter. The nomads hadn't forgotten the devastating of the explosive pots either. Sure enough, that afternoon, the nomad cavalry arrived at the outer edge of the trenches. When they saw the massive fortifications ahead, they came to a halt. Gyujuo, the great Yu troops looked different this time. Something off, a Kaienfu said to the Wanfu Gyujuo, who was leading the army. These despicable Great Yu dogs, always playing dirty, Gyujuo cursed. Then he added, the Khan ordered us to stop them from building that wall. What do we do now? We'll need to bring in the slave army, the Kaienfu replied. Gyujuo frowned. They had sent cavalry ahead to save time, but summoning the slave army would take at least 10 more days. Besides, the trenches stretched far and wide, cavalry couldn't cross them, and 200 meters beyond were catapults loaded with explosive pots, a memory still fresh and terrifying. As he hesitated, fire lit up the city wall. Xiao Ming had ordered the artillery to fire. Take cover, Gyujuo shouted as 100 black cannonballs screamed through the air, growing larger and louder with each passing second. The nomad cavalry scattered, galloping in all directions to dodge, but even then some soldiers were hit. Damn it. Came the curses and cries of those caught in the barrage. Gyujuo's face twisted in fury. Why can't Bashan Teiji hurry up and finish developing our own cannons? Let these Great Yu pigs taste some of their own medicine. The Kaienfu shouted. Teiji said the cannons are coming soon, Gyujuo replied. That's why he ordered us to stop them from building this new wall. He believes his cannons will be strong enough to blast it open. Another round of fire burst from the city wall. Seeing the defensive trenches and cannon flashes, Gyujuo finally made his decision. Retreat. We'll regroup and summon the slave army. This wall clearly matters a great deal to the Great Yu Empire. We must report this to Chagatai. Yes, sir, the Kaienfu answered, signaling the troops to pull back in an orderly manner. On the city wall, Luo Xin watched the retreating enemy and muttered, they've been scared out of their wits. Not necessarily, Xiao Ming replied. Look at their orderly retreat. They're not panicked, they're just avoiding pointless losses. They'll be back and next time with more troops. For Xiao Ming, building the wall was a Doherty mission. He had to finish it before the nomads developed their own artillery. Zhan Xingcheng nodded. That's why your highness launched those raids, to exhaust the enemy and buy time for us. Outside the city, the nomads gradually disappeared into the distance. Once back on the open plains, the 30,000 cavalry split into over a dozen smaller groups, returning to their respective clans. Gyujuo took 5,000 of his clan's cavalry and rode straight toward Chagatai's camp. On the way, they passed by a small clan's grazing grounds. Gyujuo noticed smoke in the distance and frowned. Send a few men to check that out. The scouts galloped off and returned shortly after, their faces pale. Wanfu, the Kiking clan, has been wiped out. All their people are dead, their livestock slaughtered, and the entire camp burned to the ground. One of them reported. What? Gyujuo's face went ashen and he spurred his horse forward. When he reached the site, a horrific scene awaited. Charred remains of tents and corpses scattered among burnt-out livestock. Who did this? Gyujuo roared, his voice filled with rage and disbelief. Could it be the Huyan clan? They've never liked us, a soldier suggested. Clan feuds were common on the grasslands, and such massacres were usually the result of interclan vengeance. No, the Huyan clan wouldn't dare. Gyujuo's face darkened. We must report this to Khan Chagatai immediately. He and his men galloped away at full speed. 3 hours later, they met Kaienfu Kyuha riding toward them, his face twisted with fury and grief. Gyujuo, my entire clan is gone, my wives are dead, you have to avenge us, Kyuha shouted, eyes bloodshot. What did you say? Gyujuo felt a chill down his spine. What happened? Kyuha gritted his teeth. After we split up, I returned to my clan. When I got there, it was gone, burned to the ground. Gyujuo's eyes narrowed. Kyuha, we have to see Khan. The Kiking clan was also wiped out. If this wasn't another tribe, it must have been Great Yu soldiers. Great Yu troops, that's impossible. They've never dared come this deep into the grasslands, Kyuha argued. Gyujuo recalled Bashan Teiji's warning. Teiji once said, never underestimate the Prince of Qi. That Great Yu prince is the most cunning enemy we've ever faced, even more dangerous than those we fought in the West. Golden sunlight bathed the withered grasslands, and the morning frost hinted that another harsh winter was fast approaching. 2 days after riding non-stop, Gyujuo and Kyuha finally reached the Blood Wolf Banner camp, home to Commander Chagatai. In the Great Yu steppe hierarchy, only the Khan resided in a golden tent, the Teiji princes in silver tents, and the tribal leaders in bronze tents. The color of the tent denoted one's rank within the golden tent horde. Seeing the flags fluttering and the camp bustling with Blood Wolf riders, Kyuha whipped his horse and galloped toward Chagatai's tent. Commander, please avenge me. As he burst into the tent and saw Chagatai seated solemnly, Kyuha fell to his knees, crying out in grief. Gyujuo followed him in, scanned the room, and saw that many of the tribe leaders were present. Commander, both the Kiking tribe and Kyuha's tribe have been completely wiped out, he reported. Chagatai's expression darkened. They're not alone. Others have also claimed they were attacked by the Great Yu army. Their losses were severe. Was it really the Great Yu soldiers? Gyujuo asked grimly. They wore full suits of silver armor. It couldn't be mistaken, one tribal leader said angrily. They struck our settlements while we were away attacking Kangju. They slaughtered everyone, men, women, children, and burned everything to the ground. They even took or killed all our livestock. Chagatai slammed his hand on the table. Why didn't you spot them sooner? We people of the steppe are said to have the eyes of eagles. How did we not see this coming? The tribal leaders hung their heads in shame. We never imagined the great Yu army would dare to ride this deep into the grasslands. We didn't station any scouts outside the camps. HMPH, you were too complacent, Chagatai snapped. Send word to all tribes immediately. From now on, patrols must scout the plains day and night. I want those great Yu cavalry found, no matter what. Commander, Kyuha growled, his eyes burning with hatred. Give me 2,000 elite riders. I swear I'll bring you their severed heads. Chagatai nodded. You and Gyujuo head south. You two go east. You two go west. Find them. Those great Yu dogs dared to kill our noble people of the Golden Tent Horde. They will pay in blood. I'll eat their flesh, Kyuha said, madness in his eyes. Chagatai rose and ordered his guards to blow the war horn. The sound echoed across the plains, followed by the thunder of hooves as 10,000 Blood Wolf riders assembled. He assigned 2,000 riders to Kyuha, distributed more to the other tribal leaders, and personally led 5,000 into the grasslands. For now, Kangju had to be set aside. The enemy deep in their homeland was a greater threat. They had to find and destroy them. But tracking great Yu cavalry in the vast open steppe was like finding a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, their movements hadn't gone unnoticed. Elsewhere on the grasslands, Lei Ming returned from a scouting mission. He dismounted and stowed away his telescope, then reported to Lu Fei, who was resting by a small river. Captain, the steppe scouts are increasing. If this keeps up, we'll be discovered soon. Just then, another scouting party returned. Captain, 2,000 steppe riders are approaching from the north. They had been in the grasslands for over half a month. Through wind, rain, and cold nights, the men had endured a tough campaign. While each ambush had gone well, several soldiers had still been injured. Those injuries had started slowing them down. Lu Fei's unit had already attacked 3 tribal camps, but with enemy patrols tightening, further raids were becoming increasingly difficult. We're heading back to Kangju, Lu Fei decided after a pause. They had followed strict orders. Before departure, Prince Xiao Ming had told them, if the enemy begins to track you, withdraw immediately. Our goal is to harass them, not engage in prolonged fighting, but so soon Lei Ming asked, clearly unwilling. Lu Fei nodded firmly. We follow orders. Don't forget what His Highness said. Retreat when the enemy advances. Let's move. He mounted up, and the soldiers followed, driving their captured horses back toward Kangju. At the same time, Niu Ben also began retreating. Based on his battlefield experience, he could tell that if they stayed longer, they risked being surrounded and wiped out. Their only advantage now was the telescope, which allowed them to spot enemy forces in advance. If they were ever caught by steppe riders, they wouldn't be able to outrun them. The nomads had superior horseback skills. Back at Kangju, 10 days had passed since the last enemy harassment. Outside the city, construction of the new city wall was in full swing. The 500-meter stretch bustled with activity. Tens of thousands of slaves were transporting materials, gravel, sand, cement, and water, from inside the city to the worksite. Waiting craftsmen mixed the materials by hand using a precise 1:43, 125, 2:91 ratio, modern C30 strength concrete, ideal for high-strength construction. Once mixed, the concrete was wheeled by hand down ramps and poured into wooden molds reinforced with steel rebar. Each foundation beam was a meter thick, with 7 to 8 beams laid across the base. Only such robust reinforcement would prevent the future wall from sinking or tilting over time. This new wall would be the key to resisting the nomads. Xiao Ming wasn't going to allow a shoddy construction project. The design had to be perfect. Inspecting the pouring work at the site, Xiao Ming finally felt at ease. Once the concrete solidified, the wall's foundation would be virtually indestructible. And since the concrete would cure within a week, they could remove the molds very soon. Your Highness, I didn't expect construction to be such a science, Zhan Xingqing said, clearly impressed. These past 2 days, I've learned a lot. Xiao Ming chuckled. Of course, that's why I had to come in person. If I'd left it to you, the wall would be doomed. And these craftsmen, until now, they've only worked with brick and mortar. None of them have experience with concrete. I came not only to supervise, but also to train them. In the future, they'll be Kingzhu's elite construction corps. Construction Corps. Zhan Xingqing smiled. That's a good name. The afternoon sun cast a golden light across the dry grasslands. The foundation work on the new wall was finally nearing completion. As the concrete was poured into the beams, a group of craftsmen followed Prince Xiao Ming's instructions. They used metal rods to repeatedly stab into the freshly poured concrete and pull them out again. In modern construction, this is done with a vibrating rod to shake the concrete and remove air pockets. Since they didn't have that equipment here, this was their best manual method. Su Changui will start backfilling in 3 days. When you do, make sure to water the soil thoroughly so it compacts well, Xiao Ming instructed a middle-aged craftsman nearby. Su Changui had once been a slave bought by Liang Dahai. He was later assigned to the construction team. In his former life, he was a bricklayer, so when Xiao Ming gave technical orders, he picked things up quickly. Since Xiao Ming planned to create a permanent construction corps for Kingzhu, he made sure to mentor people with potential. Su Changui was one of them, and over the past few days, Xiao Ming had personally taught him the finer points of wall building. Yes, Your Highness. Su Changui answered carefully, always keeping a humble tone. As a slave, he knew his place. Just being noticed by the prince was already more fortune than he had ever dreamed of. He'd been studying hard, believing that if he proved himself, perhaps one day he could shed the label of slave. Just then, a cheer rose from the distance. Xiao Ming turned his head to see a group of cavalry approaching, all clad in silver armor. Your Highness, looks like Niu Ben and Lu Fei are back. Seems like the nomads have started chasing them, said Jan Xingcheng. Xiao Ming nodded. That's called when the enemy advances, we retreat. If the nomads waste all this energy hunting us only to find no one, it'll drive them mad. Jan Xingcheng chuckled. They'll be pulling their hair out. As the riders drew closer, their faces came into view. It was Lu Fei's unit. They were also driving along several thousand captured horses. Your Highness, we're back, Lu Fei reported, covered in dust and grass. The journey had clearly been rough. Xiao Ming patted him on the shoulder. Not bad. I was starting to worry you'd stay out there too long. I wouldn't dare. Either the nomads would kill me, or Your Highness would take my head, Lu Fei joked, then asked, Has Commander Niu returned yet? Not yet, Xiao Ming replied, his expression turning serious. Lu Fei's smile faded. That's bad. On our way back, we spotted a unit of 5,000 nomadic riders heading toward Kangju. They were clearly trying to cut off our retreat. We barely made it back. Just as he spoke, Luo Xin shouted from the city wall, Your Highness, cavalry approaching. The three of them rushed up the wall. Xiao Ming took the telescope and saw a group of nomadic cavalry loitering far outside the city, clearly observing but not attacking. They're here to cut off Niu Ben, Jan Xingcheng said, narrowing his eyes. What do we do now? Not even a general like him can fight through 5,000 with only 1,000 men, Lu Fei said anxiously. Xiao Ming, however, already had a backup plan. He just hadn't wanted to use it unless he had no other choice. No choice. Open the mountain tunnel. The tunnel. How could I forget? Lu Fei brightened. Last autumn, the nomads had used a cave 10 li west of Kangju to sneak into the city. That invasion had ended in failure, and afterwards Lu Fei had been ordered to seal the tunnel and post guards there. In the last battle, the nomads didn't use that route again. Clearly, only that first raiding party had known of it. Mountain tunnel? Jan Xingcheng asked, confused. Lu Fei explained, there's a narrow cave 10 li west of the city. Only one man and horse can pass at a time. I sealed it last year. No time to waste. Go open it now and wait for Commander Niu. If the nomads haven't found it yet, we'll use it again in future raids. But if they do, we'll collapse it. Either way, the harassment plan can end now. The foundation is done and finishing the wall will be much simpler. Yes, sir. Lu Fei turned and rushed out with a team. So that's why you've been so calm, Jan Xingcheng said with admiration. You already had a plan. Xiao Ming nodded. That tunnel was our final backup. Before they left, I gave both Lu Fei and Niu Ben a sealed note, only to be opened if they were in danger. Lu Fei never had to use his, so he didn't know. Let's just hope Commander Niu opens his now, Jan Xingcheng murmured. Meanwhile, Niu Ben's unit had just reached the foot of the Qinling Mountains outside Kangju. He still remembered when Emperor Xiao Wengxuan himself had named those peaks during a royal tour of the empire. Commander, nomad riders spotted outside the city, a scout reported. So they're not completely stupid, Niu Ben muttered, signaling his troops to halt. What now? A junior officer asked. Niu Ben squinted. In his time exiled to the mines, he'd made peace with life and death. He'd known going into the steppe was dangerous, but he had gone willingly. All he wanted was to help push the nomads back one day, maybe even ride to Tiantian. Ha, are you all afraid to die? Niu Ben suddenly laughed loudly. Never. The troops roared. Niu Ben lifted his telescope. Against 5,000 cavalry, their 1,000-strong force couldn't possibly break through. He might not care if he lived or died, but his men were elite, seasoned officers, veterans, and captains. Over the past 10 days, he'd been teaching them how to survive on the steppe, how to hide, find water, change formations, and evade pursuit. Losing them all here would be a tragedy. Then he remembered the note Prince Xiao Ming had given him. He hesitated, then opened the sealed envelope. Reading the contents, Niu Ben couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Into the Qinling Mountains. His Highness already left us a way out, he said, rallying his men and pointing toward the mountains ahead. Hurry up, move faster. In the Qinling Mountains, Lu Fei was barking orders as soldiers tried to pry open the rock sealing the mountain tunnel. The entire 50-meter-long tunnel had been tightly blocked with cement and stones last year to prevent the nomads from sneaking through. Now, reopening it was proving far more difficult and time-consuming than sealing it had been. Outside the tunnel, a squad of 500 soldiers stood guard. But the tunnel was so narrow that only one person could work inside at a time. No one else could help. Damn it, if I'd known it would take this long to open, I wouldn't have sealed it up so tight, Lu Fei muttered with frustration. Xiao Ming and Zhan Xingqing had also arrived at the scene. Judging by the current pace, it would take at least 2 days to fully reopen the tunnel. Keep working day and night, no breaks. We must open it as soon as possible, Xiao Ming ordered, frowning. The soldiers responded immediately. Each man took turns swinging the heavy hammer. When one got tired, another jumped in to continue. Meanwhile, Niu Ben and his men had already entered the Kinling Mountains. Following the directions written in the secret message Xiao Ming had given him, he led his troops deeper into the mountain. By nightfall, they finally heard faint knocking sounds echoing from a distance. His Highness must be opening the tunnel. Niu Ben's face lit up, but with darkness all around, they couldn't go search for the entrance. They didn't dare light any torches either. Nomad patrols were likely searching nearby. They'd long since finished their dry rations and had no choice but to go hungry in the cold mountains. Looking up at the cold stars in the night sky, Niu Ben's face was full of worry. He could only pray the nomads hadn't discovered the tunnel's location. Meanwhile, outside Shanghai Pass, the once-dominant Huyan Chu tribe had now been driven to a poor stretch of grassland, far from their former stronghold in Yuzhou. After the crushing defeat at Kangzhu, the Huyan Chu tribe had lost most of its fighting force. In the brutal world of the Golden Tent Khaganate, they were now seen as weak and of low status. All of this was thanks to Beishan. Late that night, Gultai stood staring southward, gazing longingly at the fertile lands that once belonged to his people. His heart ached. Father, I heard a great Yu army entered the steppe. 7 or 8 of the Blood Wolf tribe's smaller subtribes were completely wiped out, said his son Batu, walking in with a smirk on his face. How do you know that? Gultai's eyes lit up. He couldn't oppose Beishan directly, but he was more than happy to hear of his misfortune. A merchant caravan mentioned it. Kishu Chagatai is apparently furious. He sent out tons of riders to search the grasslands, but so far no trace of the great Yu cavalry, Batu said. Now a lot of the other Kishu are afraid their own tribes will be next. They've all refused to send troops to attack Kangzhu. Gultai let out a hearty laugh. It was the best news he'd heard in a long time. HMPH, Chagatai humiliated me back in Chengdu. Serves him right. He sneered. Badu smiled too. It had been ages since he'd seen his father in such a good mood. Still, this Prince of Qi has guts. Isn't he worried that Chagatai will cut off his cavalry's retreat? Cavalry are precious in Great Yu, after all. Gultai's eyes flickered. He frowned slightly. Maybe this Prince of Qi really isn't afraid, because there's another way into Kangzhu. Another way? Badu asked in shock. Gultai nodded. That's right. Years ago, the Wang family of Kingzhu told me there's a natural tunnel in the mountains near Kangzhu that leads into the city. I sent scouts to find it, but none returned. Later, the Wang clan started benefiting from the Prince of Qi and delayed sending guides. Eventually, that clan was wiped out by him. Now, I only know there's a tunnel, but I don't know where. Badu frowned. Then why didn't we look for it during the last battle at Kangzhu? We did, Gultai replied. But the mountains are vast. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. And the tunnel is supposedly so narrow that a single man can block it. Honestly, it's even harder to attack through the tunnel than through the city gates. Badu nodded. But then a thought struck him. Father, do you think the great Yu cavalry used that tunnel to enter the grasslands this time? If that's true, Chagatai might never realize it. Should we tell him, you fool? Gultai's eyes glinted. Beishan has always been ambitious. The Grand Taiji dislikes him. If not for the Grand Taiji pleading our case before the Khagan, we'd already be dead. Helping the Blood Wolf tribe now is the same as helping Beishan. If we do that, we'll surely lose the Grand Taiji's favor and our lives. Badu was stunned. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Father is right, I was foolish. This matter stays between us, Gultai said firmly. No one else must know. Those Kingzhu cavalry might be a headache for Chagatai, but they won't bring him down. I'd bet anything this whole operation is just to buy time for their new city wall. Well, let's see how Chagatai handles this. I bet he's furious right now. Badu smirked and nodded. Just as Gultai guessed, Chagatai was indeed fuming. He deployed nearly all his riders to search the grasslands and even sent men to cut off the enemy's retreat. But they still hadn't found even a shadow of the great Yu troops. Useless, you're all useless, Chagatai roared. Lock down the area 20 li around Kangzhu. Even if we can't find them, let them starve to death out here. Yes, Kishu. The Kishu under his command quickly left to carry out his orders. None of them could imagine that Niu Ben and his men were quietly hiding in the Kinling Mountains. With tens of thousands, it would be impossible to stay hidden, but a mere 1,000 men could easily vanish in the hills. On the third morning, after 2 days of freezing in the woods, Niu Ben's unit finally located the tunnel. Suddenly, with a rumble, a stone at the tunnel's entrance shifted. A familiar voice shouted, Damn it, it's finally open. It was Lu Fei, hammer in hand. Looking up, he spotted Niu Ben among the trees. Overjoyed, he called out, Commander, we finally found you. Xiao Ming also stepped out from the tunnel. The forest here was dense with pine trees, and 5 more mountains lay between this spot and Kangju City. He smiled and said, "Old General, you've had a hard journey." Niu Ben clasped his hands respectfully. "Your Highness, so you had this all planned. I thought we were doomed. It's a shame we had to abandon the spoils of war along the way." "No matter," Xiao Ming said. "There will be more chances. The nomads still have bitter days ahead." "Then let's not waste time," Niu Ben said. He turned and led his troops into the tunnel, feeling for the first time like he'd cheated death. "Commander, here, eat." Inside the Kangju military camp, long rows of tables were packed with food and drinks. A feast had been prepared to reward the soldiers returning from their mission into the steppe. Everyone, especially Niu Ben and his men, was eating like ravenous wolves. After hiding in the mountains and starving for 3 days, they had no interest in manners, grabbing food with both hands and stuffing themselves, even choking occasionally. Niu Ben was no exception. He clutched a chicken leg in one hand and a pork knuckle in the other, grease dripping from his mouth as he devoured the food. "Old General, this campaign into the steppe was a great success. You and Lu Fei both deserve much credit. I toast to you," Xiao Ming said, raising his cup. Niu Ben lifted his drink and replied, "Your Highness is too kind. Defending against the steppe tribes is our duty." Lu Fei laughed, "That's right." The nomads weren't prepared at all. "We roamed the grasslands like it was empty. We killed to our heart's content and feasted on meat every day." Xiao Ming chuckled and teased, "You never go hungry no matter where you are." During this campaign, Niu Ben and Lu Fei had driven nearly 10,000 quality horses back to Kangju. Kingzhu's cavalry breeding program had been weak for years, and this new influx of horses would greatly improve it. After a few years of breeding, Kingzhu would finally have its own supply of war horses. Although Xiao Ming was pushing Great Yu toward the gunpowder age, cavalry were still essential. After all, even in World War II, cavalry units were still used, so their value hadn't faded yet. Lu Fei grinned, "But I nearly didn't live to eat this meal." "What happened?" Xiao Ming asked. Before Lu Fei could answer, Lei Ming jumped in. Lu Xiao saw a pretty nomad girl and hesitated for a moment. She almost took off his important parts with a blade. "You damn loudmouth." Lu Fei smacked Lei Ming on the back of the head, making him grimace in pain. "Serves you right," Xiao Ming scolded. "The steppe tribes are brutal. They treat Great Yu's people like livestock, even killing children for fun. You hesitate, but they'd gladly drink your blood and eat your flesh." Lu Fei nodded quickly. "Yes, Your Highness. I've learned my lesson. Next time, no mercy." Thankfully, I was wearing my breastplate. Otherwise, my manhood would have been gone, though my thigh nearly didn't make it. For mobility, the cavalry had been equipped with lightweight plate armor, only about 20 jin, roughly 10 kg. While not as strong as heavy armor, it was still effective against Ing attacks. And since their mission involved surprise raids, not open-field battles against mounted archers, this kind of full-body armor was especially useful in close combat. What Lu Fei said may have sounded lighthearted, but it was a reminder of how dangerous the campaign had been. If even a common nomad woman was that deadly, then fighting trained warriors would have been far worse. If they'd been surrounded, these 2,000 men might never have come back. At this moment, Niu Ben put down his drink and asked, "Your Highness, what's our next move if the steppe tribes can't find us? I'm sure they'll send a new army eventually." Xiao Ming replied, "We pulled back this time to preserve our strength and wear them out. After searching for us so long, the nomads are tired, men and horses alike. Even if they want to attack again, they'll need time to regroup." He continued, "Just forming an army takes 10 days, maybe half a month. That buys us a month to keep building the new city wall. By then, it'll be 5 meters high, not so easy to break through. And once they come charging in, their rear will be left unguarded. That's when you go back through the tunnel and raid their supply lines." "Brilliant," Niu Ben nodded. "Strategy is best left to Your Highness and Zhan Xingcheng. I'll handle the tactics. When the time comes, we'll make the steppe bleed again." Xiao Ming and Zhan Xingcheng shared a look, raised their cups, and said in unison, "Cheers." After rewarding the returning soldiers, construction on the new city wall resumed the next day. Niu Ben, Lu Fei, and their troops stayed in Kangju to rest and recover, preparing for the next campaign. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming personally led the slave laborers, working day and night. After another month, the first layer of the city wall was completed as planned. At the same time, far out on the steppe, Chagatai had completely lost his mind. After half a month of searching with no results, he was on the verge of madness. "Can anyone tell me where the hell those Yu cavalry went?" Chagatai roared, kicking over the table inside his copper tent. Gyujuo and Kyuha stood silently nearby, pale and ashamed. The entire Blood Wolf tribe had been scouring the grasslands for signs of Great Yu's cavalry, but found nothing. At the same time, no other tribes had been attacked either. "Kishu, I suspect they've already returned to Kangju," Gyujuo said cautiously. "Impossible," Chagatai snapped. "Our riders moved fast, there's no way they all escaped." Silence fell again. No one had an answer. Then one Kishu hesitated and said, "Some great Yu merchants claim this Prince of Qi practices dark magic. Could it be bullshit?" Chagatai exploded. "Magic. You expect me to explain this mess to Bashan Teji using fairy tales?" He paced back and forth angrily, shouting. Bashan Teji is already furious. He's ordered us to destroy Kangju's new city wall immediately. We can't waste more time on this. Summon the slave army. He glared at the Kishu before him, but no one moved. Everyone was afraid to send troops. After witnessing what happened to Kiking and Kyuha's tribes, no one wanted to be the next target. "You want to see if my saber's still sharp?" Chagatai said coldly, narrowing his eyes. Faced with his rage, the Kishu had no choice but to return to their camps and begin preparing troops. Back in Kangju, after sorting out the mares for breeding, the remaining 8,000 stallions were assigned to the military. Over the next month, Niu Ben and Lu Fei expanded the Guanning Iron Cavalry once again. Their victory had inspired over 2,000 young men from Yuzhou to join. With some downtime, Niu Ben and Lu Fei spent their days training these new recruits. At the Kangju training ground, new riders galloped back and forth, practicing attacks against straw targets. When Xiao Ming arrived, Lu Fei beamed with pride. "Your Highness, what do you think of these recruits? They've got the basics." Xiao Ming nodded. "But they still lack real experience." He observed the Green Riders struggle with their movements. The drills focused on close combat-ing, something that didn't help much against mounted archers. But if they could be trained as lance cavalry, maybe they'd finally have a proper answer to the nomads' deadly hit-and-run tactics. Inside the Kangju military camp, the soldiers trained with even more vigor when they saw Xiao Ming arrive. Watching these honest and straightforward men, Xiao Ming turned to Lu Fei and said, "Looks like you're going to be heading into the grasslands again soon. Have the barbarian armies mobilized?" Lu Fei asked. Xiao Ming nodded. "Yes. The scouts have just reported. Blood Wolf Tribe has assembled a large force and is advancing toward Kangju. Their objective is to destroy our new city wall. With such a grand mobilization, their rear will surely be vulnerable. It's the perfect time to strike." Heth, this subordinate has been waiting for a chance to head back into the grasslands and round up a few more warhorses. "Your Highness, I'll assemble the troops at once. And let's bring the new recruits along too. Nothing trains a man like real battle. After this campaign, our cavalry will be much more experienced." Lu Fei grinned. "Are they up for it?" Xiao Ming glanced over at the recruits who had only been training for a month, a little worried. "They're good enough to ride. We're mostly conducting night raids, not engaging in full-scale mounted battles. For this kind of operation, just being able to ride is enough," Lu Fei explained. After a month of training, these soldiers could manage basic riding. Riding itself wasn't overly difficult. The hard part was performing complex maneuvers on horseback. In that regard, Great Yu's cavalry couldn't compare to the barbarians. The nomads had mastered the skill of shooting arrows while riding, even while fleeing, their bodies so in sync with the horses that it was as if they were glued to the saddle. Great Yu's cavalry, on the other hand, frequently fell off their mounts during intense movement. Still, what Lu Fei said wasn't wrong. Only real combat could sharpen the edge of a soldier's blade. In life-and-death situations, a man's potential could be pushed to its peak. After considering that this operation wouldn't involve direct clashes and the new recruits would be accompanied by veterans, Xiao Ming nodded. After all, in this era, conscripting a strong man often made him a soldier. There wasn't always time for perfect training. After making arrangements with Lu Fei, Xiao Ming went to find Niu Ben. This time, Xiao Ming decided that Niu Ben would remain in Kangju to take overall command of the city's defenses. Meanwhile, reinforcements from Kingzhu had also arrived, making Kangju's military force even stronger than during the last war. There was no such thing as a small war. No detail could be overlooked, and Xiao Ming had to prepare for the worst. If this general is not leading the expedition, then the grassland strike force still needs 2 cavalry columns. Who will lead the other? Niu Ben asked. Lu Fei replied boldly, "This subordinate recommends Lei Ming. The lad is from Yuzhou and knows the terrain well. I was only able to evade the barbarians last time thanks to his guidance." Niu Ben nodded. Lu Fei, though reckless, had always been fair and just. He wouldn't recommend someone out of favoritism, so Lei Ming must have real skill. Currently, the number of capable cavalry officers was still very limited. There were a few decent candidates in Niu Ben's group, but they were all veterans, not from Yuzhou. That didn't align with Xiao Ming's intention to build a regional cavalry corps in Guanning. "I understand His Highness intends to develop the Guanning Iron Cavalry. That means we should start promoting officers from Yuzhou within that unit." "Very well, let Lei Ming take command," Niu Ben said. Xiao Ming nodded. He had spoken with Lei Ming before and found him sharp and perceptive. Since the long-term plan was to maintain pressure on the barbarians from the Yuzhou region, they needed a local presence there. In time, both Niu Ben and Lu Fei would need to return to Kingzhu to manage the broader military apparatus. Kangju would eventually be handed over to the Guanning Iron Cavalry. Xiao Ming also had his own development strategy for the Guan cavalry, let them grow autonomously. In the future, he would allow them to plunder freely across the grasslands. If they wanted to expand, they'd have to seize their own warhorses and train new recruits. This would be a wild and untamed cavalry unit, but to prevent them from spiraling out of control, Xiao Ming would assign an official overseer Changxi to the unit. The behavior of the troops could be unrestrained, but their ideology could not. The army, no matter how wild, had to remain in his hands. He had no intention of letting the Guan Iron Cavalry turn into the historical one of the Ming Dynasty, which eventually became a double-edged sword. With command roles assigned, Niu Ben instructed Lu Fei and Lei Ming to gather their men and prepare for deployment. Meanwhile, Niu Ben, Xiao Ming, and Zhan Xingcheng ascended the city walls to finalize defensive plans. This time, the barbarian army's goal wasn't to breach the city, but to destroy the new wall. Xiao Ming figured Beishan had no interest in wasting troops on an all-out assault on Kangju, so the three of them agreed they would launch a full-scale bombardment against the enemy, sparing no gunpowder or munitions. Thanks to prior planning, Kangju had ample reserves of black dare. Unlike the previous siege, they weren't in danger of running out quickly. That very night, Niu Ben and Lei Ming led their cavalry out through the mountain tunnel, vanishing into the grasslands under cover of darkness. According to scouts, the barbarian army would arrive at the walls of Kangju the next day. At dawn, Xiao Ming and the others were already up. All construction workers had withdrawn from the outer wall. Kingzhu troops had taken up positions in the trenches, and the trebuchets of Kangju were locked and loaded. A massive battle was about to begin. Your Highness, they're here. Around midday, Niu Ben pointed into the distance. Through his telescope, Xiao Ming saw a vast black wave approaching. It was the Blood Wolf army. The sky on the horizon had turned dark with their arrival, and leading the charge were thousands of slave soldiers. These slaves wore tattered clothing and carried a mishmash of crude weapons. As soon as the barbarian army appeared, tension gripped the battlefield. Every soldier was on edge, waiting for the sound of the horn that would signal the attack. Woo, a low, deep horn sounded across the grassland. The barbarians drove their slave troops forward, and from 500 meters out, they began their assault on the defensive trench lines around Kangju. On the city walls, Luo Xin held a red signal flag in hand, using flag commands to guide the artillery crews in loading and aiming. Fire! At Xiao Ming's order, 100 cannons roared as one. A wave of shells rained down on the advancing slaves. Arg! A chorus of screams erupted across the field. Even though the slave soldiers had spread out, the bouncing cannonballs still tore through their ranks, painting the air with blood. Many of these slave soldiers had heard of Kangju's cannons, but this was their first time seeing them. Before they could react, those beside them had already fallen, their corpses grotesquely mutilated. And when they looked ahead, they saw comrades who had reached the trench line suddenly blasted into the sky, arms, legs, and heads flying apart amid fiery explosions. In their eyes, there was only carnage now, and in their ears, only the deafening thunder of artillery. Within Chagotay's pupils, there was only the endless firelight erupting from atop Kangju's walls and the trenches before them. An entire hour had passed. Wave after wave of slave soldiers had been driven forward, and wave after wave had vanished. In this moment, Chagatai suddenly felt that the seemingly close Kangju city was impossibly far away. Retreat, retreat, all of you fall back. Another wave of slave soldiers collapsed and fled. They could no longer bring themselves to charge again. The sight of mangled corpses had shattered the last shred of courage within them. Kyuha rode across the battlefield with his saber, cutting down slave soldiers as he went. Each swing of the blade claimed another life, but even so he couldn't stop the retreating tide. Gyujuo's gaze was grim. He had participated in the previous battle for Kangju as well. Compared to last time, there were now even more cannons atop the city walls, and many more trebuchets placed along the trenches. Among the trebuchets, 30 more cannons had been added. These cannons had yet to fire, their dark barrels gaping like silent beasts, cold and terrifying. Gyujuo understood well, these cannons carried far deadlier shells. The last time their cavalry breached the gates, it was these same cannons that turned them to dust. On the Kangju walls, Xiao Ming silently watched the exchange. The explosions of black dare shells bloomed like deadly flowers on the grasslands, beautiful but utterly lethal. One wave of fire powder shells after another rained down, incinerating any slave soldiers who approached. The few who managed to reach the trenches were immediately cut down by the defenders stationed there. At this point, the barbarians have no choice but to fill the trenches with corpses, Niu Ben muttered. The 500-meter-long trench circle was completely impassable for cavalry. Now the enemy had no option but to rely on waves of expendable slave soldiers. Zhan Xingcheng added, "We're not aiming for victory this time. Just delay. All we need to do now is wait for good news from the grasslands." Xiao Ming nodded. He had clearly seen the chaos unfolding on the battlefield, slave soldiers breaking ranks, their morale shattered by overwhelming firepower. There was even unrest in the barbarian rear lines. After all, these slave soldiers had never been truly loyal. They obeyed only out of fear. Now, between dying whole or dying in pieces, they had to make a choice. As the three of them conversed, the barbarian assault suddenly ceased. Xiao Ming noticed disarray forming within their ranks. He quickly lifted his telescope. There, within the enemy formations, he saw barbarian cavalry locked in combat with slave soldiers. "Your Highness, the slave soldiers have rebelled," Niu Ben exclaimed with delight. Zhan Xingcheng also picked up a telescope for a closer look. Sure enough, groups of raggedly dressed slave soldiers had turned on the barbarian riders. The carnage of cannons and fire-powder bombs had finally pushed them past the brink of tolerance. If death was certain either way, they would at least vent their fury on the barbarians first. "What should we do?" Zhan Xingcheng asked. "Observe. Stay put," Xiao Ming replied. It was still too early to launch a counterattack. This chaos was limited, likely only a few bands of slave soldiers had turned. If they gave up their defensive position to go on the offensive now, the barbarians might seize the opening to strike. As expected, the rebellion was quickly suppressed. But the barbarians didn't resume their assault. Instead, they seemed to be reorganizing their slave troops. "Let them drag it out," Xiao Ming said calmly. "If anyone can afford to play the attrition game now, it's us." Niu Ben nodded in agreement. In the barbarian main camp, Chagatai expression was dark. Just earlier, a group of 1,000 slave soldiers had refused to attack, then launched a surprise assault on their cavalry. Though quickly suppressed, the unprecedented incident forced him to face a hard truth. In just 3 months, Kangju's defensive capabilities had grown again. The army under the Qi Wang's banner had even dared to dig trenches and face them in open terrain, something no Great Yu army had ever done before. Now, for the first time, Chagatai had to admit he had never encountered a more difficult opponent. Only now did he truly believe Beishan Taijai's words. "The future battlefield belongs to gunpowder." "Cease the assault," Chagatai finally ordered. At last, he understood how Gultai must have felt during his humiliation. The slave soldiers were a major part of their manpower. If they were depleted here, it would fall upon the tribal warriors to charge next. "You're giving up the attack," Kyuha growled, his hatred burning brighter each day. All he wanted now was to storm Kangju and avenge his wife's death. Gyujuo replied, "Charging again would just throw more lives away. They're slaves. Their lives aren't lives. What does it matter if we use more of them?" Kyuha snapped, his eyes red. "Idiot," Gyujuo barked. "Our goal is to destroy the wall. If we lose too many troops doing it, it's not worth it. Beishan Taijai won't be pleased." Chagatai looked over at Gyujuo. He agreed wholeheartedly. After all, if he lost most of his troops just to tear down one wall, the Great Yu forces could rebuild it in a month. That would make all the sacrifice meaningless. So for now, he suspended the offensive and prepared to send a messenger to Beishan, reporting the current situation. If Beishan still insisted on attacking, he would obey, but he was hesitant. Though a man of Beishan's faction, he had his own ambitions. If the Blood Wolf tribe declined like the Huyan Chuo tribe, Beishan would cast him aside just as quickly. With the barbarian attack halted, the cannons atop Kangju fell silent too. 1 li apart, both sides entered a tense standoff. Night soon fell. In the trenches, Great Yu soldiers remained vigilant. They hadn't forgotten the night raid from before. Now they were even more focused, but this night passed quietly. The barbarians did not attack. The following day, they still made no move. But while the barbarians stood still, Lu Fei and Lei Ming did not. With experience from last time, the 2 cavalry columns roamed the grasslands with ease. The barbarian rear was exposed due to the main army's march on Kangju. Though this time the tribes had deployed more scouts to guard against another Great Yu ambush. So rather than night raids, Lu Fei adopted a direct assault strategy. Whenever they found a small tribe, the cavalry would charge in head-on. Even if discovered by sentries, Lu Fei gave them no chance to send warnings back. His troops would follow them right to their camps. They might not wipe out every last man, but they slaughtered 7 or 8 out of every 10. Their goal this time was no longer careful attrition. It was maximum chaos to force a barbarian retreat. And in just 2 days, Lu Fei and Lei Ming's forces had already raided over 10 tribes. Panic swept through the Blood Wolf tribe. Rumors of the Great Yu army's return spread like wildfire, and tribe after tribe sent envoys to Kangju to beg for aid. Worse yet, they noticed this time that the enemy cavalry was more numerous than before. Lu Fei and Lei Ming were causing trouble on the grasslands again. They acted like thorns in the enemy's side, always messing things up. When the army of Great Yu showed up again on the grasslands, Chagatai, the barbarian commander, became so angry he almost broke his teeth from clenching too hard. "Kishu, we should retreat." Inside Chagatai's tent, many Kishu of the tribes were kneeling. Their people had come to beg for help, and many soldiers no longer wanted to fight after hearing the news. Chagatai suddenly felt very tired. He looked toward Kangju City and started to think, maybe the Golden Horde would never be able to capture it, because this wasn't just a city wall, it was protected by the clever Prince Chi of Great Yu. The recent manhunts had already tired his army, and now there was trouble behind them again. With danger in front and behind, Chagatai felt hopeless like never before. Prince Chi, if you have courage, come out and fight us on the grasslands, you cowards from Great Yu. Chagatai shouted inside his tent, but no one inside Kangju could hear him. As Chagatai struggled with his decision, a messenger arrived with news. Kishu, Teiji Bashan has ordered us to retreat. He said we must save our strength and not waste more troops on this city. Chagatai and the other Kishu inside the tent let out a deep sigh of relief. Teiji Bashan is wise, they said. Chagatai placed his hand on his chest and saluted in the direction of the capital, Chengdu. Far away in Chengdu, Teiji Bashan didn't know exactly what was happening in Kangju, but after hearing that their raid attacks weren't stopping the wall construction and that the army of Great Yu was ready to die defending it, he made a choice. Don't lose more men, wait until their cannons are ready. He thought a strong wall just means we'll use more cannonballs, but if we lose soldiers, we can't replace them easily. So once Chagatai got the order from Teiji Bashan, he didn't wait. He gave the order to retreat. He didn't want to throw his soldiers into a fight that felt like a bottomless pit. Next time they would return with Urfel fire weapons and burn Kangju City to the ground. As Chagatai led his army away, the cannons on Kangju's city walls fired again. Chagatai looked back. It felt like the city was laughing at him. His heart burned with anger. The Golden Horde had never been shamed like this. He swore when Kangju falls, he would lead his iron cavalry to kill everyone in Prince Chi's land to wash away this humiliation. On the walls of Kangju, the soldiers watched the enemy leave. They cheered loudly. Luo Xin excitedly ordered them to fire more cannon shots to celebrate. The soldiers were happy. In their eyes, the barbarians weren't scary anymore. With strong walls and cannons, they believed no matter how many times the enemy came, Kangju would never fall. Their families would stay safe behind the walls, but not everyone was relaxed. Niu Ben and Xiao Ming were still worried. Your Highness, Niu Ben said, the barbarians have suffered too many losses because of our gunpowder. They are getting smarter. If they aren't confident, they won't try to attack again. Xiao Ming nodded. The Blood Wolf tribe's retreat must be because of Teiji Bashan. They tried to stop us from building the wall at first, but now that we're really doing it, he doesn't want to waste troops. But what worries me most is that maybe the barbarians have made real progress with their cannons. That's why they dared to retreat so calmly. If that's true, then we're in big trouble, said Niu Ben. The barbarians already have many advantages over Great Yu. If they also get cannons, how can we fight back? Xiao Ming frowned. I've been thinking about this too. We don't know how good the Ottomans' cannon technology is. When I return, I'll make sure our Imperial guards get more cannons. But don't worry too much. Making good cannons is hard. Even if they make some, they won't be as strong as ours. Without our iron mold method, their production is slow. If Teiji Bashan only has a small batch, he'll probably use them for revenge right away. That might be worse, said Niu Ben. He looked at Xiao Ming's calm face and thought, how can he be so relaxed when danger is coming? Ha ha ha. Xiao Ming laughed. General Niu, I built this new wall for their cannons. When Teiji Bashan returns, he will realize this fortress cannot be broken. This wall was made of reinforced concrete, strong enough to survive even World War II cannons, let alone old solid cannonballs. The steel inside gave the wall a strong skeleton. Even if the outside concrete was blown apart, the wall would still stand. After celebrating the retreat, Xiao Ming gathered the workers to keep building. The first 5 meters of the wall were done. Next was filling the inside with soil. Carpenters worked on holding up the wood frames, and ironworkers continued tying rebar. Now that the enemy was gone, and Lu Fei and Lei Ming had worn them down, Xiao Ming could focus on finishing the wall. After building the next layer, Xiao Ming handed the job over to Su Changui. He had already explained everything to Su using the blueprint. Now it was time for practice. Lu Fei and Lei Ming returned to Kangju. Their raids had been very successful. They attacked more than 10 tribes and stole over 10,000 war horses. With these horses, the Guan Ning Iron Cavalry could grow by another 3,000 riders, making a total of 8,000 soldiers. Now Xiao Ming thought it was time to give them new weapons. The barbarians were great at shooting arrows on horseback. They learned from a young age. Great Yu couldn't match them in that skill. But Xiao Ming had another idea. He would give the Guan Ning Iron Cavalry a special weapon, compound crossbows. There were many designs in the tech library. Xiao Ming decided to build a 3-string pulley crossbow. This kind of crossbow used less strength to pull back, only 1/3 the usual force. That meant soldiers could shoot while riding horses. Xiao Ming had also thought about giving them triple-barrel guns, but those were weak and could only shoot 3 times. They weren't good for long battles. The crossbow was better. The best weapon would be a flintlock rifle, but making one took a lot of time and skill. Without machines to smooth the inside of the barrel, it had to be done slowly by hammer. So for now, the crossbow was the better choice. Crossbow cavalry in the main camp at Kangju. When Xiao Ming shared his idea, everyone looked confused. Even Niu Ben shook his head a little. That's because in the history of Great Yu, there had never been crossbow cavalry. People believed it was impossible to use a crossbow while riding a horse. Xiao Ming knew they would react like this, so he explained back in the Qin dynasty, the Qin army had a unit of crossbow cavalry. That cavalry helped defeat the Xingnu, so it's not impossible. In the tech archive, there were notes about Qin crossbow cavalry. The records weren't very detailed, but they gave Xiao Ming some ideas. He continued, crossbows are earful and accurate. That's their strength. The only problem on horseback is that it's hard to reload, but I will give you a new kind of crossbow that is easy to pull. With this, the Guan Ning Iron Cavalry won't need to fear the barbarian horse archers. Also, when they dismount, they can form a crossbow formation. Each soldier will also carry a saber for close combat. Even in face-to-face battle, the barbarians won't have the upper hand. A new kind of crossbow. Niu Ben nodded in realization. I knew your highness wouldn't speak without preparation, so you've planned this already. If it works, this is a great idea for now. Lu Fei laughed and said, haha, then our army is getting another earful weapon. The soldiers of the Guan Ning Iron Cavalry were excited. They were tired of always being attacked from a distance by the barbarian archers. Now that things in Kangju were stable, Xiao Ming decided there was no need for him to stay. He said, in the next 2 days, I'll return to Kingzhu and order the workshop to start making these pulley crossbows. After the talk about the crossbows, Xiao Ming discussed the future of the cavalry. He looked at Lei Ming and said, Lei Ming, from now on, the Guan Ning Iron Cavalry will stay in Kangju. You'll be in charge of constantly raiding the barbarians on the grasslands. Do you have confidence in this job? Yes, Your Highness, I do, Lei Ming answered firmly. Xiao Ming added, but once you're on the grasslands, there's something else you need to pay attention to. Please give the order, Your Highness, said Lei Ming. Xiao Ming glanced at Niu Ben and said, before the last battle at Kangju, the barbarians fought with their slave soldiers. That made me realize some of those slave soldiers don't want to serve the barbarians. Especially in the old Yuzhu lands, many people live under their rule as slaves. When you go to the grasslands, try to reach out to these people. If they're willing to join Great Yu, it would be our good fortune. Lei Ming nodded. When he and Lu Fei went deep into the grasslands, they found some towns still standing, with people from Yuzhu living there. After the barbarians took Yuzhu, many farmlands were turned into grasslands, but they didn't kill all the Yuzhu people. Instead, they used a cruel system of rule. Talking about it, Lei Ming's eyes turned red. He said, according to prisoners we caught, the barbarians call the people of Yuzhu Tulagid sheep. Not the kind of sheep with 4 legs, but Tulagid. And those towns, they are the sheep pens. The people living under barbarian rule suffer terribly. They pay heavy taxes. Any boy older than 12 is taken as a slave by the barbarian tribes. If someone refuses, they are killed. For girls, it's even worse. Before they get married, they must be given to the tribe leaders for what the barbarians call a first night rite. Many families even kill their first child, because they don't want to bring a half-barbarian baby into this world. Hearing this, the soldiers of the Guan Ning Iron Cavalry clenched their fists tightly. Their teeth made cracking sounds as they bit down in anger. Xiao Ming said, I feel ashamed. We've fought 2 big battles, but the ones we killed were our own people from Great Yu. The barbarians haven't suffered real losses, and we can only watch our people in Yuzhu live such terrible lives. Your Highness, don't blame yourself too much, said Niu Ben. The victory at Kangju surely gave the Yuzhu people hope. As long as you stand strong, they will believe that freedom will come. Lei Ming nodded too. Your Highness, right now, you're the only one in Great Yu who can defeat the barbarians. We believe in you. When we go to the grasslands, we'll try to help those Yuzhu people escape. Xiao Ming nodded, but be careful. Some people may betray their roots. If you're not completely sure about someone, don't act rashly. Lei Ming nodded again. With plans made for the Guan Ning Iron Cavalry, Xiao Ming's work in Kangju was done. The next day, he left Kangju with Niu Ben, Lu Fei, and Luo Xin heading toward Kingzhu. Lei Ming stayed behind. From now on, the grasslands would be his battlefield. 5 days later, the group returned to Kingzhu City. Almost 2 months had passed, and now it was winter. Ice had begun to form on the surface of the rivers in Kingzhu. Looking at the frozen river, Xiao Ming felt emotional. It had already been 1 year since he came to this world. So much had happened. He had started with nothing. Now he could stand against 100,000 barbarian soldiers. The pain and struggle, only he truly knew, but it had all been worth it. At least now he had his own territory and didn't have to worry about dying at any moment. His Highness has returned. His Highness has returned. At the Prince Chi's residence, a servant sweeping the gate saw Xiao Ming and happily ran inside shouting the news. Soon, Ziyuan and Luluo came running out, wearing warm winter coats. Your Highness. They called out excitedly. Their voices were as bright and sweet as birds. Xiao Ming smiled gently. In that moment, all the feelings of war and killing melted away like snow. He felt like he was home. Yes, after 1 year, he now saw this residence as his home. The servants and maids were like his family. "Did you miss me?" Xiao Ming got off his horse and laughed out loud. Ziyuan and Luluo both blushed. Why would His Highness say something so embarrassing in front of all the servants seeing their shy faces? Xiao Ming laughed even more. Then he noticed their coats, one purple, one green, and asked, "Are these from the textile workshop?" "Yes. While you were gone these 2 months, the workshop made a lot of cloth. We used it to make our coats. We even made 2 for your highness. Do you want to see them?" Xiao Ming felt warm inside. These 2 girls were so thoughtful. "All right, let's go take a look," he said with a smile. "Your Highness, does it feel colder this winter than before inside the sleeping quarters?" Luluo held a dark-colored, round-collared robe lined with blue floral silk. Inside the robe was a layer of cotton, making it feel a bit heavy. In Great Yu, nobles usually wore fur in winter. Cotton clothes like this were mostly worn by merchants and commoners. Luluo's casual comment made Xiao Ming frown slightly. Though it sounded like small talk, it actually pointed to a historical truth. The Little Ice Age was starting. According to history, the Little Ice Age lasted from 1350 to 1850. The coldest period came in the 1600s. During that time, many bad things happened: food shortages, uprisings, and people struggling to survive. For example, the Manchus invaded the Ming Dynasty not only because of hatred, but also because they lacked food and clothes. A similar thing happened earlier between the Yuan and Song dynasties. At first, warm weather allowed the Mongols to grow in number. Later, when it became cold again and grasslands shrank, they started to fight over resources. That's when Temujin united the Mongol tribes and moved south to conquer. Xiao Ming believed that while many things cause wars, climate had a huge impact on ancient people who relied on farming. Last year, many animals on the grasslands froze to death. Now, another cold winter was coming. If the barbarians faced a big famine, they would likely resort to raiding to get food. If the cold continued, the situation would become worse next year and the year after. Thinking about this made Xiao Ming worried. When a people are fighting to survive, war becomes a matter of life or death, not just about territory or. The first battle at Kangju was more luck than anything. The second one, where they held the city wall, only happened because Teiji Bashan wanted to save his strength. Xiao Ming knew clearly, gunpowder and cannons alone couldn't stop the barbarians forever. In the end, his soldiers would have to retreat behind the walls and defend, and in those 2 battles, the barbarians didn't lose much. Most of their dead were slave soldiers, not true barbarian warriors. The barbarians didn't care, they had plenty of slaves. The western regions were all under their control now, and they could easily catch more slaves. Even the people of Yuzhu were being used as slave soldiers. So far, Xiao Ming hadn't really fought the barbarians' main forces, and that was what worried him the most. If it came to a real open battle, could his army win, Your Highness? How is it does the cotton robe fit well? Luluo's gentle voice pulled Xiao Ming out of his deep thoughts. He shook his head to clear his mind. Looking into the mirror, he saw himself in a long robe. He looked a little bulkier now, thanks to the thick cotton inside. "It's great. You and Ziyuan did a wonderful job," Xiao Ming said with a smile. Luluo's eyes curved like crescent moons from happiness. As she helped adjust his robe, she whispered, "My sister and I were worried Your Highness wouldn't like it. After all, you're a noble prince. We were afraid it seemed too common." "How could I dislike it? I'm just like the common folk, made of flesh and blood. If they can wear cotton, why can't I? In fact, I plan to promote cotton clothes in my territory. We can't let the people freeze every winter." Even though there had been 2 good harvests this year, other supplies in the 6 provinces were still low. It had only been a year. Xiao Ming couldn't change everything so fast. Most of his focus had gone into keeping the land stable and building industries like the ironworks, military factories, machinery department, cement plant, printing press, glassworks, wine and soap production. Some were for fighting barbarians, some for trade and profit, and others for construction. But in truth, he hadn't done much yet for the daily lives of the people. His thinking was clear: if the territory couldn't defend itself, there'd be no point in building schools or services. First, protect the land, then improve people's lives. The textile workshop was his first big effort to help the common people. If they could start producing lots of cheap fabric, people's lives would slowly improve. Once they weren't struggling just to eat and stay warm, they'd send their children to school. Otherwise, trying to promote education now would only be met with resistance. People couldn't afford to lose helping hands at home when they were barely surviving. Even today, in remote villages in modern times, many people still couldn't read. His own lands were probably worse. Wearing the long padded robe, Xiao Ming turned in a circle. Feeling proud, he walked out of the palace wearing it. The palace staff saw him and smiled warmly. Their prince seemed more down to earth than ever. "What are you all smiling at? Doesn't this jacket look good?" Xiao Ming asked. One servant carefully glanced at Ziyuan, who was glaring at him fiercely, and quickly said, "Your Highness, it looks great, really great." Ziyuan smiled proudly. Her dimples appeared as she beamed with satisfaction. Xiao Ming stood outside in the cold wind for a moment. The jacket was thick and warm. In no time his body felt toasty. He was more satisfied than ever. He asked Ziyuan, "How many of these jackets can the workshop make per day?" Ziyuan answered, "If it's a fancy cotton robe like this one, maybe 10 a day. But if it's a plain one made from rough cotton, we can make 30 a day." 30 per day still too few, Xiao Ming said. Right now, the textile workshop handles both weaving cloth and sewing the jackets. You should split the work, some focus on weaving, others on sewing. It's winter now. Many women are at home with nothing to do. Recruit more female workers and pay them better. Xiao Ming had big plans. He wanted textile production to be a main industry in Kingzhu. It was light industry, clean, and good for development. In 17th and 18th century Britain, the textile industry had made them rich. Xiao Ming was ambitious. He didn't just want to supply great yu, he wanted to sell cotton clothes overseas too. But to do that, he would need a lot more female workers. Ziyuan nodded and said, "That won't be a problem. But your Highness will need help from your newspaper. Otherwise, not many people will know about the textile workshop. Also, some women asked if they could sew from home. They're afraid of gossip if they work outside. People talking nonsense." Xiao Ming frowned. He had never really thought about that before, but now that Ziyuan mentioned it, he suddenly understood. This phrase came from the old rule of 3 obediences and 4 virtues for women. So when the female workers mentioned gossip, it likely meant some people were criticizing them, saying they were out working instead of staying home and serving their husbands. "It's true," said Ziyuan. Because of this, many female workers quit midway. Every few days someone doesn't show up to work. Xiao Ming sighed and shook his head. Once again, old customs and traditions were getting in his way. He said, "In that case, I'll write about it in the newspaper. I believe there are still many open-minded people out there. Oh, by the way, how much are you paying the female workers?" 90 copper coins a month, Ziyuan replied, holding up 9 fingers. 30 copper coins. Xiao Ming's eyes widened in shock. At that time, 1 coin could only buy 2 liang, about 100 grams of rice in Kingzhu. That meant 90 coins a month was worth just 6 jin 3 kg of rice, or about 6 modern-day yuan. No wonder the workers were quitting. It was such a low wage that it wasn't even worth the effort. If it weren't for the lack of work opportunities for women in ancient times, no one would even take the job. Plus, in traditional farming society, families lived off their own production. The men farmed and the women wove. So if they could already weave at home, why bother working outside for such little pay? What's wrong? Your Highness, is that too much? Ziyuan asked innocently. Luluo couldn't hold back and said, "Sister, you're usually smart. How could you not see this? His Highness isn't saying it's too much. He's saying it's too little. These women came because it's His Highness's workshop. They respect him, but if you pay them less than what they'd earn sewing at home, of course they won't stay." Xiao Ming smiled and patted Luluo's head. "You're smarter than your sister. Ziyuan, you're acting too much like an old-fashioned housekeeper, just like Kaiyan Dafu. Too stingy. Let's fix that. From now on, I'll set the pay 1 silver tael per month for each female worker." 1 tael, that's too much, Ziyuan gasped. "That silver all comes from the palace?" Xiao Ming asked. "Then tell me, how much do you plan to sell each padded jacket for?" Ziyuan's eyes sparkled, and she said playfully, "At least 3 silver taels. And how much does it cost to make one with materials and wages?" "Around 2 taels at most." "There you go," Xiao Ming said. "Right now, the textile workshop has 100 workers and makes 30 jackets a day. That's 900 silver taels profit in a month. If we had 1,000 workers, that's 9,000 silver a month. That's not a small number." Ziyuan finally understood. "You're right, the key now is recruiting more workers." Xiao Ming nodded. "Exactly. 1 tael a month means 12 taels a year. That's as much as a season's harvest. Do you think people will still refuse to come?" "You're right, Your Highness. In that case, please help write about this in the newspaper," Ziyuan said excitedly. Xiao Ming nodded. The new city wall was almost finished. The barbarians would have a very hard time attacking it now. That meant Xiao Ming could finally focus on developing industry. He chatted and joked with the 2 girls for a while. Then a servant arrived to report. An envoy from Prince Wei was waiting outside with a formal letter. Prince Wei's envoy. Xiao Ming frowned. Since their parting in Chang'an, he hadn't heard much from Prince Wei, but he had heard that Prince Wei kept asking the court to get cannons from Xiao Ming, using the excuse that pirates were attacking the coasts. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Ming said, "Let him in." The servant left. Ziyuan and Luluo excused themselves. Not long after, a young man in white robes approached, led by a servant. From a distance, Xiao Ming felt like this man looked familiar, but when he looked closer, he couldn't remember where he'd seen him. "I am Xiao Qi, chief aide to Prince Wei." "Greetings, Prince Qi," said the man in white with polite confidence. "Your surname is Xiao." Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. "Are you from the Xiao clan of Nanyang?" Xiao Qi replied respectfully, "No, Your Highness. I'm not from the Nanyang Xiao clan. Many people share the Xiao surname. I'm just a commoner. Is that so? Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. You're young, yet you're already a top aide to my third royal uncle. If not from the Nanyang clan, then you must be incredibly talented. You flatter me, Your Highness. I was only lucky to earn Prince Wei's favor, Xiao Qi replied. Xiao Ming looked him over again but didn't press further. Instead, he asked, so, why did my third uncle send you? I'm here about the cannons, Your Highness, Xiao Qi said seriously. Prince Wei already has the Emperor's permission. He hopes you will sell cannons to him. When was this decided? While Your Highness was in Kangju for several months. The Emperor agreed to it a month ago. Xiao Ming frowned deeper. So father still favors my third uncle after all. Xiao Qi said, Your Highness is mistaken. This isn't about favoritism. The coastal regions are suffering. While you were in Kangju, 30,000 pirates landed in Yandu, captured Chang'an County, and killed thousands of people. The county is now a pirate base. Your Highness, how could His Majesty watch his people suffer and do nothing? Xiao Ming suddenly laughed. Only 30,000 pirates, and my third uncle is already panicking. Then what should I have done when I faced 100,000 barbarian soldiers? What my pants, the whole country knows how rich Wei is, and how strong their army is. Losing Chang'an County, isn't that Prince Wei's own failure? Xiao Qi was stunned. Everyone had praised Prince Qi's victory at Kangju. He had planned to use patriotism and righteousness to persuade Xiao Ming. But now, Xiao Ming ignored the big picture and instead blamed Prince Wei for being incompetent. Xiao Qi didn't know how to respond. Xiao Ming laughed silently to himself. He could see through this envoy's tricks, since Xiao Wengshuan, the emperor, had already approved the sale, and Prince Chu in the south would surely follow next. This business deal was now official. He had no choice but to accept. But if they thought they could use words like patriotism or national duty to pressure him into selling cheap cannons, they were dreaming. Compared to him, these other princes had no right to speak of loyalty or righteousness. A cold wind blew through the air, and the young man in white shivered. Xiao Ming noticed it. Judging from the man's soft skin and gentle appearance, he likely lived in the warm southern regions where people were more scholarly and less used to the cold. Xiao Ming realized that his earlier words might have been too harsh. If Prince Wei had heard them, he probably would have jumped up in anger and yelled at him. But as the old saying goes, ally with the far, attack the near. Xiao Ming understood the value of strategy. Even if he knew Prince Wei had selfish motives, it was still smart to cooperate for now. After all, many unrelated princes were eyeing the throne. Xiao Ming and Prince Wei were at least from the same family. So Xiao Ming said calmly, don't take it personally. I was just rambling. Since my third uncle sent you, I know this visit is about cannons. Let's get to the point. How many cannons does he need, and how much is he offering for each? The young man in white breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He had already noticed something. Prince Qi was very different from the other royal sons. He gave off a feeling of danger and strength, and his words carried authority. That earlier outburst had stunned him for a moment, but now that he had recovered, he replied, Prince Wei said he needs 300 cannons. You gave Prince Xiao a price of 20,000 silver taels per cannon. Prince Wei hopes that, since you're family, you might offer a small discount, but if not, he's also willing to pay the same price. My third uncle is generous, Xiao Ming replied. Since he's so generous, it would be rude of me not to give a little discount. Fine, I'll reduce it by 500 taels, 500 silver taels per cannon. The young envoy smiled bitterly in his heart. Prince Wei had guessed right. Prince Qi was stingy and not someone who gave large discounts. He said, understood. Your Highness, I brought silver with me. We only ask that the cannons be delivered to Prince Wei as soon as the Imperial guards receive their first shipment. That way we can deal with the pirates. Xiao Ming thought to himself, Prince Wei really is rich. Much more straightforward than Prince Xiao, so he replied, very well. Once the Imperial guards get their first batch, I'll immediately send the next to my third uncle. Thank you, Your Highness, said the envoy with a smile. Actually, this wasn't Prince Wei's idea. It was Xiao Qi's own decision. In just a few words, he had figured out Prince Qi's personality. He only cared about results and money, not flattery. Prince Xiao had failed in Kingzhu because he was too hesitant. After thinking about it, Xiao Qi decided to pay right away. That would surely please Prince Qi. Although Kingzhu had earned a lot this past year, it still couldn't compare to the wealth of Prince Wei's territory. And with all of Prince Qi's projects in the 6th prefecture, he surely needed money. No need to thank me, Xiao Ming said, smiling. It's getting late. How about staying for a meal before heading back? Xiao Qi smiled warmly. No need, Your Highness. I've already waited in Kingzhu for a month. Prince Wei must be anxious. I should return right away. Fair enough. When you return, give my regards to my third uncle. Those coastal pirates are a real problem. Maybe we'll have more chances to work together in the future. I will pass on your message, Xiao Qi replied respectfully. Then they talked about the payment. Xiao Qi admitted that it was impossible to bring 3 million taels of silver at once. Instead, he brought silver notes worth 1 million and 100,000 taels of gold, which were already waiting at the Chu River dock. Someone just needed to go and collect them. The remaining 1 million taels would be paid with goods, which was common in Great Yu for large transactions. Knowing the military factory would need a lot of raw materials soon, Xiao Ming asked for iron, coal, 50,000 dan approx. Tons of grain, 30,000 bolts of cloth, and saltpeter and other resources. Xiao Ming actually preferred this kind of barter system. In times of war, silver couldn't be eaten, but food, cloth, and materials were always useful. After finalizing the deal, Xiao Qi bowed and left. Xiao Ming watched him go and felt a strange sense of familiarity. It was like seeing a long-lost relative. Still, he didn't dislike Xiao Qi. The young man was polite, calm, and seemed very smart, but one thing puzzled him. Why would Prince Wei choose such a young, handsome man to be his chief aide? Then he suddenly remembered some odd preferences certain nobles had in history. Xiao Ming shivered and got goosebumps. He quickly shook his head to clear the thought and told Ziyuan to summon Fan Zheng. He had more serious matters to deal with. Chu River Dock. Xiao Qi ordered the sailors to unload the gold. Officials from the local government were already at the dock to receive the goods. He had been in Kingzhu for over a month. While Xiao Ming was away in Kangju, Xiao Qi had taken the chance to visit many parts of Kingzhu. And in that month, he saw many things that were completely different from the capital, Jinling City. The biggest difference: there were no noble clans in Kingzhu. The people lived freely and peacefully, without being oppressed by erful families. Even more important is that the people of Kingzhu loved Prince Qi, so much so that they only cared about Prince Qi, not the emperor. No one talked about Chang'an. No one even mentioned the emperor. People only talked about new laws, new inventions, and things like the Bowen Academy and local markets. When someone dared to insult Prince Qi, the locals would scold them or even beat them up. That kind of loyalty deeply impressed Xiao Qi. Third uncle, Xiao Qi muttered while looking toward Prince Qi's residence. How can someone like Prince Qi be easy to deal with? He had been with Prince Wei for years. He understood how stubborn Prince Wei could be, but now that stubbornness looked very dangerous. On his return, Xiao Qi decided he must persuade Prince Wei to give up any reckless plans. It was better to stay a peaceful vassal king, because now Xiao Ming had become a serious threat. Set sail, someone shouted. The merchant ship flying Prince Wei's banner slowly left the dock. Xiao Qi turned and went back into the cabin. He had come to Kingzhu for two reasons: to arrange the canon deal and to meet Xiao Ming in person, to see this legendary 7th Prince of Great Yu. Now that he had met him, he finally understood, and he was worried. Still, he knew Xiao Ming's strength came from defending the city with cannons. In a real open-field battle, Prince Wei still had the advantage. There were still ways to beat Xiao Ming. All it would take was surrounding Kingzhu with a larger army for a year or two. That would be enough to bring him down. Kingzhu Daily, Kingzhu Daily, Kingzhu Textile Workshop hiring female workers, 1 tael of silver a month. As the sun rose and the winter cold lingered, the streets and alleys of Kingzhu were already filled with the cries of newsboys. Since newspapers had gradually gained popularity in Kingzhu, even some scholars with spare money had developed a habit of reading them. With prices dropping lower and lower, buying a paper had become no big deal. Some families even bought newspapers for their school-aged children to read aloud at home. 1 tael of silver a month for working at the textile workshop. Did I hear that right? An old man in a tattered cotton jacket muttered to himself. Quickly, he rushed over to the newsboy and asked, "Kid, is what you said true?" The newsboy, cheeks red from the cold, gave a clever glance and replied, "Buy a paper and I'll tell you." What? Just for asking a question, the old man gripped his 3 copper coins tightly, his only money for rice. With the newspaper business the number of newsboys had increased too, and competition was fierce. No one wanted to waste words for free. During the cold, the boy refused to elaborate, saying, "It's printed in the paper. If I told you everything, how would I sell any? So, old man, do you want it or not? If not, I'm leaving." Wait, I'll buy it." "How much?" asked the old man. 3 coins, the boy replied. 3. The old man's rough, calloused hand clenched the coins even harder. "It's not much, just enough for 2 ounces of rice, or a single bun," the newsboy said brightly, then glanced at the man and asked, "Old man, judging by your accent, you're not from around here, are you?" The man's expression turned guarded. Indeed, he was not from Kingzhu, but a refugee from Huizhu. His family's land had been seized by local nobles, and when one of them tried to force his daughter to become a concubine, his son killed the man in a fit of rage. The local authorities had issued a warrant for their arrest. With no other option, the old man fled with his family. He had heard that Kingzhu had no oppressive nobles, so they traveled over 400 li, about 200 kilometers, to get there. Now, with their savings depleted, he only had 3 copper coins left, and everyone was relying on that to buy food. Clutching the coins, he hesitated for a moment before suddenly grabbing the newspaper from the boy's hand and bolting. The 9-year-old newsboy was stunned at first but quickly began to scream, "Thief! He stole my newspaper. Stop that old man." Clever and quick-witted like most Kingzhu newsboys, he didn't let it go and took off in hot pursuit. Onlookers turned to see the commotion. Upon hearing the newsboy shout, many Kingzhu citizens joined the chase. The old man ran desperately, gripping the newspaper tightly. His son had once been a houseboy for a wealthy family, so he could read. This paper might help them find work, especially with a job offering one tael a month. Where else could they find such an opportunity? Just as he turned to look behind him, a horse suddenly appeared in front of him. He edged head-on into it and fell with a cry. The rider, dressed in a padded coat, looked annoyed. It was none other than Xiao Ming, who had been on his way to the Military Works Bureau to oversee the cannon shipment to Chang'an. He never expected someone to run straight into his horse. Guards Zhao Long and Zhao Hu jumped down with their blades drawn. The old man looked up and saw the gleaming sword, immediately collapsing in fear. It's over, he thought. The newsboy arrived shortly after, and upon seeing Xiao Ming, immediately bowed. "This commoner greets your highness." Xiao Ming frowned. Seeing a crowd chasing one old man over a newspaper seemed odd. "What's going on?" he asked. "He stole my paper, your highness," the newsboy said, his voice trembling slightly. Xiao Ming laughed. This was the first time he'd heard of someone stealing a newspaper in Kingzhu. He turned to Zhao Long. "Have the local officials handle it." He was about to leave when the old man suddenly dropped to his knees and cried, "Please, kind sir, have mercy. I didn't mean to steal. My family is starving. I heard the textile workshop is hiring, and I hoped my granddaughter could apply. I didn't want to spend the rice money, so I am sorry, sir." Hearing this, Xiao Ming pulled back on his reins, but Kingzhu had a good harvest this year. "Why is your family starving then?" Noticing the man's accent, he asked. "You're not from Kingzhu. Are you? Where's your household registration?" The old man trembled, terrified. Zhao Long barked, "Answer honestly." The man stammered, I'm from Huizhou." Huizhou. Xiao Ming frowned. "That was near modern-day Zhengzhou. Why are you here?" Zhao Long suddenly remembered something. "Your Highness, I recall the local authorities recently received a warrant from Huizhou to arrest a family of 5. They even sent wanted posters." The old man's face turned ashen. "So even in Kingzhu I can't escape?" Xiao Ming ignored Zhao Long and calmly asked, "Why are you wanted with no more hope of escape?" The old man told his story. When he finished, Zhao Long looked ashamed. "So that's how it was. Then the arrest warrant is outrageous." Xiao Ming nodded. "Take him to Zhan Xingqing at the Yamen. If his story checks out, release him. If he's innocent, arrange proper shelter." Zhao Long saluted. Turning back, Xiao Ming told the old man, "If what you said is true, then that arrest warrant is worthless here. Don't worry." The old man beamed with joy. "Thank you, kind sir, thank you." The newsboy, now understanding the situation, looked sympathetic. "Old man, why didn't you say so earlier? I would have given you the paper for free." "Don't worry, Kingzhu accepts refugees. If you live here for 2 years, you can get local household registration. With that, you'll be eligible for land." The old man stared in disbelief. Is that true?" Laughter echoed kindly through the streets of Kingzhu. Seeing the old man's surprised face, Xiao Ming smiled and said, "Uncle, this is real. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Kingzhu prefecture office to ask. As long as you follow the law and work hard, in 2 years you can get official household registration here." "Thank you, young lord, thank you," the old man said excitedly. He had thought he was going to die, but now he had a chance to start over. He felt lucky he had chosen to come here. The newspaper boy nearby said, "The person in front of you is Prince Qi himself. His words are always true." Prince Qi. The old man looked shocked, but when he turned to look again, the young nobleman was already riding away. Slowly standing up, his heart full of emotion, the old man handed 3 copper coins to the newspaper boy. "I'll buy this paper. Hey, no need to pay," the boy said, but the old man had already walked off without looking back. He went straight to the Kingzhu prefecture office. When he asked about refugee resettlement, the officials explained the local refugee policy in detail. There he also met others who had come from outside the province for the same reason, to ask how to settle down. Inside the office, some refugees were discussing. The prefect Zhan said earlier, "If you join the construction team, transport crew, or go to the mines, you can earn a living. These places really need workers. If you have special skills, you can even get household registration within 1 year." Outside the office, a group of refugees chatted. "Construction and mining are hard labor," one of them said, "but there are also workshops run by merchants. The only thing is, Prince Qi's own workshops usually don't accept refugees." "Why not?" the old man asked. "They worry spies might be hiding among us," the man explained. "Prince Qi's factories are filled with secrets. I've heard they mainly use slaves. Only less important places like the textile workshop hire outsiders. I'm planning to send my wife there. 1 silver tael per month is enough to live in Kingzhu." "Yeah, me too," others agreed, "but there's no need to worry. There's plenty of work in Kingzhu. As long as you're willing to work hard, you won't go hungry. I've been carrying cargo at the docks, earned 500 copper coins this month. The refugees kept talking, full of hope. What mattered most was that Kingzhu didn't have random, harsh taxes or Urfel families bullying the people. Life here felt free. The more the old man listened, the happier he became. Kingzhu sounded like paradise. He hunched over slightly, still holding the newspaper, and hummed a tune as he walked out of the city. Even though his stomach was growling from hunger, he had just gotten a refugee pass. That meant he could now claim 2 liang of rice each day. With 3 people in his family, that was 6 liang of rice daily. He had to bring his son and daughter to get their passes too. Outside the city in a small forest, they had built a simple shelter. It was just 4 wooden poles holding up some grass for a roof. Inside was a torn cotton blanket, black from age. Outside, a young girl was trying to start a fire. When she saw her father return, she asked, "Dad, did you buy the rice?" The old man's face turned a little red. He hesitated and didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, "Where's your brother?" "He went to the river to catch fish," she replied. Then she noticed something in his hand. "Dad, what's that, a newspaper?" The old man answered, a little ashamed. He regretted spending their last 3 copper coins on it. Just then, a young man's voice came from nearby. "Dad, you're back. Look, I caught a big fish. We can make porridge tonight. We won't go hungry." He held up a grass carp, at least 3 jin, about 1.5 kg. The old man smiled when he saw it. "I didn't get rice, but I did bring this Kingzhu newspaper, and I got a refugee pass." "A newspaper? What's that?" the son and daughter asked. So the old man told them what happened in the city. The young man looked shocked. "Really, you saw Prince Qi, and he said we wouldn't be punished. We can settle in Kingzhu." The old man nodded. "Yes, but the prefecture still needs to investigate your murder case first. Only after that will there be a final decision." The girl turned to her brother and said, "Brother, they say Prince Qi is kind and fair. It looks like coming to Kingzhu was the right choice. Now we can walk into the city without fear." The young man nodded firmly, eyes full of emotion. Then he took the newspaper and looked at it. "Sister, the job for women in the textile workshop is real. The ad even shows where the workshop is, but it says you have to pass a skills test to get in." The old man said confidently, "Your sister is well known for her weaving and sewing skills back in the village. We're not afraid of competing. Let's not waste time. You two go get your refugee passes and then visit the textile workshop. If she gets in, we'll have a new home here." The young man agreed. Together, they hurried toward Kingzhu City. Military factory. At the military factory, Xiao Ming was inspecting a batch of cannons prepared for shipment to Chang'an. While he was away in Kangju, the factory had stayed busy. They weren't just making cannons for great use provinces, but also building export cannons for sale. To keep the factory hidden, Xiao Ming had built it in the mountains outside Kingzhu City, deep within Mount Chuo. There was only one mountain road leading into the area, and few people ever came here. That made it easy to keep secret. Any outsider entering the mountain would be quickly spotted and removed by the guards. "Your Highness, here are the 100 cannons," one of the supervisors said. "Just as you instructed, we shortened the barrels to reduce their range. At most, these will only reach half the distance of our own cannons." The factory was built inside a secluded mountain valley, with a large open courtyard where the cannons could be tested. Xiao Ming nodded. Not only had they shortened the barrels, but the gunpowder they used was traditional black dare, not his improved granulated dare. This ensured that even if other nobles had cannons, his own army would still have the advantage. Seeing the 100 cannons lined up in rows was an impressive sight. He said, "Good work. Now pull one out and fire a test shot. I want to see how it performs." The ends of the military factory's courtyard were both bordered by mountain walls, and they usually used these slopes as targets for cannon testing. At that moment, Chen Qi ordered the workers to pull off the canvas covering the cannons. Xiao Ming stepped forward to inspect them, and just as Chen Qi had said, these export cannons were shorter and had smaller calibers than usual. This wasn't surprising. Xiao Ming had previously explained the theory of cannon design to Chen Qi, and it was clear Chen Qi had understood and applied that knowledge. What pleased Xiao Ming most wasn't just the cannons themselves, but the fact that the military factory had developed the ability to design and produce other cannon types independently. That marked real progress. He walked around the cannons and nodded again. When not considering the type of cannonballs or gunpowder, the two most important factors that determined a cannon's range and were barrel length and caliber. A larger caliber meant a wider barrel, which created a more earful blast. Meanwhile, the longer the barrel, the more time the high-pressure gases could act on the cannonball, increasing its speed and firing distance. With this principle, different types of cannons could be developed for different purposes. Now that Kingzhu could manufacture cannons, Xiao Ming's next step was to build a full system: naval cannons for ships, field cannons for the army, and siege cannons for city defense. Once the cannon was loaded and fired, the cannonball shot out with a flying in a straight line. After about 700 meters, it began to fall, eventually hitting the ground and rolling until it was stopped by the mountain wall. Xiao Ming was satisfied. A direct shot of 700 meters is fine. Good. Then let the Imperial guards take these to the capital. Not only was Prince Wei pressing him for delivery, but so was Xiao Wengshuan, the emperor himself. In fact, to speed things up, the Imperial guards' transport ships had already arrived in Kingzhu. After Prince Wei's envoy left the day before, the commander in charge of transporting the cannons had arrived as well. He introduced himself as an officer of the newly created firearms battalion, responsible specifically for managing the kingdom's new artillery. When Xiao Ming heard that name, he couldn't help but feel speechless. His recent battle in Kangju had clearly begun ushering the Great Yu Empire into a new age of gunpowder weapons, and if the emperor had gone as far as forming a new military unit for firearms, then his intentions were obvious. After inspecting the cannons, Xiao Ming followed Chen Qi into the main factory area. The military factory was located in a ring-shaped mountain valley, with 12 workshops spread from south to north. Each workshop focused on a different stage of cannon production, such as refining steel, forming clay and iron molds, casting, cleaning, and polishing. These workshops were spacious, each one about 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. As they walked through the facility, Xiao Ming remarked, "Yesterday, Prince Wei's envoy sent another 3 million taels of silver. Chen Qi, your factory is now the most profitable place in all of Kingzhu." Chen Qi grinned and replied, "Then maybe it's time to expand, Your Highness, build more workshops, and maybe raise the wages for the workers too." Xiao Ming laughed. "You just got promoted to factory supervisor, and now you're already defending your people." Chen Qi smiled sheepishly. "Your Highness, I used to be just a craftsman. I didn't understand the pressure, but now I do. We have over 10,000 workers here, and everyone needs to eat. If we pay them well, they'll work harder. Also, many of them are still slaves. You once said if they performed well, they could earn their freedom and Kingzhu household registration. A year has passed. They're all waiting for you to keep that promise." Xiao Ming nodded. "You're right. As their leader, it's your duty to fight for their rights, and I can't just keep making promises without delivering. Otherwise, people will say I don't keep my word. Fine, give me a list of the best workers. Since I'm here today, I'll make some exceptions and reward them personally." Chen Qi was overjoyed. "Yes, Your Highness, I'll get the list now." As Xiao Ming waited, he chuckled to himself. Clearly, Chen Qi had planned this in advance. Still, it was something Xiao Ming had planned to do anyway. The year was ending, and it was time to review all the year's work, reward the deserving, discipline the lazy. Soon, Chen Qi returned with a roster. It was divided into two parts, one list of slave workers and another for registered Kingzhu citizens. Each list contained 30 names, and each entry clearly stated why that person deserved a reward. One name stood out, Song Changping, a craftsman who led a team that produced more cannons than anyone else, 6 per month. In the factory, workers were organized into teams of 100, each with a team leader. There were about 100 teams total. Most teams could only cast 3 cannons per month. The reason Song Changping's team outperformed others was because he had invented a new method called continuous casting. Instead of making one cannon at a time, his system connected multiple molds together, allowing molten steel to flow into 6 cannon molds at once. This saved time and energy, and also made the cannons more consistent in quality. Seeing this entry made Xiao Ming smile. He had just been thinking of promoting this casting method, but the workers had figured it out themselves. This proved something he believed deeply. Ordinary people have endless wisdom, all they need is proper guidance. His role was to help the people unlock their potential so they could master new skills. "This Song Changping is really clever," Chen Qi added with a grin. "He picks up skills instantly, almost smarter than me, and he's still a slave. I heard his parents work at the shipyard. If Your Highness could let them reunite during the new year, he'd be very grateful." Xiao Ming nodded slowly. What he lacked most now was talented people, and true talent could only be discovered through hands-on work. Chen Qi's energy was limited, and the workload of the military factory would only grow. The cannons alone were already enough to handle. Song Changping seemed like someone worth training, especially for future musket production. Doubling cannon production is a huge accomplishment. "This deserves a reward," Xiao Ming said. "Gather all the workers now." Chen Qi nodded and gave the order. Soon, all the workers assembled in the courtyard. Holding the list in his hands, Xiao Ming walked out and looked at the sea of craftsmen standing before him. A sense of steady pride and satisfaction welled up in his chest. Light blue smoke drifted across the firearms training camp, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Many of the civil officials looked pale and unsteady on their feet. Even the military officers, though sturdier, still showed visible shock. They had never seen such terrifying weaponry. It wasn't just that the cannonball had edged through 3 trees. The thunderous roar alone could throw cavalry into disarray. General Luo Quan had previously only heard about the of cannons from his son Luo Xin, but now he had seen it with his own eyes and felt its force firsthand. Your Majesty, Luo Quan said respectfully, these cannons are fearsome weapons. 100 isn't nearly enough. I believe we should purchase more from Prince Qi to deter any potential threats. Fei Jai nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, General Luo is right. With weapons this irful, the more the better. Having seen the cannons for himself, Emperor Xiao Wengshuan was already making plans. This was a rare chance to widen the military gap between the throne and the other regional princes. He certainly wouldn't let it slip by. Well said, he replied. Once we return, I'll issue an order for Prince Qi to continue supplying Chang'an with cannons. Among the gathered princes, every one of them wore a different expression. They couldn't stop thinking. Prince Qi's army already had so many cannons. If one of them became emperor in the future, how would they deal with him? Then their eyes drifted toward the crown prince, whose face looked utterly defeated. He had the most to worry about. The cannon demonstration went on for a while. After thoroughly experiencing the of these weapons, Emperor Wengshuan was finally satisfied. He frowned as he looked into the ammo box. All 16 cannonballs had already been fired. He clearly remembered, cannonballs weren't cheap. Each one cost 20 taels of silver, which meant that just this short demonstration had cost over 300 taels. While each cannon had cost 8,000 taels, every cannon came with 300 cannonballs, totaling 6,000 taels just for ammo, almost as much as the cannon itself. And that didn't even include the cost of gunpowder. Thinking about the massive financial burden and how similar the cannon was to a fire lance, he suddenly had an idea. What if they imitated the design and made their own? Prince Qi had described the technology as deeply complex and mysterious, but Emperor Wengshuan wanted to see for himself. If the weapon really was difficult to replicate, then the expense was justified. But if it was easy to imitate, then Prince Qi had lied, exaggerating the difficulty and disrespecting the throne. Back at court, the emperor had sensed Xiao Ming's reluctance to hand over the cannon blueprints. The excuse was fear of intellectual theft, so the technology stayed in Kingzhu. But deep down, Emperor Wengshuan still wanted to monopolize cannon technology. Now that all the court officials had witnessed its his goal was clear. Regional princes would be uneasy tonight. Back in the palace, the emperor summoned Feng Deshui and ordered him to secretly bring in Fang Chengyu, the director of the machinery department under the Ministry of Works. So you've seen the cannon for yourself, the emperor asked. For years, only the capital's machinery department had been able to produce fire lances, and all of it was thanks to Fang Chengyu's family, who had passed the knowledge down for generations. His father had been the previous director. Now Fang had inherited the post. Yes, your majesty, Fang said respectfully. The is indeed far beyond that of the fire lance, but inside he was bitter. His family had always been favored for their fire lance designs. Now that cannons were in use, no one cared about fire lances anymore. Even before the cannons had arrived in Chang'an, he had often spoken against them. Now, having seen them in action, he felt not only threatened, but deeply jealous. So, can the machinery department imitate them? The emperor asked calmly. Fang's eyes lit up. This was his chance to restore the Fang family's pride. Your Majesty, he said confidently, the cannon and fire lance are 70-80 alike. The main differences are size and thickness. If we just make the fire lance longer and stronger and increase the amount of gunpowder, it might even match the cannon's Is that so? The emperor's interest was piqued. Very well, go back immediately and begin working on a replica. I'll have the firearms camp send you a sample cannon for study. Research it thoroughly. Yes, your majesty, Fang said, thrilled. After being dismissed, Fang left the palace and made his way to the machinery department. Just then, a carriage stopped beside him. Director Fang, the crown prince requests your presence, said an elderly man inside the carriage. It was Zhao Hengyang, chief chamberlain of the Eastern Palace. In the Great Yu Empire, the Eastern Palace was the residence of the crown prince. It operated like a mini-court with its own officials and inner staff. Zhao Hengyang oversaw all Eastern Palace affairs. Fang glanced around cautiously. Seeing no one nearby, he got into the carriage. They circled a few blocks before stopping at Red Sleeve Pavilion, a well-known brothel in Chang'an. Please, the crown prince and the prince's heir are upstairs, waiting for you, Zhao Hengyang said with a smile. Fang was familiar with the place. He made his way upstairs and knocked on a private room door. Inside, he was greeted by the sound of gasping and the sight of naked bodies on a bed. Fang Chengyu greets the crown prince. Long live your highness. From the bed, the crown prince casually replied while playing with 3 nude women. No need for formalities. Greetings to the prince's heir as well, Fang added, bowing toward Zhao Yuanliang, who was sipping tea calmly at a nearby table. Zhao Yuanliang, having grown used to his father's debauchery, got straight to the point. Director Fang, please sit. Recently, the craftsmen in Zhao Prefecture successfully built a cannon. That's all thanks to you. Without the detailed instructions you provided, they never would have managed to reverse engineer the fire lance. Prince Yunliang is too kind, Fang replied. It's an honor to serve Prince Xiao in any way I can. Then, unable to help himself, Fang glanced at the scene on the bed, his mouth dry and heart racing. The soft, seductive sounds of singing echoed throughout the room. Zhao Yunling noticed the expression on Fang Chengyu's face and smiled faintly. To him, everyone had a weakness. Fang Chengyu was no different. Though he always put on a righteous front in public, Zhao Yunling knew this man lusted after beauty more than life itself. He clapped his hands, and 3 stunning women slowly walked in from the inner room. They were exquisitely dressed, alluring, with sultry eyes and graceful poise. Director Fang Zhao said, smiling, "These 3 are hand-picked performers raised by my father. Since childhood, they've lived in luxury, trained in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. They bathe daily in flower-scented water and smell sweet even without makeup. Even the noble ladies of Chang'an can't compare to them." At this point, Fang Chengyu wasn't hearing a word. His eyes were glued to the 3 women, unable to look away. Zhao's smile deepened. He stepped in front of the first woman dressed in white. With a gentle tug, her silk robe slid to the floor like water, revealing a slender, fair-skinned body. Then he did the same with the second, in red, then the third in yellow. All 3 now stood completely bare, and Fang Chengyu's eyes widened. He swallowed hard. Director Fang Zhao said, "All 3 are still virgins. What do you think are they to your liking, Prince Yunliang? Are you saying?" Fang's voice trembled with anticipation. "My father values you greatly," Zhao replied. "He instructed me to gift you these 3 as your personal maidservants. I trust you're pleased, very pleased," Fang replied, eyes shining. But he also knew such gifts came with expectations. So he asked, "What would you have me do, Your Highness?" At that, Zhao Yunliang's expression turned dark. "Why did the Emperor summon you to the palace as the director of the Chang'an Machinery Department?" Fang's status was low, hardly worthy of an imperial audience. Normally, the emperor wouldn't even give him a glance, let alone a summons. So the fact that Emperor Wangxuan had called for him right after witnessing the cannon test made it obvious why. Fang gave the 3 naked women another greedy glance and answered, "His Majesty summoned me to discuss replicating the cannon." Replicating Zhao sounded disappointed. He had hoped the emperor had secretly obtained the blueprint. "Yes, the emperor has ordered the firearms camp to deliver a sample cannon to us for study," Fang said. Zhao narrowed his eyes. "And how confident are you in replicating it?" Fang's chest swelled with pride. The emperor, the crown prince, and now Prince Zhao's heir, all because of the cannon, he felt like a man of great importance. "Your Highness," he boasted, "the cannon is really no different from the fire lance. With some adjustments to size and dare, I believe we can replicate it within a month." A bit exaggerated, isn't it? Zhao's expression shifted. After their trip to Kingzhu, Zhao had already tried replicating the cannon, but their prototypes were a disaster. Full of air bubbles, misfires, and dangerous backfires, dozens of soldiers had died just testing them. Their range and were pitiful compared to Kingzhu's weapons. Worse yet, the production cost was nearly 8,000 to 9,000 taels per cannon, even though the quality was far worse. But Fang, completely under the spell of lust and went on. "Our Fang family has studied fire lances for generations. We're not like ordinary craftsmen. Just give us 1 month." Zhao Yunliang, like his father, was getting desperate. They had offended Xiao Ming before and feared he might raise prices again. If they could reproduce the technology, they were willing to pay any price. "Then make sure you don't forget who helped you when the cannon succeeds," Zhao warned. "Never." "I'd never forget, Your Highness," Fang promised. Zhao signaled to the 3 women. One of them cooed sweetly and pulled Fang toward the inner room. The crown prince, having just finished his indulgences, got off the bed and lazily said, "It's a pity Uncle only gave him the beauties. Why not give me a few too?" Zhao Yunliang frowned. "Your Highness, the entire empire will be yours someday. Why argue over a few women? You're starting to sound like my mother." The crown prince sat down and drank water. Then his face twisted with anger. "That damn Xiao Ming, if it weren't for his cannons, I wouldn't have been so humiliated. And my mother, what is she thinking? Telling me to win him over he has nothing but cannons. Does he even deserve it?" He still remembered how he wet himself when the cannon fired. Now all his fury had landed squarely on Xiao Ming. Zhao Yunliang's brows furrowed deeper. Before, the crown prince's position was shaky. Even Empress Xiao had tried every trick to secure his future. But ever since Prince Xiao returned to the capital and Emperor Wangxuan indirectly promised not to depose him, the crown prince had grown arrogant, no longer seeing Xiao Ming as a threat. He never imagined that Xiao Ming, once dismissed as useless, would rise to such heights. Now the situation was reversed. It wasn't about winning over Xiao Ming anymore. He didn't even care about the succession struggle. Xiao Ming is not the same anymore. It's best not to provoke him. "When you become emperor, then you can deal with him however you like," Zhao advised. At the mention of becoming emperor, the crown prince suddenly exploded. He swept the tea set off the table and shouted, "Emperor, emperor, when will I ever become emperor? I'm already in my 30s. Do I have to wait until I'm 60? How can I ascend the throne while my father still lives?" Zhao Yunliang was horrified. He rushed forward and clamped his hand over the crown prince's mouth. "Careful, your highness. If the emperor hears that, you'll lose even the crown prince's title." The crown prince broke down crying. "Is there another prince my age still waiting? Do you know what the ministers call me? The elderly crown prince. That's what they say." Zhao Yunliang fell silent. It was true he was far too old for a crown prince, but truthfully, Zhao Yunliang wasn't hoping for the crown prince to take the throne. To him, the crown prince was still a member of the Xiao royal family. This empire, it was time for Zhao to rule. Chang'an's machinery department. Early in the morning, the firearms camp delivered a cannon from Kingzhu. Fang Chengyu circled around the cannon, taking precise measurements of its length, thickness, and barrel design. His body still felt a bit weak, a lingering side effect of last night's indulgence. He recorded each dimension with utmost care. Just yesterday, Prince Zhao's heir Zhao Yunliang had promised him that if he succeeded in replicating the cannon and handed over the production method, he would receive 100,000 taels of silver. With that kind of reward, money and women alike, Fang was even more motivated. After detailed measurement, he told the craftsmen, "Start heating the wax." At his command, the workers lit the fires and began melting wax from the storerooms. Fang Chengyu planned to use the lost wax casting method to replicate Kingzhu's cannon. This technique involves suspending the cannon in a pool, then pouring molten wax over it to create a mold. Once the wax solidified, the layers would be cut and reassembled to form a full-size model. Then, clay would be packed around it, and the wax melted out, leaving behind a perfect cannon mold. 7 days later, Fang had a complete clay mold. "Director, the iron used in Kingzhu's cannon seems much higher quality than ours," one of the craftsmen commented before casting. Fang already knew from Zhao Yunliang that the last few replicas had exploded during test firing, so he concluded that iron wouldn't work. He also knew from his family's experience making fire lances that copper was far safer than iron. "Use copper, no iron," he commanded. "Copper, but sir, for something this heavy, we'll need a lot of it." The craftsman hesitated. Fang knew that a copper cannon would cost over 10 times more than Kingzhu's iron version. But right now, the goal was to succeed, no matter the cost. So he insisted. "I said use copper." The workers obeyed, gathering all the copper they could find in the machinery department and casting the cannon. 15 days later, a bronze cannon, matching Kingzhu's in size and shape, stood ready. Emperor Xiao Wengshuan was thrilled. He immediately ordered the cannon transported to the firearms camp for a test. Several key officials arrived to witness it. "That cannon's entirely bronze, look at the color." Feijai practically ground his teeth as he said this. Such extravagance, all that bronze, how much silver had they just melted? Even Xiao Wengshuan's initial excitement faded as he laid eyes on the golden-hued cannon. "So this is what the machinery department came up with. It certainly looks impressive." The crown prince laughed. In his eyes it looked flawless. Zhao Yunliang's eyes sparkled. He was impressed that Fang had actually pulled it off. Using bronze hadn't crossed his mind, but now, looking at the cost, he couldn't help but feel it wasn't worth it. He would rather buy Kingzhu's cheaper iron cannons. "Begin the test." Xiao Wengshuan said coldly. If this cannon didn't match Kingzhu's in he might just kill Fang Chengyu himself. At the order, the artillery crew loaded the dare and cannonball. The cannon fired, the ball flew forward into the woods and dead against a tree, falling to the ground. The crowd of officials burst into laughter. The was nowhere close to Kingzhu's cannons. Xiao Wengshuan's face turned stone-cold. Even the crown prince and Zhao Yunliang were confused. The shape was perfect. Why was the so weak? Fang Chengyu stood frozen, speechless. "Well," Fang Chengyu, an official, said mockingly, "this is what you call a success. It's 10 times more expensive and a tenth as full. What use does the court have for this?" Sweating profusely, Fang stammered, No, that shouldn't have happened. It's just like the Kingzhu model. Why is the so low? You're asking me?" Xiao Wengshuan roared. "Who am I supposed to ask?" The emperor's hope of copying Kingzhu's cannons was fading fast. Fang quickly offered, "Maybe it's because iron cannons are more than bronze. Please let me try again with iron this time." Xiao Wengshuan, though furious, wasn't ready to give up. "One last chance. If you fail again, drop the matter." Fang nodded eagerly and slunk back to the machinery department. The crown prince and Zhao Yunliang exchanged looks, disappointed. Over the next month, Fang switched to iron, but the same problems Zhao Yunliang had faced appeared. After just a dozen test shots, each iron cannon exploded, causing the deaths of dozens of skilled craftsmen. And the cannon's range and still didn't match Kingzhu's. Why? After another explosion, Fang stared at the Kingzhu cannon in despair. No matter how much he adjusted the process, he just couldn't match its In one night, Fang aged 10 years. "Director, His Majesty sent word through Minister Feng," a craftsman said timidly. "Stop wasting silver. The Emperor has called off the project." At that moment, Fang was completely crushed. He had lost the Emperor's favor. His career was over. Zhao Yunliang would abandon him too. He no longer had any value. Why, he muttered like a madman. Why can't it match Kingzhu's cannon? even though it looks exactly the same. News of the machinery department's failed imitations spread like wildfire among the court. Everyone who had hoped to copy Kingzhu's cannons was now disappointed. This meant only one thing: they had no choice but to buy cannons from Xiao Ming. At the same time, word of this reached Kingzhu. Xiao Ming had already been informed by his artillery officers that Chang'an had tested a bronze cannon. "Your Highness," Pang Yukan asked curiously, "they say this bronze cannon was nearly identical to ours. Why was its so much weaker?" Xiao Ming actually broke into a cold sweat when he heard the news. The truth was, the bronze cannon from Chang'an was a qualified cannon. In the early days of gunpowder warfare, bronze cannons and bronzalloy cannons were the mainstream, until better quality iron and steel became more widely available. The reason the was so low wasn't because of the cannon. It was because of the gunpowder. The artillery crew that went to Chang'an to assist had reported back. Fang Chengyu had used locally made gunpowder, not Kingzhu's formula. It was the gunpowder. A few days ago, snow had begun falling in Kingzhu, covering the land in a thick, unbroken white blanket. It was now the season for admiring the snow. In his free time, Xiao Ming often sat in the tower of the prince's residence, quietly working on writing educational materials. "Gunpowder, so that means there was nothing wrong with Chang'an's bronze cannon?" Pang Yukan asked with concern. "It was both fine and not fine," Xiao Ming replied calmly. From the moment he introduced cannons, he had anticipated others would try to copy them. And since the machinery department in Chang'an was capable of producing fire lances, very similar to cannons in design, it showed they already had a mold-based production method. So replicating a cannon using that technique wasn't hard. In fact, in real history, the Ming Dynasty rapidly copied European firearms like the phalange and red-coated cannon. Imitation was inevitable. That's why Xiao Ming had released an export version of the cannon. He sold it while deliberately hiding its full capabilities, misleading others into thinking this was what Kingzhu's cannons were truly like. He wasn't worried. His own cannons used high-quality steel, with performance far beyond any bronze replica of this era. Plus, they were cheap and easy to mass-produce. No matter how hard Chang'an tried, they could never replicate that. So even if the bronze cannon matched his in performance, it didn't matter. The price alone would crush it. If Emperor Wengxuan preferred expensive bronze cannons, Xiao Ming wouldn't stop him. Pang Yukan was still confused. Then what's the problem if the cannon itself works? Because even if it looks the same, the range and are still only about half of ours, Xiao Ming explained. And the bronze cannon is so expensive, you could buy 5 or 6 of ours for the same price. What do you think they'll choose? As long as your highness is willing to sell, they'll always choose the cheaper option. Pang nodded. Xiao Ming agreed. Exactly. Everyone likes things that are cheap and good. But here's the thing, during the bronze cannon test, they used Chang'an's own gunpowder. The formula was wrong, which weakened the shot. That's why the test failed. So we got lucky. Pang chuckled, although a little helpless. After all, imitation wasn't something to celebrate. Kingzhu's patent laws only applied within its territory. They had no outside. Pang's real concern wasn't imitation itself, but how it might hurt cannon sales. Once firepower spread, barbarians and other regional princes would also have cannons. "Let's hope it holds," Pang sighed. "We'll be fine," Xiao Ming replied confidently, "because our cannons are sold with our gunpowder. Sure, the cannon could be copied, but the gunpowder formula couldn't be guessed by eye. Plus, we also have granular dare." The of his cannon relied on 3 things: the cannon itself, the gunpowder, and the cannonball. Chang'an had only cracked one. Without the other 2, their imitation would never be as effective. Not to mention the cannonballs, Xiao Ming added. They may look simple, but they're not. Only cannonballs of the correct size and shape could ensure that the explosion pressure was efficiently used to launch the ball. Otherwise, the cannon would be like a leaky bellows, all puff and no punch. So the bronze cannon's weak performance was likely due to both faulty dare and mismatched cannonballs. The whole farce in Chang'an made Xiao Ming feel both amused and relieved. But it also showed one thing clearly: the emperor wanted the cannon-making method. He was simply holding back, trying to preserve the court's monopoly through the Imperial Guard. Xiao Ming broke into a cold sweat just thinking about it. Low-tech products really were easier to copy. He knew he needed to start upgrading soon, so even if others wanted to copy him, they'd fail. Setting that aside, Xiao Ming and Pang Yukan began discussing the upcoming new year. The holiday was only about 10 days away. Pang suggested sending out year-end gifts to the officials of the 6 prefectures to show the prince's care and strengthen relations. It was the ancient equivalent of modern-day year-end bonuses. Xiao Ming agreed. After all, the officials had worked hard all year. They deserved a good new year, but what to give meat was too expensive. Agriculture had only just recovered. There wasn't enough livestock. Grain was uninspiring. As they pondered, Xiao Ming suddenly thought of the textile workshops. He had invested heavily in them. Now they were overproducing winter coats and the warehouse was overflowing. He He'd been planning to sell them via merchant guilds, but now this was the perfect chance. Winter coats. Pang stared, dumbfounded. Xiao Ming nodded. It'll help support the textile industry too. It was like how modern governments would use public procurement to help struggling industries. If he was going to spend money anyway, he might as well spend it on his own businesses. And not just coats, he added. Soap, perfume, wine, we should include those too. His eyes lit up. Pang Yukon burst out laughing. Brilliant, Your Highness. We get to give New Year gifts, help merchants earn money, and even funnel some of it back into the treasury. Amazing. Haha, not that amazing. Xiao Ming smiled modestly. Only 10 days to go. He could finally breathe a little. Last year had been rough. This year he was determined to celebrate properly. Just as they were chatting, Lu Tong came up to the tower and reported, Your Highness, the fireworks have arrived. They've been delivered to the residence. Fireworks. Pang smiled. Ever since I came to Kingzhu, I haven't seen fireworks in 5 or 6 years. Looks like I'll finally get to see them again. Xiao Ming was also excited. The fireworks he ordered were nothing like the ones used in Great Yu. Normally, they only showed the natural color of burning gunpowder. But Xiao Ming's fireworks contained metal dares, so when they exploded, they would display vibrant, multicolored patterns. They were going to be absolutely spectacular. Outside the tower, the snow was falling harder. Footprints and wagon tracks on the roads disappeared quickly beneath the thick white layer. A cold wind swept through, and Xiao Ming pulled his tiger-skin cloak tighter around himself. This cloak had once been Lu Fei's family treasure, but after losing a bet, Lu Fei handed it over to Xiao Ming. To be fair, Xiao Ming had given him some silver in return, enough to keep Lu Fei happy for a while. After all, the man had been planning to sell it anyway. Your Highness, with snow like this, I fear the barbarians will have another rough year, Pang Yukon said, looking out at the snow-covered city of Kingzhu, concern written on his face. Earlier, a comment from Luluo had reminded Xiao Ming of the Little Ice Age, and now with each winter growing colder, he was more certain of it. Wang Xuan sent word, just like last year, a lot of the barbarians' cattle and sheep have frozen to death. Last winter, when we needed animal fat for soap, I had the Wang family trade food for the dead livestock. But now that the Wang clan is gone, the barbarians are in trouble. Absolutely, said Lu Tong, who had once lived as a slave among the barbarians. Those frozen animals will last them through the winter, but once spring comes, they'll be starving. I've seen it before. Whenever their food runs out, they raid the Great Yu Empire. Lu Tong had been bought by Liang Dahai during one such winter, when livestock froze and tribes were desperate. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming said, the Wang family may be gone, but trade with the steppe must continue. This is our chance to bring back more slaves. The fewer slave soldiers the barbarians have, the more laborers we'll have in Kingzhu. Pang Yukon nodded. Your Highness, the population issue is serious. This latest household audit gave us a scare. Last year, Pang had given Xiao Ming an estimate based on old Kingzhu census data. But after the new year, Xiao Ming had ordered a full resurvey, and the real number was only about 600,000 households. Pang's earlier numbers had been based on outdated records. After Yuzhu was lost and the barbarian invasions began, many civilians had been slaughtered or fled the region. Only now did Xiao Ming understand why no one had objected when the emperor granted him the chief fief. On paper, it was supposed to be home to over 1 million households, but clearly the officials had known all along. The land was nearly empty. When Pang first handed him the updated numbers, Xiao Ming had nearly lost it. 600,000 households meant between 1.2 and 2.5 million people total, nowhere near enough for a vibrant territory. Now it all made sense, why Kingzhu, and all the other areas he visited, felt so desolate. That's why Xiao Ming had launched his resettlement policy, actively inviting wandering refugees to settle in his domain. Sure, some were unruly, but he couldn't afford to be picky. Population loss on this scale was more dangerous than a barbarian army. No labor force meant no industry. And so Xiao Ming didn't mind trading with the barbarians, so long as it helped him grow stronger. Besides, the new Kangju city wall was nearly finished. Once complete, it would become an impregnable fortress. The only real risk was if the barbarians bypassed it and attacked Jizhu instead. If Jizhu fell, his fiefdom's entire flank would be exposed, and no infantry could survive a cavalry onslaught. Even if he had musket units by then, if they broke under pressure, it would lead to a total massacre and a rout. But Jizhu was currently Prince Kang's territory. Xiao Ming had no authority there. He could only hope Kang wouldn't turn out to be an incompetent ally. Send Liang Dahai and Li Kaiyuan back to the steppe. Trade grain for slaves. The thought made Xiao Ming even more certain of his plan. Food for slave trade would stabilize the barbarians for a few years, delaying any larger-scale invasions. Also weaken them long-term by continuously draining their supply of manpower. Food gets eaten and disappears, but once you lose slaves, you can't replace them quickly. Pang nodded. I'll have Li Kaiyuan and Liang Dahai prepare the caravans right away. As they stepped downstairs, they saw Lu Tong arriving with crates of fireworks. "Your Highness, we're still using bamboo tubes filled with gunpowder, copper, and iron dare. I tested them. They burst into beautiful colors." Lu Tong beamed. He'd never seen such pretty fireworks before. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded. Each bamboo tube had a small hole drilled into it with a fuse. Once lit, it would shoot fire and colored sparks from the end. Of course, these were not like modern aerial fireworks. They didn't launch into the sky and explode overhead. That would require knowledge of bursting shells and trajectory dynamics. But still, these ground-based fireworks were more than enough for personal entertainment, especially in a world like Great Yu, where fun was hard to come by. This new year, he was going to enjoy himself properly. Xiao Ming had the fireworks sent to the main hall. Then Lu Tong and Pang Yukun took their leave. During New Year, all but the essential officials got a 7-day break, part of Great Yu civil service rules. After they left, Ziyuan and Luluo approached. "Your Highness, what should we do with all the winter coats from the textile workshop? It's already New Year-s and we've got stacks of unsold coats. This might be our worst business loss yet." "Don't worry," Xiao Ming grinned. "I've already taken care of it. This time of year always put him in a relaxed mood, probably a leftover habit from his modern life." "Taken care of how?" Ziyuan asked, puzzled. Xiao Ming gazed at the swirling snow and smiled. "Let me have a bite of your lipstick and I'll tell you." Both girls instantly blushed. In the Great Yu Empire, there was no word for kiss. Instead, they used phrases like "taste your rouge," a poetic way to say the same thing. The royal residence was wrapped in a blanket of snow, looking more beautiful than ever. Ziyuan, bold by nature, and knowing her days as a personal maid were numbered now that Xiao Ming's marriage was approaching, joined in the fun without restraint. Soon, she and Luluo would both officially become part of Prince Chi's household. With a grin, Ziyuan scooped up a handful of snow and tossed it at Xiao Ming, teasing, "If your Highness wants that kiss, you'll have to catch me first." Before he could stand, a snowball smacked him right in the chest. He looked up and saw Luluo still in the act of throwing. "You two are dead," Xiao Ming shouted playfully and lunged after them. With shrieks and laughter, the two maids ran through the snowy courtyard, lobbing snowballs back at him as they fled. "You're not getting away that easy," he called, scooping up more snow. As the three of them laughed and played, the mood of the entire residence felt light and carefree. Just then Zhang Liang arrived, led in by a servant. Seeing the prince tangled up in a snowball fight, he cleared his throat awkwardly. With an outsider present, Ziyuan and Luluo immediately stopped playing and stepped back, adjusting their manners. Xiao Ming turned around and, spotting Zhang Liang, already guessed his purpose. The galleon ships are done indeed. Since his last visit to the shipyard, Xiao Ming had instructed Zhang Liang to accelerate construction. Back then, Zhang had said it would be tough to finish even one ship before year's end. "Yes, Your Highness," Zhang said with pride. "They're all finished. All 3 galleons are ready to set sail." Xiao Ming's heart leapt. It was already the late 1690s, and once the new year passed, they would be stepping into the 18th century. This was the golden age of maritime exploration, the era of the great voyages. In his previous life, his homeland had missed out on this age of discovery, but now that he had a second chance in this world, he wasn't about to let that happen again. The seas held infinite riches, and he refused to let the Western Ers have them all to themselves. "Take me to see them," he ordered. Despite the heavy snow, Xiao Ming couldn't hold back his excitement. He mounted his horse with Zhang Liang and rode straight to the shipyard by the Xiao Qing River. They weren't the first to arrive. Waiting there were Yue Yun and the sailors who would soon be venturing across the seas aboard these grand vessels. "Your Highness, can we sail after the new year?" Yue Yun asked eagerly. Snow had piled thick on the shoulders of the crew, but their enthusiasm kept them warm. Xiao Ming boarded the ship, looked around, and answered, "Not yet. We still need to install the cannons." Though the sails were already mounted, the ships were still dry-docked along the riverbank, waiting for their armament. Xiao Ming knew the dangers of the open ocean. He had no illusions. The Ottomans already possessed cannons, and the West might be no less advanced. This world's history had taken a different turn. In the north, a Gothic steppe empire had risen in place of the Mongols and had launched its own invasion of Europe, 50 years earlier than in his original world. While the West's progress might differ, Xiao Ming believed that divergent development paths alone could explain the growing divide between the East and the rising Western Ers. But all that aside, he wasn't about to take chances. That's why he insisted the ships carry naval cannons. If Yue Yun ran into Western warships or pirates, they'd at least have a way to fight back. These galleons and their weaponry, he was confident, would be no less ireful than any European ship of the era. "We still have to wait." Yue Yun looked visibly disappointed. Xiao Ming's expression turned serious. "Fix your attitude. This is a long-range expedition, and I'll be assigning you a very important mission. This isn't a game. One mistake and you might never return." Hearing this, Yue Yun sobered up. He tightened his grip on the helm and asked, "Your Highness, what's the mission?" "Three things," Xiao Ming said. "First, bring back new crops like potatoes, chilies, corn, and sweet potatoes. Second, assess the West's level of civilization. Third, chart sea routes and draw maps for the Kingzhu Navy." These weren't new ideas. Yue Yun had heard them during his studies at Bowen Academy, where the crew had been receiving training in navigation. Roles had been assigned for each sailor. Gunners trained under Luo Xin in cannon fire, others trained in hand-to-hand combat with Niu Ben. Even though ships could now exchange fire from afar, solid cannonballs rarely sank ships outright. Most battles still came down to boarding and melee combat, so physical strength still mattered. Xiao Ming had also assigned translators and navigators to the ships, essential if they encountered Western colonies. The translators would be key to communication and gathering intelligence. Yue Yun nodded. He had expected the voyage to be important, but he didn't know it would carry such weight. After the briefing, Xiao Ming followed Zhang Lang to inspect each ship. By the standards of sailing warships, these were fifth-rate galleons. First-rate warships were massive, with 3-gun decks, over 100 cannons, and crews of 900 or more. Second-rates were slightly smaller but still irful. Third-rates, known as the mainstays of naval warfare, had 64 to 80 guns. Fourth-rates carried 50 or so. But fifth-rate ships like Xiao Ming's were usually used for long-range raids or commercial patrols, not frontline battle, and that was exactly the point. Xiao Ming had no intention of starting a naval war. Facing the dominant Western navies, his galleons wouldn't stand a chance in open combat. Their purpose was clear: to scout, explore, and bring back valuable crops. Once he confirmed the ships were seaworthy, Xiao Ming returned home, planning to have Chen Qi install the cannons. The military workshops were working hard, but 150 naval guns was a tall order. Production wasn't complete yet. The voyage couldn't happen until after the new year. So, turning to Yue Yun, Xiao Ming said with a firm but reassuring tone, "Just relax and enjoy the new year. There will be plenty of time for sailing after that." 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. After the successful launch of the galleon ships, another joyful occasion arrived, the Lunar New Year. As if unwilling to disturb the festive spirit in Kingzhu, the heavy snow that had lasted over 10 days finally stopped on New Year's Eve. At the entrance of the royal residence, Qian Dafu, the head steward, stood with hands on his hips, barking orders. "Yes, yes, hang the lanterns higher. You brats, I've only been away a few months, and already you're ignoring me. Don't forget, I'm still the chief steward of this palace." With the roads blocked by snow, Qian Dafu had returned to Kingzhu. After a year of hard work, he wanted nothing more than to spend New Year's at home, and this royal palace was his home. Ziyuan stood beside him respectfully. Now that the real steward was back, she'd naturally step aside. She was well aware that her standing in Prince Chi's heart couldn't compare to Qian Dafu's. Still, since he had always treated her and Luluo well, she admired and respected him from the bottom of her heart. As soon as he returned, she took on the role of his assistant. On New Year's Eve, Xiao Ming slept in, reluctant to leave the warmth of his quarters. The temperature outside had plunged to nearly -15 degrees Celsius. Curled up beside the brazier, he had no interest in going outside. He couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. After today, they would officially step into the 18th century. In this world, the Great Yu Empire, like many ancient dynasties in history, was plagued by arrogance, self-absorption, and a near-total rejection of science. If his guess was correct, by now most of the world, especially beyond East Asia, was likely colonized by Western Urs. Yet the Great Yu Empire was still caught in internal strife and backwardness, not unlike the late Ming Dynasty. If the barbarians managed to invade, the next regime might be even worse, like the corrupt Qing Dynasty from his past life. Frowning, Xiao Ming felt a growing sense of helplessness. He was perhaps the only person who truly understood the global situation from a historical perspective. Everyone else was still lost in their fantasy of being a heavenly kingdom above all others. Just then, Qian Dafu's voice called from outside. "Your Highness, the skies cleared up. Why not come out and get some fresh air?" Xiao Ming mumbled. "It's too cold. I don't feel like going out." "That won't do, Your Highness. There's singing and dancing tonight. You're really not going to watch?" Qian Dafu knew exactly how to bait him. Sure enough, Xiao Ming perked up. "Well, that's worth seeing. Have Ziyuan and Luluo finished getting ready? I'm waiting to see them dance." "They went to prepare right after the lanterns were hung," Qian said. "But Your Highness, beyond the performances, perhaps you'll consider other festivities tonight as well. After all, General Niu Ben and Chief Advisor Pang will be here to celebrate." Since both Pang Yukun and Luo Xin were from the capital, Xiao Ming had invited them to stay at the palace for the new year. Naturally, that meant inviting a few others as well, the more the merrier. Many of them were especially eager to see the New Year's fireworks. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Ming said, "There will be more than just dancing tonight. I have a little surprise planned." Oh, Qian Dafu's eyes lit up. "Another show?" Xiao Ming just chuckled. "You'll see tonight. Let's keep it a surprise." Aside from Ziyuan and Luluo's performance, Xiao Ming had also arranged for the palace's singers and dancers to perform theatrical plays. In his eyes, this was the beginning of a cultural revival, a renaissance for Great Yu. They might be lagging behind, but they could catch up. Theater was a perfect start, as it could deliver rich messages to the public in a way that was easy to spread. Just then, Xiao Ming recalled something. By the way, Kayan Dafu, have you heard of blue porcelain? You mean porcelain with blue glaze. Your Highness Kayan moved closer to the brazier, enjoying the warmth. Xiao Ming nodded. Exactly. We have some in the palace. That blue glaze is called peacock blue. But why do you ask? I'm not asking about the porcelain itself, Xiao Ming explained. I want to know where the clay used to make that blue glaze comes from. At this point, Kayan Dafu's ongoing search for tungsten ore still hadn't produced results, but Xiao Ming couldn't just sit around waiting. After all, tungsten carbide tools didn't rely solely on tungsten. Cobalt was just as essential. During the sintering process, cobalt acts as a binder that fuses the tungsten particles together. Without cobalt, it's almost impossible to make tungsten carbide tools, and cobalt was relatively easier to find, especially since it was used in blue glazes for porcelain. I recall hearing about it back when I worked in the palace, Kayan said. That kind of clay comes from Jingdezhen. Xiao Ming nodded just as he expected. Then after the new year, go to Li Kaiyuan and have him purchase some of that clay from Jingdezhen. Once you find tungsten ore, bring both materials back to me. Kayan Dafu bowed. Yes, Your Highness. He didn't ask why. To him, Xiao Ming's orders were enough, no questions necessary. That was one thing Xiao Ming liked most about Kayan Dafu. He just did the job. As Kayan walked away to continue managing the festivities, Xiao Ming sighed. Tungsten, when will I ever find you? He had already asked Chen Qi to forge some high-carbon steel tools. But during testing, whether drilling or cutting, the tools quickly dulled or deformed. Sometimes they didn't even survive a single job. Despite advances in Kingzhu steel production, their tools still couldn't meet modern standards. Once they had access to tungsten and cobalt, however, the problem would be solved. Those two elements could produce tools far more durable than high-carbon steel. That evening, the guests began to arrive. Niu Ben, Lu Fei, and the others trickled into the palace, filling it with warmth and energy. As the sun set, red lanterns lit up the royal residence, illuminating the snowy courtyards in a soft, festive glow. The whole palace had been transformed into a vibrant, joyful wonderland. Xiao Ming made his way from the inner chambers to the main hall, where 3 rows of low tables had been set up on either side. His guests were waiting at the door. As he entered, they bowed respectfully and greeted him. Come in, everyone. It's cold outside, he said with a smile. Inside, braziers had been placed throughout the hall, filling it with cozy heat. The New Year celebration was about to begin. The night grew darker. Inside the main hall of the palace, Xiao Ming invited everyone to take their seats. On his right sat General Niu Ben, followed by Lu Fei, Luo Xin, and the other military officers. On his left were the civil officials, starting with Pang Yukun, then Zhan Xingcheng, Chen Wenlong, and others. Altogether, over 100 officials were gathered. Sitting at the head of the table, Xiao Ming looked at his loyal team. The restless feelings he had earlier in the day began to fade. Yes, it had only been 1 year since he arrived in this world, and already he had achieved so much. With more time, why couldn't he lead the age of exploration himself? He stood and addressed the crowd. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and it brings me great joy to welcome all of you to the palace. Without you, this place would feel lonely. Lu Fei raised his hand with a grin. Your Highness, it's our honor to be invited to celebrate the new year with you. Li Kaiyuan chimed in cheerfully. He's right. To celebrate with Your Highness on New Year's Eve, that must mean my ancestors are smiling down on me. Laughter filled the room. Pang Yukun asked, Your Highness, I heard there are music and performances tonight. Is that true? Xiao Ming smiled. Yes, but first, let's eat. After dinner, we'll light fireworks and then enjoy the performances. Cheers broke out across the hall. Tonight was going to be a grand night. Soon, the servants arrived, carrying in delicious dishes. Every official had their own table loaded with fine food. All of it had been carefully prepared under Xiao Ming's instructions, many dishes inspired by modern flavors. The sight of the food made everyone's eyes light up. One of the reasons they loved coming to the palace was for the food. Xiao Ming was used to it by now, but to them, these dishes were a rare treat. He did, however, regret that many ingredients common in modern times were missing. No chili peppers, no white sugar. This was exactly why he had tasked Yue Yun with bringing back important crops on his voyage. He also made a mental note to start organizing agricultural reform after the new year. Currently, Kingzhu's crops were very limited, mostly rice and cotton. To support industrial development, he needed raw materials, like sugarcane, which could be used to produce white sugar and, in turn, many processed foods, including military rations for soldiers on long expeditions. Your Highness, this cooking oil is amazing, said Chen Qi in between bites. Xiao Ming chuckled. Of course it is. You made it right here in the palace kitchen. Pang Yukun's eyes lit up. Your Highness, I think the delicious flavor of tonight's food owes a lot to that oil. Perhaps we should teach this method to the chefs at Wei Family Restaurant. That way, visiting merchants will love dining there, and the income could help the treasury. Wei Family Restaurant had once belonged to the Wei family, but Xiao Ming had taken it over through the local government. It also allowed his secret agents to better monitor important guests. As Pang spoke, a new idea formed in Xiao Ming's mind. In modern times, a sign of a thriving economy was a good hotel and restaurant scene. Now that Kingzhu saw a constant stream of merchants, this could be a profitable new business. You're right, Xiao Ming said excitedly. After the holiday, I'll summon the chefs from Wei's restaurant and have them learn from our palace cooks. We'll even supply them with our oil. With dishes like this, merchants will never want to leave Kingzhu. I'm sold, said Niu Ben, raising his cup. If that happens, I'll eat at Wei's every day. Same here, said Lu Fei, already munching on a chicken leg. After tasting this food, everything else just tastes like wax. As the mood lifted, Zhan Xingcheng asked curiously, Your Highness, these dishes taste completely different from what we usually eat. Are they boiled? Nope. These are stir-fried. Stir-fried what's that? Murmurs filled the room. Even though these officials lived comfortably, most of them had only recently begun to eat well. Before, food was usually boiled or roasted, and that was it. The tools needed for stir-frying, woks and stoves, were still rare and expensive. Recently, Xiao Ming had focused on military industries and shipbuilding. His work on improving everyday life had only just begun. So he called for a servant to bring a wok and stove into the main hall, along with oil, salt, and eggs. This, he announced, is a wok. You need one of these to stir-fry food. Xiao Ming walked over to the stove. The wok was already heated over coal fire. Everyone stopped eating and crowded around. Chen Qi squinted at the pot. I've never seen one of these before. Did your Highness invent it, of course, said Kaiyan Dafu proudly. And how do you stir-fry? Pang Yukun was watching closely, already planning to ask Xiao Ming for his own wok after the holidays. New Year's was a time for fun, and Xiao Ming was in a playful mood. I'll show you. Let's make a simple fried egg. He poured oil into the hot wok. The oil heated quickly. Then he added a pinch of salt, cracked an egg, and dropped it into the pan. Sizzle, the egg danced in the hot oil. A few drops splashed and hit Lu Fei's face, making him yelp and jump back. Everyone else leaned in, witty-eyed and fascinated. In no time, Xiao Ming scooped up the perfectly fried egg and looked at the crowd. So who wants to try it first? The golden fried egg gave off a rich, mouth-watering aroma that wafted through the main hall. Everyone, from Pang Yukun to the other officials, let out a unified sigh of amazement. While the saying goes, a gentleman stays far from the kitchen, the truth was they had all been in a kitchen before. This smells amazing. Your Highness, allow me to be the first to try it, said Lu Fei, licking his lips and swallowing hard. Luo Xin quickly interrupted. Lu Captain, with all due respect, as an officer, I should be the one to try it first, for the sake of all of us. Nonsense. I outrank you. This honor belongs to me. The two tugged and bickered, neither willing to back down. Just then Niu Ben hiccuped from his wine and casually muttered, If we're talking about seniority in risking one's neck, I'm the commander of Kingzhu. I'll take the lead. Without hesitation, he picked up the fried egg and popped it into his mouth, while Lu Fei and Luo Xin watched, heartbroken. How does it taste? Pang Yukun asked with great curiosity. As civil officials, they wouldn't dare act as shamelessly as the military types, but before they could hesitate further, the opportunity had been taken. Niu Ben chewed thoughtfully and nodded. Excellent, it's delicious. So this is what they call stir-frying. Xiao Ming cooked another egg and handed the second to Pang Yukun, who took a bite and nodded in agreement. The difference in flavor from this stir-frying method was clear. Once everyone had had a taste and experienced how stir-frying worked, Xiao Ming gestured for the servants to clear the cooking setup and return to his seat. You've all now witnessed what stir-frying can do. Could this be another business opportunity for Kingzhu? Absolutely, Pang Yukun said. There's an old saying, the people regard food as their heaven. This proves how deeply food touches the hearts of the people. If even simple ingredients can become this delicious through stir-frying, diners will return again and again. Yes. Someone else added, with wealthy nobles and merchants frequently passing through Kingzhu and being notoriously picky eaters, this level of cuisine would easily win them over. Xiao Ming nodded. In modern times, the culinary industry was one of the most important sectors, driven by people's relentless pursuit of good food. Even during economic downturns, restaurants remained packed, and where there's great food, good inns and accommodations would surely follow, attracting even more merchants and visitors. The crowd enthusiastically agreed, and Xiao Ming silently made up his mind. After the new year, he would work on organizing Kingzhu's service industry, starting with restaurants and inns. Improving the quality of life here would be key to drawing in the wealthy and influential from across the empire. An hour passed in laughter, drinking, and feasting. When the bell struck, Xiao Ming turned to Qian Dafu. "Let's begin the fireworks." "Yes, Your Highness." Qian Dafu responded quickly and jogged outside. The doors of the main hall opened, and 3 servants carefully brought out rows of cylindrical fireworks, placing them in the courtyard. The officials leaned forward eagerly. Rumors had spread that this year's fireworks were unlike any before, and anticipation filled the room. The bamboo tubes were set in place. Qian Dafu lit them one by one. Pop, pop, pop. With a series of crisp bursts, vibrant jets of color shot up 4 to 5 meters high. Brilliant red, green, and gold flared across the snowy sky. The group display was truly spectacular. "How beautiful," whispered Jan Xingcheng, mesmerized by the shimmering spectacle. His smile was warm and content. Like many scholars who had relocated from Chang'an to Kingzhu, he had gradually become at peace with his new life here. Now, he embraced it with pride. The rapid development of Kingzhu over the past year had affirmed that he had made the right choice. Watching the colorful fireworks light up the sky, he could almost see Kingzhu's future rising just as brightly. Sitting in the hall, Xiao Ming sipped wine as he gazed at the rainbow of colors bursting above. For a moment, it felt like he was back in the modern world, but that feeling quickly faded, replaced by flickering lanterns, coal-burning braziers, and the biting cold of winter. After tonight, tomorrow would mark the start of the 18th century. Xiao Ming's thoughts churned. By the early 1500s, in his world's history, Italy's Dal Cario brothers had already invented the glass mirror. In 1590, Janssen from the Netherlands created the compound microscope, and in 1593, Galileo introduced the water thermometer. The 17th century, which was just ending, had seen even more advances: blood transfusions, steam turbines, adding machines, barometers, air pumps, pendulum clocks, reflecting telescopes, phosphorus, calculators, and steam pumps. But the 18th century would be even more explosive for science. His knowledge told him that this century would bring innovations such as the seed drill, Newcomen's steam engine, the piano, mercury thermometers, Leyden jars, spinning frames, compound steam engines, early automobiles, double convex lenses, gas turbines, gas lighting, cotton gins, and hydraulic presses. He mentally flipped through this scientific timeline again and again. On this New Year's Eve, he felt the weight of history pressing down on him. The great Yu Empire slumbered in its illusion of superiority, but he couldn't afford to sleep. Xiao Ming knew that with his current strength, he couldn't change the entire empire yet, but he could change his territory. He vowed to make his land the birthplace of the Enlightenment in the great Yu Empire. The imperial court would never listen to his words, but they would believe their eyes, just like they had when he introduced artillery. Only after witnessing it would they be convinced. If he could build his territory into a model of technological progress, others would follow, even if slowly and painfully. And if traditionalist noble clans tried to stand in his way, then he would use his cannons to blast open the gates of the empire, before the Western Urs did. Outside, the last burst of fireworks hissed and faded, leaving behind the sharp scent of gunpowder. Just then, a group of beautifully dressed women entered the main hall, accompanied by 2 rows of musicians holding traditional instruments. Xiao Ming's expression softened in anticipation. The performances were about to begin. After all, tonight was the last night of the 17th century. It had to end with a flourish. Tomorrow he would begin a new era, leading Kingzhu to catch up with the age of exploration. A sweet voice began to sing, graceful as startled swan, elegant as dancing dragon, radiant as autumn chrysanthemums, lush as spring pines, like drifting clouds veiling the moon, like breeze-driven snow in flight, from afar dazzling as the rising sun, up close blooming like lotus on water. It was Cao Zhai's rhapsody of the Luo River goddess, sung softly yet clearly. From within the lingering smoke of the fireworks, Ziyuan and Luluo emerged, one in violet, the other in green, graceful as dawn light breaking through morning mist. Their movements were as fluid as poetry, dancing beneath the crimson lanterns of the New Year's Eve. Her graceful neck extended, her fair beauty exposed, fragrant without embellishment, unadorned by makeup. Hair in lofty coils, eyebrows finely arched, the elegant singing of Ziyuan and Luluo floated gently through the grand hall. Their movements flowed with the rhythm of the music. At times their sleeves fluttered like waves stirred by a sudden wind across a calm lake, and at other times they twirled like drifting autumn leaves. Their dance steps were light and graceful, like spring swallows taking flight, sometimes quick like the pulse of drums, other times slow like the toll of a distant bell. In moments of brilliance, they sparkled like dancing fireflies, while in sorrowful passages they wilted like falling petals. As they danced, Ziyuan and Luluo occasionally cast glances toward Xiao Ming, their shy expressions lending a delicate charm to the performance. Xiao Ming had not expected their performance to be so breathtaking. He, too, became lost in the beauty of it. The dance was the frightened swan dance, choreographed by Xiao Ming himself and set to the lyrics of Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River. He had personally sketched the choreography beforehand, and the girls' execution of it left him thoroughly impressed. Even the assembled officials and generals were entranced. When the song and dance ended, Ziyuan and Luluo bowed gracefully before Xiao Ming and retreated from the hall. Pang Yukun sighed in amazement. Even within the Imperial Palace, such exquisite music and dance are rarely seen. This rendition of Ode to the Luo River goddess set to such moving melody is truly divine. As the saying goes, this song belongs in heaven, how rare to hear it on earth. Zhan Xingqing added, Pang Lord is right, but I must say the tune has some similarities to the Kingzhu military anthem. Your Highness, might this composition be of your own creation? Lu Fei chimed in, blunt as always, you bookworms are too fussy. Your Highness, this song and dance were both great to watch and great to hear. Pang Yukun and Zhan Xingqing shook their heads with a chuckle. Xiao Ming smiled and admitted, yes, the melody is mine. The dance is called the Frightened Swan Dance. The tune and choreography were adapted from the television drama Empresses in the Palace of his past life, whose instrumental soundtrack relied heavily on traditional instruments. Thus, the music could be recreated with ease in this era. Judging by the captivated reactions of his audience, Xiao Ming felt his efforts had paid off. He had chosen this combination of dance and poetry as an entry point for introducing his own cultural movement within the territory. As a soft yet earthful beginning to a broader cultural renaissance, it was perfect. While everyone was still immersed in the elegance of the performance, two more actors stepped onto the stage, an old man and a young girl, both dressed in shabby clothes. Suddenly, the girl sang out, the north wind blows, the snowflakes fall, snowflakes drifting, the new year arrives. The officials looked at each other in confusion. What was this? But when they saw Xiao Ming's calm expression, they focused their attention again. After the girl finished singing, the old man began to speak. The drama began. Xiao Ming watched from above with a satisfied smile. What they were performing was a heavily adapted version of the modern drama The White-Haired Girl, but in this version, it was localized to the customs of the Great Yu Empire. The girl's father, originally a peasant oppressed by a landlord, had become a poor tenant crushed under the heel of Kingzhu's former aristocrats. The play still depicted the young girl being sold and exploited by the rich, but unlike the original tragic ending, this version concluded with the Kingzhu army arriving to drive out the corrupt elites, leading to a joyful resolution. Xiao Ming paid close attention to the reactions in the hall. Lu Fei and others were clearly drawn in, clenching their fists and gritting their teeth at the right moments. Meanwhile, Pang Yukun and Zhan Xingqing seemed to be deep in thought. As the drama ended, Lu Fei suddenly leapt to his feet and shouted, that bastard Yang Beilao deserves a beating. Before he could storm off, Niu Ben quickly pulled him back into his seat. You fool, it's just a play. Don't take it so seriously. Lu Fei finally realized and chuckled sheepishly. The actor playing Yang Beilao, however, looked thoroughly alarmed. When the drama concluded, Pang Yukun said, Your Highness, I've never seen a play quite like this. It's unpretentious, straightforward. It will surely resonate deeply with the common people. No kidding, I thought it was real, Lu Fei added with a laugh. Xiao Ming looked around and asked, What do you all think about sending this play on tour throughout the territory? Zhan Xingqing responded, The people will certainly come to despise their local tyrants and appreciate Your Highness for removing the aristocrats from Kingzhu. But if I may speak frankly, this isn't just about Kingzhu, is it? I suspect Your Highness intends for this play to be seen in other provinces. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise. Zhan Xingqing had seen through him completely. Indeed, the true purpose of this play wasn't to win more hearts within Kingzhu. His achievements were already widely known. The real goal was to spread it beyond, into the neighboring regions. Its messages, resentment toward local tyrants, admiration for Kingzhu's justice, would take root among the people of other domains. It would entice refugees to migrate to Kingzhu and allow Xiao Ming to establish a grassroots reputation in far-off lands, useful for any future plans. Such drama would also become the foundation of a broader cultural awakening. In the future, Xiao Ming planned to adapt other tales like Sang Zhangyang or Encouragement to Study, simple stories that taught earthful lessons. He knew that ordinary folk didn't respond well to flowery speech or lofty treatises. A direct, emotional play would lodge itself in their hearts and minds far more easily. Xiao Ming smiled faintly. My intentions are pure, Xingqing, don't overthink it. Zhan Xingqing caught the hint immediately and nodded, Of course, Your Highness. We've never even seen such a play before. Pang Yukun laughed heartily, quickly catching on. Meanwhile, Niu Ben and Lu Fei looked at each other, utterly confused. They had no idea what any of that was about. The earlier dance had been brief, but this drama lasted a long while. When it finally ended, the night was already deep. Xiao Ming rose and said, Let us raise one last glass. After tonight, a new year begins. I ask you all, let us strive forward together. Niu Ben and Pang Yukun took the lead, lifting their cups with solemn reverence. We pledge our lives to assist Your Highness in revitalizing Kingzhu. Cheers. Xiao Ming, stirred with emotion, drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. In his heart he whispered, "The 18th century, I'm ready." After a night of heavy drinking, Xiao Ming still had a headache when he woke up the next morning. It was the first day of the new year. Traditionally, people would go out to visit friends and family. If he were in Chang'an, Xiao Ming would be making visits too. But in the Great Yu Empire, unless it was something urgent, a prince like Xiao Ming was not allowed to leave his fief. Especially since he was in charge of guarding the border, he had even more reason to stay in his prefecture. Now that New Year's Eve was over, the first thing on his mind was sending the galleons out to sea. After setting up the plan to spread the stage play quietly among the people, he headed to Bowen Academy. Others could rest for the new year, but not Yue Yun. He was the leader of the 3 galleons and needed one last important lesson. "Your Highness, is this the final lesson before we go out to sea?" Yue Yun was already waiting in the classroom early in the morning. Xiao Ming nodded. He had delayed their departure for 2 reasons. First, the cannons still hadn't been loaded onto the ships. Second, Yue Yun and the others still hadn't learned the most important thing in sailing, how to know where they were in the middle of the sea. There were only 3 students in the room, Yue Yun and 2 other sailors who had done well in class. Xiao Ming had chosen them to be the navigators of the fleet. He sat down and said, "One lesson won't be enough for this. The things you are about to learn are complex. You must stay focused or you could get lost at sea and never return." Yue Yun and the other 2 nodded seriously. They had never seen Xiao Ming so strict before. Xiao Ming raised his hand and a servant brought in a round object, a globe. It was mounted on a base with a rod running through the middle. "You once asked what the world looks like. Now it's right in front of you," Xiao Ming said, pointing to the globe. This globe was made of wood, polished until it was smooth. It showed the Earth's longitudes and latitudes, world maps, ocean routes, and even marked where reefs were. It also had labels for regional goods like corn, cotton, sugar cane, and gold. "This is the globe?" Yue Yun asked, eyes wide with shock. Xiao Ming nodded. The globe was 1 meter wide, big enough to show the whole world map clearly. He had ruined more than 10 globes before this one turned out right. Xiao Ming pressed it, and the globe started to spin. Oceans and continents moved past their eyes. "We'll start with the basics. First, you need to learn the names of all the oceans and continents." Xiao Ming began teaching them about the 4 oceans and 7 continents. This was a course where they just had to memorize everything, and Xiao Ming was good at teaching that way. He pointed out each region on the globe and explained its location and importance. Once the geography part was finished, he moved on to the real topic. "Now that you know how big the world is and that there are many countries, let's talk about how to find your location while at sea," Xiao Ming said. The 3 students sat up straighter, no longer feeling proud. Over the past months, they had realized just how little they knew. "This is a quadrant," Xiao Ming said, holding up an instrument used for sailing. What he had was a Davis quadrant, created in the late 1500s by a British sailor. It was used to measure latitude during ocean voyages and was more accurate than earlier tools. It worked by using a shadow on a scale to show the sun's height in the sky, which could then be used to calculate your position on Earth. Building the quadrant had taken time and care. Though its design was simple, 2 bent wooden sticks joined together with a scale, it needed very precise markings. That's why this one was 50 centimeters long, to make it easier to mark and reduce errors. "Your Highness, you can really use this to calculate latitude?" Yue Yun asked. "Yes, but this is just the tool. You also need to learn the formula," Xiao Ming said. He walked to the blackboard and wrote, 1 degree of latitude approximately 111 kilometers, 1 minute of latitude approximately 1.85 kilometers, 1 second of latitude, approximately 30.9 meters distance between 2 points, equals 111.12 times cos sin phi 2 plus cos phi times cos lambda minus lambda, 1. When they saw the formula, Yue Yun held his head. "Your Highness, can we skip this part?" "No," Xiao Ming said firmly. Their math skills were very basic, and there wasn't time to teach more. Xiao Ming just needed them to understand and use this one formula. To make it easier, he would also give them a chart with precalculated values. Even if they couldn't do the math, they could still use the chart to figure out where they were and avoid getting lost. Before studying sailing, Xiao Ming had thought it was simple, but now he knew how complex and technical it really was. In the 18th century, following the coastline didn't count as real ocean navigation. This was the final lesson before Yue Yun set sail, for trade, for the treasures of the world, and for building up wealth and in his 6th prefecture. Running between Bowen Academy and the royal residence every day, Xiao Ming quickly ushered in another new year. By the 5th day of the first lunar month, the administrative offices of Kingzhu had resumed normal operations. The common people could continue enjoying the New Year festivities until the 15th, but Xiao Ming couldn't afford such luxury. He always reminded himself, be alert even in peaceful times. He had spent a whole month teaching ocean navigation, especially how to determine position at sea. During that time, he also covered how to measure sailing speed. Now that the theory lessons were complete, Xiao Ming decided it was time for Yue Yun and his crew to practice at sea. Your Highness, all the cannons are now loaded on the ships. Our job at the military workshop is finally done, Chen Qi said with a deep breath of relief as he watched the last cannon hoisted aboard at the Zioking River shipyard. Even during the new year, the military workshop had not stopped working. Craftsmen labored day and night to finish all 150 naval cannons. From the time Xiao Ming had left for Kangju, it had taken 3 months to complete them, 50 per month on average. Similar to the cannons used to defend the city walls, these naval guns were 32-pounders. Of the ammunition loaded, 60 were solid cannonballs and 40 were grapeshot. According to Xiao Ming, grapeshot was specifically designed for naval warfare, ideal for ing into enemy ships. Looking at the galleons and the rows of cannons, Zhang Lang said to Yue Yun, "Be very careful out there. Each of these galleons cost us 300,000 taels of silver. This isn't a ship, it's a pile of money." Chen Qi added, "And don't forget these cannons. Each one weighs nearly 9,000 pounds and costs about 5,000 taels of silver. That's 150 cannons, 750,000 taels total." Hearing this, Yue Yun broke into a cold sweat. He looked at Xiao Ming, distressed. "Your Highness, after hearing them, how am I supposed to sail this thing? They're just telling the truth," Xiao Ming said. "These 3 galleons are worth over 1,000,000 taels. Yue Yun, you must not mess around once you're at sea. Remember your mission. You're not going to fight, you're going to explore. Our ships may be small, but they're agile. If we need to run, they'll have a hard time catching us." Xiao Ming wasn't heartless. He knew how dangerous the sea was. In Diyu, he was a prince, people gave him face. But out there no one cared about titles. If Yue Yun and his men returned safely, it would be a blessing. Still, he had to do it. In the age of exploration, whoever ruled the seas ruled the trade routes. The overland Silk Road had already been cut off by the Ottoman Empire, and the northern route was blocked by the barbarian tribes. That meant he had no choice. He had to control the sea if he wanted to trade. And as long as he could secure the East and Southeast Asian trade routes, he could dominate. With a guaranteed outlet for exports, Kingzhu's industry could truly flourish. Seeing the value of everything, Yue Yun now treated his ship like treasure. "Understood, Your Highness. I won't forget." With all the naval guns loaded, everything was finally ready. Xiao Ming and Yue Yun boarded the flagship, the Kingzhu. Xiao Ming planned to accompany them from the Zioking River to the Bohai Bay, then onward to Dengzhou. Along the way, Yue Yun would practice using all the navigation skills he'd learned. Zhang Lang came aboard too. His son would now oversee the Zioking shipyard, while he would manage the new shipyard in Dengzhou. After all, Xiao Ming had chosen Waihui as the location for his naval base. Many people would recognize the name Waihui. It had played a major role in the First Sino-Japanese War. Waihui sat on a peninsula, surrounded by the Yellow Sea on 3 sides. It faced the Liaodong Peninsula to the north and looked toward the Korean Peninsula and the Japanese islands to the east and southeast. Its location was of huge strategic importance. If he could secure Waihui, Xiao Ming would control the southern routes from Goryeo, Korea, and Japan. He'd also have a straight path to the Ryukyu Islands. Choosing Waihui wasn't just for strategy, it was personal. Once lost dignity would now be reclaimed. Raise the sails. At Xiao Ming's command, the crisp call rang out. The sails dropped like waterfalls from the masts. A strong wind puffed the sails full, and the ship's first officer took the helm, guiding the Kingzhu gently away from the dock. The 2 other galleons followed close behind, anchors lifted, sails unfurled. The Zioking River was wide, and the fleet headed east with the wind. Within a day, they reached the river's mouth and saw the vast ocean ahead. Seeing the open sea, Xiao Ming ordered, "Begin drills." Yue Yun nodded, shouting, "Drill, begin." On board, the signalman raised his flags, sending coded messages to the other ships. Seeing the signals, the captains of the other galleons ordered their navigators to take readings and determine their positions. On the Kingzhu, Yue Yun pulled out his quadrant. He measured the shadow cast on the instrument and began calculating, then cross-referenced with the coordinate charts Xiao Ming had provided. He had taken a reading back in Kingzhu, and now with the new data, he said, "Your Highness, we're currently at latitude 53 degrees north. We've sailed 97 nautical miles from Kingzhu." Half an hour later, Yue Yun gave Xiao Ming the final report. Xiao Ming nodded. Back in Kingzhu, their starting point had been 49 degrees north. Now they'd gone northeast. He did a quick check himself. The numbers matched closely. He was satisfied. The instruments of this era couldn't be perfectly accurate, but this was already impressive. They had a general idea of their position, which was enough. Before Yue Yun set out for open sea, Xiao Ming had also given him a full set of latitude and longitude maps. With those, Yue Yun would always be able to locate himself. After the position check, Xiao Ming said, "Speed and time." The crew sprang into action. One sailor flipped an hourglass, the new kind produced by the glassworks. As the sand flowed, another sailor tossed a triangular wood board tied to a rope into the sea. The rope was wound around a spindle, marked with knots at intervals. As the ship moved forward, the knots sped through the sailor's fingers. "Stop," Yue Yun shouted. The hourglass was halted. The sailor counted the knots that had passed during that time. Yue Yun did the math. "Your Highness, our current speed is 8 knots. The cold sea wind howled over the galleon, pushing it swiftly across the water with its earful gusts. From time to time, Yue Yun would check their latitude and sailing speed, then mark the ship's exact position on the sea chart. Since they left the estuary and sailed into open sea, Yue Yun had been comparing the coordinates along the route. This journey was a test from Xiao Ming to see if they could navigate and reach Dengzhou using only their knowledge of navigation, even far from the coastline. "Your Highness, we should be about 10 li away from Dengzhou." After 3 hours at sea, Yue Yun entered the cabin. The galleon was designed with all the living spaces inside the cabin. Having rested for a while in one of the rooms, Xiao Ming rubbed his eyes and got up. He glanced at the chart Yue Yun brought over. Yue Yun had been marking the route with dashed lines during their journey, and now they were about to reach Dengzhou from the estuary. Although Yue Yun's understanding of navigation was crucial, the detailed sea chart provided by Xiao Ming was equally important. Even the Western world at this point in time couldn't produce sea charts this accurate. "We should be close to Yudai village, right? You better treat me to some fresh fish when we get there," Xiao Ming said with a smile. Sailing on the sea was rough. The wind-powered warship rocked violently with the waves, making it hard to keep anything down. Anyone without experience on the sea would struggle to adapt to this lifestyle. That's why Xiao Ming chose sailors from fishing villages. Their seafaring instincts were in their blood. Xiao Ming still felt uncomfortable, but the sailors on the ship were full of excitement, like fish returning to the ocean. "Leave it to me, Your Highness. At the very least, I'll make sure you get a taste of abalone. This is one of our best fishing grounds," Yue Yun replied with a grin. As they chatted, they went up to the deck. Xiao Ming raised his telescope and looked ahead, suddenly spotting thick smoke in the distance. He asked Yue Yun, "Is that smoke coming from your village?" Yue Yun's face changed instantly. He quickly grabbed the telescope and looked in the direction Xiao Ming was pointing. Seeing the black smoke rising, Yue Yun turned pale. "Your Highness, I think our village is under attack by the Waku." Many of the crew were from Yudai village, and as the ship drew closer, the smoke became visible to the naked eye. Waku. Xiao Ming frowned. He picked up the telescope again and looked more carefully. Sure enough, there were 3 ships anchored outside the village, and they looked exactly like Japanese audiobook. "Speed up and tell the gunners to get ready," Xiao Ming ordered without hesitation. Just a few days ago, Prince Wei's envoy Xiao Qi had warned him that the Waku problem along the coast was getting worse. He didn't expect to encounter them so soon, and this time it was happening in Yue Yun's home village, Yudai. Gunners ready, load grape shot. The sailors sprang into action. They were more anxious than Xiao Ming. After all, their families lived in that village. Yue Yun was visibly shaken and clearly wished he could fly straight there. Xiao Ming's eyes were cold. In his view, the Great Yu Empire was in a dangerous era. Its twisted path of development had left it much like the late Qing dynasty, centuries of stagnation in science and technology. Internally, the empire was plagued by crisis, with threats both from within and without. Historically, since the 17th century, every time the Central Plains dynasties fell into decline, Japan would seize the opportunity to raid the coast. It wasn't just Japan's aggressive nature. It was also because the Great Yu Empire was already overwhelmed by the barbarians and couldn't afford to deal with the coastal threat. This gave the Waku even more audacity, and the situation along the coast worsened. Even the Goryeo kingdom across from Dengzhou was openly supporting the Waku's raids. With the barbarian threat still unresolved, and now a new coastal menace rising, Xiao Ming thought, if I hadn't come to this time and place, it might not be long before the Great Yu Empire followed in the disastrous footsteps of the Qing. But since he was here, he wouldn't let the humiliating history of his people repeat itself. He would fight even if it meant total destruction. Prepare for battle. The sails unfurled completely, and the strong wind propelled the galleon through the waves. Before long, the 3 audiobook came into view. The enemy ships didn't try to run. Instead, they turned and charged straight at them. "Fools," Xiao Ming sneered. To invaders, he had only one word in his heart: kill. He remembered clearly how the age of exploration shaped the colonial world that had long shackled his homeland. Even when his homeland had grown irful, the shadows of past invasions still lingered. Foreign nations continued to point fingers and issue insults. As the 2 sides drew closer, Xiao Ming could see the Waku on the audiobook through his telescope. They wore wooden clogs and kimonos, wielding bows. Archers lined the side of the ship, ready to fire. The Adaikbune looked like floating houses, their upper decks filled with small square holes, perfect for shooting from inside. Not only were they packed with waku, but there were even massive crossbows sticking out of the square windows. Yue Yun clenched his teeth as he stared at the burning village. He could see waku chasing villagers through the streets. When the two sides were only 100 meters apart, Yue Yun couldn't wait any longer and shouted, "Battle formation." The signalmen waved flags furiously. At that moment, the galleons, which had been moving forward, suddenly shifted their sails and turned sharply, presenting their broadsides to the incoming enemy ships. Wait until they're closer. Xiaoming stopped Yue Yun just as he was about to give the order to fire. The distance wasn't close enough to sink the enemy ships instantly, and if they fired too early, reloading would take time, enough for the enemy to close in and force a boarding battle. Yue Yun realized his impatience had clouded his judgment and lowered his hand. 100 meters, the Adaikbune closed in. Suddenly, a volley of arrows arched through the air from the enemy ships. The soldiers preparing for close combat had already put on full armor. They raised their shields to protect Xiaoming and Yue Yun. Clang, clang, a storm of arrows clattered against the shields. 60 meters. Clang, clang, another round of arrows rained down. At the same time, the Adaikbune fired 6 massive bolts from giant crossbows. The thick bolts were tied to ropes made of hemp, the ropes dead into the hull of the galleon. Fire. At the exact moment the heavy crossbows were loosed, Yue Yun shouted loudly, "Fire!" Voices relayed the command below deck, and the prepared gunners immediately lit their match cords. In a line, the 3 galleons erupted with bursts of firelight. Smoke from the ignited gunpowder filled the area around the muzzles, as 7 to 5 grape-shot rounds sprayed into the air, scattering into a rain of deadly pellets. The barrage fell upon the 3 Adaikbune like a storm. Standing at the bow, Xiaoming could clearly hear the sound of cannonballs piercing wooden planks. It was as sharp and clean as a finger punching through paper. In an instant, the 3 Adaikbune were riddled with holes, wood splinters flying everywhere. The waku aboard were shredded into pulp, blood mist bursting across the decks. This single volley rendered all 3 Adaikbune incapable of continuing the fight. Most of the waku were already dead. "Starboard turn," Yue Yun shouted again. As the command rang out, the galleons began shifting position. After firing from the port side, they now brought their starboard cannons to face the enemy. Fire! Another round of cannon fire shook the decks. In Xiaoming's eyes, the 3 enemy ships had become sieves, slowly beginning to sink. These Adaikbune had only been meant to harass the fleet. The main force of the waku was still on shore. With the 3 ships sunk, the fleet sped toward the coast. Yudai village Yamada Akiro slowly pulled his katana from the body of a villager, bloodlust in his eyes. Just then he turned around and stared in disbelief at the sight of the sinking ships. Other Japanese raiders also paused their massacre, looking in horror toward the battlefield at sea. "This can't be," Yamada Akiro stammered, then barked, "Search the village. Find Meng Yuliang, he must still be here. He couldn't have gone far." He glanced again at the great U flags fluttering on the warships. Then he stepped on the body of an elderly woman and viciously stabbed her in the leg with his katana. "Speak." Whereas Meng Yuliang, the old woman, was already soaked in blood. She spat a mouthful of blood in his face and laughed coldly, staring at the approaching warships. "That ship must be my son. He's come. He'll kill all of you dogs. Stupid, you Chinese pigs." Yamada Akiro roared as he drove the blade into her chest. Blood splattered. The old woman grimaced in pain, but her eyes still held a smile as she gazed at the towering ships drawing near. Screams echoed through the village as Yamada Akiro trampled over corpses in a mad search. "Meng Yuliang, you coward. Are you really going to let them die in front of your eyes?" He seized a barely breathing half-naked woman, already brutalized beyond recognition, and shouted again, "Come out, or I'll slaughter every last person in this village." The great U flags flew closer. Yamada Akiro spiraled into madness. His ships had sunk. He could never have imagined that great U's warships could annihilate them so swiftly. Now he had no way out. He had to find Meng Yuliang fast. In the woman's throat, Yamada Akiro continued his frantic search. He didn't intend to escape. They were suicide warriors. If the mission failed, returning home meant death anyway. Land. The Kingzhu docked near the shore. Yue Yun couldn't wait. He leapt from the deck with his men, wading through waist-deep water as they stormed the beach. Xiaoming, flanked by Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, also jumped down and charged forward with more than 600 soldiers into Yudai village. The waku hadn't left. They were still searching for something. Seeing the troops land, 200 waku warriors shouted in Japanese and charged. Yue Yun and the sailors were already bloodied with rage. Corpses of their fellow villagers lay everywhere, blood staining the sea red. "Kill them?" Xiaoming saw the corpse of a baby hacked in two, and his fury erupted. The shame his people had suffered in this life, and the last surged from his chest as uncontainable wrath. "You savages, how dare you trample on the dignity of Huaxia? Kill." A thunderous roar came from the sailors as they charged like an iron tide. Their blades flashed, cutting down heads one after another. The Waku wore kimonos and wielded katanas, no match at all for armored sailors. 200 enemies were instantly broken apart by 600 great Yu troops. Xiao Ming and Yue Yun fought side by side. In that moment, Xiao Ming was no longer a prince. He was just another soldier, a man burning with hatred for the invaders of his homeland. Living in such a brutal age, Xiao Ming had never neglected his martial skills. His predecessor's training left him with a solid foundation. He dodged a blade aimed toward his side, spun around, and edged his sword across the enemy's throat. Blood gushed out as the warrior collapsed. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu fought by his sides, blocking other attacks. Though only 200 strong, the Waku fought with suicidal tenacity. Xiao Ming could feel that these were battle-hardened veterans, but sheer numbers and superior gear made a difference. Before long, most of them were dead or dying. Suddenly, the sound of another battle came from the south of Yudai village. Xiao Ming looked up to see Dengzhu's army banner fluttering. It was the reinforcements. The remaining Waku realized they were surrounded. With solemn expressions, they gathered together and drove their katanas into their own stomachs. Your Highness, Dengzhu's commander Yi Qingyun reports apologies for arriving late. A middle-aged general hurried forward and knelt before Xiao Ming. You should be ashamed. Xiao Ming roared. Yudai village was under attack, and you come this late, Yi Qing replied. Your Highness, the moment we heard of the Waku presence, I gathered troops and marched here. But Dengzhu has no cavalry, we had to come on foot. I was burning with anxiety the whole way. Xiao Ming sighed heavily. At that moment, the sound of sobbing echoed nearby. Looking over, he saw Yue Yun weeping bitterly as he held the body of an elderly woman. Xiao Ming recognized her, Yue Yun's mother. His heart ached. Nearby, over 30 sailors from Yudai village were searching through the bodies, trying to find their family members. Crying gradually filled the air of Yudai village. The other sailors looked solemn and sorrowful. Scenes like this were all too common. In Dengzhu, which relied on fishing, who didn't have a loved one taken by the Waku, you sons of bitches. Brothers, board the ships. Let's sail to Japan and avenge our families. Revenge, revenge, revenge. Angry shouts echoed across Yudai village as Yue Yun gently laid down his mother's body and rushed toward the galleon. Stop, Xiao Ming shouted sharply. Yue Yun froze in place, his eyes bloodshot as he turned to Xiao Ming. Your Highness, you saw what these Waku did to us. Are you saying we should endure this? Shouldn't we avenge our families and make the Waku pay in blood? We should. But not now, Xiao Ming said, walking toward Yue Yun. These 3 galleons represent a year's worth of accumulation for Kingzhu. You are the hope of the Kingzhu Navy. Of course, I also dream of feasting on barbarian flesh and drinking Xingnu blood in victory, but right now we are too weak. We can't afford to squander what little we have. Trust me, give me a few more years, and I promise, I will lead you to land on Japanese shores and make them pay their blood debts. Yue Yun's heart ached terribly. His father had been killed by Waku when he was just a child. Now his mother had fallen at their hands too. The hatred burning inside him was almost uncontrollable. But he understood Xiao Ming was right. They were the foundation of the Kingzhu Navy. If they returned successfully, their sailing skills would be passed down through generations. They were the seeds of the Navy's future. Thinking of this, Yue Yun forcefully suppressed his rage. For the sake of Kingzhu, for the sake of Xiao Ming's promise, he said, Your Highness, I believe you. These words, I believe you, weighed as heavily as 1,000 caddies. Xiao Ming gave Yue Yun a deep look. To stay calm under such circumstances showed that Yue Yun had begun to develop the psychological quality of a true general. Because of what you just said, if I ever break my promise, I will take my own life before the world. Xiao Ming swore through gritted teeth. Hearing this, Yue Yun nodded heavily. He looked back at his mother's body, tears welling up again. Even though all the Waku raiders had been slain, the hatred had already taken root in the hearts of the sailors. This wasn't hatred for just these raiders. It was hatred between 2 peoples. And one day this hatred would only be resolved by the outcome of a war. Your Highness, we found someone. As everyone grieved, a soldier from Dengzhu ran up to report. 2 soldiers were dragging a man toward them. When Yue Yun saw the man between the soldiers, fury lit up in his eyes. He grabbed his sword and charged forward, shouting, Meng Yuliang, you traitorous dog, die. The man, barely clinging to life, weakly raised his head when he heard Yue Yun's voice. In a hoarse voice he said, Yue Yun, at least hear me out before you kill me. The Dengzhu soldiers quickly held Yue Yun back. Yue Yun shouted, Your Highness, he's Meng Yuliang, Ki'er's brother, a traitor who betrayed our village. Meng Yuliang gave a bitter laugh. Yue Yun, if I had edged you back then, do you think you'd still be alive today? You're still as impulsive as ever. You have no right to speak. You led these Waku here. I'll kill you right now. Yue Yun roared, his hatred flaring again. Many sailors gripped their swords tightly, glaring at Meng Yuliang with hatred. Xiao Ming was a little surprised. He had only learned during his visit to Dengzhu a few months ago that Lu Luo had an older brother. He hadn't expected to meet him like this. You are Meng Yuliang? Xiao Ming asked. Meng Yuliang looked at him and asked urgently, "Who are you? I have vital information for Prince Qi. Please take me to him." He saw that Xiao Ming wore a military uniform but didn't recognize him. Yi Qing spoke coldly. "Standing before you is Prince Qi himself. Meng Yuliang, your treachery is well known in Dengzhou. Speak clearly now, or don't blame us for being merciless." Meng Yuliang's body trembled slightly. He suddenly knelt and shouted, "Your Highness, I have secret intelligence to report. Please, you must prepare for it." In Dengzhou, Meng Yuliang's name had long been synonymous with traitor. Xiao Ming eyed him with suspicion and said, "Speak carefully." Meng Yuliang pulled out a scroll and handed it over. "Please look, Your Highness." Xiao Ming hesitated and then motioned to Zhao Long, who took the scroll, checked it, and handed it to Xiao Ming. Unrolling it, Xiao Ming frowned. The scroll contained a map showing Dengzhou and parts of Japan. An arrow marked a route pointing directly at here. It even listed troop numbers, ship counts, and other details. "What is this?" Xiao Ming asked. Meng Yuliang said, "To be honest, Your Highness, this is the Japanese plan to attack Dengzhou. 10 years ago, I pretended to submit to the Waku to avenge my father. Unfortunately, I never found the enemy responsible. I spent these years blending into life in Nagoya, Japan. Recently, I met a great Yu Empire merchant who had been living in Japan for many years. He was being hunted. When he realized I was from Great Yu, he entrusted me with this plan." Meng Yuliang paused, then continued. "His name was Zhang Ling. He said he had spent 10 years working for a daimyo in Japan. Not long ago, he learned of a plan to attack the Great Yu Empire. He gathered this information, but was discovered and fled for his life. He met me while on the run." 3 years, Xiao Ming asked as he studied the scroll. "Yes." Zhang Ling said, "Japan is building a fleet and preparing to launch a 200,000-man invasion of Dengzhou within 3 years to seize land and appease dissatisfaction among their daimyos over land distribution." "And what happened to Zhang Ling?" Xiao Ming asked. "He was discovered by the Yamada clan and chose to drown himself rather than be captured. Even though he lived in Japan, he said he was still a man of great Yu and couldn't watch our people be slaughtered," Meng Yuliang answered, lowering his head in sorrow. Since arriving in this era, Xiao Ming had known history was different, but he wasn't familiar with the current situation in Japan. So he asked, "Is it Toyotomi Hideyoshi or the Tokugawa shogunate ruling Japan now?" Meng Yuliang paused for a moment, then said, "Your Highness, there are indeed 2 major families, Toyotomi and Tokugawa, but the current leader of Japan is Daimyo Yamada Nobunaga." At that moment, Xiao Ming's mind reeled. It was clear now, Japan, like the Great Yu Empire, had veered off the historical path. The butterfly effect had already deeply changed this world. The cold sea breeze, heavy with the scent of salt, brushed against everyone. Meng Yuliang's intelligence left everyone in a heavy silence. In the end, Yue Yun broke the stillness. "Your Highness, Meng Yuliang is a traitor. His words cannot be trusted. Maybe he just brought this nonsense to deceive you in order to save his life. Yue Yun, you fool. Do you know where I was hiding from Yamada Akiro's men? It was in your family's cellar. Your mother realized how important this information was and chose to hide me." Meng Yuliang shouted. 2 soldiers from Dengzhou nodded. "Your Highness, we found him in the cellar." "Impossible. My mother would never save a heartless traitor like you." Yue Yun roared in fury. Xiao Ming also felt uncertain. He said, "Meng Yuliang, I cannot trust you yet. We will detain you until the information on this scroll is verified. Yi Qing, take him to the Kingzhu prison and await my orders." "Yes, Your Highness," Yi Qing responded with a bow. Storing away the scroll, Xiao Ming looked at the devastated Yudai village and said, "Yue Yun, let's bury the villagers first. If Meng Yuliang truly betrayed us to the Waku, I'll leave him to you." Yue Yun nodded, tears flowing once again as he looked at his mother's body. Xiao Ming's heart was heavy. He ordered Yi Qing's soldiers to assist Yue Yun in burying the villagers. Meanwhile, he stepped aside, deep in thought. According to the historical data in the technology crystal, Japan once fought the Ming Dynasty during the Imjin War. Although the situation now was different, the pattern was the same. Internal problems in Japan were leading them to external aggression to resolve domestic conflicts. Historically, every time Japan faced internal turmoil, it shifted the problem onto neighboring countries, and the target was always the Central Plains dynasty. The plan outlined in the scroll detailed Japan's shipbuilding schedule. It would take 3 years, after which they would have enough ships to transport a 200,000-man army across the sea to seize land from the Great Yu Empire. Just as Meng Yuliang said, Japan had only recently unified, but dissatisfaction among the daimyos over land distribution was brewing, and they were eager for more. Naturally, the weakened and fractured Great Yu Empire became their target. Japan was also aware of the northern barbarians' strength and didn't want to provoke them. According to the scroll, Japan had sent envoys to Goryeo and even contacted the barbarians. What Xiao Ming couldn't determine was whether this attack plan was solely Japan's idea or part of some dirty deal between Japan and the barbarians. Regardless, one thing was certain. In 3 years, he needed to have a navy strong enough to annihilate the Japanese fleet at sea, and ideally, the strength to invade Japan itself. Historically, island nations like Japan had a natural geographical advantage. They focused on building strong navies, freely attacking others, while continental empires, weakened at sea, could only defend themselves. In all of history, only the Yuan dynasty had tried to cross the sea to attack Japan, but they ultimately lost to the ocean. Because of that advantage, Japan later became a major player in the age of exploration, and in modern times, America still benefited greatly from its geography. Thus, in Xiao Ming's mind, the only way to crush an island nation's will was to develop the to attack their homeland. Otherwise, they would forever stand behind continental nations, stabbing them in the back. He realized he would have to strengthen both his northern defenses against the barbarians and invest heavily in building a navy. Perhaps in 3 years, he would have to fight on two fronts. The bodies of the Yudai villagers were finally gathered. Yue Yun buried them by the sea. For the people of Yudai, they were born by the sea, and now they would rest by it. The grief over their families' deaths weighed heavily on the sailors, but beneath it all, a burning hatred was growing. To help them regain stability, Xiao Ming had initially planned to give Yue Yun a month to rest before setting out again. "No need, Your Highness. We are ready to depart now," Yue Yun said. After burying his mother and resting for half a month, Yue Yun rejected the idea of more delay. "Are you sure you're ready to sail?" Xiao Ming asked with concern. He was afraid Yue Yun, in his anger, might recklessly sail the 3 galleons straight to Japan. Although the galleons were Urful, they could still be overwhelmed by smaller ships using wolf-pack tactics. "Your Highness, we know what's important. Revenge cannot be achieved by a few brave souls. Only by making you stronger, Your Highness, can we truly avenge our people. We'll follow the original plan, sailing to collect potatoes, corn, and gather intelligence," Yue Yun said firmly. Xiao Ming felt relieved. Yue Yun's response showed he truly understood the greater cause. He said, "Good, I was right to believe in you. From the moment you risked your life to smuggle salt for your village, I knew you were a man who understood righteousness. I won't break the promise I made to you." Yue Yun nodded and said, "I'll gather the sailors now and prepare to set sail." The ship's cabin was dimly lit, as Yue Yun and the others had been living aboard. After stepping off the ship, Yue Yun called the sailors back. This time, Xiao Ming wouldn't accompany them. The rest of the journey was theirs to make. One by one, the sailors boarded the ships. Yue Yun turned to Xiao Ming, placed his right hand on his chest, and shouted, "My honor is loyalty. My honor is loyalty." The sailors echoed loudly. Xiao Ming placed his hand over his chest too. As the sails dropped, the 3 galleons lifted their anchors and set off with the sea wind. At that moment, Xiao Ming silently prayed in his heart, hoping Yue Yun and his men would return safely. Watching the 3 ships slowly disappear over the horizon, Xiao Ming turned and left. At Dengzhou City, Yi Qing was waiting with Meng Yuliang, ready to return to Kingzhu with Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming had kept Meng Yuliang alive for 2 reasons: to verify the authenticity of his information and to gather more intelligence about Japan. Know the enemy, and you would never be defeated. 3 days later, Xiao Ming's group returned to Kingzhu. The snow had melted and the temperature had begun to rise. Xiao Ming ordered Yi Qing to lock Meng Yuliang in the Kingzhu prison. Then, exhausted, he returned to the royal palace. Suddenly, a figure dashed out to greet him. It was Qian Dafu. Qian Dafu looked unusually excited. Before Xiao Ming could even ask, Qian Dafu said, "Your Highness, I've been waiting these 2 days to tell you. We've found the tungsten mine." "We've located the tungsten mine," joy instantly washed over Xiao Ming. They had been searching for the mine for nearly a year, and now, finally, there was news. "Your Highness, this old servant search has truly paid off." "What a good omen to start the year with. This must mean you'll have great fortune ahead," Qian Dafu said, grinning from ear to ear. Xiao Ming had returned from Dengzhou in a somber mood, but this sudden good news lifted his spirits. He said, "Come to the main hall and tell me everything in detail." Still smiling widely, Qian Dafu followed Xiao Ming into the main hall. Once they sat down, Xiao Ming asked eagerly, "Where exactly is the tungsten mine located, Your Highness?" "It's 50 li outside Leizhou City," Qian Dafu replied. Leizhou and Dengzhou were neighboring prefectures on the same peninsula, just 200 li apart. According to the Japanese invasion plan, they intended to land at Dengzhou in 3 years, seize Leizhou next, and then take over the entire Shandong Peninsula. According to the map in the technology crystal, Leizhou was the only place in Shandong with tungsten reserves. That made this mine critical. Losing it would seriously hinder future technological advancements. So now that it was found in Leizhou, Xiao Ming knew he couldn't afford to lose control of either Dengzhou or Leizhou. Both were also crucial coastal prefectures with strategic seaports. Immediately send laborers to begin mining the tungsten. If we're short on workers, bring them in from other mines. There must be no delays. Go now, Xiao Ming ordered sternly. The discovery of tungsten and cobalt meant he could begin producing tungsten steel and high-speed steel, ideal materials for crafting lathe tools. Although Qing Prefecture's current technology couldn't match modern tungsten carbide hardness, this steel would still outperform their existing iron and steel. Hearing the urgency in Xiao Ming's voice, Qian Dafu understood the matter's importance. He nodded firmly, "Yes, Your Highness. I'll go assign the workforce right away." With Qian Dafu rushing off to prepare the mining operations, Xiao Ming didn't rest either. Now that the mine was found, the next step was to produce tungsten steel tools, an extremely complex process. Unlike traditional steelmaking, producing tungsten steel tools required a full sequence: dare preparation, wet milling, mixing, grinding, drying, sieving, cobalt addition, more drying and sieving, granulation, pressing, shaping, low-pressure sintering, forming, cylindrical grinding, and fine polishing. The first major hurdle was tungsten refinement. Although they found the mine, it was low-grade ore and needed to be enriched and processed into concentrate before it could yield usable tungsten dare. Another technical challenge was pressing the tungsten dare into tool shapes before sintering, which required crafting tungsten steel molds first. Xiao Ming barely warmed the seat in the main hall before hurrying off to the machinery department. Chen Wenlong, call for Zhang Liu. Xiao Ming ordered upon arrival. Now that Chen Qi was overseeing the military workshop, Zhang Liu had become the chief craftsman of the machinery department. Zhang Liu was second only to Chen Qi in skill and had become a pillar of the machinery department. Xiao Ming remembered how nervous Zhang Liu had been last time. That's how critical he was. Soon, Zhang Liu, smelling of oil and metal, arrived. He had been helping the craftsmen repair the water-powered trip hammers. Lately, they had been mass-producing parts for the repeating crossbow, and the workload often caused breakdowns. Only a few craftsmen who had worked on the original hammers could fix them. "Your Highness," Zhang Liu greeted, wiping sweat from his forehead and bowing. Once Zhang Liu arrived, Xiao Ming said, "Gather the top craftsmen from the machinery department. You're going to start making lathe tools." "Lathe tools, has the tungsten mine been found?" Zhang Liu immediately brightened with excitement. Xiao Ming nodded. "Yes, Qian Dafu just reported that the mine was discovered near Leizhou. Start preparing the molds immediately." "That's great news," Zhang Liu beamed. A year ago, they had built hydraulic lathes in Kingzhu's workshop, but due to poor quality tools, the lathes were only suitable for shaping wood. They couldn't be used to process metal because the tools would break after one cut. Eventually, with the galleons needing to be built, the lathe workshop was repurposed entirely for woodworking. But the craftsmen had been waiting for the day they could put those lathes to proper use. If they could machine steel as easily as wood, they believed they could build something even greater than galleons. Don't celebrate yet. Let me explain how tungsten steel tool production works. Once all 12 craftsmen involved in the process were gathered, Xiao Ming began teaching the technical procedures. He sketched and wrote on a blackboard. The visuals were so vivid that the craftsmen felt like they were already inside a workshop producing tungsten steel. It was as if they were witnessing it firsthand. This feeling wasn't new. By now, they had grown used to it. In their minds, Xiao Ming was simply that brilliant. None of them would guess that the source of his knowledge was a technology crystal. "Your Highness, will we only be producing tools for the milling machine, boring machine, and drill press?" one craftsman asked. "Yes, these 3 machines are sufficient to produce our current parts. Let's not bite off more than we can chew. Focus on mastering how to process steel with these 3 machines first," Xiao Ming replied. Zhang Liu and the others nodded. Each machine required a different tool. Drill bits were simple cylindrical shapes, but the milling and boring tools were more complex. Accurately forging those molds would be a real challenge. After teaching the basics, Xiao Ming didn't leave. Instead, he picked up a pen and drew the tool designs directly in the machinery department, labeling them with precise measurements. Since announcing the standardization of weights and measures at a previous council meeting, both the machinery department and the military workshop had adopted scientific units of measurement. Millimeters, centimeters, and meters replaced the old units, bringing precision to manufacturing. Now, as they prepared to make high-precision tools, Kingzhu's production had to become more refined, and refinement required exact dimensions. Before Zhang Liu could begin molding, he would need precision measuring tools. With that in mind, Xiao Ming told Chen Wenlong to make him a compass. Rules: in ancient times, the word referred to 2 different tools, the gui and the ju. The gui was a compass, and the ju was a straight edge used for drawing lines. These 2 instruments were the ancestors of ancient measurement tools. Because of this, Xiao Ming didn't have to rack his brains figuring out how to make compasses and rulers. The Great Yu Empire already had them. Now, unifying weights and measures was simply an improvement, not a complete overhaul. So Xiao Ming asked Chen Wenlong to bring him a compass and a ruler. He then used them to measure out millimeters, referring to the scale in the technology crystal. By walking the compass along the ruler one step at a time, Each mark became 1 millimeter. At each point, he made a dot. When he had walked 1 full meter, he stopped. Then he began drawing vertical lines, clearly marking millimeters and centimeters and labeling them. To ensure precision, he worked for a full hour before finally finishing the ruler. He then compared it against the rulers shown in the technology crystal and found it almost perfectly matched. There were only microscopic errors, which he couldn't help. For Kingzhu's current level of industry, this ruler was more than sufficient. At this stage, no machinery could be completely free of error anyway. Once the ruler was completed, Xiao Ming handed it to Chen Wenlong and instructed him to use it as the standard for all production and to distribute it across all workshops in Kingzhu. Your Highness, is it really okay to change the entire empire's system of measurement like this? Chen Wenlong asked. He was still more comfortable with the traditional system, and the new ruler made him uneasy. Xiao Ming explained, this isn't just about measurement, it's about industry. If Kingzhu's industrial goods are produced using this precision scale, others won't be able to easily copy our products unless they adopt the same standards. And once we start making cutting tools and the lathes are running, we'll soon be producing even more precise parts. Without fine measurements, how could we ever manufacture them? Even the tools on the lathe will need engraved measurements. Chen Wenlong nodded slowly. Ah, I see. Forgive me for being slow-witted. Then he asked, Your Highness, you seem very focused on making cutting tools. Do you have another invention in mind? His question stirred a wave in Xiao Ming's mind. It was already the 18th century. In the modern era, the West had long replaced matchlock guns with flintlocks. Yet in the Great Yu Empire, not even crude firearms existed. The gap in development was massive, like the Qing Dynasty still using sail ships while the West had steamships. The urgency behind making cutting tools was because once the lathe had reliable tools, he could start producing precision seamless steel pipes. That's right, he possessed the knowledge of how to forge rolled steel into tubes. This technique could also be used to produce firearms, but producing cannons, steel, glass, and other industries had already stretched their slave labor thin, so at the time he had to choose between building cannons or guns. In the end, he chose cannons. Technically, they were easier to manufacture. Using castern molds, cannons could be mass-produced. At that time, crafting guns required smiths to painstakingly forge each one by hand. Even then, the best they could manage were matchlocks. In the Battle of Kangju, they had only a few hundred matchlocks to fend off an army of 100,000 barbarians. On the walls, those matchlocks were hardly better than bows and arrows. Historical records showed a trained matchlock shooter could fire 2 shots every 3 minutes. That dreadful rate of fire was exactly why Xiao Ming had no intention of mass-producing matchlocks. With the West already having discarded them, why invest in backward weaponry? His goal was to jump straight to flintlock rifles, closing the technological gap and avoiding wasted time on outdated arms. Still, the matchlocks could serve a purpose. Once flintlocks were developed, other factions in the empire would surely begin scheming. At that time, the matchlocks could be pushed forward as a decoy. Even though Xiao Ming had this plan in mind, he knew flintlocks were far more complex. The barrel was just one part. They also required springs and firing mechanisms, and those components were no easier to manufacture than the barrel itself. Because of this, Xiao Ming didn't answer Chen Wenlong's question directly. Instead, he chuckled and brushed it aside. After all, Chen Wenlong was a civil official, not a technician like Chen Qi. Explaining further wouldn't help. After finishing the orders regarding tool molds, Xiao Ming returned to the royal palace. By the time he arrived, it was already midday. As he passed through the eastern market, he suddenly heard a familiar melody. Hearing it made him smile. Ziyuan had done well. The Great Yu version of the white-haired girl was now being performed among the people. Zhao Long, Zhao Hu, want to go see it with me? Xiao Ming asked with a smile. During the spring festival, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu had gone home for the holiday and missed the drama performance. They had heard about how impressive it was and had been eager to see it. They'd even heard snippets of the play's opening lines. Upon hearing the music now, they instantly realized what it was. Your Highness, this must be the white-haired girl, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu said excitedly. Xiao Ming nodded. That's right. You missed it during the new year, but now you have a chance to watch it. The two of them nodded eagerly, and so the three of them made their way toward the theater stage in the eastern market. Xiao Ming wasn't going just for entertainment. He wanted to observe the public's reaction. He was counting on the white-haired girl to spread across the vassal states through grassroots channels. Only then could his goals be achieved. Other girls wear flowers in their hair, but my father is too poor to buy one for me. By the time they arrived, the character Zir was finishing her solo. A crowd of citizens had already gathered around the stage. They watched with wide eyes. In this era lacking entertainment, there were few ways to pass the time. So when something this novel appeared, no one could bear to look away. What's this play? I've never seen it before. Yeah, the singing is strange, but it sounds good. That's Honest Chen's troupe. They used to perform Liuzi opera. Why are they doing this now? The murmurs from the crowd reached Xiao Ming's ears. On stage, Zir finished her opening song and the play entered its storyline. At this moment, the crowd quieted, fully drawn in by the drama. Its down-to-earth characters and setting quickly captured their empathy. Xiao Ming never watched the stage. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, however, were completely entranced. Seeing their expressions and the audience's response, Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction. This new form of drama clearly had a strong chance of spreading widely among the people. Snow in Kingzhu had gradually melted, and a trace of warmth spread under the midday sun. At the Eastern Market, crowds of people surrounded the stage, layer upon layer, watching the play. Waves of cheers erupted from time to time. When the villain Huang Shiren appeared, the audience gritted their teeth in anger, wishing they could rush the stage and beat him to death. In this drama, they saw a reflection of their own past, how they too had once been oppressed by Erful landlords and forced to sell their sons and daughters. Kill Huang Shiren, kill him. As the play reached its climax, the crowd shouted loudly. The thunderous voices made Xiao Ming's eardrums buzz. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, like the rest of the crowd, mirrored the emotions of the plot, at times joyful, at times sorrowful, and at times furious. When the play ended and Huang Shiren was beat to death, a huge cheer erupted throughout the Eastern Market. That felt so good. That bastard finally got what he deserved. Ah, it's good to be in Kingzhu. No one else would dare put on such a performance. Only our prince is so magnanimous. Exactly. Huang Shiren was a Erful landlord. In the past, no one dared to perform this kind of story in public. We have to thank His Highness. If he hadn't driven out the landlords from the 6 prefectures, we'd all still be living like Yang Beilao. You're right, this play is great. They deserve a reward. Saying that, a commoner reached into his sleeve and threw 3 copper coins onto the stage. As soon as those coins hit, it was like rain. The audience began showering the stage with copper coins. The 3 performers on stage froze in shock. They had performed in Kingzhu before, but never had they seen such generosity. In the past, earning 30 coins in a day was already considered good. Yet in just a moment, the stage floor was covered in coins. Within a short while, they had collected over 1,000 coins. The people at the front who had tipped them left, and those in the back stepped forward and also threw coins onto the stage. You performed really well. This was way better than those old plays. Your Highness, may I give them a reward too? Zhao Long asked. Xiao Ming was momentarily stunned, then smiled and nodded. Zhao Hu teased, hey, did you fall for that little actress? She is quite pretty. Zhao Long's usually blank expression turned red. He quickly defended, don't say nonsense like that, you'll ruin her reputation. Zhao Hu scoffed, she's just a performer. What reputation is there to ruin? Zhao Long glared sharply at Zhao Hu, who instantly fell silent. Xiao Ming watched the 2 brothers banter with great interest. The girl playing Zir was indeed charming. Falling for the heroine of a stage play was common even in modern times. Zhao Long seemed to be the great Yu Empire's version of a fanboy. But unlike the modern world, performers in this era held very low social status, even lower than craftsmen. That was why Zhao Hu had spoken so bluntly. Xiao Ming watched as Zhao Long placed his copper coins on the stage, sneaking a shy glance at the girl. Both Xiao Ming and Zhao Hu chuckled quietly. Still, jokes aside, Xiao Ming felt it was time to speak with the troupe. He said, Zhao Hu, have the troupe come to the palace. I want to meet them. Yes, Your Highness, Zhao Hu replied. After returning Xiao Ming to the palace, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu went back toward the Eastern Market. On the way, Zhao Long asked anxiously, why is His Highness summoning Chen Liaoshi's troupe? Did the play upset him? When did you get so slow? The play was written by His Highness. Why would he be upset? Exactly because it was his creation. Maybe they didn't perform it well enough, Zhao Long replied. Zhao Hu sighed, hands on his hips. Lang, don't tell me you're really into that girl. What business is it of yours? What His Highness wants with the troupe, just carry out the order. Rebuked, Zhao Long could only nod. At the Eastern Market, the troupe was counting the day's earnings. The young woman who played Zir had already changed out of costume and into a plain hemp dress. She spoke to a frail middle-aged man who was gleefully stacking copper coins. Father, how much did we make? The man, Chen Liaoshi, squinted his narrow eyes into a line and smiled. You're called Zir, and the girl in the play is also Zir. Looks like fate wanted you to play this role. We've struck gold today, 3,000 copper coins. That's 3 taels of silver. The others in the troupe were overjoyed. Earning 3 taels in one day, that meant they could make over 100 taels in a month. They had once lived on the brink of starvation, but now they were living a dream. It's all thanks to Miss Ziyuan. If she hadn't taught me, we wouldn't be here. Father, how about I buy something to give Miss Ziyuan tonight as a small token of thanks? You're right. We should show our gratitude. At that moment, the man who played Huang Shiren said, Miss Ziyuan is from Prince Qi's palace. What could she possibly need? Let's not make fools of ourselves. Let's just divide the money. Wu San, that's not right. Whether she needs it or not is her business. Showing gratitude is ours. How can we act like we have no sense of decency? We're barely surviving. Let's just split the money, Wu San replied, his triangular eyes glaring. Just then, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu entered the backstage area. Chen Leiashi, His Highness Prince Qi requests your presence, Zhao Hu announced. Prince Qi. Chen Leiashi blinked in disbelief. And we are personal guards to Prince Qi. Please come with us, Zhao Long explained. As he spoke, Zhao Long glanced at Chen Zir. His gaze softened. He had been moved by her performance, and now he felt like she was the very character from the play. Pale-faced, Chen Leiashi nervously scooped up some coins. Sirs, why does His Highness wish to see us? Zhao Hu said firmly. You'll know once you get to the palace. Keep your money. We don't accept bribes at Prince Qi's palace. Father, let's listen to the gentleman, said Chen Zir gracefully. With Sister Ziyuan there, they won't mistreat us. Chen Leiashi, still pale, nodded. Wu San, however, looked like he'd seen a ghost. This way, please. Zhao Hu gestured forward and led the group toward the palace. The troop hurriedly packed up and followed. Upon arriving at Prince Qi's palace, Zhao Hu led them into the main hall. When Chen Leiashi saw the man seated in the center, he froze. He was certain he had seen that face earlier among the crowd watching the play, and now worry filled his heart. You are Chen Leiashi seated calmly in the main hall. Zhao Ming's voice echoed across the room. Ziyuan stood beside him, smiling warmly at Chen Zir. This humble one is indeed, Chen Leiashi replied nervously. In his mind, people like them, stage performers, were no better than ants in the eyes of the Urfel. Back when the Wang and Qin clans still held influence, they were often summoned to perform, and a single misstep could result in beatings or curses. Because of this, members of acting troops were always cautious and timid, afraid to speak or act too boldly. You don't need to be nervous, Ziyuan said softly. His Highness summoned you regarding the play, not to punish anyone. Hearing this, everyone in the troupe let out a collective sigh of relief. Zhao Ming hadn't brought Chen Leiashi's troupe here for idle conversation. He was planning for a cultural renaissance and needed a grassroots acting troupe to assist him. Previously, performances in the royal palace were carried out by the palace's own songstresses, but these women weren't suitable for performing in public on streets and markets. It would damage the dignity of the palace. Even though Zhao Ming possessed modern thinking, he still had to respect local customs. He couldn't act too radically for a prince. Ziyuan is right. I didn't summon you to scold anyone. In fact, I want you to work for me, but you mustn't tell anyone you're working for me. Work for your Highness, Chen Leiashi nearly jumped in shock, trembling and unsure how to respond. Just then, Chen Zir stepped forward and said, Your Highness has always treated the people of Kingzhu equally, like his own children. We deeply admire you. Whatever your Highness instructs, our troop will follow. You're quite the quick-tongued girl, Zhao Ming said with a smile. No wonder Ziyuan had chosen Chen Zir. The two really did share a resemblance. I only speak the truth, your Highness, Chen Zir replied sweetly. Shaking his head, Zhao Ming said, Chen Leiashi, to have such a daughter is your good fortune. She's quite brave. Flattered, Chen Leiashi scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Zhao Ming continued, Very well then, I'll speak plainly. I plan to build a theater here in Kingzhu. I'll have you manage it, but if I want you to perform something, you must perform it. Theater, what's that? Chen Zir asked curiously. A theater is like the stage in the Eastern market, except it's indoors. From now on, your sole job will be performing plays. The government will fund you, pay your salaries every month, and manage the theater's finances, Zhao Ming explained. You'll pay us wages, Chen Zir gasped, stunned. Ziyuan also looked puzzled. Zhao Ming was being unusually generous to a group of performers. Your Highness, may I ask why? Chen Zir asked once she calmed down. It's not that I don't want to explain, Zhao Ming said, but even if I did, you wouldn't understand it right now. One day you will. For now, just tell me whether you agree or not. If you don't, I won't force you. Chen Leiashi was still in a daze, but Chen Zir quickly answered, We agree. We trust that your Highness would never treat us unfairly. Do your words speak for your father too? Zhao Ming asked, turning to the still confused Chen Leiashi. My father will listen to me, Chen Zir replied confidently. Zhao Ming frowned slightly. Sometimes, communicating with people of this era felt exhausting. Fine then, go back and discuss it among yourselves. Give me your answer tomorrow. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. After the troop left, Ziyuan asked, Your Highness, why do you value this troop so much? It's not that I value them in particular, Zhao Ming said. They're the only grassroots troop in Kingzhu. Not everyone is willing to expose themselves in public. That makes them rare. That's true, Ziyuan agreed, especially the girl. It's rare to find a woman like Chen Zir who's willing to perform in public. Exactly. I don't want to search again. Besides, I saw her performance in the Eastern market. It was genuinely good. That's because her teacher was excellent, Ziyuan said playfully. Zhao Ming took her hand and gently traced her palm, letting out a quiet HMPH. So arrogant. Fine then. Since you train Chen Zir, you'll keep teaching her. Let Lu Luo manage the textile workshop. You'll oversee the theater. I still have plenty of scripts left. Really, you have more exciting stories. Ziyuan's eyes sparkled. Zhao Ming chuckled. With his wealth of modern knowledge, he had no shortage of drama ideas. For him, the cultural renaissance would begin with drama. Plays were a perfect medium to transmit values and reshape thinking over time, a subtle but ireful transformation. Even in the modern world, nations paid close attention to culture and the arts. A single great play could influence an entire generation. That was the true of the arts. Once the theater was complete, he would use the troupe to spread a wave of new thinking through their performances, and he wouldn't limit himself to traditional stage plays. Songs, storytelling, and other performance formats would be included too. Looking at Ziyuan's lovely and curious expression, Xiao Ming said, "How about I tell you the story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai? Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai, are those names?" she asked. "Yes," Xiao Ming said seriously. "The story is about a girl and a boy meeting in secret. Secretly meeting, isn't that against the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? What a shameful girl." "Your Highness, I bet she was drowned in a pig cage, wasn't she?" Ziyuan asked innocently. Xiao Ming opened his mouth awkwardly. "Something like that. She deserved it. A proper woman must follow the rules. Your Highness, these things happen all the time in Great Yu. I've heard many palace maids say that women caught meeting men in secret are drowned. And do you think they deserve that?" Xiao Ming asked cautiously. "Of course, secretly meeting men brings shame to their families," she replied firmly. Xiao Ming swallowed hard. He had only meant to tease Ziyuan, but he had run headfirst into her deeply rooted Confucian morals. This made him realize that the cultural renaissance would face serious resistance. He would need to take small steps. Too much change at once could backfire. With a sigh, he said, "Then maybe I won't tell that story." "Then what story will your Highness tell?" Ziyuan asked eagerly. "How about Jin Pingmei?" Xiao Ming said with a mischievous grin. Jin Pingmei tells the story of Ximen Qing, a lustful social climber and wealthy merchant who marries 6 wives and concubines. Set during the Northern Song Dynasty, the narrative centers on Ximen Qing's vulgar lifestyle and the eventual downfall of his household. The story also portrays the sexual struggles and plays among the women within Ximen Qing's family. Jin Pingmei ended with Ziyuan running out of the main hall, her face flushed with embarrassment. Of course, Xiao Ming hadn't told Jin Pingmei for the sake of lecturing about feudal moral codes. He was simply using it as an excuse to tell some risque jokes and take a bit of playful advantage of Ziyuan. In truth, Xiao Ming wasn't in a hurry to overturn feudal traditions. Such deep-rooted things could only be changed slowly, like boiling a frog in warm water. Besides, in his mind, the cultural renaissance he envisioned wasn't simply about building a theater. Forced artistry would never achieve the results he wanted. His sudden interest in building a theater was mainly to add entertainment options in Kingzhu and boost the government's revenue. It was part of his broader urban development plan. Naturally, he couldn't say that publicly. Those who pretended to be refined would sneer at him behind his back. To Xiao Ming, theater could help spread certain ideas among the populace, but the true foundation of the Renaissance lay with Bowen Academy in education. As long as the students at Bowen Academy absorbed his teachings, the cultural renaissance would already be half complete. After all, even in the West, the Renaissance first took hold among the educated elite and then spread downward. Thus, for Xiao Ming, theater was only a small card in his hand. His real priorities were 3 things: building up commerce, spreading education, and strengthening the military. After leaving the theater project entirely to Ziyuan, Xiao Ming threw himself fully into another weapon project following the cannons, the flintlock musket. According to the knowledge he possessed, in modern history, the first tubular metal firearms appeared in Europe during the 1330s. These early firearms were called hand cannons, evolving later into matchlock smoothbore guns, which remained in use in Europe until the 16th century. Around the same time, during the 16th century, Portuguese traders introduced matchlocks to Japan during the 22nd year of the Ming Emperor Jiajing's reign. Thus, the origin of the Ming dynasty's Niacheng bird gun was always debated. Some said it was invented independently, some said it was brought from Japan, and others believed it came directly from the West. But regardless, from the 16th century onward, the world had entered the era of firearms. By the mid-17th century, flintlock muskets had become mainstream. As for why the Great Yu Empire hadn't yet come into contact with firearms, Xiao Ming remained puzzled. By historical patterns, the Great Yu should at least have encountered guns and cannons, but apparently the Great Yu Empire hadn't. The only plausible reason Xiao Ming could find was that the Great Yu Empire had long neglected maritime activities. With coastal areas now overrun by Waku pirates, exchanges with the outside world had been severely cut off. Moreover, the capital Chang'an was inland. Even if foreigners had made contact, it would have been with the Wei king or the Chu king first. Thinking of all this, Xiao Ming frowned. Regardless, he couldn't afford to wait any longer. Now that cannon production had stabilized, producing flintlocks had to become a top priority. was running out of time. Partly, he needed them to defend against Japan's potential invasion 3 years later. But more importantly, he planned to drive the barbarians out of Yuzhou and push them beyond Shanghai Pass before the Japanese even attacked. That way, he could avoid fighting a two-front war, and his musketeers could gain real battlefield experience. Just as he was deep in thought, Ziwen, who had earlier fled blushing, returned. "Your Highness, Liang Dahai has returned. He's back quick, let him in." Xiao Ming said excitedly. Last winter, he had sent Liang Dahai to the steppe to purchase slaves. He was curious to see the results. A moment later, Liang Dahai, dressed in a purple round-collar robe, entered the hall and bowed. "Your Highness, this official has returned." "How was the harvest this time?" Xiao Ming asked with a smile. Liang Dahai answered, "Just as your Highness predicted. This year many cattle and sheep froze to death on the steppe. To avoid starvation, many barbarian tribes secretly traded slaves with us. Over the past few months, I purchased 12,000 strong slaves. I await your Highness's inspection." "No need. Very good. I'm severely short on manpower right now," Xiao Ming said thoughtfully. "Hand these slaves over to Kaiyan Dafu immediately." He added, "Liang Dahai, you know Kingzhu's census results. We desperately lack laborers. You must continue purchasing slaves from the steppe. Also, open a new channel. Buy slaves from the pirates at Dengzhu." "Buying slaves from pirates." Liang Dahai's eyes gleamed. He chuckled. "Highness, that could work, but pirates demand real silver and gold, not like the barbarians who are happy with old grain. Well, I have no spare silver for you." "Kingzhu is spending money everywhere," Xiao Ming said with a grin. Liang Dahai pulled a long face. "Your Highness, you're putting me in a tough spot. I've dealt with pirates before, they're ruthless. Not so easy to fool." "Don't worry," Xiao Ming said. "I'm not sending you empty-handed. It's getting late today. Go rest. Tomorrow I'll give you what you need." Liang Dahai hesitated but nodded. The next day, Xiao Ming summoned him to the glass workshop. Inside, Xiao Ming pointed at a large wooden crate and said, "There's your capital." Liang Dahai walked over and opened the crate. His eyes went wide. "Your Highness, this is too precious." Inside the crate were heaps of glass marbles, simple green-tinted marbles, the kind Xiao Ming had once played with as a child. Grabbing a handful, the marbles made a pleasant clinking sound in his hand. Xiao Ming smiled and said, "Exactly because they're precious, you can use them to trade for slaves." "No problem, right, of course." Xiao Ming knew the real value of these marbles. Now that he controlled glass production, this entire crate wasn't even worth 100 taels of silver. But in the Great Yu Empire, glass was considered a luxury. He was certain that even Waku pirates hadn't seen such craftsmanship. They would treasure these marbles as priceless gems. No problem," Liang Dahai stammered. To him, this crate was a treasure trove. Xiao Ming continued, "Be clever. These marbles can be used not just to buy slaves. If you can also trade them for gold and silver, all the better. Bring it all back." Liang Dahai, who had plenty of experience dealing with pirates, knew the impact these marbles would have. He took a deep breath and said, "Your Highness, rest assured. I'll make sure to exchange this box for its full worth." Xiao Ming nodded slightly. Once the West had used a few glass beads to trick Native Americans out of vast lands. He couldn't fall behind. As long as he held this technological advantage, he would fully exploit it. At Leju, Kaiyan Dafu drank some water as he watched the slaves busily working. He had been shouting commands all morning, and his throat was already hoarse, overseeing the construction of various facilities within the mining zone. To quickly transport tungsten dare, some slaves had already begun digging for ore, while others were working on sorting, enriching the tungsten dare from the soil. "Second uncle, His Highness has arrived." A young man ran up to inform Kaiyan Dafu. "His Highness is here." Kaiyan Dafu nearly leaped from his chair. He said to the young man, "Kaiyan Gui, when His Highness arrives, don't speak out of turn. Let me explain to him about sending you to Bowen Academy." "I'll listen to you, second uncle." Kaiyan Gui nodded, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Just then, a group of armored cavalrymen appeared at the mining area. Their imposing presence made it obvious. They were Xiao Ming's personal guards. Seeing them, Kaiyan Dafu quickly rushed forward. He immediately spotted Xiao Ming, surrounded by guards. "Your Highness, what brings you all the way out here?" Kaiyan Dafu greeted him warmly. Xiao Ming smiled and said, "Came to have a look. Also brought you the slaves Liang Dahai bought from the steppe, 5,000 strong men." "Should be enough for now." Kaiyan Dafu glanced at the group of slaves under guard and grinned. "Oh," Liang Dahai finally wised up. "These are all sturdy ones. 5,000 of them are worth more than 10,000 from before. If he hadn't wised up, I'd have sent him home to farm," Xiao Ming said, dismounting. Passing by Kaiyan Dafu, Xiao Ming looked toward the slaves digging at the bottom of the pit. Mining had always been grueling work, especially without modern machinery. Everything had to rely on human labor, chiseling and digging. A single metal ore field could stretch for miles. Right now, the slaves had dug about 5 meters deep into the surface layer, where the tungsten content was very low. "Your Highness, this is black tungsten ore," Kaiyan Dafu said, handing over a stone with a white blackish hue. The mineral resembled coal. If not for some translucent crystals on the surface, it could easily have been mistaken for coal. Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction. White tungsten ore was more common but usually low-grade. Black tungsten ore was rarer but typically richer, and it usually appeared alongside manganese, a metal he also needed. Weighing the tungsten stone in his hand, Xiao Ming felt genuine joy. He had specifically asked Qian Dafu to prioritize black tungsten ore for this very reason. After checking the mining and sorting areas, Xiao Ming was very pleased with the progress. In just a few days, they had already achieved notable results. Though it came at a cost, slave laborers were living in the open with only a few tents and no proper houses yet. "You've been sleeping in tents too?" Xiao Ming asked, moved by the sight. "No choice, Your Highness," Qian Dafu smiled. "The cement and bricks from Kingzhu won't arrive for a while. At least it's warmer now, and the slaves carried their own bedding. Grouped together, it's not too cold. You've all worked hard, just endure for a little while longer." "I'll have the government send rewards soon," Xiao Ming promised with a smile. Qian Dafu grinned broadly. Then he remembered something and pulled a young man forward. "Your Highness, this is Qian Gui, my nephew. Qian Gui, the one who was enslaved to the government." "Exactly. Thanks to Her Highness's kindness, she petitioned His Majesty to pardon him. Now he's returned to me. Your Highness also knows I have no other relatives left. I treat him as my own son." Qian Gui bowed deeply. "Greetings to Your Highness." Xiao Ming knew well that Qian Dafu, who had essentially become a eunuch within the palace system, placed all his hopes on this one remaining family member. Since Qian Dafu rarely made personal requests, Xiao Ming took it seriously. Glanced over Qian Gui, noting the resemblance to Qian Dafu. The Empress Dowager's effort to seek a pardon on Qian Gui's behalf seemed to be a reward for Qian Dafu's many years of loyalty. "You look just as honest as your uncle," Xiao Ming said. "Your Highness, honesty runs in our Qian family." Qian Dafu laughed heartily. "I would like to ask Your Highness to let Qian Gui study at Bowen Academy. That way, I can focus on running the mines, and he can learn enough to assist me in the future." "You have a point," Xiao Ming said, observing Qian Gui again. "Very well. Let him enroll at Bowen Academy for a while." "Thank you, Your Highness." Qian Dafu let out a sigh of relief. Truthfully, even if not for Qian Dafu, Xiao Ming needed to cultivate talents for mineral exploration. Kingzhu's supply of skilled individuals was pitifully small. New blood was urgently needed to support future industrial development. After inspecting the mine, Xiao Ming returned to Kingzhu, carrying with him 3 tons of tungsten dare extracted so far. At the machinery department bringing the tungsten dare, Xiao Ming headed directly to the machinery department. "Your Highness, how should the springs be made?" Song Champing asked, sniffing. He was clearly battling a cold. With flintlock musket production moving forward, Xiao Ming had gathered Kingzhu's strongest research team. The old machinery department talents had been fully reassembled. However, Xiao Ming hadn't set them all to work on the musket together. He assigned specific tasks. Zhang Liu and his team would focus on tungsten steel tools and barrel production. Song Champing was responsible for producing musket bullets and the intricate lock mechanism. According to Xiao Ming's broader plan, Chen Qi would specialize in artillery research, while Song Champing would lead firearms research. Although barrel production hadn't started yet, small steel ball manufacturing and lock mechanism development could begin immediately. The steps could proceed in parallel. After all, Xiao Ming wasn't starting from scratch. He had access to detailed firearm production data. What about extracting pure tungsten from the dare? Zhang Liu added. Both questions pointed to technical challenges. Producing springs involved solving the elasticity problem of steel, while refining tungsten at this stage couldn't guarantee high purity. At best, maybe 20 refinement, which was still enough. One thing at a time. Zhang Liu, you and your team handle the molds first. Song Champing, you stay. I'll explain the structure of the lock mechanism to you, Xiao Ming ordered. Inside the machinery department, Song Champing sat with his artillery production team. After reorganizing the teams, Song Champing had kept only his original artillery crew. Standing before the blackboard, Xiao Ming began sketching the structure of the flintlock musket. Both matchlocks and flintlocks were smoothbore firearms. The only difference was how the gunpowder was ignited. Matchlocks were simple, operating similarly to cannons. Once you had a barrel, it wasn't difficult for Song Champing and the others to replicate the design. But for Xiao Ming, producing matchlocks was pointless. In the field, matchlocks were unreliable against cavalry. With a firing rate of 2 shots every 3 minutes, just like the 3-barreled bird guns of the late Ming, soldiers would barely fire twice before being forced into melee. Worse, if the match cord went out, a matchlock was no better than a stick. Flintlocks, however, avoided the problem of extinguished matches. They were far more stable. That's why flintlocks quickly replaced matchlocks historically. Overall, the external structure of a flintlock mechanism includes the hammer, main spring, frizzen spring, and pan, Xiao Ming explained. The hammer holds the flint. The main spring ers the hammer. The frizzen spring supports the steel frizzen that the flint strikes. The pan holds a small amount of priming dare. Internally, you have the trigger, sear, tumbler, bridle, and sear spring. The trigger activates the mechanism. The tumbler controls the main spring's energy. The sear locks and releases the tumbler. The bridle fixes the parts in place, and the sear spring keeps the sear pressed into position. Basically, when you pull the trigger, the sear releases the tumbler, allowing the hammer to strike the frizzen and produce sparks, igniting the dare. Pointing at the detailed diagram, Xiao Ming explained the structure piece by piece. Song Champing and the craftsman listened intently, memorizing everything. They also carefully noted the dimensions of each component on the blackboard. From Song Champing's perspective, forging the tiny parts, hammer, springs, tumbler, and trigger, would be troublesome. After explaining the full structure, Xiao Ming said, "Now, raise the problems you foresee." "Your Highness, it's still the issue of the springs," Song Champing said immediately. "How do we make steel flexible enough without springs? Building a flintlock was impossible." Xiao Ming smiled. "Before it wasn't possible. Now it is." "Oh, why's that?" Song Champing asked. "Do you know why I insisted on finding tungsten before moving forward with musket production?" Xiao Ming asked. The craftsmen shook their heads. Xiao Ming explained, "The gun barrel was just one problem. You could forge barrels by hand, but that would only allow you to make matchlocks, not flintlocks. Springs require spring steel, and spring steel requires elements like carbon and manganese. Without manganese, you can't make reliable springs. So even if we had barrels, producing flintlocks would have been impossible." He paused, then said, "Now you understand why I obsessed over finding tungsten. It's not just for making cutting tools. It's also because black tungsten ore comes with manganese." Song Champing nodded slowly. As craftsmen, they knew that rolled iron could make barrels. But handmade barrels would vary in quality and consume enormous amounts of labor. After covering the musket design, Xiao Ming assigned tasks to Song Champing's team. Now that they had lathes and precision measurements, it was time for assembly line production. Standardized parts made by different craftsmen would be assembled later, dramatically improving production speed. If Xiao Ming stuck to traditional methods, he could never compete with the Western Ers, or even Japan. His territory only had 600,000 households, and most of his labor came from a limited number of slaves. Without mechanization, it would be impossible to compete. "I'll take charge of producing the spring steel," Song Champing volunteered. Xiao Ming looked at him approvingly. "Good, let's find Zhang Liu." Later, with Zhang Liu, each member of the Flintlock project was assigned to their part. Xiao Ming and Song Champing found Zhang Liu. By now, molds for the boring machine, milling machine, and drill press cutting tools had been completed. Only the extraction of tungsten remained. "Prepare charcoal. Mix the tungsten dare with charcoal and smelt it at iron-melting temperatures," Xiao Ming instructed Zhang Liu in the courtyard. Following orders, Zhang Liu and his craftsmen immediately got to work. They had been eagerly waiting for this moment. Given current technology, Xiao Ming could only use carbon reduction to extract tungsten. Historically, in 1783, Spaniard de Elhayar discovered black tungsten ore and used carbon reduction to obtain tungsten dare for the first time, naming the element. Thus, Xiao Ming's method was feasible. Though the purity wouldn't be very high, it would be more than sufficient for their needs. In fact, it might allow Kingzhu's lathe industry to rival or even surpass the West for a time. They mixed the tungsten dare with charcoal and poured the mixture into a blast furnace preheated by the heat storage chamber. Then they waited. An hour later, once the furnace cooled, Zhang Liu extracted the material from the outlet. Amid the black dare, some silver-white granules appeared. Though there weren't many, it confirmed that carbon reduction had successfully extracted tungsten. "Your Highness, are these silver granules tungsten?" Zhang Liu asked excitedly. He had never seen anything like them before. Xiao Ming nodded, eyes gleaming with joy. This was another technological breakthrough for Kingzhu. "Yes, this is tungsten. Now we can produce tungsten steel." The craftsmen's faces lit up with bright smiles. Zhang Liu immediately ordered, "Quick, bring a sieve, extract the tungsten particles, and prepare more charcoal. We'll refine even more tungsten." "Your Highness, something good must have happened these past few days. Why are you so happy lying back on a rocking chair and enjoying Lu Luo's massage?" Xiao Ming chuckled at her words. How could he not be happy they had successfully extracted tungsten? Right now, Zhang Liu at the machinery department was working day and night to refine tungsten. Although the extraction method was rather primitive, they would soon accumulate enough to produce a batch of high-quality cutting tools. Meanwhile, Song Champing was working alongside Zhang Liu, not to assist with the tungsten, but because the carbon reduction process also produced some manganese dare. Song Champing was using that manganese to produce a manganese-carbon alloy, essentially spring steel. Of course, theory was one thing. Actually synthesizing the alloy was another. Precisely controlling the ratios of elements was no easy task. and it was up to Song Champing to handle the experiments. Now that preparations for the flintlock musket were underway, how could Xiao Ming not be in a good mood when a man is happy? The whole world looks better, Xiao Ming said lazily, gazing at the deep blue sky he loved so much, clear and free of smog. Lu Luo smiled sweetly. His happiness was her happiness. Your Highness, I have some good news too. Oh, tell me. A very skilled woman joined our textile workshop. She's excellent at both weaving and sewing, much better than I am. At this rate, I might lose my job as workshop supervisor, Lu Luo said with a sigh. Xiao Ming teased. In that case, why not just kick her out? How could I, Your Highness? Doing that would chill people's hearts. I'm not someone who envies the capable, Lu Luo pouted. Of course, Xiao Ming was only joking. He just wanted to see her attitude. Like Ziwen, Lu Luo was thoughtful and considerate. He squeezed Lu Luo's small hand and said seriously, I only said it because I care about you. Your Highness, Lu Luo blushed and whined softly. Her tender voice almost melted Xiao Ming's bones. If they weren't about to marry soon, he might have lost his self-control right then and there. After a bit of playful teasing, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered Meng Yuliang's situation. He hadn't told Lu Luo about it yet, and he didn't plan to. Like Yue Yun said, Meng Yuliang couldn't be fully trusted yet. Better to let him eat and rest well in prison for a while longer. Switching topics, Xiao Ming asked Lu Luo, how's the preparation of the military uniforms and shoes for the Kingzhu army? We've produced 3,000 sets of uniforms over the past 3 months. Lu Luo reported earnestly, but the shoes are slower to make. Sewing the 1,000-layer soles is more complicated. Since Xiao Ming entrusted her with the textile workshop, Lu Luo had worked diligently, taking his assignments very seriously. 3,000 sets, that's good enough. Pack them up today. I'm taking them to the Kingzhu army, Xiao Ming said. Besides armor, the Kingzhu army lacked proper uniforms. These were the very uniforms Xiao Ming had promised them before the new year. Now that the Flintlock project was on track, it was time for the Kingzhu army's equipment to evolve too. Although plate armor offered flexibility, it was still less agile than cloth clothing. Such small differences in mobility could affect the reloading speed of flintlocks. According to his plan, once the Kingzhu army was equipped with flintlocks, their armor would be redistributed to soldiers from other prefectures. After all, outside of Kingzhu and Dengzhu, the other 4 prefectures, armies only had armor for their officers. During his last trip to Dengzhu, Commander Yi Qingyun had escorted Meng Yuliang back. When he saw even the ordinary Kingzhu soldiers clad in full plate armor, his eyes had nearly turned red with envy. After enjoying a relaxing morning, Xiao Ming followed Lu Luo to the textile workshop. There, he saw the Kingzhu army's new uniforms. According to Xiao Ming's design, the left sleeve of each uniform was embroidered with the characters Kingzhu Army, along with an insignia of 2 crossed swords beneath golden wheat stalks. Since he was formalizing the military, the troops needed official insignias. The design symbolized that the army came from the people and existed to protect the people. Your Highness, this is one of the 1,000-layer-soled shoes, Lu Luo said proudly, presenting a pair of shoes resembling traditional Beijing cloth shoes. Xiao Ming picked them up and was struck by a wave of nostalgia. He had worn similar shoes as a child. The soles weren't made of rubber or plastic, but were thick layers of coarse cloth stitched together until reaching about 2 centimeters thick. Even so, in Kingzhu, many couldn't afford such shoes. The Kingzhu army's soldiers were all from the lower classes. In this era, only the wealthy could wear 1,000-layer soles. The poor could only afford straw sandals. Not bad, very fine craftsmanship. How many pairs in total? Xiao Ming asked, noticing how much more meticulous the female workers had become since they were paid better wages. 1,200 pairs, Lu Luo replied. At the same time, workers were already loading the uniforms and shoes onto horse-drawn carts. After verifying everything, Xiao Ming brought the goods directly to the Kingzhu military camp. At the Kingzhu army camp among the 6 prefectures, the Kingzhu army was the most elite and best-equipped force. They had already proven their strength at the Battle of Kangju. Of course, Xiao Ming prioritized supplying his best troops first, not because he looked down on the other armies, but because resources were limited. He had to focus where they were most needed. Your Highness, what did you bring this time? As soon as Xiao Ming arrived with dozens of carts, Lu Fei hurried over like a bandit sniffing out treasure. Seeing Lu Fei's shoes, worn down to just a few thin layers, Xiao Ming grabbed a new pair of shoes from the cart and tossed them over. These are for you. Catching them, Lu Fei's eyes lit up. He shouted, everyone come quick. His Highness brought us uniforms. The soldiers training on the field were all Lu Fei's men, about 3,000 in total. They immediately surrounded the carts, eyes shining with excitement. New uniforms, something they had long dreamed of. Xiao Ming was about to order Niu Ben to oversee distribution when Lu Fei suddenly shouted, what are you all waiting for? Grab them quick. If the other officers get here, they'll claim part of the batch. We're the closest. We should take advantage. You rascal, don't hog everything. These uniforms are for all of us." Another officer yelled as he led more soldiers rushing toward the carts after hearing the commotion. At the Kingzhu military camp, the carts loaded with military uniforms were completely surrounded by excited soldiers. Hearing the news, troops led by their officers hurried over, eyes filled with anticipation. "You can't let Lu Fei snatch all the uniforms. Our artillery corps needs them too," Luo Xin shouted as he squeezed his way up to Xiao Ming. He added, "Everyone knows how important the artillery corps is. We should be the first ones to get the new uniforms. Bah. You artillery cowards just hide behind city walls firing cannons. My men fight hand-to-hand beneath the walls. Why should you get them first?" Lu Fei spat. "Yeah, why should you?" Lu Fei's men echoed loudly. "And what's wrong with us firing cannons from the walls without our artillery support? Would you have it so easy?" Luo Xin sneered back, shouting to his men, "Am I right? His soldiers roared. Sitting on horseback, Xiao Ming watched them bicker with amusement. Just then, the soldiers parted to make way. Niu Ben had arrived. Seeing him, both Lu Fei and Luo Xin immediately quieted down and stood aside respectfully. Glancing at them sternly, Niu Ben looked at the carts filled with uniforms, heart full of expectation. "Your Highness personally delivering the uniforms. Such an honor," Niu Ben said respectfully. "It's nothing," Xiao Ming smiled. "I promised before the new year to deliver these. It's a little late and the quantity isn't enough for everyone yet, but let's get the men dressed first." To Xiao Ming, military uniforms weren't just clothes. They symbolized the Kingzhu army's move toward formalization and professionalism. Moreover, these new uniforms were different from traditional plate armor. Soldiers could wear them not just in battle, but when going home or even in public. Thus, Xiao Ming had designed them to appear dignified and grand, highlighting the heroic spirit of young men. The uniforms weren't traditional Great U-style round-collar shirts, but standing-collar tunics, straight-cut, tailored at the waist and slit at the knees. The fabric was black-green with epaulets on the shoulders. When Xiao Ming first saw the finished design, he had looked forward to seeing the soldiers and officers wearing them. They would certainly look impressive. Taking a package from the frontmost cart, he retrieved the officers' uniforms. Each officer's uniform had epaulets with different numbers of yellow bars to denote rank. Governor Niu, Lu Fei, Luo Xin, Hu Changfei, Xiao Ming called out the names one by one, distributing the uniforms. "Thank you, Your Highness." The officers replied joyfully. Feeling the sturdy fabric, they couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. The craftsmanship was truly excellent. After the officers received their uniforms, Xiao Ming said, "Go change, let the soldiers see how you look." Niu Ben and the others immediately returned to their barracks, quickly removing their plate armor. Before long, they reappeared, wearing the black-green standing collar uniforms. Xiao Ming was very satisfied. Once they put on the uniforms, their entire aura changed. The tailored fit combined with their natural military bearing made them look dignified and heroic. If word spread about these uniforms, countless young men would surely be envious. After all, military uniforms themselves were a kind of combat. Right, there's one more thing, Xiao Ming said, suddenly remembering. He took out several leather belts from the cart and tossed them over. That winter, Liang Dahai had acquired many slaves, and Li Kaiyuan had gathered plenty of livestock hides. Lu Luo had stitched these into belts. "Your Highness, how do we use these?" Luo Xin asked, confused. Xiao Ming personally demonstrated. These belts were simple. Each had a metal ring and a metal tongue that fit through a punched hole in the leather strap. Understanding dawned on the officers. They fastened the belts around their waists, instantly tightening the uniforms and enhancing their sharp appearance. The soldiers' mouths dropped open. They were full of envy. These uniforms looked even better than what noble sons wore. "How do I look?" Lu Fei asked, grinning so widely his mouth almost split. "Sir, you're dashing now. Like a phoenix rising from a chicken coop." One soldier joked. Lu Fei's face instantly turned green. "Phoenix rising from a chicken coop, huh, you little rascal." But he couldn't help laughing. He was obviously very pleased. At that moment, Luo Xin suggested, "Governor, don't you have a mirror in your room? Let's go have a look." Right, let's go," Lu Fei said eagerly. Niu Ben didn't object. Moments of celebration were good for morale. They hurried to Niu Ben's quarters and, facing the mirror, finally saw themselves properly. "Your Highness," Luo Xin said, spinning proudly in front of the mirror, "if I walked into Chang'an wearing this, noble ladies would be lining up to propose marriage." Xiao Ming laughed. "They wouldn't be after you, they'd be after your uniform." Lu Fei joked, "It really is like turning a chicken into a phoenix." "Your Highness, these uniforms are truly excellent." Niu Ben looked at his officers, now upright and dignified in their new outfits, and sighed. "Your Highness always surprises me. I never thought I'd live to see the day soldiers dressed like this." Xiao Ming smiled and said, "Old General, this is only the beginning. In a few more months, the Kingzhu army will undergo an even greater transformation." "An even greater transformation?" Niu Ben asked. full of doubt and curiosity. First cannons, then mounted crossbowmen, now these stunning uniforms. What could possibly come next? It felt like Xiao Ming's vision was always one step ahead of their understanding. This new equipment, Xiao Ming said, will shake the very foundations of the great Yu Empire. He gazed northward and added, once it's ready, I'll lead a northern expedition to drive the barbarian tribes beyond Shanghai Pass. Niu Ben was startled. Your Highness, the Yuzhu barbarians aren't an easy threat to eliminate. There's no need to rush. Xiao Ming understood Niu Ben's concern about being reckless. Old general, in time, you'll understand my intentions, Xiao Ming said calmly. Overall, the uniforms fit perfectly and looked incredibly sharp on the officers. From now on, the soldiers' public image would be elevated. When ordinary citizens saw them, they would feel admiration, and young men would aspire to join. As for how the uniforms would be distributed among the soldiers, Xiao Ming left that to Niu Ben to handle. The long winter gradually receded, and the warmth of spring began to spread across every corner of Kingzhu. As the temperature warmed and everything began to revive, Kingzhu seemed to come alive as well. After delivering the military uniforms to the Kingzhu army, Xiao Ming released an announcement through the government, which immediately stirred up a huge response. Kingzhu is going to build cement roads. They say that all the streets in the city will be paved with it, and the eastern and western markets will be the main focus of the renovations. Looks like His Highness has big plans for this year. In a fine house in one of Kingzhu's neighborhoods, the old steward was sharing today's Kingzhu Daily with Gu Xinyuan. Cement roads, are those the ones we saw in the industrial district? Gu Xinyuan asked. He was originally a merchant from Chang'an, but after investing all his savings into opening 5 soap factories in Kingzhu, he bought a house and applied for Kingzhu residency. Kingzhu's regulations allowed anyone who invested 100,000 taels of silver to apply for local residency, and Gu Xinyuan had taken advantage of this opportunity. At first, he had some doubts, but after Kingzhu began producing glass and mirrors, he saw the advantage of living here. Every morning, he could queue at the merchant guild to buy the mirrors and glass being sold that day. He would then resell these goods for a profit. After a winter, he had earned quite a bit, and he had become comfortable with his new identity as a Kingzhu resident. Yes, these roads will be solid, but if you fall on them, it might break your bones, the steward said with a nervous laugh. He'd fallen last time while going to buy supplies, and the pain still lingered. Gu Xinyuan's eyes sparkled. Though cement roads were hard, once they dried, they would be perfect for carts and people to travel on. They would be ideal for transporting goods. If the entire city of Kingzhu were paved with cement roads, the landscape would drastically change. There would be no more mud-filled streets whenever it rained. That thought excited him. What else did it say? He asked, eager for more details. The steward continued, it says that the government will recruit strong laborers for the road construction and will pay them wages. Gu Xinyuan's eyes lit up. This is a great money-making opportunity. With the whole of Kingzhu under construction, they must need plenty of money. Since we've settled in Kingzhu, it's the right place to be. There's always a way to make money here. Let's go visit Pang Changxi and ask him about this. At the Kingzhu government, Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun were discussing the road construction. During the winter, it was impossible to work on the roads since the cement would freeze. As a result, the construction in Kangju had paused. Xiao Ming wasn't able to come up with a method to prevent the cement from freezing. But now that the weather was warming, the municipal project was ready to proceed. The appearance of a city is crucial for attracting wealthy merchants from other areas. Creating a comfortable living environment is the key to drawing the wealthy to settle, a principle that has never changed throughout history. Therefore, Xiao Ming placed great importance on transforming Kingzhu City as part of his commercial development plan. Pang Changxi, a merchant named Gu Xinyuan, wishes to meet with you, a servant came in to report. Gu Xinyuan, Pang Yukun raised an eyebrow. Your Highness, you speak of him, and here he is. Looks like a lot of sharp-minded merchants are showing up. You know him? Xiao Ming asked. Yes, this Gu Xinyuan is a Chang'an merchant who applied for residency here last year. I personally issued his residency certificate, Pang Yukun replied. Ah, good. This is a great start. I hope more merchants will apply for residency here in the future, Xiao Ming smiled. This policy was similar to investment immigration, a method many modern countries use to attract capital and boost their economies. Xiao Ming nodded and said, let him in. Maybe he's here for something other than the road project. A moment later, Gu Xinyuan entered the government office and immediately bowed to both Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun. Greetings, Your Highness and Pang Changxi. Don't stand on ceremony, Gu Xinyuan. I was just discussing the road project with Pang Changxi. I assume you're here about that, Xiao Ming asked directly. Gu Xinyuan hesitated, then smiled. Indeed, Your Highness. You truly have a keen mind. I came today to ask if we merchants can participate in the construction of the roads here in Kingzhu. Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun exchanged a glance before Xiao Ming replied, "You can, but there are conditions." Gu Xinyuan's heart sank. Xiao Ming had built a reputation as a shrewd businessman, and he wasn't sure what the prince would require. Still, he said, "Please, your highness, tell me what the conditions are." "There are two conditions," Xiao Ming said. "First, the laborers you hire must be from Kingzhu's local populace. Second, the materials needed for the construction must be sourced locally. If you agree to these terms, you may participate in the road and underground pipe construction. Buying materials locally will save on transportation costs, and hiring local labor is no problem, as I've already settled here in Kingzhu." Gu Xinyuan replied quickly. Seeing his eagerness, Xiao Ming said, "Good. I'll be releasing the construction segments soon, and you can choose which ones you'd like to bid on." Gu Xinyuan was delighted and thanked Xiao Ming profusely before leaving. Pang Yukun watched him go and then said, "Your Highness, this is an excellent opportunity. We should cultivate more merchants like Gu Xinyuan. It will encourage others to settle here in Kingzhu." "You're right, but we should also develop a pool of construction merchants from the local population," Xiao Ming replied. "That could work, but the common folk don't have the silver to buy materials or hire workers," Pang Yukun said. Xiao Ming smiled. "That's not a big problem. If they don't have money, we can lend it to them." Pang Yukun waved his hand, laughing. "Your Highness, this is a joke. Right, since when does the government lend money to the people?" Xiao Ming answered with a grin. "I'm serious. Do you remember where the silver notes used by the merchants come from the Cao family's pawnshop?" Pang Yukun replied. Xiao Ming nodded. "I've heard the Cao family is the richest merchant family in Jiangnan, and their pawnshops are everywhere in the Great Yu Empire. I envy them. Why don't we establish a government-run pawnshop here in Kingzhu? We could lend money to the people and help them start their businesses." Pang Yukun fell silent, thinking deeply. After a moment, he said, "Your Highness, with all due respect, my limited understanding tells me that pawnshops are based on gold and silver. You issue as much silver as you have. Our treasury is far from full. This isn't a problem for the pawnshop's foundation." Xiao Ming replied confidently. "If we need more, we'll just issue more. Let's establish Kingzhu's first bank while we're at it." Pang Yukun was stunned. He had never heard such a bold proposal. Xiao Ming was determined to push forward with his ideas. At the Kingzhu government office, when it came to the idea of a bank, Xiao Ming once again explained the concept to Pang Yukun. Although it was called a bank, it was essentially the same as a pawnshop. Pang Yukun understood. After discussing the bank, Pang Yukun took out the blueprints for the city's infrastructure project. This project was divided into two parts: the construction of cement roads and the laying of underground pipes. The cement roads didn't need much explanation, but the underground pipes included drainage and sewage pipes. Xiao Ming wanted Kingzhu to become a highly prosperous commercial hub, and he naturally aimed to look ahead. Thus, the design for underground pipes was incorporated into the plans. At first, Pang Yukun didn't understand the reasoning behind this design, but after Xiao Ming explained, he realized the significance. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, this underground pipeline is unprecedented. No city in the Great Yu Empire has such a sewage system. Kingzhu will be the first." "But Your Highness, where will the sewage pipes ultimately lead?" Xiao Ming had already been planning this underground system for a while. Once it was completed, he could also transform the palace to enjoy a more comfortable lifestyle with proper sanitation. Moreover, the sewage system would serve another important purpose. "It will lead to my official farm," Xiao Ming said with a smile. "No manure, no rice fragrance. The end destination for the sewage pipes would be a large compost pit. This compost would not only provide fertilizer for the official farm, but Xiao Ming also planned to experiment with biogas production. Being from a modern world, Xiao Ming was naturally thinking long-term. "I understand now. Your Highness is truly brilliant," Pang Yukun said, impressed. After going over the detailed plans with Pang Yukun, Xiao Ming instructed him to begin preparations for both the bank and the city infrastructure project. "To forge iron, one must first be strong," Xiao Ming remarked. Just as he had built the army, he was now turning his attention to the development of the city. 3 days later, the Kingzhu government posted the blueprints for the road and underground pipeline construction and officially announced the bidding process in the Kingzhu Daily. At a shop in the Eastern Market, Ding Wangqun looked at the newspaper with interest. The term bidding was something he had never heard before, and it intrigued him. The newspaper provided an explanation of the term and various technical construction terms. After reading the article, it was easy for him to understand what bidding, contracting, and projects meant. "Boss, it's a shame we can't take on the road construction in Kingzhu," Ding Wangqun said to his steward. "Of course it's a shame. His Highness is clearly favoring the local merchants this time. It's clear that he wants more merchants to join Kingzhu's residency program and settle here. I can see through this small trick," the steward replied as he poured Ding Wangqun a cup of tea. Since that's the case, can we collaborate with the merchants who win the contracts that way? We could still get a share of the profits, the steward suggested. Ding Wangquan's eyes lit up, and he replied, "You're foolish. The local merchants in Kingzhu are hardly wealthy. We should just offer them high-interest loans instead. Master, you're so smart. I feel like I've learned more in a day with you than I would in a year," the steward flattered. Ding Wangquan chuckled, but his mood soured when he saw another report. This article mentioned that the Kingzhu government was planning to establish a bank across the 6 prefectures, similar to a pawnshop. The people of Kingzhu would be able to deposit and borrow silver there. For any loans, you only need to pay 2 pennies per tael of silver in interest every month, Ding Wangquan muttered to himself, his face turning slightly red. This Prince Qi is ruthless. I didn't expect him to cut off this money-making route for outsiders. He was filled with both resentment and envy. Kingzhu was indeed incredibly accommodating to merchants, but unfortunately he was aligned with the Wei King. If his life and fortune weren't tied to the Wei King, he might have considered settling in Kingzhu himself. As a businessman, Ding Wangquan had a sharp instinct. He could feel that Kingzhu was going to become a thriving hub for commerce. Missing out on this opportunity was a huge regret, but he was also skilled at hedging his bets. He told his steward, "Go fetch Ding Wu." The steward was taken aback. Ding Wu was Ding Wangquan's illegitimate son, and only he and Ding Wangquan knew of his existence. After arriving in Kingzhu, Ding Wangquan had brought Ding Wu with him and put him in charge of Kingzhu's business operations. The steward went off, and a short while later, he returned with a young man. Ding Wu was sharpied, with a quick calculating look, a man clearly accustomed to business. "Father, did you call for me?" Ding Wu asked respectfully. Ding Wangquan nodded and said, "In the next few days, go to the Kingzhu government and apply for residency here." "Apply for Kingzhu residency, father? Didn't you promise me that I would join the Jinling registry?" Ding Wu's face shifted slightly. His mother wasn't from the Great Yu Empire, but from the northern steppes. When Ding Wangquan was young, he had gone to the steppes to do business, where he had a brief affair that resulted in Ding Wu's birth. Later, Ding Wangquan had made his fortune in Jinling, gaining the favor of the Wei King and marrying a distant cousin of the Wei King's wife. Since then, Ding Wangquan had never mentioned Ding Wu's mother again, though he secretly brought them both to Jinling. Eventually, Ding Wu came to Kingzhu with him. "Do you not understand the situation in Jinling? If you and your mother are discovered, you'll be dead. Bringing you to Kingzhu is to protect you. In case anything happens in Jinling, we'll have a fallback here. Don't you see the current situation in Kingzhu?" Ding Wangquan scolded. Ding Wu had thought for a moment that his father was abandoning them, but now he realized that his father was thinking ahead for their safety. "I understand, father," Ding Wu said. Ding Wangquan nodded, "And once you become a Kingzhu resident, you'll be able to do business here freely. Remember, once you're a part of Kingzhu, you must swear loyalty to Prince Qi. If anything happens in Jinling, we'll have Kingzhu as our backup. We can rely on each other when times get tough. You've thought this through, father. I was too hasty. I'll apply for Kingzhu residency this afternoon. Maybe I can also get involved in the Kingzhu Road project." Ding Wangquan nodded approvingly, then sighed. Being a businessman often meant playing both sides, and sometimes there was no choice. Even with all the money in the world, the government can seize your property with a single word, Ding Wangquan muttered bitterly. But he also saw a new world in Kingzhu, one where the government was more merchant-friendly and far less oppressive than elsewhere. It was for this reason that he had decided to have Ding Wu apply for residency here. He could afford to wait and see what kind of changes Kingzhu could bring.